In the aftermath of the invasion of Earth by the mutated RR virus in 2015, the global population plummeted by nearly 2 billion. The surviving humans underwent significant physical evolution. Yet the transformation in animals was even more pronounced, as birds and beasts morphed into monstrous creatures. Thus, the realms of humanity and monsters became embroiled in fierce conflict. Technological civilization flourished, with individuals generally possessing psychic powers. They wielded advanced technologies such as spacecraft and laser weapons, enabling them to explore and exploit resources in the cosmos, establishing a system of civilization. Chapter 1. Luo phone. The sky was a brilliant azure, resembling a vast blue emerald, while the summer sun hung high above like a colossal fireball, its position indicating it was around 3 in the afternoon. At the third high school of Yian District, the sharp sound of the bell resonated throughout the campus, causing a cacophony of voices to erupt as students poured out of the various buildings, forming clusters as they jovially made their way toward the school gates. Luo phone. Luo phone, boomed a deep voice. A phone, someone is calling you. Amidst the throng of students, a young man clad in a simple blue tracksuit, holding a stack of books, stood approximately 175 meters tall and appeared rather slender. At that moment, he turned in confusion to see a towering figure approaching an imposing boy, around 9 meters tall, with a broad back and remarkably robust arms. "Who are you?" Luo Feng inquired, gazing inquisitively at the newcomer, unsure of his identity. The two individuals presented a stark contrast: one, a robust figure reminiscent of a formidable black bear, while the other, referred to as Brother Luo Feng, appeared much like an ordinary person. In terms of stature, the disparity between them was considerable. Yet, the burly young man seemed somewhat apprehensive as he scrutinized the admired Brother Luo Feng. Inwardly reflecting, it appears the rumors are true. Brother Luo Feng is indeed quite approachable. "Brother Luo Feng, two of a matter for which I seek your assistance," the sturdy young man stammered nervously. "What is it?" Luo Feng inquired with a smile. "When I practice my punches, I often feel something is amiss. I wonder if you might spare some time to provide guidance," the robust young man continued. "According to what the instructor at the Martial Arts Academy said, with my strength, I should theoretically be able to exert a force exceeding 50 with a single punch. However, I consistently fall short of that." The sturdy young man gazed at Luo Feng with hopeful anticipation. "Oh, I see." Luo Feng paused briefly, nodding in understanding. "How about this? Next Sunday afternoon, when you come to the dojo, seek me out." "Thank you, Brother Luo Feng. Thank you so much," the burly young man exclaimed gratefully. Luo Feng smiled and departed alongside his classmates. As he watched Luo Feng leave, the robust young man's face lit up with excitement. He clenched his fist with fervor, the veins on his arms bulging, and let out an exhilarated roar. "Success!" Brother Luo Feng agreed so readily. A boy clad in school uniform said, astonished. "The rumors certainly hold true. Brother Luo Feng is remarkably accommodating and genuinely kind," the burly young man replied with a broad grin. "However, that cannot be right. Among the 5,000 students at our third high school, only 3 have attained the title of advanced martial arts trainee. Of these 3 esteemed trainees, the other 2, Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting, are both quite arrogant and would never squander their time instructing us." The boy in school uniform expressed his confusion. "Is it possible that senior brother Luo Feng possesses such a gentle temperament?" In today's world, nearly every high school student across various nations engages in martial arts training in addition to their academic education, aiming to unlock their physical potential. At third high school in Yian District, there are nearly 5,000 students across 3 grades. The vast majority are merely novice trainees at the Martial Arts Academy, with only a select few achieving the status of intermediate trainee. The honor of being recognized as an advanced trainee has only been bestowed upon 3 individuals. Heard information can be misleading, but seeing is believing. "Humph, do you see? Senior brother Luo Feng is distinctly different from the other 2, the robust boy remarked dismissively. "Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting come from affluent families. They have invested substantial resources in their training since childhood, which explains their exceptional prowess. As for senior brother Luo Feng, he is not in the same league." The boy in uniform nodded in agreement. "I have also heard that senior brother Luo Feng, like us, comes from a modest background and resides in subsidized housing." Indeed, senior brother Luo Feng, reaching this point has been solely due to my diligent training. I have honed my skills through my own efforts, unlike Zhang Haobai and his companion. The robust young man clenched his fists and took a deep breath. My ambition is to emulate you, senior brother Luo Feng. I am determined to pass the Martial Arts Academy's assessment and earn the title of advanced trainee within 4 years, before I graduate from university. At that moment, the senior brother Luo Feng they were discussing was making his way towards the gates of Third High School, accompanied by a boy dressed in sports attire amidst the throngs of students. Ah Feng, oh my, just now that burly fellow who sought your guidance on unleashing punches was singing your praises as he left, the boy in sportswear chuckled. He commended your kindness and approachability. Luo Feng smiled lightly. What's this, Weiwen? Are you feeling envious? Envious of you? Weiwen touched his nose and chuckled. Dream on. And merely reflecting on the fact that the hefty lad is oblivious to the true nature of the senior brother Luo Feng he admires. I remember quite clearly on the martial arts arena at the academy. The senior brother Luo Feng he idolizes single-handedly defeated 3 opponents, leaving those 3 advanced trainees unable to rise. Luo Feng chuckled at the memory. That battle had indeed marked his rise to fame. Weiwen exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders and exclaimed, Ah Feng, ease up. With that pat, I fear my shoulder may shatter. Still pretending, Luo Feng smirked, for Weiwen had been his childhood companion since they both wore short pants, growing up side by side. Though not blood brothers, their bond was akin to that of siblings. From elementary school to middle school and now high school, their friendship had indeed deepened over the years. Ah, Weiwen suddenly fixed his gaze ahead. Ah Feng, look, it's the one you secretly admire. Luo Feng followed his gaze and spotted a girl in the distance, dressed in jeans and a light-colored polo shirt, her ponytail swaying as she walked along the roadside amidst a throng of students at the school gate. His heart raced slightly. A name flitted through his mind. Su Xin. He harbored a secret infatuation for Su Xin, known to only a select few, though his good friend Wei Wen had been aware of it for quite some time. Just the sight of Su Xin's silhouette brought him a sense of fulfillment. Due to class reassignments in the second year, he and Su Xin were no longer in the same class. Yet, he found himself unable to resist stealing glances at her whenever she appeared. Only a month remains until the college entrance examination, Luo Feng silently mused. In the past, I lacked the courage and time to pursue romantic relationships. Now, with just a month left, everyone is consumed with exam preparations, and Su Xin is a fiercely ambitious girl. How could she possibly afford to be distracted by romance at this time? Moreover, I cannot allow myself to be sidetracked in this final month, otherwise I would regret it for the rest of my life. Forget it, I shall regard this unrequited love as a cherished memory. Unrequited love. It is bittersweet, having yet to blossom, yet already withering. Luo Feng wished only to quietly bury these feelings deep within his heart. You had the chance to pursue Su Xin, but you didn't. Now, with only a month until the exam, Wei Wen remarked, shaking his head, you may never see Su Xin again. It will be too late to regret. Wei Wen, Luo Feng replied, shaking his head, enough of that. Until I attain the title of warrior, I will not allow myself to be distracted by romance. Brother, you are truly ruthless. Wei Wen raised his thumb in admiration. The title of warrior, out of 5,000 students in our entire high school, not a single one has managed to attain the warrior title. You actually claim that without earning the title, one cannot afford to be distracted by romance. Impressive, truly impressive. Luo Feng suddenly cast a glance at the 5 individuals gathered at the school gate. Zhang Haobai. Among the throng of students at the entrance, 5 figures stood out conspicuously. The leading young man, towering at nearly 6 feet, donned a white t-shirt and white trousers, his well-defined chest muscles prominently displayed. Surrounding him were 4 individuals, either robust in stature or bearing scars that suggested a fierce demeanor. This young man in white was none other than Zhang Haobai, one of the 3 advanced students from the Martial Arts Academy at 3rd High School in Yain District. Luo Feng, Zhang Haobai acknowledged, casting a disdainful glance at him, followed by a low grunt. If there was anyone Zhang Haobai despised most in the entire high school, it was undoubtedly Luo Feng. After all, among the trio who had earned the title of advanced martial arts student, one was female. Among the boys, only the 2 of them held the esteemed title of advanced students. Moreover, Zhang Haobai hailed from a wealthy family, while Luo Feng came from humble beginnings, residing in subsidized housing. Academically, Luo Feng outperformed Zhang Haobai by a significant margin. In terms of martial prowess, both Luo Feng and Zhang Haobai had attained the advanced student title. Yet Luo Feng had once triumphed over 3 advanced students in the academy, leaving them unable to rise. Among those 3 was Zhang Haobai, who had lost a tooth in that encounter. As for their family backgrounds, it was evident that Zhang Haobai's family was affluent. The conditions are favorable, yet Zhang Haobai's academic performance and martial prowess are overshadowed by Luo Feng. In school, whenever praise is bestowed upon Zhang Haobai, there are invariably comparisons made to Luo Feng. Resentment. Zhang Haobai harbors considerable animosity towards Luo Feng. "Let us depart," Zhang Haobai remarked, lightly licking his teeth, which seemed to throb with penile reminder of the time he was left bloodied and lost a tooth after a beating. Since that incident at the Martial Arts Academy, Zhang Haobai has become considerably more docile and no longer dares to provoke you, Luo Feng. Wei Wen chuckled as he watched Zhang Haobai and his companions retreat. Zhang Haobai, Luo Feng has never regarded this spoiled scion with any seriousness. On the way home, the streets are intermittently punctuated by the honking of car horns. Nowadays, vehicles run on electricity, rendering the scent of gasoline a relic of the past. Wei Wen, with merely a month left until the college entrance examination, we must dedicate ourselves earnestly during this time, Luo Feng stated as he strolled alongside Wei Wen on the sidewalk. For the Martial Arts Academy, we can afford to ease off for a while. Engaging in some restorative training each day will suffice. Our primary focus should be on academic studies. The college entrance examination is of utmost importance. After all, we have devoted 12 years to our education. It all hinges on this one opportunity. Indeed, 12 years of cultural education, and this single examination determines our fate. Wei Wen sighed. The college entrance examination is akin to 1,000 troops traversing a single plank bridge. Yes, Luo Feng nodded in agreement. His family's financial situation is not particularly favorable. Although he holds the title of advanced student of the Martial Arts Academy, which guarantees him a position as an elite bodyguard regardless of his academic performance. With an annual salary of 200,000 to 300,000 not being an issue, Luo Feng is not content to merely serve as a bodyguard. At this moment, high above the Yian district, at an altitude of approximately 1,000 meters, a colossal black-crowned golden eagle soars through the urban sky. Its body spans over 20 meters, resembling a large combat aircraft, its feathers glinting with a chilling metallic sheen. The plumage atop its head is a deep black, akin to a regal crown, while its formidable claws glimmer in golden hues. With piercing, ice-blue eyes, it gazes down upon the human city below, an ominous hint of malice flickering within its gaze. Boom! The already swift black-crowned golden eagle suddenly accelerates, shattering the sound barrier in an instant, reaching an alarming velocity. Concurrently, a piercing cry erupts from its beak, the terrifying sound waves creating visible shock waves that rapidly disperse downwards. At an intersection on Baitian Road in the Yian district, Luo Feng stands with Wei Wen, waiting at the traffic lights. Suddenly, a sharp, ear-piercing cry resonates through the air. This sound, unlike the deep rumble of thunder, is not merely loud but jarring, causing Luo Feng's eardrums to throb painfully, prompting him to furrow his brow in discomfort. Many pedestrians on the street cover their ears. It's the call of a bird. Luo Feng instinctively looks up at the sky. Luo Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Amidst the piercing and jarring cries that reverberated through the air, the immense glass panels of a nearby skyscraper emitted a low, ominous crackling sound. Several panes began to fracture, and in an instant, more than 10 shards plummeted from the heights, some crashing onto the pavement, while others struck unfortunate pedestrians or collided with streetlights. Bang, boom, crackle. An eruption of sounds filled the atmosphere. One of the glass shards landed perilously close to Luo Feng, shattering upon impact with a streetlight and sending shards flying in all directions, causing numerous bystanders to hastily evade the danger. Wow! Wei Wen exclaimed, retreating 2 steps to dodge the falling debris. A fragment, resembling a blade, hurtled towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng glanced around, unfazed by the chaos. Instead, he stood resolutely in place, his right hand darting out with lightning speed to seize the incoming shard. The broken glass fragment faintly reflected Luo Feng's image after a brief examination. He casually discarded it, sending it soaring like a projectile directly into a distant trash bin with a resounding clang. On the road, the traffic quickly returned to normalcy, yet the pedestrians on the sidewalk buzzed with conversation. A few unfortunate souls had sustained injuries, while the majority remained unscathed. Impressive, Luo Feng remarked, tilting his head to observe the sky. Such a formidable sound from above, it must be an exceptionally powerful avian beast. Wei Wen, you are quite knowledgeable about various creatures. Do you have any insight into what kind of beast this might be? Wei Wen squinted, excitement gleaming from the narrow slits of his eyes. Ah Feng, our city boasts a defense system at an altitude of 500 meters. This avian beast is undoubtedly soaring above that height. At such a distance, the sound it emits retains immense power. Moreover, typical monsters would seldom dare to roar above human cities. So formidable and so audacious. Based on the sound, if my conjecture is correct, it must be the exceedingly fearsome crowned golden eagle among avian monsters. Wei Wen declared gravely. The crowned golden eagle? Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was certainly familiar with the renowned name of the crowned golden eagle. The crowned golden eagle ranks third among avian monsters, Wei Wen continued, his eyes alight with intensity. An adult crowned golden eagle typically measures around 21 meters in length, with a wingspan of approximately 36 meters. Its maximum flight speed can reach an astonishing 3.9 Mach. That's a staggering 3.9 times the speed of sound. Calculating the speed of sound at 340 meters per second, that translates to a remarkable 1326 meters per second, equating to 4,774 kilometers per hour. Luo Feng understood the might of the crowned golden eagle, however. Upon hearing the staggering speed of 1,326 meters per second, he felt his breath hitch in his chest. In just a second, a mere blink of the eye, it could cover a distance of 1,000 meters. The black-crowned golden eagle possesses feathers harder than diamonds, likely reaching the hardness of grade 3 chromium alloy, Wei Wen exclaimed with palpable excitement. There are videos online showcasing the black-crowned golden eagle charging through a horde of monsters, enduring the onslaught of a 20mm Vulcan cannon. This cannon fires an astounding 7,000 rounds per minute, 7,000 rounds. Each bullet is capable of penetrating 50 millimeters of steel. Yet, astonishingly, the relentless barrage of the Vulcan cannon failed to dislodge even a single feather from the black-crowned golden eagle. Eventually, a mysterious and powerful warrior wielding a chromium alloy battle knife transformed into a flash of light and cleaved the black-crowned golden eagle in two. Wei Wen's words ignited a fiery passion within him. Ro Feng's heart raced, his blood surging with exhilaration. I will surely earn the title of warrior one day. I too shall wield a battle knife, cleaving through beasts like the black-crowned golden eagle and the mighty demon ape. Ro Feng silently vowed, for every young person harbors a dream, and this was his. However, it is said online that the enigmatic warrior who effortlessly split the black-crowned golden eagle in half ranks among the top 100 super warriors globally. Ah Feng, what are you thinking about? We're almost home, Wei Wen called out, breaking the reverie. Luo Feng finally emerged from his turbulent thoughts, lifting his gaze towards the South Bank community, a cluster of towering apartment blocks constructed as government-subsidized housing. This community, where he had resided for 18 years, was his home. Chapter 2. RRA is a subsidized housing complex. The South Bank community maximizes land use efficiency to an almost extreme degree, with each residential building resembling a colossal, square concrete pillar. The spacing between the buildings was designed with little regard for sunlight. Luo Feng's residence was situated on the 32nd floor of one such 36-story building. Ah Feng, are you heading to the martial arts school tonight? Wei Wen inquired as he strolled towards another apartment block. I have a tutoring session this evening, but I might stop by the martial arts school afterward. However, the timing is uncertain. You need not wait for me tonight, Luo Feng replied with a smile, waving his hand. He then ascended the stairs with remarkable speed, his movements akin to a swift leopard, effortlessly bounding up 4 steps at a time. In the blink of an eye, he reached the second floor. Third floor, fourth floor, thud, thud. As he raced up the stairs, Luo Feng moved with agility, occasionally yielding to other residents ascending the stairs. Ah Feng, is school out? One resident called out. Yes, Uncle Wang, Luo Feng responded, his breath steady and unperturbed. As a senior student at the martial arts school, this speed of ascent felt no different from a leisurely stroll. In accordance with the consensus of the majority of residents in the subsidized housing complex, elevators were not installed, as this would have necessitated higher rental fees. Furthermore, for most inhabitants, ascending several flights of stairs posed no significant challenge. The installation of elevators in residential buildings was deemed an extravagance, given the high cost of electricity, which was in high demand throughout the country to power the city's defense system. Floor 32. On the 32nd floor, there were 8 households, including the Luo family. Click! Luo Feng unlocked his front door. Luo Feng closed the door and surveyed the entire apartment. His home comprised a single bedroom and a living room, totaling 36 square meters. He, his younger brother, and their parents, for people in all, resided in this confined space, where they had lived since he could remember. Oh wow, what are you reading? Luo Feng walked towards the small balcony. On the balcony, a thin, pale-skinned young man sat in a wheelchair, engrossed in an English book. Luo Feng glanced at it and chuckled. Oh, is that about the investment guru Price? Isn't the stock god Buffett the most renowned among investment masters? Luo Feng was completely ignorant when it came to investments and stocks. Buffett's approach doesn't quite suit me. Price's theories and ideas resonate more with my own thoughts and offer valuable insights, the slender young man said, looking up at Luo Feng with a smile. Continue reading your book, Luo Feng chuckled softly. Unconsciously, his gaze drifted over his brother's legs, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. In his childhood, a tragic accident had led to his brother's legs being crushed beneath a vehicle, rendering him disabled from the thighs down. The burden of being a disabled individual in today's society is immense, and his brother could only pursue education through online means. Prolonged exposure to a lack of sunlight had left his brother's complexion unnaturally pale. Furthermore, his limited social interactions had contributed to his introverted nature. Our parents earn a modest income while supporting both me and my brother, who faces additional challenges due to his disability. The weight of our family obligations is overwhelming, forcing us to reside in this low-rent housing. With my brother's condition, his opportunities for social engagement are scarce. Finding a partner will undoubtedly be a daunting task. Who would be willing to marry someone who has lost both legs? I must change the fate of our family. Luo Feng silently resolved. Why is it that I harbor feelings for Su Exine, yet have not pursued her, nor engaged in any romantic relationship? The law permits marriage at the age of 18, which is why many couples begin their relationships in high school, often marrying shortly after graduation. Those who do not experience romance during their high school years are exceedingly rare. Why have I not? Because I have no time to squander on romance. My family is not affluent, and I lack any formidable mentors to guide me. All I can rely on is myself. Luo Feng's gaze fell upon the worn-out sofa in the living room, a piece of furniture that could be laid flat to serve as a bed. For so many years, our family of 4 has resided in this modest abode, a one-bedroom apartment. My brother and I occupy the sole bedroom, while my parents have spent all these years sleeping on the sofa in the living room. I am determined to provide my parents and my brother with a spacious home, a residence equipped with an elevator. I want my parents to truly experience the comfort of a large bed. I wish for my brother to no longer struggle with the arduous task of climbing down the stairs. The house must feature expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing sunlight to pour in abundantly. Thus, he became one of the 3 students at the 3rd high school to earn the title of Advanced Martial Arts Student among 5,000 peers. Of the 3, he alone hails from an ordinary background, while the other 2 are scions of wealthy families. The water from the faucet flowed continuously, soon filling the electric kettle. With a soft hiss, he plugged in the kettle, then settled onto the sofa with a history book, diligently reciting key points within its pages. Suddenly, drip! The kettle had boiled. Luo Feng set his book aside to pour water into a thermos, then filled a large plastic cup with hot water, placing it carefully on the table. In the year 2026, the Battle of Hongzhe unfolded at Hongzhe Lake. Yes, it was indeed 2026. Luo Feng reminisced about various historical events, excelling particularly in mathematics among the myriad subjects of cultural education. However, It was history that piqued his deepest interest, for each glance at the history of the 21st century left him in profound contemplation. Ahua, Luo Feng approached his younger brother. "Brother, what is it?" His brother Luo Hua inquired, setting aside the book in his hands. "This book contains a total of 139 key points, which I have already highlighted. Why don't you pose some questions?" Luo Feng offered the history book to his brother. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua couldn't help but smile as he accepted it. "All right, it's a rare opportunity to test you, brother. Pay close attention, for I shall begin my questioning. Should you answer incorrectly, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Go ahead." Luo Feng chuckled, settling onto the sofa. "Who, with sheer determination, slayed the tiger-headed monster by the banks of the Yangtze River, rescuing hundreds of thousands of common folk and successfully relocating them to the Jiangnan base, ultimately sacrificing himself. Where was he from? What was his age at the time of death? And what is the precise date of this event?" Luo Hua meticulously flipped through the pages before posing his question. His younger brother, eager to delve deeper, continued, "What is the exact date? Which day of June in the year 2018? It seems to be." Luo Feng hesitated. "I believe it was June 18th. "Ah," Luo Feng instinctively slapped his forehead, shaking his head with a wry smile. "I often confuse the 16th and 18th. Please, ask another." "All right, listen closely for the second question." Luo Hua appeared quite thrilled. "In the year 2023, the two brothers engaged in a rapid exchange, time slipping by swiftly." "Last question?" "Very well. Ask away." Luo Feng's attention was sharply focused. "This question is fundamental. Please recount the principal events of the Great Nirvana period," his younger brother Luo Hua said. "With the implementation of epidemic prevention measures, the outbreak was brought under control. However, in January 2015, the type virus mutated into its most terrifying variant, known as the RR virus. Previous mutations of the type virus were primarily transmitted through bodily fluids, with some variants capable of spreading through water, albeit for only a brief duration. Yet, this RR virus can be transmitted through both bodily fluids and water currents. Most alarmingly, it can even spread through the air. It remains viable in the atmosphere for an astonishing 3 hours. In the year 2015, following the invasion of the mutated RR virus, the Earth witnessed a catastrophic decline in its population, with nearly 2 billion lives lost. The surviving humans experienced significant physical evolution, yet the transformation of animals was even more pronounced, as avian and terrestrial creatures morphed into monstrous beings. This led to an intense conflict between the human realm and the world of these beasts. The realm of technology had reached astounding heights. Individuals commonly possessed psychic abilities and wielded advanced technologies, such as starships and laser weaponry, enabling them to explore and exploit resources in the cosmos while establishing complex civilizations. Chapter 1. Luo Feng. The sky was a brilliant blue, resembling a vast sapphire, while the summer sun hung high like a colossal fireball, indicating it was approximately 3 in the afternoon. At the third high school of Yian District, the sharp chime of the bell resonated throughout the campus, instantly igniting a cacophony of chatter as students poured out of the various buildings, laughing and chatting in groups as they made their way toward the school gates. "Luo Feng, Luo Feng," a deep voice called out. "Ah Feng, someone is calling for you," a classmate remarked. Amidst the throng of students, a young man holding books walked alongside his peers. Dressed in a simple blue tracksuit, he stood at around 1.75 meters, appearing rather lean. Curiously, he turned to see who had called him. The voice belonged to a male student, towering at nearly 1.90 meters, with a robust physique and impressively muscular arms. "Who are you?" Luo Feng inquired, gazing at the stranger with a look of confusion, as he did not seem to recognize him. These two individuals, one robust and resembling a black bear, while the other, senior brother Luo Feng, appeared quite ordinary. In terms of height, their disparity was quite pronounced. Yet, the stocky young man seemed somewhat reserved, carefully observing his admired senior brother Luo Feng and inwardly reflecting. "It seems the rumors are true. Senior brother Luo Feng is indeed quite approachable." "Senior brother Luo Feng, I have a matter I would like to seek your assistance with," the burly young man said, his voice tinged with apprehension. "What is it?" Luo Feng replied with a smile. "When I practice my punches, I always feel something is amiss in my technique, and I wonder if you might have the time to offer some guidance," the stout young man explained. "According to our martial arts instructor, with my strength, I should be able to deliver a punch with 50% more force. However, I can never seem to reach such power." The robust young man gazed at Luo Feng with anticipation. "Oh, is that so?" Luo Feng paused momentarily, nodding. "How about this? Find me at the dojo this Sunday afternoon." "Thank you, senior brother," the stout young man exclaimed gratefully. Luo Feng smiled and departed alongside his classmates. As he watched Luo Feng leave, the robust young man displayed an expression of exhilaration, clenching his fist tightly, veins bulging in his arms, and he let out an excited roar. "Success!" Senior brother Luo Feng agreed so readily. A boy in school uniform exclaimed in surprise. The rumors were indeed accurate. Senior brother Luo Feng is very approachable and a genuinely nice person. The stocky young man grinned widely. "However, that doesn't seem right. Our third high school has a total of 5,000 students, yet only 3 have attained the title of senior martial arts student. Among these esteemed individuals, the other 2, Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting, are quite proud and would never waste their time mentoring us." The boy in uniform expressed his confusion. How could senior brother Luo Feng have such a good temper? In today's world, nearly every high school student across various countries and regions, in addition to their academic education, joins martial arts academies to unlock their physical potential. Third high school in Yayan district consists of 3 grades, with nearly 5,000 students. The vast majority are merely junior students in martial arts, with only a scant few qualifying as intermediate students. Only 3 individuals hold the prestigious title of senior student. Hearing is but a rumor, seeing is believing. You see, senior brother Luo Feng is different from the other 2. The burly boy scoffed. Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting come from wealthy families. Their parents invested a fortune in their training from a young age, which is why they are so formidable. As for senior brother Luo Feng, he is not like them at all. The boy in uniform nodded in agreement. "I've also heard that senior brother Luo Feng, like us, comes from an average economic background and resides in subsidized housing. Indeed, senior brother Luo Feng, the progress I have made today is entirely due to my diligent practice. It is a result of my own relentless efforts." Unlike Zhang Haobai and his companion, the robust young man declared, clenching his fists and taking a deep breath. "My ambition is to be like you, senior brother Luo Feng. I am determined to attain the title of advanced student in the Martial Arts Academy within 4 years, by the time I graduate from university." At that moment, the very individual they were discussing, senior brother Luo Feng, was making his way towards the entrance of third high school, accompanied by a classmate in sports attire, amidst a throng of students. "Ah Feng, oh my, that burly fellow who sought your guidance on striking techniques was just singing your praises as he left," the sports-clad youth chuckled. "He complimented your kindness and your approachability." Luo Feng smiled. "What's this, Weiwen? Are you feeling envious?" "Envious of you?" Weiwen chuckled, scratching his nose. "Dream on. I'm merely reflecting on how that large fellow is oblivious to the true identity of the senior brother Luo Feng he admires. I remember quite clearly during that match of the Martial Arts Academy, the senior brother Luo Feng he revered was the one who single-handedly faced 3 opponents, leaving those 3 advanced students unable to rise." Luo Feng grinned. That battle was indeed the one that established his reputation. Weiwen exaggeratedly shuddered his shoulders, exclaiming, "Ah Feng, be gentle with that slap. My shoulder feels as if it might shatter." "Still putting on a show." Luo Feng scoffed, rolling his eyes. Weiwen had been his childhood companion, sharing carefree days since their early years. Though not blood brothers, their bond was nearly as strong. From elementary school to middle school and now high school, their friendship had deepened significantly over the years. Weiwen suddenly fixed his gaze ahead. "Ah Feng, look, it's the girl you secretly admire." Luo Feng followed his gaze and spotted a girl in a ponytail, clad in jeans and a light-colored polo shirt, walking along the roadside amidst a crowd of students at the school gate. Luo Feng's heart quickened slightly. A name flitted through his mind. Su Xian. He harbored a secret infatuation for Su Xian, known to very few, though his good friend Weiwen had been aware of it for quite some time. Just the sight of Su Xian's silhouette was enough to bring him a sense of fulfillment. Due to class reshuffling in their second year, he and Su Xian were no longer in the same class. Yet, Every time he caught a glimpse of her, he could not help but steal a glance. Only a month remains until the college entrance examination. Luo Feng pondered silently. In the past, I lacked both the courage and the time to pursue a romantic relationship. Now, with just a month left, everyone is busy preparing for the exam, and Su Xin is a fiercely ambitious girl. How could she possibly allow herself to be distracted by romance at this time? Moreover, I cannot afford to lose focus in this final month, or I would regret it for the rest of my life. Forget it, I shall treat this secret admiration as a cherished memory. Secret admiration, it is bittersweet, having yet to blossom, yet already withering. Luo Feng wished to quietly bury all of this within his heart. You had the chance to pursue Su Xian, yet you hesitated. Now, with only a month left until the exam, Wei Wen shook his head. You might never see Su Xian again. It will be too late for regrets. Wei Wen, Luo Feng replied, shaking his head, enough of this. I will not allow myself to be distracted by romance until I earn the title of warrior. Brother, you are truly ruthless. Wei Wen exclaimed, raising his thumb. The title of warrior? In our entire high school of 5,000 students, not a single one has earned the warrior title. Yet you dare to claim that without it, one should not be distracted by romance. Impressive, very impressive. Luo Feng suddenly glanced at the 5 individuals by the school gate. Zhang Haobai, among the crowd of students at the entrance, the 5 figures stood out conspicuously. The leader, a young man towering at nearly 6 feet tall, donned a white t-shirt and white trousers, his well-defined chest muscles prominently visible. Surrounding him were 4 individuals, either robustly built or marked with scars, exuding an unmistakable aura of intimidation. This young man in white was none other than Zhang Haobai, one of the 3 advanced students from the Martial Arts Academy of the 3rd High School of Yian District. Luo Feng. Zhang Haobai glanced at him and let out a low grunt. If there was anyone Zhang Haobai despised the most in the entire high school, it was undoubtedly Luo Feng. After all, among the 3 who had attained the title of advanced student at the Martial Arts Academy, one was female. Among the boys, there were the only 2 holding that title. Moreover, Zhang Haobai hailed from a wealthy family, while Luo Feng came from humble beginnings, residing in subsidized housing. Academically, Luo Feng surpassed Zhang Haobai significantly. In terms of martial prowess, both Luo Feng and Zhang Haobai earned the advanced student title, but Luo Feng had also triumphed over 3 advanced students in the academy, leaving them unable to rise. One of those defeated was Zhang Haobai himself, who had lost a tooth in that encounter. Additionally, it was evident that Zhang Haobai's family was considerably affluent. The conditions were favorable, however. Both academic performance and martial prowess were overshadowed by Luo Feng. In school, when Zhang Haobai was praised, it was common for others to draw comparisons with Luo Feng. Resentment. Zhang Haobai harbored an immense grudge against Luo Feng. We should leave, Zhang Haobai said, running his tongue over his teeth, which seemed to throb with a lingering pain from that fateful encounter, where he had been beaten to a pulp, losing a tooth in the process. Ever since that incident at the martial arts school, Zhang Haobai has become quite subdued. He no longer dares to provoke you. Ah Feng, Wei Wen remarked, watching Zhang Haobai and his companions disappear into the distance. Chuckling as he spoke to Luo Feng. Zhang Haobai, Luo Feng had never considered this spoiled youth worth his attention. On the way home, the streets echoed with the intermittent honking of car horns. Nowadays, vehicles operated solely on electricity, and the air was devoid of the pungent scent of gasoline. Wei Wen, with only a month left until the college entrance examination, we must dedicate ourselves diligently during this time, Luo Feng stated as he strolled along the sidewalk with Wei Wen. As for the Martial Arts Academy, we can afford to ease up a bit. We should focus on restorative training each day while channeling our energy primarily into academic studies. The college entrance examination is of paramount importance. After all, we have devoted 12 years to our education. This is our moment to shine. Indeed, 12 years of academic pursuit culminate in this one decisive examination. Wei Wen sighed in agreement. The college entrance examination is akin to a solitary bridge amidst a sea of thousands. Precisely, Luo Feng nodded in affirmation. His family's financial situation is not particularly favorable. Although he holds the title of advanced student of the martial arts school, which ensures that even with poor academic performance, Luo Feng could easily secure a position as an elite bodyguard with an annual salary of 200,000 to 300,000. Yet, Would Luo Feng be content merely to serve as a bodyguard? At this moment, high above the Yian district, approximately 1,000 meters in the sky, a colossal golden eagle with a black crown soared above the city. Its body spanned over 20 meters, resembling a large military aircraft. Its feathers glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen, while the feathers atop its head were as dark as night, resembling a regal black crown. Its formidable claws were a striking golden hue. With eyes that shimmered with a cold blue light, it gazed down upon the human city, a faint glimmer of murderous intent flickering within its piercing gaze. Boom! The already swift black-crowned eagle suddenly accelerated, breaking the sound barrier and reaching an astonishing velocity. Simultaneously, a resounding cry erupted from its beak, producing such a powerful sonic wave that visible shock waves radiated outward. At an intersection on Baitian Road in Yian District, Luo Feng stood alongside Wei Wan, waiting for the traffic light to change. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the air. This sound was unlike the rumble of thunder, though thunder is loud and deafening. This high-pitched call was sharp and jarring. Luo Feng felt a painful pressure in his eardrums, prompting him to frown in discomfort. Many pedestrians on the street covered their ears. It's the call of a bird. Luo Feng instinctively looked up at the sky. Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. The piercing shriek reverberated, causing the colossal glass panels of a nearby skyscraper to groan with a low, guttural creak. Many of the panes fractured, and a dozen or so shattered and plummeted from their lofty perches. Some struck the pavement, others collided with pedestrians, and still others struck the streetlights along the roadside. Smash! Boom! Crackle! A cacophony of shattering erupted. One shard of glass struck a lamppost near Luo Feng, instantly exploding into a shower of fragments that scattered in all directions, causing pedestrians to scramble for safety. Whoa! Wei Wan recoiled, dodging the flying shards. A sliver of glass, like a razor, hurtled toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng's gaze flickered. Without flinching, he remained rooted to the spot, his right hand darting out with lightning speed to snatch the projectile from the air. The shard, reflecting Luo Feng's image, was weighed for a moment before being casually tossed. Like a thrown dart, it soared toward a distant trash receptacle, landing with a precise clang inside. The traffic flow, briefly disrupted, swiftly returned to normal, while the pedestrians on the sidewalk buzzed with chatter. Some, less fortunate, nursed minor injuries, but most emerged unscathed. Impressive, Luo Feng murmured, tilting his head to survey the heavens. A single cry from such a height, and such power unleashed. It must be a formidable avian beast. Wei Wan, you're well-versed in the bestiary, aren't you? Do you recognize the creature responsible? Wei Wan narrowed his eyes, an excited glimmer shining through the narrow slits. A Feng, our city possesses a defense system at an altitude of 500 meters. This avian monster is undoubtedly soaring above that height. At such a distance, the sound it produces retains such formidable power. Moreover, ordinary beasts would not dare to roar above a human city. So formidable and so audacious. Based on the sound, if my conjecture is correct, it must be the exceedingly fearsome black-crested golden eagle among avian beasts. Wei Wan declared solemnly. The black-crested golden eagle? Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was certainly familiar with the illustrious name of the black-crested golden eagle. The black-crested golden eagle ranks third among eagle-like monsters. Wei Wan's eyes gleamed as he spoke in a hushed tone. An adult black-crested golden eagle typically measures around 21 meters in length, with a wingspan of approximately 36 meters. When in flight, its top speed can reach an astonishing 3.9 Mach. That is a staggering 3.9 times the speed of sound. Calculating sound at 340 meters per second, that amounts to 1,326 meters per second, which translates to a breathtaking 4,774 kilometers per hour. Luo Feng was aware of the black-crested golden eagle's might. Yet upon hearing the extreme speed of 1,326 meters per second, he could not help but feel his breath catch in his throat. In just the blink of an eye, 1,000 meters could be traversed. The black-crowned golden eagle possesses feathers harder than diamonds, likely reaching the hardness of a level 3 chrome alloy, Wei Wan exclaimed excitedly. There are videos online showcasing its prowess. The black-crowned golden eagle has charged through military forces amidst hordes of beasts, enduring the onslaught of a 20 mm Vulcan cannon. This cannon fires an astonishing 7,000 rounds per minute, 7,000 rounds, each bullet capable of penetrating 50 millimeters of steel. Yet, despite the relentless bombardment of the Vulcan cannon upon the black-crowned golden eagle, not a single feather was dislodged. Eventually, a mysterious and powerful warrior wielding a chrome alloy sword transformed into a streak of light and cleaved the black-crowned golden eagle in twain. Wei Wen spoke with fervor. Ro Feng's heart raced, his blood coursing with excitement. I will undoubtedly earn the title of warrior. One day, I too shall wield a sword, cleaving beasts like the black-crowned golden eagle and the formidable great ape, Ro Feng silently vowed. Every young person harbors a dream, and this was Ro Feng's. However, it is said online that the enigmatic warrior who severed the black-crowned golden eagle in half ranks among the top 100 super warriors globally. Alphone, what are you thinking about? We're almost home, Wei Wen called out. Ro Feng gradually emerged from his tempestuous thoughts, lifting his gaze towards the South Bank community, a neighborhood composed of numerous cylindrical buildings, a low-rent housing complex constructed by the government. This was Ro Feng's home, a place where he had resided for 18 years. Chapter 2. RRA's a low-rent housing complex. The South Bank community maximized land utilization efficiency to near its limits, with each residential building resembling a colossal, square concrete pillar. The spacing between the buildings was designed without consideration for sunlight. Ro Feng's home was situated on the 32nd floor of one such towering edifice, which stood a staggering 36 stories high. Alphone, are you going to martial arts school tonight? Wei Wen inquired, heading towards another residential building. I have a tutoring session this evening. I may visit the martial arts school afterward, but the timing is uncertain. You needn't wait for me tonight, Ro Feng replied with a smile, waving his hand. He then bounded up the stairs with remarkable speed, each step encompassing 4 flights, resembling a swift leopard. With a mere blink, he arrived at the 2nd floor. 3rd floor, 4th floor, thud, thud. In his rapid ascent, Ro Feng moved with ease and agility, occasionally stepping aside for other residents navigating the stairs. Alphone, are you back from school? Yes, Uncle Wang, Ro Feng responded, his breath steady and unperturbed. As a senior student at the martial arts school, this pace of climbing was hardly distinguishable from a leisurely stroll. In the affordable housing community, the overwhelming consensus among the residents was to forego the installation of an elevator. The rationale was that the introduction of such a luxury would necessitate an increase in rent. Moreover, for the majority of individuals today, ascending several flights of stairs is considered an effortless endeavor. To them, the construction of an elevator within a residential building is a superfluous extravagance. After all, electricity costs are exorbitant, as the entire city's defense system relies on electrical energy, which is in dire demand nationwide. The 32nd floor. On this level, there are 8 households, and among them resides the Luo family. Click. With a key in hand, Luo Feng unlocked the door to his home. HMMAS, he closed the door. His gaze swept across the entirety of the space. His residence comprises a 1-bedroom layout, measuring 36 square meters. He lives here with his younger brother and their parents, a family of 4, who have occupied this modest dwelling since his earliest memories. Ahua, what book are you reading? Luo Feng inquired as he strolled toward the small balcony. On the balcony sat a pale, frail boy in a wheelchair, cradling an English book. Luo Feng glanced at the title and remarked with a smile, "Oh, is that about the investment maestro price? Isn't Warren Buffett the most renowned among investment gurus?" Luo Feng was utterly unacquainted with the realms of investment or stocks. Buffett's strategies do not resonate with me. However, Price's theories and philosophies align closely with some of my own thoughts, serving as a valuable reference, the frail boy replied, lifting his gaze to Luo Feng and offering a faint smile. Continue your reading, Luo Feng smiled gently. Unconsciously, his gaze swept over his brother's legs, and a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. In his childhood, an unfortunate accident had left his brother with shattered legs, rendering him disabled. To exist as a person with disabilities in today's society is an immense burden. His brother could only access education through the internet, receiving remote learning opportunities. The prolonged absence of sunlight had bestowed upon his brother a sickly pallor. Moreover, his limited social interactions had rendered him rather introverted. Our parents earn modest salaries while supporting both me and my brother, who is disabled. The family burden is overwhelming, forcing us to reside in this low-rent accommodation. With my brother's disability, his interactions with society are minimal. Finding a partner will be a daunting challenge. Who would be willing to marry someone who has lost both legs? I must alter the fate of our entire family, Luo Feng silently vowed. Why is it that I harbor feelings for Su Xn but have yet to pursue her? Why have I not engaged in a romantic relationship? The law states that one can marry at the age of 18, which is why many couples begin dating in high school and marry shortly after graduation. Those who do not date during their high school years are exceedingly rare. Why have I not? Because I have no time to squander on romance. My family is not wealthy, and I lack exceptional mentors to guide me. I must rely solely on myself. Luo Feng's gaze fell upon the worn-out sofa in the living room, a piece of furniture that could be transformed into a bed. For so many years, our family of four has resided in this small dwelling, a one-bedroom apartment. My brother and I occupy the sole bedroom. While our parents have spent all these years sleeping on the living room sofa, that I am determined to provide my parents and my brother with a spacious home, a residence equipped with an elevator. I want my parents to enjoy a proper bed. I wish for my brother to ascend and descend without such toil. The house must feature large floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing sunlight to flood incompletely. Thus, he became one of only 3 students among 5,000 at 3rd high school to receive the title of advanced martial arts student. Among these 3, he was the only one from an ordinary background, the others hailed from affluent families. The water from the faucet flowed continuously, quickly filling the electric kettle. With a soft hiss, Luo Feng plugged in the kettle and settled onto the sofa with a history book, diligently memorizing key points from its pages. Suddenly, ding, the kettle signaled that the water had boiled. Luo Feng set down his book, poured water into a thermos, and filled a large plastic cup with hot water, placing it on the table. In the year 2026, the Battle of Hongzhe unfolded at Hongzhe Lake. Luo Feng reminisced about various historical events, excelling particularly in mathematics among the diverse subjects of cultural education. However, it was history that captivated him the most, for each glance at the chronicles of the 21st century filled him with profound reflections. Ahua, Luo Feng approached his younger brother. What is it, brother? Luo Hua set aside the book he was reading. This book contains 139 key points that I have already marked. Why don't you quiz me? Luo Feng offered the history book to his brother. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua grinned as he accepted it. All right, it's a rare opportunity to test you. Pay attention, brother. I'm about to pose a question. If you answer incorrectly, it will be quite embarrassing. Go ahead, Luo Feng chuckled, settling onto the sofa. Who single-handedly slew the tiger-headed monster by the banks of the Yangtze River, rescuing hundreds of thousands of people and successfully relocating them to the Jiangnan base, ultimately sacrificing his life. Where was he from? What was his age at the time of death? And what was the exact date of this event? Luo Hua carefully flipped through the pages before posing his question. Luo Hua then pressed further. What was the exact datian? Which day of June in 2018 did this occur? Well, it seems to be. Luo Feng hesitated. I believe it was June 18th. Ah. Luo Feng slapped his forehead, shaking his head with a wry smile. I often confuse the 16th with the 18th. Ask me another one. All right. Listen closely for the second question. Luo Hua appeared quite excited. In the year 2023, the 2 brothers engaged in a rapid exchange of questions and answers, the passage of time seemingly swift. One last question. Very well, go ahead, Luo Feng replied, his attention sharply focused. This query pertains to the most fundamental aspect. Could you recount the principal events of the Great Nirvana era? His younger brother, Luo Hua, inquired. With the implementation of epidemic prevention measures, the outbreak was brought under control. However, in January 2015, the R-type virus mutated into its most fearsome variant, known as the RR virus. Previous variants of the R-type virus were primarily transmitted through bodily fluids, with some able to spread via water, albeit for a limited duration. Yet the RR virus can be transmitted through both bodily fluids and water currents. The most alarming aspect is that it can also be transmitted through the air, surviving in the atmosphere for an astonishing 3 hours.
Chapter 3 upon the emergence of the RR virus in Jiangnan City. It swiftly proliferated across the globe, infecting all forms of life, be it human or animal. Any creature reliant on respiration fell victim to this insidious virus. By the time humanity recognized the presence of the RR virus, it was already too late. The infection bore a staggering mortality rate, nearly reaching 30. Within a mere 3 months, as subsequent statistics revealed, alongside the catastrophic demise of numerous animals, the global population plummeted by nearly 2 billion. These 3 months were a nightmarish ordeal. In the face of this viral menace, the scientific community was rendered utterly powerless. The remaining survivors, numbering close to 5 billion, had developed natural antibodies within their bodies. Following this harrowing period, the world was enveloped in profound sorrow. Luo Feng recounted that during this tumultuous phase, the 5 billion human survivors discovered a remarkable transformation in their physical state. Nearly every individual exhibited a doubling of strength, speed, cellular vitality, and skin resilience. Even an ordinary person could effortlessly shatter previous world records in weightlifting and the 100-meter dash. However, the calamity was only beginning. Those who had always lived in comfort found their physical conditions significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, the animals that had also survived the RR virus underwent an evolutionary transformation, adhering to the natural law of survival of the fittest. This metamorphosis bestowed upon various species of birds and beasts an astonishing superiority over humanity. Alarmingly, some of these fearsome creatures even gained a semblance of intelligence. In September 2015, a cataclysmic assault initiated by the boundless creatures of the ocean unleashed a horde of monsters, transformed from countless avian and terrestrial beings, upon human settlements. The scene was drenched in blood and chaos. Amidst the ferocious conflict between humanity and these beasts, it became evident that the once revered firearms were only effective against the more primitive monsters. The formidable avian and terrestrial creatures exhibited an utter disregard for bullets and artillery. Projectiles merely ricocheted off their armored hides. Missiles were effortlessly evaded by the swift and agile monsters. Even when humanity resorted to nuclear strikes, the shocking realization dawned that the monsters possessed an impregnable defense. Only within the epicenter of the nuclear blast zone did a significant number of monsters perish, while those in the broader vicinity remained unscathed. The destructive capacity of nuclear weapons was far from what humanity had envisioned. Although a contingent of monsters was eradicated, the ensuing radiation gave rise to even more terrifying entities, the most infamous being the blood demon wolf, which, possessing the ability to fly, wreaked havoc, claiming the lives of over 1 million humans. It became clear to humanity that nuclear radiation could induce mutations in certain monsters, leading to the emergence of these dreadful beings. Yet, amidst the terror, remarkable human champions also arose. The legendary blood demon wolf was ultimately gravely wounded and forced to flee by a human superhuman, known as Thor, who was capable of flight and currently ranks second in the international hierarchy. These extraordinary individuals, at pivotal moments, rescued countless ordinary citizens and aided the military in their valiant stand against the monstrous onslaught. During this period, a plethora of poignant tales emerged. Human scientist Croter Senna, utilizing materials from the remains of monsters and the blue gold metal discovered on the moon, invented an alloy known as crow alloy, which surpasses diamond in hardness. This remarkable creation endowed humanity's elite with formidable weapons capable of slicing through the tough hides and scales of these beasts, rendering hand-to-hand combat unnecessary. Luo Feng vividly recalled the historical accounts documented in his readings. Throughout the course of the war, numerous cities were laid to waste. In response, our great nation, China, urgently constructed 6 major bases to facilitate the relocation of a vast population. When it comes to formidable beings, our country and India, which venerates ancient yoga, boast the highest number of superhumans. Conversely, America, the European Union, and the Soviet Union maintain a technological edge. The oceans, teeming with countless monsters, led to the obliteration of nearly every island nation. Even to this day, the seas remain the domain of these creatures. In the conflict between monsters and humanity, only 5 nations, China, India, America, the European Union, and the Soviet Union managed to safeguard their existence, while others have long been shattered. In these critical moments, a coalition was formed, centering around these 5 nations to establish the Earth Alliance. This alliance's military supported the establishment of numerous human bases across the globe. The war between monsters and humanity commenced in September 2015, culminating in the successful development of a high-frequency laser cannon in March 2021, which subsequently eliminated over a dozen S-class monsters and 2 SS-class monsters. Thus, the large-scale conflict between monsters and humanity finally came to an end. Luo Feng could only sigh in reflection. It had been a harrowing 5.5 years of warfare, the most terrifying conflict of all. In this war, nearly 1 billion lives were lost. Only 5 nations retained their sovereignty, while the remaining countries saw their surviving populations merge into various human bases, cohabiting in a mixed existence. To this day, humanity retains its dominance over the land. However, the oceans teem with countless monsters, remaining the realm of these formidable creatures. From 2013 to 2021, this 8-year span marked a significant period of rebirth in human history. Luo Feng sat on the sofa, speaking slowly. The wall clock chimed 5 times, indicating it was already 5 in the afternoon. During this era of great transformation, Luo Hua sighed, saying, "Brother, to be honest, I find it hard to fathom that before this period of rebirth, there were over 200 nations and regions worldwide. At that time, the population was merely 7 billion. Some of the smaller nations were exceedingly tiny. It is likely that a single powerful monster could have obliterated them." Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Thus, in the present day, the world comprises 5 major powers and 23 human bases, also known as cities. The Earth is home to 5 great nations: Huaxia, India, America, the European Union, and Russia, along with the 23 human bases formed in regions such as South America and Africa. Huaxia alone boasts 6 significant human bases, which are now recognized as 6 major cities. Luo Feng's residence is situated in the Yian district of Yangzhou City, one of the 8 satellite cities of Jiangnan City. The entire Jiangnan City has a population of nearly 200 million, while Yangzhou City alone is home to over 10 million. The human base of Jiangnan City was primarily established through the migration and congregation of large populations from the former Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Indeed, there are also some original inhabitants of Anhui. How distant it feels. My younger brother, Luo Hua, gazed at the clock on the wall. It was now the year 2056, over 30 years since the great Nirvana period had passed. In human society, training in martial arts has become an essential endeavor for nearly everyone. Humanity has certainly strengthened considerably compared to over 30 years ago. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. After 3 decades, there are indeed many more strong individuals among humanity, and technology has also progressed somewhat. However, the monsters have given rise to numerous terrifying entities as well. With a sudden creak, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged couple. The man was drenched in sweat, his clothes stained with paint and other marks, appearing quite fatigued. The woman, not tall in stature, carried a basket filled with vegetables and meat. "Dad, Mom," Luo Feng immediately stood up. This couple were his parents, his father, Luo Hongua, and his mother, Gong Xinlan. "Ah yes, Xiao Feng, keep studying, keep studying. Don't mind me," Luo Hongua said with a smile, clearly prioritizing his son's impending college entrance examination. "You should go wash up. Look at you, covered in sweat," his mother, Gong Xinlan, chuckled. With a hearty laugh, Luo Hongua went to fetch a change of clothes and made his way towards the small bathroom that had served the family for many years. Gong Xinlan then turned to her 2 sons with a smile. "Xiao Feng, Xiao Hua, today Mom is making braised pork. It's my favorite dish." Younger brother Luo Hua immediately exclaimed in excitement. Luo Feng could not help but smile as he watched his mother tie her scarf and head off to prepare dinner. He understood well that she always bought groceries in the evening after finishing work, for the prices of vegetables and meat were significantly lower than in the morning, though the freshness of the produce was somewhat compromised. He glanced toward the bathroom, silently vowing to himself that he would swiftly earn the title of warrior, so that his mother would no longer need to venture out for groceries in the afternoon, and his father would be spared the burden of laborious renovations. In his heart, Luo Feng harbored a deep desire for his parents to enjoy a peaceful life, basking in the sunlight and savoring delightful meals. Xiao Feng, his father, Luo Hongua, approached after having taken a shower. "I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Luo Feng inquired, looking at his father. Luo Hongua offered a gentle smile. "It's about your plans after graduating from high school. I've never asked you about it. Could you share your thoughts with me?" He rarely broached such subjects with his son, wishing not to impose undue pressure. knowing well how hard Luo Feng had been striving and how well he had been performing. As his father spoke, his mother, Gong Xinlan, who was busy cooking, slowed her movements, for they both held great concern for their son's future. "Dad, this is what I think," Luo Feng replied directly. "With my academic performance, I believe it will not be too difficult to gain admission to the Jiangnan First Military Academy. I have already attained the title of advanced trainee at the martial arts school, and upon entering the Jiangnan First Military Academy, I would be directly trained as an officer. You and Mom would also be able to move into the military family quarters. Indeed, serving in the military comes with its own hierarchy. Currently, the nation is indeed recruiting soldiers. However, ordinary soldiers do not enjoy substantial benefits. In contrast, a young individual who becomes a senior trainee at a martial arts academy and gains admission to the top military academy in Jiangnan is considered to possess both literary and martial prowess. The state will undoubtedly prioritize their development and directly allocate a residence within the military community for their families. The accommodations provided for the families of officers are, naturally, significantly superior to subsidized housing. But what if one fails to gain admission to the prestigious military academy in Jiangnan? Luo Hongguo remarked, "Xiaofeng, do not place excessive pressure on yourself. There are 2 prominent military academies in Jiangnan City. Even if you do not perform well enough to enter the first academy, gaining admission to the second one is certainly within reach." Luo Feng was well aware of his academic standing, typically scoring around 50 points above the undergraduate cutoff. The second military academy only requires a score that meets the undergraduate threshold. In the current examination system, there is no distinction between first, second, or third-tier institutions. Only undergraduate and vocational categories exist, with a singular score line. Those who exceed the undergraduate line are classified as undergraduates, while those who fall below are designated as vocational students. At the second military academy, being a senior trainee at a martial arts academy is also regarded as a qualification for officer training, and the benefits offered will not be significantly different. Luo Feng smiled, acknowledging that gaining admission to an undergraduate program is an achievement accomplished by merely 2 out of 10 candidates. However, among high school students, attaining the title of senior trainee at a martial arts academy is a rarity, with only 1 out of 1,000 achieving this distinction. As long as you have confidence, that's sufficient. But Xiaofeng, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Your mother and I only wish for a stable life. Luo Hongguo gently nodded, adding, "My child, you place too much pressure on yourself. There is nothing to worry about." Luo Feng chuckled, expressing that he felt no pressure, for youth should be imbued with a certain vigor. Yet, within the recesses of his heart, he silently vowed, "Dear parents and younger brother, once my college entrance examination concludes, you shall soon enjoy a life of ease. Once I attain the title of warrior, you will no longer need to toil in arduous labor. Quickly fetch the bowls and chopsticks. Dinner is ready," urged Gong Xinlan with a smile. "Certainly," replied his father Luo Hongguo, rising with a grin to gather the utensils. The aroma of the vegetables was delightful. Luo Feng inhaled deeply near the soup pot, lending a hand in serving the rice. "I can smell the savory braised pork," exclaimed his younger brother, Luo Hua, joyfully pulling his wheelchair closer to the dining table. The family of 4 enjoyed a harmonious moment together. Chapter 4. Luo Feng's strength. After dinner, his parents took his brother, Luo Hua, for a stroll downstairs, while Luo Feng set off to conduct tutoring sessions. Around 6 in the evening, the sky had nearly succumbed to darkness. This tutoring engagement was coming to a temporary close. Luo Feng moved with the agility of a leopard, swiftly weaving through the alleyways. Ahead lay a dead end, yet without hesitation, he leaped effortlessly, soaring over 2 meters. With his left hand lightly resting on the wall, a slight exertion propelled him into another alleyway. He sprinted onward, serving as a warm-up before his tutoring session. At that moment, Luo Feng maintained a speed of 15 meters per second, translating to an impressive velocity of 54 kilometers per hour. Such a speed was not his utmost limit, but it sufficed for an effective warm-up. With only a month remaining until the college entrance examination, I must temporarily cease my tutoring. In the past 6 months of tutoring, I have earned a sum of 20,000 yuan. It was only last year that I attained the esteemed title of advanced student, which facilitated my acquisition of a tutoring position where I instruct a young individual in the fundamentals of physical techniques. My remuneration stands at 100 yuan per hour. I teach 5 days a week, dedicating 1 hour each evening. Consequently, my monthly earnings approximate 2,000 yuan. My father, through arduous labor, earns merely 2 to 3,000 yuan in a month. Yet, my 1-hour tutoring session surpasses his earnings significantly. This illustrates the disparity between an ordinary individual and a high-ranking student of a martial arts academy. Should I ascend to the status of a warrior, the distinction would be astonishing. As Luo Feng's gaze sharpened, he noticed a truck attempting to make a U-turn ahead, blocking the path. Nevertheless, he did not reduce his speed. In a moment of sheer agility, he propelled himself off the ground, soaring 2 to 3 meters high. He then skillfully traversed the walls of the alley, making 2 rapid strides before leaping downwards to continue his swift advance. Moments later, Luo Feng arrived at the serene entrance of a residential community. This, indeed, was the ideal abode for his parents. He paused to admire the tranquil residential area before him, characterized by a low density of housing, artificial ponds, and an abundance of flora that adorned the landscape. Even the high-rise buildings featured sky gardens on every floor. In addition to the high-rises, there were also row houses. It is worth noting that in contemporary times, the Huaxia nation comprises 6 major bases, or cities. Each city boasts an astonishing population. For instance, Jiangnan City alone is home to nearly 200 million inhabitants. Naturally, land is exceedingly scarce, making properties like stacked villas and townhouses quite rare and exorbitantly priced. The opulent standalone villas impose a hefty luxury tax. I proceeded to Building 18, Unit 1801. Standing at the entrance of the community, Luo Feng addressed the security guard. "Wait a moment." The guard pressed a button on the visual intercom, and the nearby camera turned towards Luo Feng. The voice of the owner of Unit 1801 emanated from the intercom. "It's Xiao Luo. Let him in." "Understood, sir." The security guard promptly granted access. An hour later, Luo Feng exited the community. "Well, the tutoring session has concluded. It's time to visit the martial arts school and ascertain whether my skills have improved." The Extreme Martial Arts School, the largest of its kind on Earth, was established by the world's foremost martial artist, Hong. Martial arts schools are ubiquitous across the globe. Upon arriving at the entrance of the school, Luo Feng scanned his student ID, allowing him entry into the premises. The Extreme Martial Arts School loomed like a colossal beast, occupying more space than an average high school. The main entrance was spacious enough to accommodate 10 cars side by side. Within the school grounds stood 3 enormous silver buildings, their design reminiscent of 3 spacecraft. "Senior brother." "Greetings, senior brother." Numerous students were present within the school's grounds and on the lawns. Upon noticing the advanced student ID hanging from Luo Feng's neck, they immediately expressed their respect. The 3 gigantic buildings housed the instructional facilities for junior, intermediate, and advanced students. Notably, the first and second floors of the advanced student building featured expansive lecture halls, each capable of accommodating thousands of individuals. The instructors at the Martial Arts Academy conduct their lessons in a spacious teaching hall. The entire Extreme Martial Arts School boasts a student body of approximately 30 to 40,000 individuals. Only those aged 16 may enroll as students, while those over 30 are prohibited from attending in order to conserve educational resources. Among the elite students of the academy, there are only a few hundred, the majority of whom are in their 20s. Yet Luo Feng is merely 18 years old. "Greetings, senior brothers." Luo Feng entered the 3rd floor of the elite student teaching building, where he was met with respectful calls from his peers. This floor housed a vast training hall, measuring 100 meters in length and width, and currently accommodated a dozen or so individuals. "Madman, the madman has arrived." Upon entering the expansive training hall, Luo Feng was warmly greeted by the group of advanced students. "Brother Wang, Brother Yang, Sister Li," Luo Feng responded with a smile, feeling a sense of warmth from this gathering of older students. All of them were over 20, making Luo Feng the youngest among them. Of course, the elite students at the Yayan District Extreme Martial Arts Academy number well over 100, but classes are seldom held, leading most to refrain from attending unless compelled by financial constraints or a lack of proper training facilities at home. Wealthier families typically possess private training rooms. Consequently, This group of students often resides in subsidized housing, as they share a background of modest means, forming a close-knit community. Luo Feng earned the nickname Madman after he defeated 3 affluent elite students in a fit of anger, solidifying his reputation among his peers. In the past fortnight of training, I remain uncertain about the extent of my progress. Luo Feng approached the power testing machine situated in the corner of the training hall, where 2 such machines stood side by side. Regardless of whether it was the intermediate student assessment, the advanced student assessment, or even the warrior assessment, testing one's punching power was essential. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng allowed himself to relax completely. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he sprang forth like a lethargic lion suddenly roused. His spine tightened as if it were a drawn bowstring, and the power surged from his feet through to his waist, transmitting through his spine. Luo Feng's right fist erupted with the force of a cannonball, tracing a swift arc before striking the target of the power testing machine with a resounding thud. The target shook violently, and the machine's screen illuminated with the figure 809 kg. Remarkable, over 800 kilograms, exclaimed a tall and lean man, over 6 feet tall, who clapped his hands in delight. Prominent scar marred his face. Brother Yang, Luo Feng chuckled, I still have a way to go compared to you. Brother Yang, could you please activate the speed testing device? Brother Yang, known as Yang Wu, ranked among the top 3 advanced students at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, though he was slightly lacking in speed. Otherwise, he would have already passed the qualified warrior assessment. To ascend to the status of a warrior, advanced students must successfully complete 2 assessments. The first is the physical fitness evaluation for warriors, known as the qualified warrior assessment. Once the hurdle is crossed, it signifies that one's physical aptitude has met the standards requisite for becoming a warrior. At this juncture, one is considered a prospective warrior. The subsequent assessment is the practical combat evaluation for warriors. Possessing mere physical prowess does not qualify one as a warrior. Only through genuine combat against monsters can one earn the esteemed title of warrior. Wishing to test his speed? Very well. Yang Wu smiled as he approached the nearby track and activated the speed testing apparatus. With a click, the device powered on, and the camera illuminated. Taking a moment to regulate his breathing, Luo Feng positioned himself on the track, which spanned 60 meters. The area closest to the speed tester served as the measurement zone. With a sudden burst of energy, Luo Feng propelled himself forward. In the blink of an eye, he reached his maximum velocity, his powerful legs driving him with tremendous force, making him akin to an arrow released from a bow, swiftly darting down the track with the rush of wind. In a flash, he surged past the speed testing zone. Gradually, he decelerated and came to a halt. How did I do? Luo Feng inquired with a smile as he approached the device. Wow, you've improved even more since last time, Yang exclaimed, astonished by the figures displayed on the screen. Come take a look for yourself. Upon glancing at the screen, Luo Feng noted the figure of 23. Adamus. Not bad, he thought, though he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The physical aptitude assessment for warriors, or the prospective warrior evaluation, encompasses 3 distinct tests: strength, punching power, speed, and nerve reaction. In terms of neural responses, Luo Feng possesses remarkable talent and has now barely met the requisite standards for a martial artist. However, the benchmark for strength, as stipulated by the pre-martial artist assessment, is a formidable 900 kilograms. In terms of speed, the qualifying line is set at 25 meters per second, which translates to an astonishing 4 seconds for 100 meters. Chapter 5. Divergent Choices. The enhancement of one's abilities becomes increasingly arduous with time. Luo Feng pondered the prospect of elevating his speed from 23.8 meters per second to the requisite 25 meters per second. Such an endeavor would likely demand an entire year. Furthermore, augmenting his punching power from 809 kilograms to 900 kilograms would probably require an even longer duration. It seems that attaining the title of martial artist may have to wait until he enters university. If only. If he were to experience another bout of unconsciousness, it is likely that his physical prowess would meet the expectations of a martial artist. Of course, the unconsciousness he desires is not the result of being struck down, but rather succumbing to the extreme limits of a debilitating headache. Luo Feng suffers from recurring headaches, occasionally experiencing bouts of intense pain that, with perseverance, he manages to endure. However, when the agony reaches its zenith, he loses consciousness. Throughout his life, Luo Feng has fainted twice. The first occurrence was at the age of 8 when his younger brother suffered a grievous leg injury in an accident. Overcome with sorrow, Luo Feng suddenly felt an excruciating headache, accompanied by a remarkably rapid heartbeat and an overwhelming rush of blood coursing through his veins, as if his heart were about to leap from his chest, ultimately leading to his collapse. The second incident happened at the age of 12 when his mother was hospitalized due to a severe illness. Terrified at the prospect of losing her, Luo Feng was engulfed in panic, experiencing a similarly unbearable headache and an alarming heart rate, which resulted in yet another episode of unconsciousness. After 2 episodes of unconsciousness, Luo Feng's family had taken him to the hospital for examinations, yet no ailment could be diagnosed. Even now, the intricacies of the human brain remain a formidable challenge in the realm of medicine. Strangely, these 2 incidents of fainting resulted in a remarkable enhancement of my physical capabilities. At the ages of 8 and 12, upon regaining consciousness, I noticed a significant improvement in my strength, speed, and neural reactions. This remarkable foundation enabled me to achieve the status of intermediate student shortly after turning 16, upon successfully passing the intermediate assessment at the Martial Arts Academy. By the time I reached 17, my solid groundwork allowed me to attain the title of advanced student. I pondered the possibility that another episode of fainting could propel my abilities even further. Fainting, in essence, serves as a form of self-preservation for the body and is not entirely detrimental. Luo Feng had suffered from chronic headaches since childhood, yet after his first fainting spell at 8, he noticed a significant alleviation of his pain. Following another episode at 12, the relief from his headaches became even more pronounced. If this trend continues, another fainting spell could potentially diminish my headaches once more. Perhaps, with just a couple of episodes, my affliction could vanish entirely. Luo Feng yearned for this outcome, as each fainting incident not only lessened his headaches, but also catalyzed a leap in his physical prowess. Regrettably, fainting is not a matter of mere desire. It has only occurred twice throughout his life. When the pain reaches its zenith, the heart rate accelerates to its utmost limit. Luo Feng glanced down at the watch on his wrist, a timepiece equipped with a pulse testing function. However, even with extreme exertion, my heart rate does not exceed 120 beats per minute. Luo Feng glanced at his watch, wishing that if only his heart rate could soar over 200 beats in a minute. The ominous signs preceding his fainting were severe headaches and a racing heart. Unfortunately, regardless of the intensity of his physical activity, his heart rate could never reach a level that would induce such debilitating pain. In the training hall, the scarred-faced Yang Wu stood before the punching force testing machine. He did not bother to gather energy seriously. Instead, he casually unleashed a series of powerful punches against the target. The sound of each impact resonated thud, thud, thud. A stream of numbers flashed across the machine's screen: 956 kilograms, 912 kilograms, 936 kilograms, 981 kilograms. Yang Wu struck the target dozens of times before finally stopping. Luo Feng, watching from the side, could not help but feel a pang of envy. His own maximum punch only registered at 809 kilograms. If he could strike as rapidly as Yang Wu and each punch could exceed 700 kilograms, that would be quite an accomplishment. Brother Yang, I hope that one day my full-strength punch can match the effortless power of yours, Luo Feng remarked with a smile. You young rascal. Yang Wu approached, playfully patting Luo Feng on the shoulder. You are only 19, just barely 18. When I was your age, I was merely an intermediate student at the Martial Arts Academy. At your pace of progress, just give it 2 years, and you will undoubtedly meet the physical standards of a martial artist. TSK. A 20-year-old martial artist, how enviable indeed, Luo Feng chuckled in response. By the way, madman, are you preparing for the college entrance examination? What do you plan to do after the exams? Yang Wu inquired with a smile. I am preparing to enter a military academy. Luo Feng smiled faintly, noting that students typically accepted by military academies graduate to become ordinary junior officers in the armed forces. However, for me, gaining entry into special forces upon graduation should pose no significant challenge. Oh, Yang Wu remarked, curling his lip. While entering a military academy has its merits, I sense that personal freedom becomes quite constrained. Once you graduate and join the special forces, you will undoubtedly be required to adhere strictly to military regulations. Personally, I cannot tolerate that. I would prefer to remain a free warrior. Being a free warrior has its advantages, Luo Feng replied, shaking his head. Nonetheless, I do not wish to cause my parents any worry. Enrolling in a military academy and subsequently entering the armed forces undoubtedly provides a higher degree of safety compared to being a free warrior. Warriors generally have 4 paths to choose from. The first path involves joining the military, thereby becoming part of the national defense. The advantages here include heightened security, as the state would never recklessly put warriors in jeopardy, and the provision of numerous benefits for the families of warriors, alleviating their concerns. The second path entails joining a martial arts school. The management in such institutions is relatively lenient, forming a loosely organized community. Moreover, the Extreme Martial Arts School, founded by the world-renowned champion Hong, offers numerous benefits and a more liberated environment for its practitioners. The third path involves aligning oneself with a corporate conglomerate, a family, or a formidable power, essentially acting as an enforcer. The fourth path leads to becoming a mercenary, a profession fraught with peril yet imbued with the greatest freedom. While military service assures safety, I am reluctant to embrace a life devoid of liberty. Yang Wu shook his head and remarked, "This year, I anticipate participating once again in the quasi-warrior assessment. I should be able to pass. Once I do, I will immediately take part in the warrior combat assessment this year, striving to become a warrior." Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Yang, are you confident about passing the quasi-warrior assessment?" With a chuckle, Yang Wu replied, "For the 3 essential quality tests, I have already met the standards for punching power and neural reaction. My weak point is speed. However, if I perform well, I can barely manage 25 meters in 1 second. With a bit more effort in the coming days, I should be able to pass the assessment."
Congratulations, Brother Yang.
Luo Feng expressed his joy for Yang Wu, considering the years of effort Yang had invested in his quest to become a warrior. "What do you plan to do once you become a warrior?" Yang Wu smiled. "Naturally, I will join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The academy has a very relaxed system, and its branches are scattered all over the globe, populated by numerous experienced warriors, which will greatly benefit my development. Moreover, I can rest when I wish or venture out to hunt monsters when I desire. Such freedom." Luo Feng nodded in agreement. "You are quite the free spirit," Yang Wu observed. "Deep down, you possess a wildness that I cannot overlook. I believe you are well suited for the path of a free warrior. Joining the academy offers such liberty, and the Extreme Martial Arts Academy will provide us with ample assistance." Luo Feng hesitated for a moment. Noting this, Yang Wu shook his head and smiled. "My friend, the life of a free warrior often involves peril, constantly teetering on the brink of life and death. It is indeed dangerous. However, it is precisely because of the frequent confrontations with mortality that one's strength progresses at an extraordinary pace. Consider this, regardless of the location. The majority of the formidable warriors among martial artists are indeed free fighters." Under the glow of the streetlights at night, Luo Feng walked silently along the sidewalk after leaving the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. The conversation he had with Yang Wu earlier weighed heavily on his mind. "There are, in fact, 2 paths suitable for me," Luo Feng contemplated silently. "One path leads to military school, where I would graduate smoothly and subsequently join a special forces unit. The other path involves becoming a martial artist, joining the Extreme Martial Arts Institute and gaining the freedom to hunt monsters. The first path, entering military school, offers high safety and good family benefits. Even in the event of death in battle, the nation would take care of my family. The second path, becoming a free fighter, entails frequent life and death encounters, leading to rapid improvement in strength. Hunting monsters can also yield substantial financial rewards, allowing for swift accumulation of wealth. This path is perilous, yet it promises quick enhancement of capabilities, immediate financial gain, and freedom. Its only drawback is the inherent danger." Luo Feng continued to ponder this matter, which had occupied his thoughts throughout his senior year. With only 2 sons in the family, and his younger brother already disabled, he worried about the consequences of choosing the life of a free fighter. "If I were to perish amidst the brutalities of combat, what would become of my parents in their later years? My brother requires care. My parents are aging, If I were to die, what would happen to them? Perhaps I should enter military school. By joining a special forces unit in the future, I could learn military martial arts, which, combined with the extreme martial arts I have studied at the Institute, would undoubtedly elevate my strength further. In the military, I would still have the opportunity to hone my abilities. Moreover, even if one were to perish in battle while serving as a martial artist, the state would grant monthly compensation to my parents. Considering this from their perspective, Luo Feng chose to pursue admission to a military academy. However, gaining entry to such an institution is not merely a matter of desire. One must also achieve commendable academic results. Everything hinges on the upcoming college entrance examination in June. Chapter 6. The college entrance examination. In the month leading up to the examination, Luo Feng devoted nearly all his energy to studying. As his review progressed and he undertook various mock tests, his confidence regarding the examination grew significantly. He felt assured of his chances of being accepted into the prestigious Jiangnan Military Academy. June 7th marked the first day of the examination. The college entrance examination in Huaxia takes place over 3 days, from June 7th to 9th, reminiscent of the dates prior to the Great Nirvana period. At the first high school of Yian District, Luo Feng, originally from the third high school, was scheduled to take his examination. Go, my daughter. Rest assured, Dad. Tian, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Outside the gates of the first high school, a throng of examinees and their parents gathered, while a line of armed police officers stood vigilant at the entrance. Xiaofeng, remember to stay relaxed during the exam. Even if you don't make it into the first military academy, the second will suffice. Just take it easy, his father, Luo Hongua, said with a cheerful smile as he looked at his son. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. With a resounding honk, a sleek, jet-black Mercedes-Benz S600, exuding an air of aristocracy, glided towards the gates of number 1 high school, escorted by a convoy of police motorcycles. The surrounding parents of candidates promptly stepped aside, their gazes fixated on the luxurious vehicle. The latest model of the S600 boasts an astonishing acceleration to 100 km/h in a mere 1.6 seconds, with a top speed reaching 500 km/h. However, such performance pales in comparison to the rich heritage of the Mercedes-Benz S600, a brand steeped in history since the Great Nirvana era. As the S600 came to a halt, 3 individuals emerged, engaged in light-hearted conversation as they approached the school entrance. The bald man on the left was none other than Director Zhang of the Yian District Police Department. To the right stood Director Liu from the Education Bureau. In the center, undoubtedly, was the martial artist responsible for overseeing the safety of the examination venue. Outside the examination hall, a throng of parents and candidates buzzed with chatter, their eyes predominantly drawn to the central figure, brimming with excitement, admiration, and curiosity. The ongoing struggle between humanity and monsters continued unabated, with ordinary citizens forbidden from venturing beyond the city limits. In stark contrast, martial artists were the valiant warriors capable of engaging these creatures in one-on-one combat. Society held deep gratitude towards these martial artists for their significant contributions, fostering a natural admiration among the general populace. These martial artists represented an exalted echelon within the human community. Indeed, they were the martial artists. Father Luo Hongua also observed the figure, knowing that the role of chief safety officer during the college entrance examination was always entrusted to a martial artist. Warrior. Luo Feng gazed ahead. The figure of the warrior evoked an unsettling sensation, akin to the chilling gaze of a venomous serpent. Throughout the journey, he remained taciturn, offering only the occasional indifferent nod to the police chief and Director Liu of the Education Bureau, showing little regard for their presence. In the not-so-distant future, I too shall attain the title of warrior, Luo Feng silently vowed. The gates of First High School creaked open, ushering in a cacophony of sounds. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Brother. His younger sibling, Luo Hua, seated in a wheelchair, raised his fist towards Luo Feng with a gentle grin, urging him to strive diligently. Let us do our best. Luo Feng echoed, raising his own fist in solidarity. He then turned to join the throng of candidates, passing through the entrance after meticulous checks. Inside the examination room, identification and examination permits were placed in the upper right corner of the desk for the invigilators to verify, while the test papers began to descend. The year 2056, Jiangnan City, The science examination paper bore a clear heading. The first session is the science examination. As Luo Feng scanned the test paper, his eyes flitted across the final complex questions, which seemed familiar. The questions appeared manageable. However, if they were not particularly challenging, it might be difficult for me to showcase my strengths in science. I must proceed cautiously and diligently, ensuring that I do not squander any points on questions I can answer correctly. With that resolve, Luo Feng promptly immersed himself in writing. The college entrance examination comprises 3 sessions: the science examination, the liberal arts examination, and finally, the mathematics examination. Each subject is graded out of 250 points, culminating in a total score of 750 points. The sciences encompass a comprehensive study of physics, chemistry, and biology, while the humanities comprise the disciplines of language, history, politics, and geography. The mathematics examination stands alone as a singular subject. In the aftermath of humanity's great upheaval, particularly during the relentless battles between humans and monsters, there has been a fervent pursuit of advancements in technology and martial arts. This has led to a heightened awareness of the significance of mathematics. Anyone aspiring to achieve remarkable success in fields such as computer science, biology, or physics must possess a robust foundation in mathematics. Consequently, the status of mathematics in cultural education is greatly esteemed. Luo Feng exhibits some weaknesses in the humanities, yet possesses considerable advantages in mathematics. The science examination is scheduled for June 7th, followed by the humanities examination on June 8th. In the blink of an eye, it is already June 9th. Within the examination hall, the mathematics papers have just been distributed. This is the sole mathematics examination. Luo Feng takes a deep breath. The science paper is manageable, and he believes he will perform well. He is confident that he will also perform adequately in the humanities. In essence, he anticipates that his results in both the science and humanities examinations will fall within the realm of his normal capabilities. As for the mathematics examination, as long as he does not deviate too far from his usual performance, he is certain to gain admission to Jiangnan's foremost military academy. With determination, he encourages himself and begins to focus on the problems at hand. The examination hall is enveloped in silence, yet many candidates furrow their brows, clearly struggling with the challenging questions. Each year, the mathematics portion of the college entrance examination tends to be quite demanding, for it serves to select future talents in scientific research. Indeed, the questions are particularly arduous this year, even more so than in previous years. However, the greater the challenge, the better. The questions posed are deceptively simple, yet even those with inferior mathematical skills might attain a score of 220, while I estimate my own score to be around 230, an advantage that is marginal at best. However, should the questions prove to be challenging, I might only achieve a score of 210, while those less adept could potentially score as low as 150. In such circumstances, my advantage would be significantly pronounced. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the air. The proctor's gaze snapped to a student who had forcefully snapped their pen in frustration. With furrowed brows and gritted teeth, the student fixated intensely on the test paper, clearly overwhelmed by the formidable mathematical problems. After discarding the broken pen, the student retrieved another and resumed answering the questions. Observing this, the proctor mused that this year's mathematics examination was exceptionally arduous. Indeed, every candidate in the examination hall appeared to be grappling with the questions, many on the verge of tears. Students with a shaky foundation in mathematics felt utterly defeated, realizing they could not solve this question, nor that one, and were hopeless against the third. Faced with such a daunting paper, despair loomed large among them. An hour later, within the examination hall, the mathematics test spanned a total of 2.5 hours. At this juncture, Luo Feng had completed the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections, leaving only the calculation questions. The combined score for the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections amounted to a mere 90 points, while the calculations section comprised 5 substantial problems worth 160 points in total. It is precisely through these larger calculation problems that a student's mathematical prowess can be more effectively gauged. Indeed, it was quite challenging. I found myself unable to fill in 2 blanks in the fill-in-the-blank section. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself for the calculation questions ahead, recognizing that this was where the opportunity for scoring lay. Compose an additional question, for there exists a disparity of 30 and 40 points. The calculation section comprises 5 substantial questions, with the first 4 each valued at 30 points and the final one at 40. Upon facing the first question, Luo Feng encountered a formidable challenge. On a scrap of paper, he engaged in relentless calculations and contemplation. Indeed, a slight transformation here, a reversal there, and he could convert it into the required equation. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with realization, and with fervent strokes, he began to unravel the conundrum. Once the difficulty was deciphered, penning down the solution became a fluid endeavor. With a single breath, he completed the first question and meticulously reviewed it once more. Success! Luo Feng glanced at the watch adorning his left wrist, his heart racing. Had he truly spent 20 minutes on the first question? He needed to accelerate his pace. Lowering his gaze, he scrutinized the second question. At first glance, it appeared simple, prompting him to immediately perform calculations on his scrap paper. Yet, something was amiss. Luo Feng recognized that his initial line of thought was utterly unproductive, and a frown creased his brow as he delved deeper into the problem. Yes, it should be approached this way. However, how to validate the next proof? His mind raced with urgency. Swiftly, he could not afford to squander excessive time on this question. How could he prove it? Anxiety welled up within Luo Feng. At that moment, the watch on his left wrist displayed an elevating pulse reading. 120. 125. 130. 140. 150. Just a step away, and he could solidify the proof for this question, securing those 30 points. How should he proceed? Luo Feng grew increasingly anxious. The examination required meticulous time management. However, the mathematical problems, particularly the calculation questions, held substantial weight in scoring. Every candidate aspiring for exceptional results in the college entrance examination knew that errors on the significant math questions must be minimized. At this moment, Luo Feng was wholly absorbed in the exam questions, utterly oblivious to the pulse reading on his watch. 160. 170. 180. He felt his heart racing, attributing it merely to the tension and anxiety that accompanied the examination. Suddenly, he experienced a sensation akin to a relentless pounding against his chest. His vision blurred, and he jolted back to awareness, questioning, what is happening? Why does my heartbeat feel so distressing? Lowering his gaze, he scrutinized the pulse reading on his watch. 230. This number rendered Luo Feng's complexion pale. Ever since he had fainted at the age of 12 and acquired this watch, he had never witnessed his heart rate exceed 180. The discomfort was overwhelming. It felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. As torrents of blood surged through his body, expanding and contracting under the influence of his heart, the vital engine. Waves of imperceptible energy flooded into the depths of his mind, unleashing a searing pain that echoed within him. Luo Feng could not suppress his cries. Student, what is wrong? The invigilator rushed over, astonished at Luo Feng's condition. At that moment, Luo Feng's face was flushed, resembling a visage on the verge of bleeding. The veins on his forehead and arms bulged ominously, pulsating violently, rendering him a ghastly figure. No. Slow down, please slow down. Luo Feng sensed impending doom, his heart roaring in anguish as his gaze fixated on the watch. 236. 242. 251. Thud, thud, thud. His heart felt akin to a colossal drum, resonating with a deep, thunderous sound while his blood surged rapidly. As his blurred vision registered the number 268, a sharp pain pierced through his mind, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. In that state of oblivion, he faintly perceived a voice calling out, this candidate, awaken, awaken. Quickly, summon an ambulance. Chapter 7. Final results. The bustling crowd of candidates exited the examination hall. The 2056 Gaokao in Jiangnan City had officially concluded. All that remained for the candidates was to await the results a week later. Zhang Haobai, a slightly balding man exuding an air of scholarly elegance, stood at the school gate, smiling as he called out to his son, who was emerging from the examination room. Dad, Zhang Haobai replied with a grin as he approached. How did it go? The middle-aged man inquired. Zhang Haobai shook his head, expressing his resignation. I can only say it went reasonably well, but the math problems were truly challenging. From the multiple-choice questions to the fill-in-the-blank and calculation problems, there were numerous difficult questions, especially the calculations. I could only complete 2 out of 5 calculation problems. For the remaining 3, I could only attempt parts of them. Hopefully, the step-by-step scoring will grant me some points. 5 major math problems test one's reasoning, and naturally, points are awarded based on the steps followed. Zhang Haobai's father, Zhang Zilong, remarked with a frown. It seems your score in math will be relatively low this time. That's all right, Dad. The difficulty is universal among all candidates. It's not just me. Zhang Haobai chuckled, remarking that the mathematics problems were rather challenging, and consequently, the cutoff score for undergraduate admission would likely be somewhat lower. I should have no trouble gaining entry into the military academy. Oh, by the way, Zhang Zilong interjected with a smile. While we were waiting at the school gate for you to finish your exam, we learned something rather surprising. A candidate from your esteemed institution, known as Luofeng, fainted during the examination with about an hour remaining. Fainted during the exam? Zhang Haobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Dad, are you referring to Luofeng? Indeed, Zhang Zilong affirmed. He was taken away by an ambulance, and many witnessed the incident. He gestured towards the nearby parents, who were discussing the matter with their children. Luofeng fainted? Zhang Haobai turned to observe his surroundings, attentively listening as he heard numerous parents and children conversing about a candidate who had collapsed in the examination hall. He distinctly caught references to Luofeng in their discussions. Ha! That poor wretch is finally experiencing a setback. He laughed heartily. You see, this fellow often troubled me during our school days. Zhang Haobai continued, agitated. He always took advantage of his superior abilities to overshadow me at every turn. It seems he finally has his moment of misfortune. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. His resentment towards Luofeng had reached its peak. In truth, Luofeng never paid Zhang Haobai any mind. It was Zhang who had persistently viewed Luofeng as a rival. With Luofeng excelling in both academic performance and physical prowess, it was no wonder Zhang felt a twinge of discomfort. Ha! Such a little fellow. He is clearly unaccustomed to the pressures of life. The burden of psychological stress can lead one to the brink of collapse. Forget about it. Come. Your uncle knows that you have finished the college entrance examination today and has personally arranged a banquet for you. Hurry along, Zhang Zilong said with a smile. Uncle? Zhang Hao's eyes brightened. The Zhang family has managed to attain considerable wealth in Yayan district largely due to his uncle, his uncle is a martial artist. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As Wei Wen emerged from the examination hall, he became agitated in front of his parents. How could a Feng possibly have fainted during the exam? Could he really be so nervous as to lose consciousness? That is inconceivable. Not to mention, a Feng's mental fortitude is something that even the instructors at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy have praised. Wei Wen and Luofeng are not merely brothers. They are as close as brothers can be. Is there any doubt? This is something we witnessed with our own eyes. Luofeng's father and his brother, who is confined to a wheelchair, rushed to the hospital in a state of panic. Wei Wen's father added, The hospital? It must be the nearest one. Dad, Mom, I will go see Luofeng first. I will join you for lunch later. With that, without a moment's hesitation, Wei Wen handed over his examination materials to his parents and dashed toward the hospital. Inside the Yayan District People's Hospital, Luofeng forced a smile while accompanying his father. His younger brother had just exited the hospital lobby, and both Luo Honghua and Luo Hua were somewhat concerned that Luofeng might be overwhelmed by the situation. A Feng. From a distance, a voice called out. Luofeng looked up to see his good friend Wei Wen rushing toward the hospital entrance. Upon witnessing Wei Wen, who rushed over with his clothes drenched in sweat, Luofeng felt a surge of emotion. He then inquired Wei Wen, how challenging are the last 3 calculation problems on the mathematics exam? He had not managed to attempt those final 3 questions, and if their difficulty was exceedingly high, leaving most examinees unable to solve them, there might still be a glimmer of hope for his score. Quite difficult, Wei Wen affirmed. This year's math exam was particularly tough. Out of the 5 calculation questions, only the 3rd one seemed slightly easier. The other 4 were quite formidable. A sense of relief washed over Luofeng. there remained a sliver of hope for him. On the evening of June 16th, after the conclusion of the college entrance examination, results could be accessed via phone or online, alongside the cutoff scores for undergraduate admissions. As the clock approached 7 on that very evening, the room shared by Luo Feng and his brother Luo Hua was occupied solely by Luo Feng, the door firmly shut. He sat before his laptop, incessantly refreshing the web page with his mouse. Although the results were officially released at 8 o'clock, they often became available a bit earlier. I'm afraid I won't be admitted to the Jiangnan First Military Academy, he mused. However, I managed to answer the multiple choice and fill in the blank questions, as well as the first 2 calculation problems. While I didn't completely solve the second question, I did outline several steps. Given the marking scheme, I should receive some points. Luo Feng contemplated, with a stroke of luck, I might secure over 120 points in mathematics. He held on to the hope that both his arts and sciences examinations had gone smoothly, believing that with favorable circumstances, he could meet the threshold for undergraduate admission. As long as one meets the undergraduate threshold, admission to the Second Military Academy is assured. Among the 2 military academies, the first is undoubtedly superior, yet it demands a significantly higher score. Luo Feng has already relinquished his hopes for that. However, for the Second Military Academy, based on his own estimation, he still harbors a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, Luo Feng's eyes brightened. The page for querying examination results had surprisingly refreshed. Oh heavens! Grant me this favor and allow me to surpass the undergraduate threshold. If I can just cross that line, admission to the Second Military Academy will be within reach. Anxiously, he inputted his name, identification number, and examination certificate number on the results page, then clicked Query. With a swift flicker, the notebook screen displayed a table. Candidate, Luo Feng. Gender, male. Identification number, 42612303806083211. Examination certificate number, 58786435678907666. Liberal arts, 216 science, 223 mathematics, 118 total score, 557 undergraduate score threshold, 561 chapter 8. 2 warriors A score of 557, and the undergraduate threshold is 561. Luo Feng took a deep breath. He was merely 4 points shy. It was this narrow margin that denied him the opportunity to attend the military academy. 12 years of education culminated in such a result. The inability to enter the military academy is not the end of the world. With a resolute gaze, Luo Feng concentrated, his right hand slicing forward like a blade, the air trembling violently as it parted, producing a chilling sound of wind. This recent bout of unconsciousness has significantly enhanced my strength. Perhaps my current physical condition has already reached that of a martial artist. I should be able to pass the martial artist qualification assessment. Even if I fall slightly short, the gap is not insurmountable. With diligent and earnest practice over the next month or 2, I should be able to succeed in the assessment. Luo Feng possesses remarkable adaptability. Although he did not meet the cutoff for undergraduate studies in the recent college entrance examination, which was a significant blow to him, the fainting incident has once again enhanced his physical prowess, instilling in him a newfound confidence. After all, the status of a military academy graduate pales in comparison to that of a martial artist. With a decisive click, Luo Feng opened the door and stepped into the living room. There, his parents, Luo Hongua and Gong Xinlan, along with his younger brother, Luo Hua, turned to regard him, their eyes filled with concern. Gong Xinlan rose and approached Luo Feng, saying, "Xiao Feng, you mustn't blame yourself for this college entrance exam. It's unfortunate that your headache had to flare up at such a critical time. It hasn't troubled you for several years. Brother, you're not feeling disheartened, are you?" His younger brother, Luo Hua, teased from his wheelchair. Previously, while Luo Feng was checking his results in the room, their parents and brother had accessed the college entrance examination scores through Luo Hua's laptop and discovered that Luo Feng had missed the cutoff by a mere 4 points. Though they felt a tinge of disappointment, their primary concern was for Luo Feng. With a smile, Luo Feng reassured them, "Of course, I am not disheartened. Mom and Dad, please don't blame my headaches. To be honest, I might even want to express my gratitude for them." Gratitude? 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 Luo Hongua, Gong Xinlan, and the wheelchair-bound Luo Hua were all momentarily stunned. The college entrance examination, a monumental event in one's lifetime, was now jeopardized by this debilitating headache. Yet, Luo Feng expressed gratitude towards it. "Mom, Dad, Ahua," he said with a faint smile, "I too experienced debilitating headaches that caused me to faint on 2 occasions during my childhood. Remarkably, upon regaining consciousness, I felt an increase in my strength, and I could run faster. This time, it feels the same. I can sense that my physical condition has vastly improved, and I am confident I can pass the pre-warrior assessment." "What?" Luo Hongua, Gong Xinlan, and Luo Hua exchanged bewildered glances. "Brother, is that for real?" Luo Hua couldn't contain his excitement. "Absolutely," Luo Feng replied with a subtle smile. "Once I pass the pre-warrior assessment, I can apply for the warrior combat examination. I am quite confident in my combat abilities. This year, I may very well become a warrior." The revelation left his father, Luo Hongua, his mother, Gong Xinlan, and his brother, Luo Hua, utterly astonished. A warrior? What does that signify? It represents the elite among humanity, a status steeped in privilege, vast wealth, and an elevated social standing. Furthermore, the benefits bestowed upon a family once a member becomes a warrior far surpass those of an elite military academy graduate. "Are we really going to have a warrior in our family?" Luo Hua exclaimed, unable to suppress his joy. "Haha, brother, I admire you." "Xiaofeng, that's wonderful," Luo Hongwa said, his excitement palpable as he patted Luo Feng on the shoulder. "Becoming a warrior is fantastic. Compared to warriors, what do military academy graduates amount to? In contemporary society, there exists a profound admiration and reverence for martial artists around the globe." Observing the joy radiating from his parents and younger brother, Luo Feng chuckled softly, remarking, "Mother, father, we must not celebrate too soon. The assessment has yet to be conducted." The prospect of an 18-year-old martial artist ignited an exuberant cheer from Luo Hua, who exclaimed, "If my brother truly becomes a martial artist at 18, that would be absolutely, astonishingly phenomenal." The following morning, at the break of dawn, Luo Feng departed from his home, making his way towards the extreme martial arts school. At this hour, the surroundings were notably tranquil. Upon entering the school, Luo Feng discovered that the once bustling grassy grounds were now sparsely populated, with only a handful of nearly 100 individuals visible. It is noteworthy that the school boasts a student body of 30 to 40,000. Classes are traditionally conducted in the evening, when the school is most crowded. As he traversed the pathways, Luo Feng headed directly towards the advanced student teaching building. Suddenly, he was met with the deep, resonant sound of a powerful engine. Curiously, he turned to see a strikingly elegant white sports car gracefully gliding into the school premises. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment. Was that an Aston Martin? Could it be the latest and priciest model, the THR-191, equipped with flight capabilities? His younger brother, a fervent enthusiast of sports cars, had previously praised the THR-191 while at home. Indeed, it was an Aston Martin, the 191 model, known for its remarkable flying feature. Within the school grounds, the previously scattered students were now drawn to the spectacle of this extraordinary vehicle, valued at a staggering 36 million Chinese yuan. At that moment, a sports car halted in front of the prestigious training building. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in loose martial arts attire, his fiery red hair clearly dyed. He casually scanned the surroundings, his gaze briefly lingering on the ordinary martial arts students before momentarily resting on Luo Feng, after which he said nothing and proceeded into the building. A warrior. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The warrior's gaze had instilled a sense of pressure within him, a reflection of a steely resolve forged through countless life and death encounters. Had I ever encountered this warrior at the martial arts academy before? What brings him here? Luo Feng ascended to the third-floor training hall of the advanced academy. The spacious training hall was utterly deserted. Not a soul in sight. It was just past 5 in the morning, and even at peak hours in the evening, the number of individuals present rarely exceeded 20. Let alone this early in the day. I must ascertain the extent of my current capabilities. Luo Feng approached, plugged in the power testing machine, flipped the switch, and activated the distance speed testing device. Standing before the power testing machine, he declared, "Let us begin." Beep, beep, beep. The power testing machine emitted a series of 3 beeps. Luo Feng's eyes widened. Typically, the machine would not produce such sounds, which indicated that his power had surpassed 1,000 kilograms. Luo Feng focused intently on the display screen of the power testing machine, which read 1089 kg. So much? In the depths of his heart, Luo Feng was overwhelmed with elation. The physical prowess required of a martial artist mandated that one's punching power reach a formidable 900 kilograms. Previously, his own strength stood at 809 kilograms, but now it had surged to an astonishing 1,089 kilograms, a remarkable increase of 280 kilograms, far exceeding the threshold. With a hearty laugh, Luo Feng unleashed a flurry of punches, his fists darting forth with the speed of lightning, his body swaying rhythmically. The sounds of bang echoed continuously, and in the blink of an eye, he had delivered over 20 punches. The screen of the punching power testing machine displayed a cascade of figures: 956 kg, 989 kilograms, 923 kilograms, 965 kilograms. Next, he decided to test his speed. Turning towards the track, he thought to himself that as long as he passed the speed test, coupled with his quick reflexes, he would surely meet the requirements for the preliminary martial artist assessment. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, swiftly traversing the track. On the 4th floor of the Advanced Student Teaching Building, a red-haired man and a bald middle-aged man were strolling side by side, engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Yan Luo, how long has it been since we last met?" The bald man inquired with a smile. "Almost 3 years, I believe. That once innocent young lad is now quite renowned. I've heard you've made nearly 100 million Earth coins this time." Goodness. Seeing you again makes me feel old," the red-haired man chuckled. "Jianggu, back in the day." Just then, a faint beeping sound emanated from downstairs, prompting both men to exchange surprised glances. The punch force testing machine downstairs is a rudimentary device. Upon reaching a force of 1,000 kilograms, it emits a distinctive sound. A bald, middle-aged man, astonished, remarked that at just past 5 in the morning, someone was practicing punches, and with such force, could it be that Yang Wu? Shall we take a look to find out? With a swift motion, clad in black and white, the 2 figures transformed into fleeting shadows, ascending the stairs in the blink of an eye, arriving at the martial arts hall on the 3rd floor. The bald man in black and the short-haired man in white stood side by side, gazing into the training area. At that moment, Luo Feng was positioned at the start of the track, and then he surged forward. The speed registered at 28.1 ms. Both the bald man in black and the red-haired man immediately noticed the figure flashing on the speedometer screen. This Luo Feng exceeds 1,000 kilograms in punch force and astonishingly reaches a speed of 28.1 meters per second, the bald man in black remarked, slightly taken aback. "Jianggu, this young fellow can't be too old. Yet he meets the physical standards of a martial artist," the red-haired man exclaimed in surprise. The bald man nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, he is Luo Feng, one of the more gifted students in our martial arts school. He has just turned 18 this year." 18? So young? The red-haired man's eyes lit up with excitement. At that moment, Luo Feng, noticing the 2 figures at the entrance, was taken aback. The red-haired man was the martial artist who had arrived in a sports car, while the bald man in black was Zhang Yan, the head of this extreme martial arts school, the most authoritative figure. According to the school's regulations, students referred to him as instructor. "Instructor." Luo Feng promptly bowed and called out, "Come here." Instructor Zhang Yan called out with a smile, "I didn't expect you, Luo Feng, to meet the physical qualifications of a warrior so swiftly. Allow me to introduce you to your senior, Yan Luo." "Yan Luo. I hope you don't mind me sharing his name with you." "Not at all," Yan Luo replied, looking at Luo Feng with a nod. "This young man has already achieved the physical standards of a warrior at such a tender age. Perhaps in the future our paths may cross." Zhang Yan turned to Luo Feng and remarked, "Luo Feng, you are 18 years old, which means you must be preparing for this year's college entrance examination. Yet, regardless of how you fare this year, what significance does attending school hold? Focus on preparing for the warrior practical assessment. Oh, and remember, on July 1st, Make your way to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yangzhou City for the Qualified Warrior Assessment. Given your current abilities, passing it should be a breeze. The nearby Yen Luo chuckled. Don't waste your time on university. Your talent is exceptional. Whatever you pursue, immerse yourself wholeheartedly. Devote all your energy to the martial arts now. Young man, once you become a warrior and join our Extreme Martial Arts Hall, your future will be bright. These two esteemed warriors held a lofty status, looking down upon the so-called wealthy individuals and officials of society. However, they held great expectations for Luo Feng, who was also on the cusp of entering the warrior realm at such a young age. Chapter 9. The privileges of a warrior. Yen Luo is right. Zhang Yan gazed at Luo Feng earnestly and said, Luo Feng, your rate of progress is remarkable. Within our Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yayan District, you are arguably the fastest learner we have at present. At the age of 16, I entered the Extreme Martial Arts School, and now at 18, my physical prowess has reached the realm of a warrior. If one were to pursue a university education, expending energy on academic pursuits and squandering 4 years of time, it would indeed be a grave misallocation of resources. It is essential to recognize that the period from 16 to 30 is when progress accelerates most rapidly. The older one becomes, the more arduous advancement becomes. Zhang Yan remarked earnestly. The 4 years of university represent a prime opportunity for martial artists to enhance their skills at an unparalleled pace. To squander this time on cultural education is, from a martial artist's perspective, a significant transgression. Luo Feng felt somewhat bewildered. Goodness, perhaps failing the college entrance examination isn't such a disastrous outcome after all. Luo Feng, once you formally become a warrior and join my Extreme Martial Arts School, what do you think? Zhang Yan smiled, stating that as soon as you become a warrior of our school, we will arrange for you a standalone villa in an exquisite location, which, of course, you are not permitted to sell. Furthermore, there would be a monthly base salary of 20,000 huaxia coins.
Ostondolo nevillo?
A base salary of 20,000? Luo Feng gasped in astonishment. While 20,000 may not seem extravagant, the notion of a standalone villa is indeed opulent. Presently, across the entirety of Huaxia, there exist merely 6 human bases, corresponding to 6 major cities. Land is exceedingly precious, and owning a standalone villa incurs substantial luxury taxes. Nowadays, ordinary commercial housing commands prices ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000 per square meter, leading the majority of the populace to reside in affordable housing. Given the exorbitant prices of standard commercial properties, the costs associated with villas, townhouses, and expansive luxury residences can reach several 100,000 huaxia coins per square meter. In today's era, owning a standalone villa has become a privilege restricted by the state. It is not merely a matter of wealth. Only those endowed with affluence, authority, or a special status can gain entry. Furthermore, one must also contend with the exorbitant luxury tax. The price of a standalone villa invariably exceeds 1 million per square meter. Even a modest villa with an area of about 300 square meters would cost at least 2 to 300 million. Luo Feng felt a sense of breathlessness. Although selling such a property is prohibited, living in a standalone villa would truly render one's existence on this earth worthwhile. What does 2 to 300 million signify? It implies that Zhang Haobai's father, a wealthy magnate, would likely find his entire fortune insufficient to procure such a villa. A license to kill? Luo Feng had indeed heard of it. Martial artists from special state departments possess the authority to eliminate threats on the spot. However, our Extreme Martial Arts School also enjoys certain privileges. If an ordinary individual provokes you, you may report them to the school. Upon verification, the school will liaise with the Jiangnan City Security Bureau to apprehend that individual directly. Zhang Yan smiled slightly, stating, "Join our martial arts school, and you will have wealth, status, and everything you desire. You can wholeheartedly pursue the limits of humanity and martial arts." Zhang Yan gestured towards his younger brother Yen Luo, saying, "This young man recently hunted a beast and earned nearly 100 million earth coins, which translates to over 300 million huaxia coins. With your talent and dedication, reaching Yen Luo's level in the future is certainly within your grasp." Luo Feng was utterly astonished. Good heavens! To earn such a sum from hunting a single beast? What caliber of creature had he slain? Luo Feng, strive diligently. Your talent is truly remarkable. Do not squander it. Jiang Nian smiled as he patted Luo Feng's shoulder. Young man, do not become complacent. I firmly believe that, in the future, you have the potential to become a warrior of the highest caliber. At that time, wealth, status, and beauty will all be yours. Yan Luo chuckled softly, adding, when that day comes, I would be more than willing to accompany you on hunts for monsters. With laughter, the two formidable warriors departed. Luo Feng stood alone in the training hall, his mind in a tumult. Whether it was his instructor, Jiang Nian, or the enigmatic red-haired youth, Yan Luo, he sensed an audacity, a fervor in their banter. Audacity? Fervor? A smile gradually appeared on Luo Feng's face. Indeed, a man should boldly venture forth in life, carving out a path of his own. The world's mightiest warrior once proclaimed that a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a worthy soldier. Likewise, one who does not yearn to be the world's foremost warrior lacks the heart of a true warrior. What meaning does a life lived in restraint hold? One must strive to achieve something monumental. At the age of 18, when one's values are beginning to solidify, Luo Feng's perspective shifted entirely after meeting his instructor, Jiang Nian, and the mysterious warrior Yan Luo. Let us venture forth. The world's strongest Hong and the second strongest Thunder God have established the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School, respectively. Even the 5 great nations treat them as equals. If they can achieve such greatness, why cannot a third person do the same? With a smile, Luo Feng stepped out of the training hall. A man with a dream must pursue it with fervor. Youth is a treasure. Being young signifies an immeasurable future. Everything requires one's own effort and striving. On the morning of June 28th, the sky was clear and bright. Luo Feng and Wei Wen were on their way to the 3rd High School of Yian District, a day designated for receiving their graduation certificates and college application forms. Feng, are you truly confident about passing the qualified warrior assessment? Wei Wen exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Indeed, on July 1st, I will head to the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yangzhou to undertake the assessment, replied Luo Feng with a smile. The school was now in sight. As Luo Feng gazed at the campus ahead, observing the scattered students within, he felt a shift in his mindset. In the past, I considered myself one of them, but now I sense that we inhabit entirely different realms. They will attend university, work diligently, marry and raise families, while my path diverges from theirs. Luo Feng and Wei Wen entered the school, each heading to their respective classes. As they walked through the corridor of the teaching building, some other senior students warmly greeted Luo Feng. Hey, Senior Luo Feng, I heard you fainted during the college entrance examination. What a pity, murmured a few students who observed him from a distance. Luo Feng, whose physical condition had reached that of a warrior, possessed exceptional hearing, and he clearly caught snippets of their discussions. Class 5 of senior year, this was Luo Feng's class. Luo Feng is here.
Lu Ye.
Numerous classmates had already arrived and greeted him enthusiastically. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. He shared a cordial rapport with most of his old classmates, yet some harbored a sense of discontent towards him. While they maintained a facade of warmth, a few whispered amongst themselves in the corners. Luo Feng used to excel academically and was a senior student at the Martial Arts Academy. Who would have thought he would falter so drastically, fainting during the examination? Truly unfortunate. Such is fate. Who can be blamed? In the past, Luo Feng was the pride of the class, brilliant in academics and formidable in martial prowess. Now, witnessing this once great talent stumble, it was only natural for the ordinary students to feel a sense of schadenfreude. Although they shared amicable ties with him, there exists in human nature a certain pleasure in witnessing the downfall of those who once stood above. The graduation certificates are being distributed. The volunteer application forms too. Everyone come and collect them. 3 class leaders approached the podium, holding graduation certificates and application forms. Wang Yin, Lu Xiaolong. The class leaders called out names, handing out the certificates and applications. Luo Feng. At the mention of his name, the classroom fell into a hushed silence, with nearly every gaze fixated upon him. The incident of his fainting during the college entrance examination was well known. Furthermore, his examination results, accessible through his ID and test number, had been checked by many students, revealing that he had missed the undergraduate cutoff by a mere 4 points. Luo Feng. Class monitor Chu Lin extended the graduation certificate and application form towards him. Feng. Feng. Let's go. Wei Wenjing stood at the classroom door. Wait for me. With a swift motion, Luo Feng crumpled the volunteer application into a ball and tossed it carelessly into the trash bin. The previously noisy classroom fell into an astonished silence. The students were momentarily taken aback. After all, this was the application for college entrance examination enrollment. Who dared to discard it? Suddenly, a girl with a speckled complexion exclaimed in disbelief, Luo Feng, why did you throw away the application? Are you not going to apply? How could Luo Feng possibly consider attending a vocational school? It was likely he would repeat the year and take the exam again next year. Whispers of speculation erupted around the classroom. Standing by the doorway, Wei Wen widened his eyes in astonishment. A vocational school? Repeating? You all think that's plausible? Feng is about to undertake the pre-warrior assessment. Why would he bother with some trivial vocational school or repeating? Enough chatter, let us go, he urged, as Luo Feng pulled him along, and they exited together. The students buzzed with excitement. What? The pre-warrior assessment? Luo Feng, is he really participating? Could it be true? Can't be that impressive. They speculated that Wei Wen was merely boasting. After all, Luo Feng had only become a senior student last year. How could he possibly be ready for the pre-warrior assessment this year? Deep down, these students were reluctant to accept that Luo Feng met the physical requirements of a warrior. A warrior. That was an extraordinary existence. Chapter 10. Pre-warrior assessment. Mother Gong Xinlan cast a knowing glance at Luo Honghua. Honghua, did you hear that? You must keep your phone with you. Don't let your son have trouble finding you later. I will definitely have my phone, Luo Honghua replied with a chuckle. Well then, I'm heading out. Luo Feng winked at his younger brother, Luo Hua, who responded with a thumbs up and a playful grin. Early in the morning, Luo Feng departed from the Nan'an community, traversing the Line 11 subway to Zhong'an Road Station. He then transferred to Line 1 and arrived at the central area of Yangzhou City. After exiting the subway station, he walked for 10 minutes, finally reaching the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, known as the Extreme Pavilion. He left home just after 6 o'clock, but by the time he arrived at his destination, it was nearly 8. Is this the fabled Mingyue community? Standing at the entrance of a serene neighborhood named Mingyue Community, Luo Feng noted that the Extreme Pavilion was located within this enclave. Sir, this is Mingyue Community. Please do not approach, a voice called out. At the entrance stood a row of 6 soldiers clad in military uniforms, armed with real weapons. Their attire made it evident that they were not part of the police force, but rather the military. One soldier barked at Luo Feng, Sir, please step back. If you cross into the yellow line area, we are authorized to eliminate you on the spot. Just as the rumors had suggested, Luo Feng mused silently. Mingyue Community serves as the stronghold of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yangzhou City. Here, not only is the Extreme Pavilion situated, but it also houses the families of the Academy's martial artists. It is said that all residents within this community are martial artists and their relatives, and even the police lack the authority to intrude. Esteemed officers, Luo Feng addressed those at the entrance. I am Luo Feng, a senior student of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. I have come to participate in the preliminary martial artist assessment. The Extreme Pavilion conducts these assessments for aspiring martial artists on the first day of each month. Oh? An elderly man with graying hair emerged from the guard's rest area adjacent to the community, cradling a handheld computer in his hands. Young man, you have arrived quite early. It is not yet 8 o'clock. To undertake the preliminary warrior assessment at such a young age is commendable indeed. Now, may I please inspect your identification and advanced trainee certificate? Luo Feng presented his identification and trainee certificate. Beep. The documents were scanned across the handheld device, and a series of messages appeared on the screen. 18 years old? The elderly man looked at Luo Feng with surprise and a warm smile. At just 18, you dare to attempt the preliminary warrior assessment. Impressive. I sincerely hope you succeed today. Thank you, sir, Luo Feng replied. Let him in. The elderly man waved his hand. Instantly, the electric gate of the community opened automatically, and a soldier armed with a submachine gun stepped forward, accompanying Luo Feng. Sir, I will escort you to the Extreme Pavilion. Please refrain from wandering about once inside the community. You are permitted only to enter the Extreme Pavilion and may not access the residence area for warriors' families. Should you violate this regulation, even if I do not intervene, my colleagues patrolling the premises will take action, the soldier said, offering Luo Feng a grin. Certainly, Luo Feng smiled and nodded, inwardly astonished. The state and the Extreme Martial Arts School indeed share a cooperative relationship. At the very least, the core area of the Extreme Martial Arts School is under heightened protection. As he glanced around, he noted that the community consisted entirely of standalone villas, with the towering Extreme Pavilion standing prominently at its center. In other areas, there stand distinct and charming individual villas, interspersed with artificial hills, tranquil ponds, and lush greenery. Sir, are you here for the preliminary martial artist assessment? A sweet-faced young lady in the lobby smiled, gesturing, please take a seat over there. We will commence the evaluation at 10 o'clock, along with the other participants. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Feng made his way to a small bar situated at the side of the lobby, where a server and a bartender were present. To his surprise, he noticed 3 individuals already seated within the cozy establishment. 2 were engaged in conversation while the third sat in silence on another sofa. Look at those villas over there. That's the benefit of joining the Extreme Martial Arts School, exclaimed a young man clad in white attire. Once you become a martial artist and join the school, you'll be assigned a villa free of charge. Imagine living here. Isn't the environment splendid? The martial artist community undoubtedly differs from ordinary neighborhoods. Ah, a newcomer has arrived, one of the trio remarked, noticing Luo Feng as he slightly nodded in their direction before settling onto a nearby sofa. With no prior acquaintance, conversation was absent among them. As time passed, 3 more individuals entered. Luo Feng did not recognize them either, though they appeared older, likely over 30, with some possibly nearing 40. Ha, Luo Feng, a resounding voice called out. Ro Feng was taken aback and turned to see a slender man with a grotesque scar on his face approaching. Have you come to participate in the preliminary martial artist assessment as well, Yang Gu? Ro Feng inquired while rising to greet him. It is rather embarrassing to admit, but I attempted the test last month. Unfortunately, I could only achieve a speed of 24.9 meters in 1 second. I was so close, yet I failed.
Yang Wu lamented.
In reality, Yang Wu had already passed the tests concerning punching power and neural reaction speed. His weakness lay in speed. However, since the beginning of this year, Yang Wu had gradually improved in speed, and the difference between 24.9 meters and 25 meters was negligible. With a bit of good fortune, he could very well achieve 25 meters this time. I believe you will definitely pass this time, Yang Gu, Ro Feng said with a smile. This young fellow had attempted the test several times without success. I suspect this time will be no different. A loud voice chimed in from the side. Ro Feng turned to see a burly man with a bushy beard speaking. Yang Wu immediately shot him a glare. Tong, you dare speak of me? Have you not also failed the assessment twice? Given your neural reaction speed, you may need to train for another 2 or 3 years. Silence. A stern voice echoed from the center of the hall. Instantly, all 8 individuals present turned to see a middle-aged man clad in loose training attire. Come all of you, follow me upstairs. We are about to commence the preliminary martial artist assessment. Remember to behave properly once upstairs. An old friend of the chief instructor from Yangzhou City is visiting today, so do not cause any trouble. Understood, came the respectful chorus from everyone, including the previously boisterous bearded man, Yang Wu and Ro Feng. The old friend of the chief instructor? Luo Feng could not help but speculate. It is worth noting that within Yangzhou City, there exists an extreme club and 12 extreme martial arts schools. The heads of the martial arts schools in various districts are referred to as instructors, while the head of the central extreme club is known as the chief instructor. Upon entering the elevator, the middle-aged man in loose athletic attire pressed the button for the 6th floor. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 6th floor. As the doors opened with a whoosh, an expansive training hall came into view, filled with a dozen individuals. Among them the instructor known to Luo Feng, Jiang Nian. Enough chatter. Let us get started, spoke a middle-aged man with long, flowing hair. The group of a dozen turned their attention to Luo Feng and the other 8. Under the gaze of these individuals, Luo Feng and his companions felt a tightening in their chests, for they understood that apart from the staff, the only others present were martial artists. This indicated that all these individuals were indeed martial artists. After all, this was the stronghold of the extreme martial arts school in the entirety of Yangzhou City. Prepare for the assessment, the long-haired middle-aged man instructed. Luo Feng recognized him from online sources. He was none other than the head of the Extreme Club, the chief instructor Wu Tong in Yangzhou City. Step forward one by one and present your identification cards. The martial artist who had previously guided Luo Feng and his companions took their identification cards and handed them directly to chief instructor Wu Tong, smiling as he remarked, "Today we have quite a gathering. 8 of you. Wu Tong casually selected one of the identification cards and swiped it on a nearby device. Beep. A crystalline, seemingly transparent screen emerged from the instrument, revealing a plethora of personal information. The first name displayed was Tong Guan. The chief instructor, with an air of indifference, stated, "Proceed with the punch strength test. It is intriguing that individuals from military backgrounds seek assessment at my Extreme Martial Arts Academy." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy, founded by the world's foremost combatants, has branches scattered across the globe. Its evaluations are esteemed and recognized universally, possessing significant credibility. Even military personnel and those from familial martial traditions often choose to undergo assessments at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. "Commence the punch strength test," the chief instructor commanded. "Understood." A burly man with a thick beard stepped forward, his eyes widening. He shielded his face with his left hand while his right fist arced through the air, striking the colossal punching target. The target merely quivered slightly. Instantly, the testing machine screen displayed the figure 986 kg. Next, Luo Feng, the chief instructor, casually slid the second identification card across the device, glanced at the detailed records, and was taken aback. "Oh, 18 years old? Lao Jiang, is this from your Yian district? When did such a talented young man emerge?" A hearty laugh followed from the nearby instructor, Jiang Yan, who felt a sense of pride. "Yet to prove his strength, it remains to be seen," remarked one rather portly elder among the group of martial artists with a teasing grin. "Perhaps he is merely here to broaden his horizons, lacking any real prowess." Jiang Yan shot a sidelong glance, retorting, "What? Feeling envious? In the vicinity of Beiyu, it appears that there are no such prodigies. Luo Feng, showcase the prowess of my students from Yian district." "Yes, instructor," Luo Feng responded with conviction as he stepped forward towards the punching power testing machine. Chapter 11. Neural reaction speed. Old Jiang seems to exude a great deal of confidence. The chief instructor, Wu Tong, smiled, though his gaze remained fixed on Luo Feng. Nearly everyone present was watching Luo Feng, eagerly anticipating the results of his assessment. As he unleashed his punch, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Luo Feng's eyes. The sensation of striking was exhilarating, and he felt the power radiating from his fist. Upon glancing at the display screen, he saw a reading of 1,101 kilograms. Good. Quite impressive. Many martial artists present immediately began to commend him. Chief Instructor Wu Tong stroked his chin and nodded, saying, "This young man shows promise. He understands the importance of maintaining his center of gravity while striking. If he were to disregard everything in pursuit of delivering the heaviest punch, he would lose his balance. While such a punch might possess greater force, losing one's center of gravity in a struggle against a beast is tantamount to self-destruction." "Excellent, excellent. Haha, this young fellow."
Luo Feng possède formidable combat capability.
Instructor Jiang Yan chuckled heartily, recalling how he had once decisively defeated 3 advanced students whose strength and speed were not inferior to his own. Listening to the praises from the chief instructor and his own instructor filled Luo Feng's heart with elation. In his youth, he had experienced 2 instances of unconsciousness, resulting in a significant increase in his physical strength and speed. From that moment on, he resolved to become a formidable martial artist, recognizing that high standards of combat proficiency were essential for such an aspiration. In his youth, although he did not join the Extreme Martial Arts School, he diligently sought out fundamental techniques of swordsmanship and footwork online, practicing alone at home and gradually accumulating experience. This is also the reason for his formidable practical combat skills. He is indeed a promising talent. With a casual flick of his wrist, Chief Instructor Wu Tong swiped a form of identification across the device, calling out the next name, Bai Yang. "Not bad. A madman, Yang Wu murmured with a surprised chuckle. Luo Feng grinned broadly. The 8 participants swiftly completed the punching ability test. Among them, only one was unfortunate, landing a mere 892 kilograms with his punch, just short of the passing mark, resulting in his elimination. As they moved on to the speed test, only 7 remained. Stop! Chief Instructor Wu Tong approached the speed testing apparatus and activated it. One by one, they would go in reverse order from earlier. First up was Yang Wu. Previously, Yang Wu had been the last to test his punching power, but this time he was the first for speed. Taking a deep breath, Yang Wu prepared himself. He had undergone the martial artist assessment nearly 10 times, each time stumbling during the speed test. Come on, Yang, Luo Feng encouraged, gently patting Yang Wu on the shoulder. Just watch. Yang Wu steadied his breath and stepped onto the track. Instructor Jiang Yan furrowed his brow at the scene. Although Yang Wu hailed from Ian District, he had failed the speed test numerous times before. With a thunderous sound, Yang Wu propelled himself off the ground, his powerful arm swings and vigorous foot thrusts quickly accelerating him to his limit. His face contorted in intensity, veins bulging on his forehead as he grit his teeth and ran with reckless abandon. As he dashed through the speed testing zone, a suppressed low roar escaped his lips. I must succeed. Yang Wu's heart thundered with fervor as he halted. Nervously, he turned his gaze, only to find Luo Feng giving him a thumbs up. At that moment, Yang Wu felt as though he had ascended to paradise. Ha ha! Yang Wu, what splendid fortune! He has crossed the finish line. Instructor Jiang Yan let out a hearty laugh. Yang Wu rushed over, his eyes fixed on the display. 25. 1 ms. Phew, that was close. A smile broke across Yang Wu's face. Had his condition been slightly worse, he might not have reached the 25 meters per second mark, resulting in yet another failure. Yes, I did it. Chief Instructor Wu Tong also wore a smile, signaling for the next participant. One by one, individuals underwent testing. In the previous strength test, Luo Feng was the second to participate, while this time he was among the last for the speed test. Soon it was Luo Feng's turn. Luo Feng, Chief Instructor Wu Tong called out. Go for it, madman. We need to pass this together for the martial artist practical assessment, Yang Wu encouraged. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, then approached the track. He took a moment to adjust his breathing, lightly bouncing on the spot. Unlike Yang Wu's sheer brute force, Luo Feng exuded an air of relaxation. Whoosh! With a surge of energy, Luo Feng shot forth like a leopard, incredibly swift, slicing through the speed testing area with the force of a gust of wind. It was evident to the naked eye that Luo Feng's speed surpassed that of the previous participants. Feeling good, Luo Feng turned his head and saw Yang Wu also giving him a thumbs up. Even the chief instructor Wu Tong, along with instructor Jiang Yan, could hardly contain their admiration, nodding in approval. Luo Feng approached to examine the screen displaying an impressive speed of 28.6 ms, significantly surpassing the qualifying threshold. Chief Instructor Wu Tong smiled and nodded, announcing the final participant, Tong Guan. Following a series of tests for punching power and speed, one individual was eliminated from the punching test, while 2 were disqualified from the speed assessment, leaving only 5 contenders. The third challenge was the neural reaction speed assessment. Follow me, instructed Chief Instructor Wu Tong as he led the group of martial artists and the remaining 5 candidates to the neural reaction testing room adjacent to the training hall. This spacious room measured approximately 100 square meters, considerably smaller than the expansive training hall spanning thousands of square meters. In the center stood an imposing, valuable apparatus, resembling a 6-barreled Gatling gun with numerous firing ports, far more than the mere 6 of its namesake, boasting dozens in total. First up, Tong Guan, announced Chief Instructor Wu Tong. The burly man with a thick beard promptly positioned himself in front of the testing apparatus, within a circle 3.6 meters in diameter. With a click, the switch was activated. Instantly, the edges of the 3.6-meter circle emitted a hazy red light, enveloping the participant as if encased in a gossamer red veil. Remember, under no circumstances may you step outside the circle. Doing so will result in disqualification. Any contact with the red light will incur point deductions. After the chief instructor Wu Tong finished speaking, he approached the neural response testing machine, pressing several buttons to adjust the intensity of the test. This intensity was categorized into multiple levels. The initial level was for intermediate trainees, while the highest level was reserved for the elite among martial artists.
Commence.
With the press of a red button by the chief instructor, the massive barrel of the neuroresponse testing machine began to rotate. Dozens of gun muzzles erupted in a flash of red light, their trajectories erratic and chaotic, some fast, some slow, as they swiftly shot into the designated red circle. The burly man with a bushy beard fixed his gaze ahead, his body moving nimbly in all directions, dodging the oncoming red projectiles. PFF, PFF. He was struck twice in quick succession. However, these bullets were merely rubber-tipped, possessing little force and speed, causing no significant pain upon impact. As time ticked away, the bearded man desperately evaded the projectiles, and soon the 1-minute mark was reached. With a decisive press of the button, Chief Instructor Wu Tong brought the machine's barrel to a rapid halt, while the central screen illuminated with a plethora of data. Within 60 seconds, he had been hit 57 times and grazed by the red light 3 times. Not qualified, eliminated, declared Chief Instructor Wu Tong, tossing the identification card to the burly man, who, with gritted teeth, shook his head and exited the red circle. Next, Luo Feng, announced Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Luo Feng exchanged a fist bump with Yang Wu before stepping into the red circle without hesitation. Standing within the red circle, with the barrel of the testing machine pointed directly at him, Luo Feng took a deep breath. Prior to entering the martial arts academy, he had often practiced his agility at home, making evasion his strongest suit. Before the college entrance examination, he would typically be hit between 50 to 55 times within 60 seconds. Now, with enhanced physical fitness and quicker reflexes, passing the test posed no challenge. He reminded himself not to step outside the circle, for doing so would result in immediate failure. Even the slightest contact with the red light would incur penalties. After the chief instructor, Wu Tong, pressed the red button, the testing machine's barrel rapidly accelerated, soon spinning at an astonishing speed. In an instant, dozens of gun muzzles erupted with brilliant red light, shooting forth rubber bullets at a remarkable velocity. Luo Feng's eyes narrowed as he focused intently, swiftly calculating the trajectories in his mind. He moved like a nimble cat, deftly dodging the incoming barrage of rubber bullets. Naturally, some were too fast to evade entirely, resulting in the occasional hit. As he skillfully maneuvered, the onlooking martial artists began to converse among themselves. This young man is impressive. His reaction speed appears to be exceptional. Indeed, he is remarkably swift, with an outstanding level of agility and a solid foundation. Observe how his feet mimic the pads of a cat, maintaining perfect balance with each shift in position, allowing for instantaneous changes in direction. Such agility. Unless he is a prodigy, one cannot achieve such a robust foundation without a decade of diligent practice. The gathered martial artists marveled in awe. The physical prowess of a warrior can indeed be cultivated and enhanced. However, skills such as agility and swordsmanship are honed through experience. It is not solely the strength of the body that determines one's agility. Upon pressing the button, the neural reaction testing machine gradually decelerated and came to a halt, revealing an array of numbers on the screen. Within 60 seconds, he had been struck 28 times, yet had not touched the red light. Exceptional. Chief Instructor Wu Tong displayed a smile and remarked, "Well done, Luo Feng. Congratulations. Once the official documents are issued and your information is recorded in the Citizen Identity Database, you will be recognized as a prospective warrior. Upon passing the assessment, official certification is typically granted within 7 days and will be documented in the Citizen Identity System." Luo Feng clenched his right fist tightly. At last he had succeeded. He had finally become a prospective warrior. Luo Feng, on August 1st, the practical assessment for warriors will take place. Assemble at the Extreme Pavilion in the morning, and under the guidance of the instructors, you will join other prospective warriors in hunting monsters outside the human base city. Upon passing the practical assessment, you will become a true warrior, smiled Instructor Zhang Nian. Chapter 12. 5 Hearts Towards the Heavens. Indeed, Luo Feng nodded enthusiastically. Chief Instructor Wu Tong, standing beside the neural reaction testing machine, said with a chuckle, "All right, next."
Bai Yang.
Luo Feng approached Yang Wu, who wore an expression of delight and whispered, "Madman, congratulations. You are now a prospective warrior. Once you pass the practical assessment, you will be a true warrior." Luo Feng responded quietly, Brother Yang, I have no doubt you will clear the neural reaction test. We'll tackle the practical assessment together. Yang Wu felt a surge of anticipation within him. Subsequently, Luo Feng and Yang Wu turned their attention to the individuals undergoing assessment. Soon, the results were in: one succeeded, while the other failed. The final contender, Yang Wu, called the chief instructor Wu Tong. Yang Wu took a deep breath. He had awaited this day for far too long, consistently thwarted at the speed test. At last, he was deemed worthy to undertake the neural response test at the Extreme Club. Go for it, Luo Feng encouraged. Have no worries, Yang Wu replied as he strode confidently into the confines of the red circle. With a press of the start button by Chief Instructor Wu Tong, the apparatus whirred to life, its barrel spinning rapidly. In an instant, dozens of rubber bullets were propelled forth, enveloping the red circle. Yang Wu moved with remarkable agility, deftly sidestepping in a compact manner. Luo Feng observed Yang Wu's dodging technique, somewhat astonished. Yang Wu's movements appeared slightly rigid, lacking the fluidity and swiftness that he himself possessed. Yet, there was an undeniable efficiency in Yang Wu's approach. His evasions were minimal, utilizing only the immediate vicinity of his body, rather than the full 3.6-meter diameter of the circle. Though his movements were constrained, they were strikingly effective. Such a technique would indeed prove invaluable in combat, necessitating precise control. A mere miscalculation could lead to a monster's claws, tearing into the warrior's flesh. Luo Feng mused inwardly. In his eyes, while the efficiency of this technique was commendable, its inherent dangers were significant, akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. A minute swiftly elapsed, and the barrel of the neural response testing machine ceased its rotation. In those 60 seconds, he was struck 52 times. Yet he had not touched the red light. He had passed. The chief instructor, Wu Tong, spoke. Within the red circle, Yang Wu's excitement surged as he clenched his fists, his arms taut with visible veins, and tears glimmered in his eyes. He had waited an eternity for this day. At last, he had realized his dream, with only one final step remaining before he could claim the legendary title of a martial artist. Yang Wu, chief instructor Wu Tong admonished with furrowed brows, the evasive maneuvers you employed belong to the subtle level of dodging techniques. In the life-and-death battles against monsters, slight adjustments of your body allow you to evade their attacks, leaving them to merely graze your form without inflicting harm. Due to the minimal movement, you can execute a greater number of evasions within the same time frame, yielding high efficiency. However, this technique is exceedingly difficult. Even a minute error could transform what you calculated as a 2-centimeter gap from the monster's claw into a lethal strike that could tear through you. In combat with monsters, a single mistake can prove fatal. Therefore, I advise you to strive for greater distances when evading. Allow yourself room for maneuverability, Chief Instructor Wu Tong solemnly stated. Given your current prowess, it is best to focus on refining your foundational techniques. The results will be more beneficial. Yang Wu was taken aback, then solemnly nodded. Yes, Chief Instructor. Remember this counsel, Yang Wu. On the path of martial arts, one must avoid the pitfalls of greed and rashness. The subtlety of the body technique is undeniably powerful. However, if one lacks the strength to wield such a technique and forcefully attempts to do so, it will only lead to ridicule, akin to a clumsy imitation. The instructor, Zhang Nian, earnestly cautioned. The chief instructor, Wu Tong, chuckled and said, Well, in this recent martial artist assessment, only 3 individuals have succeeded: Luo Feng, Bai Yang, and Yang Wu. Joy was restrained yet evident in the eyes of Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang. Had it not been for the presence of numerous seasoned martial artists surrounding them, they might have succumbed to exuberant cheers. Now, everyone, there are further matters to attend to, including the signing of the practical assessment agreement, which I would appreciate your assistance with. Speaking thus, Chief Instructor Wu Tong directed his gaze towards a silver-haired man clad in a black robe who had been lingering at the periphery. My apologies for making you wait so long, Captain. Let us proceed outside. Captain, Luo Feng and the other 2 were taken aback. The chief instructor held the highest authority within the extreme martial arts school of Yangzhou, a position of great esteem. If he referred to the silver-haired man as captain, what might be the latter's status? The sheer presence of this individual was intimidating. A mere glance left them in a stupor. Luo Feng was astonished. The power was overwhelming. In a confrontation, even before any engagement, a single glance could render one's consciousness hazy, and by the time one regained clarity, it might be too late, with a blade already piercing the heart. The silver-haired man smiled faintly, casting a surprised glance at Luo Feng. "Young one, you possess admirable talent. Do strive diligently," he remarked to Luo Feng with a smile. "Ah, and your willpower is commendable as well," Wu Tong acknowledged with a nod of approval. Subsequently, both the chief instructor and the silver-haired man departed from the scene. "What has happened to me?" The silver-haired man in a black robe had been silently observing our testing from the sidelines. However, from the beginning until now, I had been completely oblivious to his presence. Luo Feng felt a surge of astonishment within, remaining silent as if the man did not exist in this space. It was utterly astonishing. Wait! I could only recall those captivating eyes that drew one in, but I could not remember what the man looked like at all. "Come here, you three," the instructor Zhang Yan said, smiling as he watched the trio approach the martial arts hall. They transitioned from the neurological response testing room into the spacious training area. "This is the application contract for the martial artist's practical assessment." A corpulent elder retrieved 3 contracts from a corner of the hall. The martial artist's practical assessment carries the stipulation that if you are killed by a beast during the process, it is entirely unrelated to my extreme martial arts academy. Naturally, the mortality rate for the practical assessment was quite low.
Luo Feng, Yang Wu.
And Bai Yang each took the contract, perusing its contents. While the mortality rate was indeed low, the rate of injuries and disabilities was not. A burly bald man spoke in a grave tone. "The martial artist's practical assessment involves life and death combat with beasts. Of course, this is merely the most fundamental level of combat. When you eventually venture into dangerous areas to hunt beasts alone, the hazards will be far more terrifying than this practical assessment. If you cannot even pass this stage, you are unqualified to be a martial artist."
Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang exchanged glances.
The contract was straightforward, mainly stating that the Extreme Martial Arts Academy bore no responsibility for any deaths or disabilities incurred during the practical assessment. Without hesitation, the 3 of them took a pen from the side and inscribed their names. This is Tidal Gene Origin Energy Cultivation Method. Rofeng could not help but hold his breath. The formidable strength of martial artists lies in their physical prowess, with some elite warriors achieving speeds that surpass the sound barrier. A single stroke could cleave through steel plates several meters thick. However, Rofeng and his companions' current abilities pale in comparison to those legendary figures. What accounts for the might of these warriors? It is fundamentally rooted in genetic primal energy. During the Great Nirvana period, humanity was infected with the RR virus, which triggered the development of antibodies, resulting in a natural optimization and alteration of their genetic makeup. Instructor Zhang Yan smiled and explained that once genetic optimization reaches a certain threshold, individuals can absorb the subtle energies present in the cosmos, integrating them into every cell of their being. Throughout this process, continuous evolution and enhancement occur within bones, cells, blood, organs, skin, and more. Your bones can become 10-fold or even 100-fold harder than diamond. Your organs can enable you to hold your breath underwater for half an hour or even longer. All of this relies on your ability to absorb energy from the universe, infusing it into each cell until it becomes your own energy. This is genetic primal energy. Genetic primal energy is the cornerstone of human genetic optimization and evolution. Rofeng realized the truth upon closer inspection. Ordinary individuals cannot cultivate this energy, as their degree of genetic optimization remains insufficient. Generally, one must achieve a punching force of 900 kilograms, a speed of 25 meters per second, and a neural reaction time that meets the threshold of a qualified martial artist. Upon reaching this level, the degree of genetic optimization approaches the acceptable line. 90% of aspiring martial artists can begin their journey in cultivating genetic primal energy within the next month. Instructor Zhang Yan smiled and remarked that the most precious technique, guidance method, could only be obtained once you become a martial artist and join my Extreme Martial Arts Academy or the military. There exists only one method for cultivating genetic primordial energy worldwide. However, there are countless variations of the guidance method across the globe. Engaging in different guidance methods can lead to vastly differing rates of genetic primordial energy cultivation, with discrepancies reaching several dozen times. Thus, The guidance method is deemed the most invaluable asset among various factions. Chapter 13. Joy Instructor. Bai Yang could not help but inquire. The guidance method is said to be extraordinary. Just how extraordinary is it? How does it enhance the speed of cultivating genetic primordial energy? At that moment, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair in the training hall spoke up. Bai Yang, let me explain it this way. If you do not practice the guidance method and rely solely on the 5 hearts toward heaven cultivation method, you may only be able to refine for 5 minutes a day, at which point your cells would become saturated and unable to absorb any further energy. However, if you practice the guidance method, your cellular capacity significantly increases, allowing you to cultivate for 8 minutes, 10 minutes, or even an hour. The middle-aged man then turned to Luo Feng and the others. Do you now understand? Upon hearing this, Luo Feng finally grasped the concept. The guidance method essentially increases the daily intake for each cell. Luo Feng mused that the absorption of cosmic energy by cells, transforming it into genetic primordial energy, is akin to a person consuming food. If a person can only consume 3 bowls of rice, practicing the guidance method would enable them to eat 5 or even 10 bowls in a day. Jiang Yan smiled and added, if you do not practice the guidance method, the energy your cells can absorb is merely a single unit. Once one masters the art of guiding energy, the cells may absorb energy in quantities of 2 units, 3 units, or even more. In essence, a year of practice could surpass what others achieve in a decade. Such is the allure of this art. The martial artists present began to converse animatedly, evidently possessing much to say about the practice. When it comes to the art of guiding energy, the world's foremost expert, Hong, the global head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, has developed 9 exceptional techniques. Should you join our esteemed academy and demonstrate sufficient dedication, you may have the opportunity to learn these elite techniques. The martial artists present chuckled and playfully enticed Luo Feng and his companions. All major factions across the globe yearn for an ever-increasing number of martial artists within their ranks. Instructor Luo Feng suddenly interjected. Instructor Jiang Yan turned his gaze toward Luo Feng, intrigued. What is it? Instructor, the silver-haired warrior in the black cloak who just left with the chief instructor. How did he render us powerless with merely a glance? What kind of ability is that? Luo Feng had never heard of such formidable prowess and was filled with curiosity. Instructor Jiang Yan smiled slightly, while the group of martial artists nearby erupted in laughter. Young man, the individual accompanying the chief instructor is a mental energy master. They are even rarer than us martial artists. The warriors laughed heartily, adding, of course, mental energy masters are generally also martial artists. However, they are the most formidable among us. A mental energy master? Luo Feng was taken aback. In this age of advanced technology, he had previously encountered descriptions online stating that mental energy masters are a unique and fearsome subset within the martial artist community. However, the source of fear remains unclear, as it is not elaborated upon online. Yes, instructor, replied Luo Feng. The trio of Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang promptly turned and exited the martial arts hall, closely monitored by armed soldiers stationed at the community entrance. At the entrance of Mingyue community, the 3 wore expressions of delight. I am Bai Yang, hailing from the prestigious Jiangnan Military Academy. My hometown is in Yangzhou, and I happened to come here for the assessment during the summer break. Bai Yang extended his hand, enthusiastically shaking hands with Luo Feng and Yang Wu, expressing his pleasure in meeting them. The Jiangnan Military Academy? That is indeed my aspiration, Luo Feng remarked with a smile. I am Luo Feng and this is Yang Wu. We are both from the Extreme Martial Arts School in Yian District. My brother Luo Feng has a bright future ahead. It's rare for someone to join the ranks of martial artists at such a young age in our elite military academy. Bai Yang noted, keen to forge friendships, particularly with someone like Luo Feng who has already made significant strides. Who knows, he might evolve into a remarkable figure in the future. Yang Wu interjected with a hearty laugh. Enough of that. It is fate that we 3 have passed the assessment together on the same day. Today is a momentous occasion. Let us find a fine restaurant to celebrate and converse. Indeed, Bai Yang replied with a smile. Let us go, Luo Feng added, chuckling. After having a bit to drink, Luo Feng remembered he needed to call home to share the good news. However, the subway was crowded, and he feared that uttering "I passed the martial artist assessment" would draw attention. Never mind. I'll make the call once I exit the subway, he decided. Upon disembarking from Metro Line 1 at Zhongin Road Station, one can proceed directly to the exit. Although transferring to Line 11 from there entails a considerable walk, I must inform my parents and younger brother of this. Luo Feng remains in high spirits even now, elated by the prospect of becoming a probationary martial artist. After enduring years of financial hardship, his diligent efforts have finally borne fruit. Standing on the street near Zhongin Road Station, Luo Feng retrieved his mobile phone. He dialed a number and awaited the connection. "Hello?" His younger brother's voice echoed from the phone. "It's me," Luo Feng replied, his voice filled with mirth. "Of course. Did you doubt your brother's capabilities?" "I passed, indeed." Yes. All right." Luo Feng continued cheerfully. "Is Mom home too?" "Good, let her take the call." "Hello, Mom, it's me." "Xiaofeng," Luo Feng exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy. Hearing his mother's delighted and excited voice, Luo Feng's eyes welled up with emotion, as he had strived for this day for so long. "Mom, you've asked that thrice already. I genuinely passed the assessment. The probationary martial artist certificate will be delivered home in a few days. I've already eaten. I dined with the other two who passed the assessment," Luo Feng chuckled. "Oh, shall I call Dad?" "Rest assured, Mom, I won't forget." "Yes, I understand." After ending the call, a smile graced Luo Feng's face, radiating happiness and contentment. He had dedicated so much effort to achieving this, diligently honing his agility and swordsmanship since childhood, all for this very moment. Luo Feng inhaled deeply, composing himself before dialing his father's mobile phone. In this household, Father Luo Hongwa stands as a steadfast mountain, the very pillar that supports our family. Prior to my ascendance as a senior student in the Martial Arts Academy, our family's expenditures were predominantly sustained by his relentless toil. Although Mother is employed, her energies are largely devoted to caring for my two brothers, particularly as one of them is disabled. The work that Father undertakes in home renovation is arduous, often resulting in back pain and injuries to his hands, which he has endured on several occasions. "Dad, from this day forth you need not labor so hard," Luo Feng silently vowed in his heart. Suddenly, the familiar sound of notifications emanated from his phone as he awaited his father's call. Chapter 14. It's you who seek death. Why hasn't he answered the phone? It's past noon. It should be time for lunch. My father typically takes a break during renovations around this hour. He ought to be answering. Filled with confusion, Luo Feng tapped on the location tracking function on his phone. The screen promptly displayed a map of Yangzhou City, with a red dot indicating Luo Feng's own location and a green dot pinpointing his father's phone. The distance was not great. Luo Feng's understanding of his father's whereabouts brought a smile to his face. He decided to rush to his father and personally share the joyous news of his becoming a prospective martial artist. Immediately, Luo Feng followed the map's directions and hurried towards Yayan District, Tiandu Garden Community. "Hurry up. Move your things quickly so you can rest and have lunch. We also wish to eat." In the private courtyard of one of the townhouses in the community, Zhang Haobai, dressed in a white t-shirt and white trousers, frowned and urged the workers, flanked by 3 stern-faced bodyguards. "Gentlemen, please do not rush. These furnishings are precious items that require utmost care. Let's put in a bit more effort." Outside the private courtyard, a truck was parked on the community road, laden with well-packaged wooden furniture. In this modern age, wooden furniture is a rare and costly luxury, accessible only to a select few. This rarity arises from the fact that most people reside within the urban base, where trees are scarce and primarily planted for aesthetic purposes. Although there are indeed abundant trees outside the urban base, these areas are also home to monstrous creatures. The perilous endeavor of felling and transporting timber while battling these beasts incurs exorbitant costs. Consequently, the majority of households have turned to plastic furnishings, with glass items being the more expensive alternative. Solid wood furniture is simply beyond the means of ordinary families. "Be careful," the employees of the decorating company cautioned as they meticulously unloaded the heavy furniture from the truck. With great care, 3 employees began to maneuver the furniture into the private courtyard. "Watch yourselves," Zhang Haobai reminded, his brow furrowed. "This is solid wood furniture crafted from premium timber. If you damage it, your employer will undoubtedly hold you accountable." The three employees, panting and cautious, struggled with the exceptionally heavy furniture, weighing over 1,000 pounds. Gentlemen, let us take a moment to rest. We shall move it all inside in one go later. As the employees at the forefront spoke up, they instructed, place the furniture here, but do so slowly and gently. Three workers cautiously set the furniture down upon the courtyard ground, straightened their backs, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Lao Luo, I'm famished, remarked one tall employee from the renovation company, stretching his limbs. After this set, we still have 2 more to move. Once we finish, let us all go out for a meal. Luo Hongwu chuckled as he glanced at his 2 companions, casually wiping the sweat from his brow. It was July, nearing 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the peak of the day's heat. Moving over 1,000 pounds of precious furniture was indeed laborious work. Hurry up, Zhang Haobai urged with a hint of impatience. All right, Luo Hongwu replied, bending down to grasp the furniture. Come on, brothers. Let us put in some effort and get this set inside. On 3, 1, 2, 3, lift. Together, the 3 men exerted their strength to hoist the furniture, carefully navigating the steps one by one, swiftly entering the house and emerging shortly thereafter. As Luo Hongwu and his 2 companions passed by Zhang Haobai and his group, the pungent odor of sweat enveloped the air, prompting Zhang Haobai to furrow his brow. Poor people are destined to be poor, he mused inwardly. Having been raised in a wealthy family, Zhang Haobai harbored a disdain for those at the lowest echelons of society, toiling in menial labor. In his view, those who willingly engaged in such arduous tasks lacked the spirit of perseverance and deserved their plight. Be careful not to bump into the door, he cautioned. Luo Hongwu and his 2 companions cautiously advanced with the furniture, their garments thoroughly soaked with perspiration, beads of sweat trickling down from their foreheads and cascading into the nape of their necks. Taking a respite outside, they gently set the furniture down once more, allowing themselves a brief moment to catch their breath. 1, 2, 3, lift. Despite their exhaustion, Luo Hongwu and his team had been engaged in this labor for 2 to 3 decades, becoming quite accustomed to it. They were well aware of their limits, which resulted in minimal errors during the transportation of items. Moments later, they returned to transport the final set of furniture. The heat was sweltering. Zhang Haobai tilted his head to gaze at the sky and remarked, Brother Wang, after this, let us indulge in a meal at the nearby tavern. Thank you, young master. The 3 bodyguards replied with cheerful smiles. Zhang Haobai cast a sidelong glance at the 3 workers who were moving the last set of furniture, involuntarily emitting a soft grunt of disdain. He held a natural aversion towards these laborers. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a piece of marble in the courtyard, which was intended for paving the pathway. One slab bore a noticeable crack, a result of an accident during a recent sparring session with his bodyguards. Zhang Haobai's eyes sparkled. His pocket money had been scant lately, and this was a fortuitous opportunity to procure some funds. At that moment, Luo Hongwu and his companions were in the midst of moving the 3rd set of furniture. Abruptly, as they paused to rest outside, they gently placed the items down. I told you to be careful. What on earth are you doing? A sharp reprimand rang out suddenly. Luo Hongwu and the other employees of the decorating company were momentarily taken aback, turning to see the source of the outburst. Zhang Hao stood with a sullen expression. His finger pointed angrily at the marble floor beneath the furniture. How do you conduct your work? Are you not serious enough? Look, my flooring has been damaged by you. This is Nanshan marble, sourced exclusively from the outskirts of the city. Each slab costs tens of thousands. Can you afford to compensate for it? Luo Hongwu and his 2 companions lowered their heads to inspect the floor, and indeed, one of the marble slabs bore a small crack beneath the furniture. I have their renovation company's phone number, said a bodyguard surnamed Wang, promptly retrieving his phone to dial. The 3 men were familiar with one another. No, that's not right, exclaimed a tall employee from the decoration company. That crack in the marble was already there. I have seen it before. Still trying to argue? What good is that? Zhang Hao scoffed. Luo Hongwu frowned. As an experienced employee, he understood the complexities of such disputes. Moreover, companies typically valued their reputation, and if they were indeed extorted, without evidence to prove that the crack was not caused by their staff, the company would invariably end up compensating. If the company incurred losses, The 3 employees responsible for the moving would certainly have their wages deducted. Brothers, let us first move the furniture inside, Luo Hongwa suggested, preparing to lift the items. Move it inside? Old Luo. His 2 colleagues rushed to help as Luo Hongwa stumbled and nearly fell. It's fine, he said, massaging his shoulder. How could you push someone like that? The origin of the damage to the marble remains uncertain. Why are you pushing people? The other 2 workers immediately glared and shouted in anger. These laborers fear neither heaven nor earth. Should they become truly incensed, a brawl would ensue. Even if they were apprehended by the police, they possess neither wealth nor a life worth saving, and the police generally find themselves powerless, ultimately releasing such individuals. Do not attempt to bully me. Zhang Haobai, like a flash of lightning, delivered 2 swift kicks to the midsections of the 2 men. Thud, thud. The 2 workers were sent sprawling to the ground. Humph, one ought to consider the setting when attempting to act tough. Zhang Haobai chuckled coldly. His family, the Zhangs, held considerable influence in the Yian district. What was it to him to give a few ordinary laborers a beating? Lao Tian Daho, are you all right? Luo Hongwa, too, was agitated. Young man, how could you behave in such a manner? He shouted angrily. Zhang Haobai caught a whiff of the sweat emanating from Luo Hongwa and frowned, waving his hand, instructing Wang Gu, teach them a lesson and make them quiet. Young master, the decoration company is on the line. A bodyguard named Wang handed over his phone. Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous shout rang out from outside the courtyard. At that moment, Luo Hongwa and the 3 workers found themselves cornered by 3 towering bodyguards, their bodies marked with footprints. The 3 bodyguards drew the attention of Zhang Haobai and his companions. Suddenly, a blurred figure dashed into the courtyard. Zhang Haobai recognized him instantly and shouted in rage, Luo Feng, how dare you come to my home and strike? You scoundrel! Luo Feng's gaze immediately fell upon his father, drenched in sweat and covered in footprints, hunched over in a corner, clutching his abdomen. His eyes reddened at the sight. For so many years, his father had endured such arduous labor, only to be met with disdain, and now he had to suffer this indignity. One of the 3 bodyguards, a somewhat short and stocky man, stepped forward with a sneer. Get away from me, Luo Feng bellowed, unleashing a swift and forceful kick. The stout bodyguard attempted to block with his right arm. Thud! The weighty kick sent the bodyguard soaring backward, eyes wide in shock, as he flew 4 or 5 meters before crashing to the ground. The other 2 bodyguards jumped back in alarm. Luo Feng, how dare you come to my home and attack my men? Zhang Haobai exclaimed, his eyes bulging with fury. You're courting death. You're the one courting death, Luo Feng retorted, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he gritted his teeth. Chapter 15. I will cooperate with your endeavors. Charge at him. All of you. Zhang Haobai, livid and red-faced, shouted in a fit of rage. How dare this Luo Feng disrupt his home and assault his bodyguards? Be careful. This guy hits hard. The fallen stocky bodyguard rubbed his abdomen, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, unable to rise for a moment. Kid, you're quite ruthless, remarked another bodyguard named Wang, as he and the remaining bodyguards swiftly closed in on Luo Feng, having witnessed the power of his previous kick. Meanwhile, Luo Feng had reached his father, Luo Hongwa, but before he could speak, his father interjected, I'm fine, Xiao Feng. Be careful behind you. In an almost instantaneous manner, 2 bodyguards flanked Luo Feng, launching a simultaneous assault from both sides. Additionally, Zhang Haobai stealthily advanced, forming a trio of assailants. Humph! Out of the corner of his eye, Luo Feng caught a glimpse of their approach and, in a swift motion, executed a pivot, utilizing the momentum to swing his right arm with great alacrity, his palm slicing through the air like a blade. Whoosh! Even before the strike landed, a gust of force swept toward them. The bodyguard surnamed Wang's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively raised his arms to thwart Luo Feng's horizontal cut. Thud! A resonant impact echoed as Luo Feng's hand struck heavily against the arms of the bodyguard. Wang felt as though his limbs were detached from his body, the pain rendering him senseless in an instant. His right forearm succumbed to weakness, prompting him to stagger backward while exclaiming hoarsely, My arm is broken. What? Zhang Haobai, poised to engage, was taken aback. His 3 bodyguards were all advanced students from a martial arts academy. Logically, Luo Feng, also an advanced student, should not possess a significant advantage in strength. It was inconceivable that a single strike could fracture the arm of a fellow martial artist. This is dire. With Wang incapacitated, only the tall, imposing bodyguard clad in black remained. Witnessing his companion's fall, he was engulfed by a mixture of shock and fury. Gritting his teeth, the black-clad bodyguard let out a fierce growl, launching himself with the speed of lightning, delivering a swift kick followed by a punch. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yet Luo Feng remained exceedingly agile, effortlessly evading both attacks with deft movements, and without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating chopping strike. His right hand rose high, reminiscent of the legendary Guan Yu wielding his blade, and descended with ferocity. It was astonishingly swift. The black-clad bodyguard, unable to evade, could only raise his hands above his head, gritting his teeth to withstand the impending blow. As Luo Feng's fearsome hand strike descended with ferocity, a sense of dread enveloped the bodyguard's heart. Thud! The bodyguard felt an instant loss of sensation in his arms, which weakened under the force of Luo Feng's strike. Yet, Luo Feng's momentum did not wane. He pressed down on the bodyguard's arms, delivering another crushing blow to his shoulder. The immense force, exceeding 1,000 pounds, rendered the bodyguard to kneel helplessly upon the ground. How could this be? Zhang Haobai, who had initially prepared for a sneak attack, was now paralyzed with fear. Among the 3 bodyguards, one lay clutching his abdomen, unable to rise, another had suffered a fractured arm, and the last knelt on the ground, struck down by the hand strike. Zhang Haobai! Luo Feng's eyes blazed with fury, as if ready to devour. What are you doing? Luo Feng, what do you intend? Zhang Haobai retreated 2 steps in alarm, shouting, "This is my home. You have intruded upon private property and injured my people. Yet you remain audacious. How dare you strike my father? How dare you kick my father?" Luo Feng's fists were clenched tightly, his muscles resembling steel, veins bulging like worms, exuding a menacing presence. "Your father, who is he? I know nothing of him. How could I have struck your father or kicked you?" Zhang Haobai's eyes suddenly widened as he glanced at the 3 workers in the distance, their clothes soiled and their bodies marked with footprints. In that moment, the realization dawned upon him, understanding why Luo Feng had charged in without inquiry. Gazing at the menacing Luo Feng, Zhang Haobai shouted desperately, "Luo Feng, I warn you, you." With a swift and fierce kick, Luo Feng struck Zhang Haobai's abdomen with the speed of lightning, sending him sprawling to the ground, his face flushed with pain. What a ridiculous warning, Luo Feng thought, seizing the collar of Zhang Haobai's shirt and lifting him effortlessly off the ground, rendering him entirely suspended. "Why you?" Zhang Haobai attempted to speak, but the pressure on his neck made it exceedingly difficult to breathe, let alone articulate any words. "Put the owner down at once." A thunderous voice echoed from a distance, as a dozen security guards, fully armed and wielding batons, rushed towards them. Numerous surveillance cameras were strategically placed throughout the Tiandu community, and the moment the altercation erupted, the security personnel were alerted. The residents of the community's row houses were not ordinary individuals. Hence, they could not afford to be negligent. They responded immediately, while also notifying the authorities. Luo Feng cast a disdainful glance at the approaching guards, smirking at Zhang Haobai before casually tossing him aside, causing him to land unceremoniously on the lawn, his white shirt now stained green with grass juice. "Dad, are you all right?" Luo Feng inquired as he approached his father, Luo Honghua. "I'm fine, just a few minor bruises," Luo Honghua replied, observing the 3 bodyguards who were struggling to rise and the grim-faced Zhang Haobai. With a hint of concern, he whispered, "Xiao Feng, you must learn to temper your strength. You've left him in such a state. The medical expenses will be considerable, and he could even file a complaint against you." "Indeed, Xiao Feng, your actions were rather excessive," another worker chimed in, sharing the concern. "Not heavy, but executed well," one of the taller workers exclaimed in indignation. The security personnel in the community were acutely aware of the affluent families residing within, particularly the Zhang family, whose 3 bodyguards were of elite caliber, each a senior student from a martial arts academy. However, the sight of these 3 now grievously injured instilled a sense of trepidation among the security guards, who hesitated to confront Luo Feng. After all, their roles as security guards were merely a means of livelihood, and no one wished to meet the same fate as the 3 bodyguards, who had been left with broken bones. Suddenly, the blaring sound of a police siren pierced the air, causing everyone to turn in unison. A police car swiftly came to a halt at the entrance of the Zhang residence. Its 4 doors flung open as 4 officers emerged in haste. The police have arrived. The guards quickly stepped aside. Panic washed over Luo Hongwa and the others, who were taken aback by the sudden arrival. Luo Hongwa urgently pulled Luo Feng aside into a corner, whispering anxiously, "Xiaofeng, now that you've injured someone, things will get complicated at the police station. Don't panic. I will find a lawyer for you right away." "Dad, I passed the preliminary martial artist assessment," Luo Feng replied softly. This single declaration instantly alleviated the tension that had gripped Luo Hongwa, who let out a relieved sigh. "Really? That's wonderful. Xiaofeng, since you have passed the assessment, the police won't have the authority to apprehend you, will they? As a preliminary martial artist, once one passes the practical assessment, they are recognized as a martial artist, meeting the requisite physical standards that allow them to cultivate genetic energy. Thus, the state stipulates that any matters involving preliminary martial artists or martial artists fall under the jurisdiction of the District Security Bureau. In Jiangnan City, the responsibility of maintaining order falls squarely upon the Jiangnan Security Bureau, as the regular police departments lack the authority to detain individuals. However, Father, once I pass the assessment, I must await approval from higher authorities. It will take a few days for the provisional warrior certificate to be sent to my residence, at which point it will be recorded in my citizen identity information. Luo Feng spoke softly, thus from a legal perspective, I am not yet considered a provisional warrior. It will only be after a few days that I will attain that status. Only once it is documented in my citizen identity information will Luo Feng be officially acknowledged as a provisional warrior. In the interim, even if trouble arises, I can simply notify the Extreme Martial Arts School to provide assurance, confirming that I have successfully passed the provisional warrior assessment. I would then be able to leave the police station without issue. Luo Feng continued, however, if there is no trouble, there is no need to create unnecessary commotion. I would only be staying in the police station for a few days. When the time comes, should I wish to remain, they would not dare to detain me. Luo Hongwa nodded in understanding. Suddenly, 2 police officers approached, one of whom bellowed, "How dare you trespass into a private residence and inflict serious injuries upon someone? Come, accompany us to the station." "Officers, I am fully willing to cooperate with your investigation," Luo Feng replied with a smile, stepping forward. "But it seems you only have one vehicle, and it appears it may not accommodate all of us." This left the 2 officers momentarily taken aback. "Rest assured, I have a vehicle at home." Zhang Haobai turned to the lead officer among the 4, addressing him as Uncle Lu. "All 3 of my bodyguards, along with myself, were injured by him. We are all witnesses. We should be taken together." The officer referred to as Uncle Lu gestured dismissively. Luo Feng smiled and boarded the police vehicle alongside the officers. Chapter 16. The detention center. The cold, dimly lit room felt desolate, as frigid air continuously seeped in, causing involuntary shivers. Is this truly an interrogation room? Luo Feng appeared curious, scrutinizing the space. Left alone in this shadowy chamber, with the air conditioning set to such a low temperature, was this some form of psychological warfare? In fact, the so-called interrogation had yet to commence, and Luo Feng had already emerged victorious. Outside the interrogation room, in the surveillance area, several officers observed the scene captured by the cameras. One young female officer expressed her bewilderment. "Chief, why does this young man seem completely unfazed?" Typically, when individuals enter such a setting, after merely half an hour of confinement and their own spiraling thoughts, they quickly succumb to fear and confusion. Do not underestimate him. His civic identity indicates he is a senior student at a martial arts academy. Moreover, he has injured 4 senior students there, remarked a balding middle-aged officer with a chuckle. Injured 4? Impressive. He must be on the verge of becoming a martial artist, replied one of the young male officers. He is not on the verge of becoming a martial artist. His civic identity is quite clear on that matter, the bald officer stated.
Come, Xiao Yang.
Let us proceed to interrogate him. Yes, Chief. Within the interrogation room, Luo Feng had already spent over half an hour in solitude. "Have you arrived?" he greeted with a smile as the two officers entered. The balding middle-aged police officer was taken aback. The calm demeanor of the young man exceeded his expectations. Subsequently, he and another young officer took their seats at the interrogation table. The balding officer smiled and said, "I apologize for the delay. We were questioning several others earlier, which has caused some hold-up. But we are here now." "That's fine," Luo Feng replied. "What about the 3 workers from the decoration company? Where are they now?" Luo Feng nodded. Given that his father, Luo Honghua, and the other 2 were the victims in this incident, it was only natural that they would be released without issue. The 3 workers from the decoration company, along with Zhang Haobai and his 3 bodyguards, had already recounted the events, and the facts were decidedly against him. "Do you have anything to say?" The balding officer fixed his gaze on Luo Feng, knowing that most individuals would attempt to defend themselves upon hearing that the evidence was not in their favor. Luo Feng smiled and responded, "I have nothing to say. Zhang Haobai and his 3 bodyguards are nothing but scum. They dared to lay a hand on my father. I merely taught them a lesson." Both the balding officer and the young male officer were momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the young officer slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and rebuked, "Luo Feng, behave yourself. This is a police station. Do not be so arrogant." "Arrogant? I am merely stating the facts," Luo Feng smiled. "Well, that is all I have to say." The balding middle-aged officer furrowed his brow. "Luo Feng, your reckless arrogance will serve you poorly. This statement, once it reaches the court, will be detrimental to you. Given the severity of your actions and your intent, it would not be surprising if you were sentenced to several years in prison. It would be wise to clarify the events." "I have nothing further to say." Luo Feng shook his head. The balding middle-aged policeman furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Luo Feng closely. Luo Feng remained silent, awaiting the officer's next move. Ultimately, the officer could only wave his hand and say, "Very well. Just don't regret it later. Take him away." With a smile, Luo Feng rose to his feet as 2 male officers swiftly entered the interrogation room, escorting him out. The detention center in Yayan district was situated adjacent to the police station. In today's society, the prevalence of martial artists has led to an alarming increase in brawls and altercations, resulting in a significant number of individuals being incarcerated. Each district boasts a dedicated detention center for this purpose, and today, Luo Feng found himself confined within its walls. Dressed in a standard gray prison uniform, Luo Feng was locked away. "Cell 299, this is it. Step inside," one of the guards instructed as he pushed Luo Feng into the cell and secured the door. Those held in the detention center were predominantly individuals involved in fights, thefts, and driving under the influence, along with some awaiting trial for their alleged crimes. Luo Feng's incident, while seemingly minor, merely a scuffle, held the potential to escalate if brought before a court, possibly leading to a lengthy sentence. Of course, this was contingent upon the fact that Luo Feng was not classified as a qualified martial artist. Inside the cell, a heavily tattooed bald man lounged on the lower bunk, with an elderly man dutifully massaging his shoulders. The bald man glanced at Luo Feng and remarked, "Ah, a newcomer? Not bad, you're quite delicate. Come here, give my legs a massage." The bald, burly man intrigued Luo Feng, who had only heard tales of the severe bullying of the weak within prisons, but had never witnessed it firsthand. "Are you deaf, you scoundrel?" the man roared, abruptly rising to his feet. Fascinating, Luo Feng mused, his curiosity piqued. "Are you courting a beating?" the man bellowed, offended by Luo Feng's lack of deference. He swung his massive hand toward Luo Feng's head. With a subtle shift, Luo Feng's right hand shot out like a viper strike, seizing the man's wrist. The man attempted to wrench free, but his arm felt as if it were clamped in a vice, rendering him powerless. His complexion changed as he realized he had met his match. "Do you desire a leg massage?" Luo Feng inquired, increasing the pressure on the man's wrist while twisting his arm. The man doubled over in agony, pleading, "Esteemed brother, I was unaware of your stature. Please, have mercy." His cries of anguish echoed through the cell. With a final surge of force, Luo Feng flung the man against the wall. "If you ever desire a leg massage, do not hesitate to ask," Luo Feng said with a touch of dark humor before leaping onto the upper bunk with ease. The man slumped against the wall, massaging his right arm and wrist. The middle-aged man and the wiry young man in the cell exchanged glances, observing both the man and Luo Feng on the upper bunk. Huang, what happened? One of them asked. A police officer stood at the door of the holding cell, mockingly inquiring, "Who has wronged you to end up like this?" "Oh, allow me to inform you, the new young man in your cell has single-handedly injured 4 senior students from a martial arts academy, which is why he has been incarcerated. Be cautious, do not provoke him." With that, the officer hummed a tune and departed. The bald, muscular man looked up in alarm towards the upper bunk. One person injuring 4 senior martial artists? How extraordinarily bizarre. The prowess of martial artists is derived from their unparalleled genetic potential. Meanwhile, in a KTV not far from the police station in the Yayan district, within a small private room, 2 young men were embracing a young woman, belting out songs with great fervor. One of these young men was Zhang Haobai. "All right, you two can step outside," Zhang Haobai gestured, leaving only himself and another young man wearing glasses in the room. "Brother Zhou, I invited you here today to ask for a favor," Zhang Haobai began. "Speak freely. If it is within my capability, I shall certainly assist," the bespectacled youth replied generously. "Concerns a certain individual named Luo Feng. This scoundrel has been persistently opposing me." Zhang Haobai spat in frustration. "He recently injured 3 of my bodyguards and gave me quite a beating as well. I am at my wit's end regarding this humiliation. Now that this fellow is confined in the holding cell, I wish to enlist Brother Zhou's assistance in teaching Luo Feng a lesson through the personnel inside the facility." "Oh, that poses no quandary. However, enlisting aid from within the detention center invariably necessitates pecuniary compensation," the bespectacled youth remarked, furrowing his brow. "Funds are of no consequence. I possess 100,000 yuan presently. Upon the successful culmination of events, an additional 100,000 shall be bestowed," Zhang Haobai declared, promptly tossing a leather satchel nearby. "Ha, agreeable," the bespectacled youth responded, without so much as glancing at the purse. 200,000 yuan can procure nearly anything short of homicide. Unburden yourself. To what extent do you desire this Luo Feng disciplined? Fracture 1 leg and 1 arm. Zhang Haobai spat out through gritted teeth. Assuredly a simple task. The bespectacled youth concurred with alacrity. Zhang Haobai cautioned, "Brother Zhou, this Luo Feng is not to be trifled with. He has already incapacitated 3 of my bodyguards. Rest assured," the bespectacled youth proclaimed with a self-assured smile. "Grant me 1,200 measures of confidence. Merely await felicitous tidings." Chapter 17. A gloomy night in the cell in the depth of night, devoid of lunar or stellar luminance. Luo Feng's cell lay shrouded in absolute darkness, save for the faint illumination emanating from the corridor beyond. Resonant snores echoed throughout the cell, indicative of slumber's embrace. Abruptly, from the upper berth on the left, Luo Feng, previously recumbent in repose, abruptly sat upright. His legs were crossed in a meditative posture, soles upturned, hands resting on his thighs, palms facing skyward, spine erect. To assimilate the cosmic energies, one must first perceive them. Once perception is achieved, absorption becomes effortless. Typically, individuals of exceptional talent can perceive these energies on their very first day of training. Martial practitioners with lesser endowments may require upwards of 18 months merely to perceive the cosmic energies. Luo Feng regulated his respiration, adopting the 5 hearts facing the heavens posture, a reference to the soles of the feet, the palms of the hands, and the Baihui acupoint atop the head. With measured inhalations and exhalations, Luo Feng gradually evened his breathing, endeavoring to quiet his mind. The body must be relaxed, naturally assuming the 5 hearts to the heavens position. The mind must be tranquil, akin to a placid, mirror-like lake. Possessing commendable self-control, Luo Feng gradually achieved complete stillness, his very heart quieting. Silence reigned, his breathing becoming nearly imperceptible. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. Relaxation and tranquility were the 2 most emphasized aspects of the 5 hearts facing the heavens cultivation method. Still incorrect, Luo Feng muttered, opening his eyes once more after half an hour. He now truly appreciated the formidable challenge of sensing, the initial hurdle in cultivating genetic origin energy. One final attempt, he resolved, if unsuccessful, I shall await nightfall tomorrow. I remain hopeful. With that, Luo Feng closed his eyes, resuming his efforts to quiet his mind and perceive the cosmic energies. Time ebbed away, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes. Why have I yet to succeed? In the virtually meditative silence, Luo Feng's thoughts slowed considerably. Gradually, in this near-meditative state with closed eyes, Luo Feng harbored a faint yearning to sense the cosmic energies. Yet, as time elapsed, he verged on slumber. Even an ordinary person, when closing their eyes at night and trying to clear their mind for half an hour, would likely drift off to sleep. It's no surprise that Luo Feng, who had been persevering for 3 hours, was nearing a state of slumber. In this state, Luo Feng had ceased consciously sensing cosmic energy. A feeling of serene comfort washed over him. In this near-dormant state, Luo Feng faintly perceived subtle traces of energy permeating his body through the Yongquan points on the soles of his feet, the Laogong points on his palms, and the Baihui point on the crown of his head. The influx was gradual. What is this? Luo Feng wondered, still in a semi-conscious state. Cosmic energy. Luo Feng abruptly awoke, his eyes widening in astonishment, causing the previous sensation to vanish completely. He had not anticipated that he would perceive cosmic energy in his drowsy state. Luo Feng realized that what he had sensed earlier was his body spontaneously absorbing cosmic energy, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. He knew that sensation. Luo Feng closed his eyes and immediately attempted to sense it again, gradually calming his breathing and mind. He focused his consciousness on the Yongquan, Laogong, and Baihui points, striving to recapture the subtle traces of energy he had felt before. In a hazy state, he seemed to detect that energy, yet he wasn't entirely sure. Gradually, the sensation sharpened. That's it. Faint, minuscule traces of energy wafted gently, permeating his Yongquan points with each approach, albeit at an extremely slow rate. This was cosmic energy. Luo Feng's consciousness focused intently on the 5 hearts, and naturally, thoughts of absorbing cosmic energy emanated from him. Consequently, the speed at which his soles, palms, and the Baihui point at the crown of his head absorbed this energy surged dramatically, nearly escalating 100-fold in an instant. Initially, the cosmic energy trickled into Luo Feng's being like drops of water seeping through a crack in a pipe. Now, however, that crack had widened, resembling a gentle stream flowing continuously into him. A profound tremor, originating from the very marrow of his bones, coursed through Luo Feng's body. Once these formless and colorless cosmic energies entered him, they were ravenously consumed by every cell in his long-starved body, flooding in through 5 distinct channels. As the cosmic energy infiltrated the cells, it was swiftly absorbed by the mitochondria, simultaneously unleashing a peculiar energy that was rapidly assimilated throughout the cell. Instantly, the entire cell began to undergo a monumental transformation. Even the DNA blueprint experienced subtle alterations, prompting the cells to divide, splitting into 2. As time ticked away, Luo Feng's body underwent continuous metamorphosis. Every aspect, from the surface of his skin to his muscles, bones, and even the innermost cells and genes, experienced slight yet significant changes. This transformation was an evolution of life, an optimization of the very essence of his being. According to the teachings of the cultivation method, the human body, since birth, had never consciously absorbed cosmic energy, remaining in a state of hunger. Thus, the first experience of absorption yielded the most substantial intake. This is indeed the most rapid enhancement of one's capabilities. Luo Feng sensed a profound transformation occurring within him, both internally and externally, across the entirety of Earth. And even throughout the cosmos, boundless cosmic energy flows. The minuscule fraction he has absorbed is virtually negligible. Yet for Luo Feng, this moment marks the most astonishing leap in his development from childhood to the present. The density of his bones is increasing, the volume of his cells is diminishing. As one cell divides into 2, the muscle tissue begins to undergo optimization, and naturally Luo Feng's body weight continues to rise. Life is truly remarkable. Deep within his cerebral domain, unbeknownst to Luo Feng, as cosmic energy incessantly surges in, penetrating the depths of his mind, there have been but 3 tremors since his birth, each resulting in a loss of consciousness. However, tonight, with an influx of vast cosmic energy, a transformation unlike the previous 3 has transpired in the depths of his brain. This alteration is far more subtle, so much so that Luo Feng, in his meditative state, remains entirely oblivious to it. As dawn breaks, with the sun just beginning to rise around 5 or 6 o'clock, sounds reverberate through the detention center as the inmates stir from their slumber. After a prolonged period of meditation, Luo Feng finally opens his eyes, revealing a faint smile. Indeed, this is the first time in his life that he has deliberately absorbed cosmic energy for an extended duration, nearly 2 hours until saturation was achieved. Luo Feng can feel within himself an immense power that surpasses anything he has previously known. After a night of enhancement, it seems that my physical condition has improved even more than the boost I experienced after my last Gaokao-induced stupor. Luo Feng senses that he could now deliver a punch with a force of approximately 1,500 kilograms, perhaps even more. To ascertain the precise improvement, only a detailed assessment would suffice. Breakfast time has arrived. Several detainees from the holding facility have been released from their cells to partake in their morning meal. Luo Feng promptly leaps from his bunk, brushing his teeth and washing his face in preparation for breakfast. At that moment, 3 inmates clad in prison garb stroll past Luo Feng's cell, one of them shouting, "Baldy Huang, I hear a formidable fighter has arrived in your cell, someone who has injured 4 senior martial arts students. Brother Lu, he's indeed formidable." The bald, robust man in Luo Feng's cell responds with a knowing smile. The 3 inmates exchange glances, and one quietly remarks, "It can't be wrong. The cell, the age, the strength, all match. Brother Zhou must be referring to him." Chapter 18. The struggle within the holding facility, in the 3rd cell from the left on the southern corridor, for individuals lie quietly on their bunks. One stout man speaks softly, "Brother, I have already spoken to Big Brother Li during breakfast," and he nodded in agreement. "With 3 skilled fighters from our side and 2 formidable warriors from Big Brother Li's crew, we will have 5 in total. It should be sufficient to deal with that fellow named Luo Feng." "Stout man, they say Luo Feng can take on 4 senior martial arts students by himself. He has quite a challenge," murmurs a burly man adorned with a black dog tattoo. The black dog and the stout man exchanged glances. For this time, aside from us, Brother Zhou had also summoned the Cobra. Even if our efforts were in vain, the Cobra would undoubtedly succeed. A middle-aged man with a single eye spoke in a low tone. "The Cobra?" The stout man and the black dog were taken aback. Indeed, quite fortuitously, the Cobra happens to be confined in the detention center as well. The one-eyed man nodded. "With the Cobra involved, success is assured," the stout man exclaimed with enthusiasm. "But, brother, what is this Cobra like? We have yet to see him. We shall deliberate on the specifics of the operation during lunch, when I confer with Big Brother Li," the one-eyed man replied quietly. "Barring unforeseen circumstances, we will strike during the collective dinner tonight. Remember to arm yourselves well. These so-called weapons wielded by the prisoners are merely blades and sharpened toothbrush handles." Although security in the detention center was relatively stringent, it paled in comparison to that of a maximum security prison. Even within such heavily fortified institutions, individuals with connections could smuggle firearms and ammunition, for no matter how rigorous the regulations, human fallibility would always create loopholes. Of course, the individuals in this detention center were mere minor players, wielding only blades, shards of glass, and other sharp weapons. As evening descended, voices echoed through the corridors. "Brother Luo, Brother Luo." As he emerged from his cell, several inmates greeted Luo Feng with deference. His reputation had already spread. Having injured 4 advanced students from the martial arts academy in a single confrontation, nearly everyone in the detention center was now aware of this young man's ferocity. The communal dining hall, though referred to as a canteen, was essentially a closed-off auditorium. A long, silver fixed table stretches out, accompanied by dozens of similar tables. Within the confines of the detention center, everything seems satisfactory, save for the abysmal quality of the meals. Last night, the successful cultivation of genetic energy left Luo Feng in remarkably high spirits throughout the day. Approaching the counter, he received a plastic food container from the supervising officer, which contained a slop-like meal. Peering inside, he noted the gray, mud-like appearance of the food, with a faint hint of potato flavor upon tasting. This was the infamous biotic meal. Luo Feng shook his head. While it had garnered a certain reputation, the truth was that it was widely regarded as one of society's most inferior food options. A diet consisting of such biotic meals would cost a mere 50 cents a day per person, illustrating the remarkably low production costs of this fair. The silver-hued hall, adorned with silver tables and benches, was filled with numerous individuals clad in prison garb, each collecting their meal containers. Sitting beside the long table, Luo Feng began to consume the biotic meal. At that moment, a gaunt youth wearing spectacles took a seat next to him, clutching his own food container. After a couple of bites, the boy could not help but exclaim, "Even pigs and dogs eat better than this." "Quick, you lost. Hand over 2 cigarettes," came the retort. "What on earth are you playing at?" The silver hall was abuzz with the chatter of over 100 prisoners, creating a cacophony of noise. 2 guards stood lazily outside the railing, casually glancing inside while engaging in light-hearted banter. Meanwhile, a camera nestled in the corner of the hall continued its relentless recording, capturing every moment within. A one-eyed muscular man settled himself at a long table approximately 3 meters away from Luo Feng, casting a glance in his direction with a grin. "Are you Luo Feng?" he inquired. Luo Feng returned the gaze, asking, "And you are?" "I am surnamed Long," the one-eyed man replied, flashing a broad smile. "One-eyed dragon." Suddenly, a short, rotund man took a seat opposite the one-eyed giant, flanked by 2 towering figures who glared menacingly at the middle-aged man. The short man sneered, "Yesterday afternoon, while taking some air, your people assaulted my brother, didn't they? Now how shall we resolve this?" "Get lost," the one-eyed man retorted, rolling his eye. "The fatty, you better scram before I lose my temper and show you no mercy." The short man's eyes glinted with cold fury as he replied with a mocking laugh, "One-eyed dragon, it seems you are unwilling to negotiate?" Luo Feng, enjoying his meal, stole a glance at the unfolding drama, finding it quite entertaining. To him, it was evident that 2 powerful figures within the confines of the prison were clashing. "Negotiate? You think you can negotiate with me? Get lost," the one-eyed dragon shouted, his soul eye flashing with irritation. "Damn it, attack." The short man's expression twisted into a snarl as he barked the command. Immediately, the 2 towering men beside him sprang into action. One lifted the silver table with ease, swinging it menacingly towards the one-eyed dragon, while the other executed a swift kick aimed directly at him. "Dare to attack my boss? Brothers, charge." The entirety of the silvery hall descended into immediate pandemonium. Bang! One of the inmates hoisted a bench and smashed it vehemently against the surveillance camera positioned in the corner of the hall. In every large-scale prison brawl, the first order of business is always to disable the cameras. Without irrefutable evidence, the inmates can fabricate the altercation's narrative as they please. Within the silvery hall, the one-eyed man swung his right arm, parrying a kick from the tower of a man. But the force of the blow was such that it sent the one-eyed man staggering several steps backward, until he stood beside Luo Feng. The 2 hulking brutes pressed forward instantly, and the one-eyed man's underlings surged in as well, plunging Luo Feng into the epicenter of the melee. To find himself amidst such a brawl, Luo Feng had no choice but to rise. He had no desire to involve himself in these affairs. At that moment, a portly fellow under the one-eyed strongman's command, upon reaching Luo Feng's side, produced a sharpened spike fashioned from a long screw, and thrust the keen point toward Luo Feng's lower back. Simultaneously, the previously unsteady one-eyed dragon brandished a blade secured with plastic, lunging toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng sensed a sudden danger, and a slight ache resonated in his lower back, as if a sharp object had pierced his muscle, only to be immediately ensnared. Luo Feng reacted with the agility of a cat, vaulting over the table before him. But just then, ha! The 2 towering men, almost in unison, unleashed their massive legs like battle axes, cleaving down upon Luo Feng with savage intent. "You are courting death." Instantly comprehending the situation, Luo Feng emitted a fierce roar, violently slamming his fists against the 2 descending legs. The 2 towering men, vaunted as the twin Vajras, inwardly sneered, for the power of their legs far surpassed that of arms, and they held no fear of Luo Feng. Thud, thud, muffled impacts resounded, accompanied by the grating sound of fracturing bones. The 2 previously ferocious giants howled in agony, as Luo Feng's fists sent them hurtling backward, crashing into distant tables and benches, leaving a chilling trail of blood upon the floor. The 2 men writhed on the ground, clutching their legs in torment. "What?" The one-eyed man, along with the corpulent fellow and the dark hound at his side, recoiled in shock. At that moment, a piercing drone arose, as the prison's constabulary swiftly emerged from their respective quarters, converging upon the cells. Luo Feng touched the small of his back, finding his garments thoroughly saturated with blood, which slightly reassured him. The rumors were indeed true. A martial artist capable of cultivating genetic potential possessed a punch of 3,000 to 4,000 pounds, rendering ordinary small-caliber bullets incapable of penetrating their musculature. The corpulent man's earlier stab had merely pierced the surface of his skin before being impeded by muscle. So, you were feigning. Luo Feng's gaze swept across the one-eyed man and the squat, corpulent fellow, his eyes flashing with a menacing glint that startled the two. Attack him. All of you. He's wounded. The one-eyed man bellowed. Everyone, attack together. The squat, corpulent man also bellowed, and as he shouted, they too hoisted benches to smash down. With their leader making the first move, the underlings naturally followed suit, brandishing benches as they charged forward in a chaotic melee. Luo Feng moved like a phantom, his legs becoming like a barrage of artillery, each prisoner sent flying. He did not deal harshly with the common prisoner underlings, as they were merely following the crowd. However, he would show no mercy to the one-eyed dragon duo who led them, and the corpulent man who had stabbed him. With a sharp, Luo Feng cleaved a bench in two with a palm strike, then struck the one-eyed dragon's arm, sending him flying. The one-eyed dragon's arm twisted 90 degrees in the opposite direction. Figures were flung into the air, benches and tables contorted and shattered. The disparity. This was the difference between a martial artist who had cultivated gene energy and ordinary, fierce thugs. As Luo Feng was sweeping through the crowd of prisoners, the gaunt, bespectacled youth who had been silently observing suddenly waved his hand. A flash of cold light streaked across the sky, instantly arriving before Luo Feng. Chapter 19. Awakening this gaunt youth with glasses was none other than Cobra, a notorious figure in the Ian district, famed for his expertise in throwing knives. From the moment the other prisoners began their frenzied assault on Luo Feng, this Cobra youth had been seeking the opportune moment to strike, and now, as Luo Feng fought with fervor, he made his move. The thrown knife was exceptionally treacherous. As it flew forth, it fortuitously struck a prisoner, obstructing its trajectory and rendering Luo Feng oblivious to its perilous approach. Whoosh! The knife pierced through the groin of the airborne inmate, and by the time Luo Feng registered its presence, it was merely 2 meters away. This was dire. There was no time to react. Although Luo Feng possessed quick reflexes, the scant interval offered no opportunity for him to evade. The knife was not aimed at a vital point, yet it was directed towards his right shoulder. This meant that should he be struck, he would be unable to participate in the martial arts practical examination scheduled for August 1st, having to wait until February 1st of the following year. No! Get out of the way! Move! In the face of the knife's astonishing velocity and the mere 2-meter distance, Luo Feng's mind could not fathom the potential consequences. At this critical juncture, his spirit tightened, and the strength of his entire being surged to its utmost limit, fixated on the knife with a singular purpose, to evade its lethal path and avoid the impending strike to his shoulder. Thud! In the instant before the knife was about to collide with him, its tip inexplicably altered course, veering slightly off its direct line toward Luo Feng's shoulder. Instead, it grazed past him, merely nicking the surface of his shoulder, causing a slight trickle of blood to stain his garment. Everyone, crouch down. Quickly crouch down. At that moment, a large contingent of custodial officers, armed with assault rifles, stormed into the hall. The previously frenzied inmates immediately complied, crouching down obediently, including the gaunt, bespectacled youth known as Cobra. He stared in disbelief at Luo Feng, perplexed by the failure of his throwing knife. Upon seeing the police officers enter, Luo Feng also promptly crouched down. He was puzzled by the altered trajectory of the projectile. However, a sudden, excruciating pain erupted in his head without warning. The intense throbbing felt as though a sharp spike was relentlessly boring into his mind, causing Luo Feng's entire body to convulse as he collapsed to the floor. Several of you, come with me and examine this. The officers, who had successfully regained control of the situation, were astounded by Luo Feng's condition. His entire body was flushed crimson, and beads of sweat incessantly poured out, intermingled with droplets of blood. These crimson droplets rapidly saturated his clothing. Veins bulged prominently, resembling a network of azure serpents coiling around him, transforming Luo Feng into a figure of unprecedented horror. This is dire, he has already lost consciousness due to the pain. Quickly, expedite him to the adjacent medical bay. The police officers were visibly shaken by Luo Feng's appearance. Even though he had lost consciousness, his body remained intensely flushed. A potent and enigmatic force surged forth from Luo Feng's mind, instantaneously permeating every inch of his being. Under the baptism of this mysterious energy, Luo Feng's entire physique, including his bones, internal organs, blood, muscles, and skin, underwent profound transformations. Each cell within him was in a state of constant flux, the pace of metamorphosis far exceeding that experienced during his own cultivation of genetic primal energy by 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Logically, such intense and rapid alterations would render the body incapable of withstanding the strain, leading to a catastrophic collapse. Yet, despite the manifestations of convulsions, blood seeping, and trembling bones, Luo Feng's body emerged unscathed, devoid of any internal injuries. Quick! Be careful! Take him to the medical room. The officers promptly lifted Luo Feng and transported him to the infirmary. The details of this extensive melee were swiftly compiled and summarized. At 8 o'clock in the evening, within a tranquil 3-story building of the detention center, a massive 200-inch screen adorned the wall of the first-floor living room, displaying a film. Pause. A middle-aged man clad in a bathrobe commanded, causing the film to halt abruptly. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a man in military uniform who entered respectfully. Director, we have clarified the details of the recent large-scale brawl. It was orchestrated by Zhou Huayang's associates, targeting a young man named Luo Feng. However, the outcome was that a multitude of individuals sustained injuries, several of whom are severely wounded. That Zhou Huayang? Relying on the influence of his family, he truly is quite arrogant, the man in the bathrobe remarked indifferently. Although it was arranged by Zhou Huayang, we speculate that the one truly intending to take action against Luo Feng is a young man named Zhang Haobai. The officer respectfully stated, we have reviewed Luo Feng's file, and his entry into the detention center is closely related to Zhang Haobai. It is highly likely that Zhang Haobai sought Zhou Huayang's assistance. Present, there are 6 base districts across the entirety of Huaxia. The unprecedented gathering of humanity has significantly enhanced the state's control over its citizens. However, the director, upon examining the scene of the brawl, noted the dented metal benches and tables. We deduce that Luo Feng's physical condition has certainly reached the level of a martial artist, the officer asserted with conviction. The furniture in the detention center is metallic. Luo Feng's fists have indented the metal tables, and a single palm strike even severed a metal bench. How terrifying! Martial artist level? The previously composed middle-aged man suddenly rose, furrowing his brow as he fixed his gaze on the officer. Are you certain? A quasi-martial artist? What would a quasi-martial artist be doing in a detention center? His frown deepened. If this escalated, it could lead to significant trouble. Martial artists, regardless of their faction, hold their rights in high regard. Should a martial artist suffer injustice within the police system, it would undoubtedly incite widespread discontent among all martial artists, and that would spell considerable trouble. After all, the police system lacks the authority to impose any form of detention upon a martial artist. Where is Luo Feng now? The middle-aged man inquired. Yes, director. The officer promptly replied, taking his leave. Late at night, in the tranquil confines of his bedroom, Luo Feng's eyes fluttered slightly before he opened them fully. Where am I? As his consciousness gradually returned, he scanned his surroundings. The spots on the railing of the window beside him were strikingly vivid, and the sounds of neighboring households watching television resonated with surprising clarity. Even the faint conversations of passers-by on the distant street reached his ears. No, it isn't that the sounds are loud. My hearing has significantly improved. Rising from his bed, Luo Feng took a moment to observe his surroundings. His vision, hearing, and even his sense of smell had undergone a remarkable enhancement. His gaze fell upon a nearby stool, and an impulse stirred within him. Instantly, an invisible force seized control of the stool. This ethereal power was imperceptible to the naked eye, yet Luo Feng could distinctly sense it emanating from his mind. What is this power? How have I acquired such abilities? His heart raced with disbelief, as this intangible force felt akin to an unseen hand. In the stillness of the night, the stool levitated before him. With a mere thought, he directed his gaze toward the bed, and it too ascended into the air. Turning his attention to the television cabinet, it followed suit, rising effortlessly. Soon, 3 chairs, a coffee table, and a wardrobe all floated away from the ground, as if gravity held no sway within the room. Remarkably, controlling such a multitude of objects required no effort on his part. Luo Feng slowly walked to the balcony. In the deep of night, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. His gaze settled upon the railing, and a thought stirred within him. With a decisive intent, he commanded, "Go!" In an instant, the steel spikes transformed into countless phantoms, relentlessly piercing through the artificial mountain with a fervor akin to being assaulted by a barrage of armor-piercing projectiles. The entire structure quickly resembled a sieve. Suddenly, a low rumble erupted as the towering artificial mountain, standing 2 to 3 meters high, shattered into innumerable fragments, while the steel spikes he had controlled disintegrated into fine dust. Who is it? Alarm bells blared throughout the military recuperation area, and bright searchlights flickered to life. Several guards, armed and alert, rushed towards the scene. Meanwhile, Luo Feng instinctively recoiled, slipping back into the room and lying on the bed, his heart racing with astonishment. The massive stone, nearly 1 to 2 meters thick, had been penetrated in an instant. The power I wield with the steel spikes rivals that of a heavy sniper rifle's armor-piercing rounds. Yet, it is the spikes' lack of robustness and sharpness that ultimately led to their obliteration into powder. Such a mysterious and terrifying force has awakened within this ordinary military recuperation community. Chapter 20. The Dark Golden Sphere, End of Part 1. In the tranquil bedroom, the lights remained off. In the dimness, Luo Feng sat on a small personal sofa, his mind in turmoil. This power is overwhelming. A standard police handgun would likely only manage to leave a small mark on that colossal stone. Yet, my control over the steel spikes effortlessly pierced through the entire artificial mountain, exhibiting a potency magnified by dozens, even hundreds of times. The battle between humanity and monsters has persisted for decades, primarily due to the formidable strength of the latter. Within the ranks of these creatures, there exists a spectrum of power. Even the weakest among them can easily disregard small-caliber handguns. In truth, even the most feeble human warriors can typically withstand ordinary bullets with mere muscle. The mightier monsters, however, outright ignore conventional firearms. Only heavy sniper rifles, large-caliber machine guns, anti-aircraft artillery, and cannons pose any genuine threat to them. Indeed, some apex monsters, such as the black-crowned golden eagle, remain impervious to the relentless bombardment of 20mm Vulcan cannons, which fail to even dislodge a single feather, a truly terrifying prospect. To my astonishment, I find myself capable of telekinetically manipulating objects from a distance. Could this be a manifestation of psychic energy? Luo Feng mused, grappling with the implications of his newfound ability. His knowledge of psychic practitioners is scant, yet he is aware that they are typically formidable warriors who also cultivate genetic primal energy. In addition to this, psychic practitioners harness a second form of energy, known as psychic energy or psychic power. However, whether what he is experiencing is indeed psychic power remains to be seen, necessitating further investigation in the future. Luo Feng reflected that throughout his life, he had encountered only one psychic practitioner, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe with silver hair, referred to as Captain Bai, the chief instructor of the Extreme Association in Yangzhou, Wutong. The penetrative force of steel spikes is formidable, yet creatures of the caliber of the black-crowned golden eagle remain utterly indifferent to conventional weaponry. Only laser cannons and nuclear armaments could potentially pose a threat to such beings. Luo Feng was acutely aware that, despite his remarkable strength, there existed countless beings throughout the world whose power surpassed his by 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. Take, for instance, the unparalleled warrior showcased in an online video, who effortlessly vanquished a black-crowned golden eagle. His speed of movement could surpass the very limits of sound. A single strike could cleave the majestic bird in two, and a single kick could lay waste to a 6-story residential building. Such individuals represent the pinnacle of martial prowess. Furthermore, the world's foremost powerhouse, known as Hong, and the second strongest, dubbed Thor, possess the ability to engage in equal discourse with the five great powers of the world. Luo Feng inhaled deeply, contemplating the staggering strength required for an individual or nation to engage on equal footing. He realized that even his control over steel spikes might not suffice to breach the defenses of such formidable opponents. He silently reminded himself that, although he had grown powerful, many stronger entities still existed. Yet, despite this realization, the distance between him and those extraordinary beings felt insurmountable. Presently, Luo Feng's abilities were more than sufficient to ensure a comfortable life for his parents and younger brother. Determined, he acknowledged his youth and the potential to someday join the ranks of the world's elite warriors. With a heart full of anticipation, he found himself in the tranquil confines of his bedroom, awakening to his newfound capabilities, which left him somewhat restless. He decided that, given his excitement, sleep would elude him. Instead, he opted to practice his genetic energy cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on his bed in the five hearts toward heaven position, he closed his eyes and began his meditative practice. Bolstered by his previous experience and the presence of genetic energy within him, he quickly attuned himself to the cosmic energy that surrounded him. The ethereal energy of the universe permeates through the soles of my feet, the palms of my hands, and the crown of my head, continuously flowing into my being. Today, the absorption of this cosmic energy seems to be occurring at an accelerated pace. The energy traverses 5 channels, entering within the essence of Luo Feng, with every cell in his body fervently devouring this wondrous cosmic force. After being transformed by the mitochondria within the cells, the cosmic energy is converted into primordial genetic energy. Ah, my head! Luo Feng perceives a surge of cosmic energy flooding into his mind, as his consciousness sharpens and focuses. Boom! It feels as though his very soul quivers, and then, to his astonishment, Luo Feng discovers his consciousness has arrived in a realm of extraordinary wonder. This enigmatic place stretches infinitely, shrouded in a perpetual mist. At the heart of this fog lies a dark golden sphere, slowly rotating like a star, emanating tendrils of vapor that ceaselessly augment the mist surrounding this mysterious domain. This mist. Could it be the essence of mental telekinesis? Luo Feng effortlessly senses the power of this mist, recognizing it as the very mental force that allows him to manipulate objects. Furthermore, he perceives strands of translucent energy infiltrating from the external realm of this enigmatic place, swiftly assimilating into the mist's power. Luo Feng's consciousness also discerns that this transparent energy is indeed cosmic energy. The mist embodies mental telekinesis, while the transparent energy represents cosmic energy, which, upon being absorbed, transforms into mental force. And my mental force extends outward from my mind. A tremor of realization courses through Luo Feng. Could it be that this is my mind? Or rather, is this my sea of consciousness? The sea of consciousness is a specific term used by warriors to refer to the realm within their minds. In the center of my sea of consciousness, there exists a dark golden sphere. Luo Feng observed the sphere with a sense of bewilderment. It slowly rotated while continuously emanating wisps of mist, a manifestation of mental energy. As it released these streams of mental energy, Luo Feng felt an overwhelming sense of comfort within his sea of consciousness. Throughout my life, I have experienced several episodes of unconsciousness, perhaps due to this dark golden sphere. Luo Feng had an instinctual realization. The dark golden sphere is responsible for the release of mental energy. In the past, I possessed little to no mental energy. It was only during this recent episode of unconsciousness that I acquired it. As Luo Feng pondered this, he concluded that during this state of unconsciousness, the dark golden sphere must have unleashed a substantial amount of mental energy. This not only endowed him with formidable mental prowess but also inadvertently transformed his physical form. While his physical attributes were strong, they paled in comparison to the potency of mental energy. Indeed, he recalled the previous encounter with a group of assailants, one of whom had thrown a flying dagger. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his shoulder, it suddenly veered off course. This must have been the influence of his mental energy at work. Luo Feng was able to deduce certain truths based on the circumstances. It was evident that the dark golden sphere had indeed released a significant amount of mental energy during his episode of unconsciousness. However, in reality, the transformation within his sea of consciousness had begun on the very night he entered the cell, during his initial practice of harnessing genetic energy and absorbing cosmic energy, which had already triggered a shift in his consciousness. Even without the incident with the dagger, the dark golden sphere would have released a considerable amount of mental energy in advance. As time passes, one will naturally come to possess mental power. A sudden knife attack merely prompted Luo Feng's early awakening. My previous headaches and fainting spells were most likely caused by this dark golden sphere. However, now that the dark golden sphere continuously releases mental energy, I should no longer be susceptible to fainting. Luo Feng felt as though a dam had been breached, allowing the floodwaters to flow forth. It was the inability of the dark golden sphere to release mental energy that had caused his daily headaches. Now, with a channel established for the release of mental energy, he should be fine. The next morning, as Luo Feng descended from his bedroom, he discovered a man seated in the living room. "Good morning, Mr. Luo Feng," the man in military attire greeted with a smile as he stood. "Hello," Luo Feng replied, perplexed. "Where am I, and how did I get here? I don't believe I have seen you before." Given that he had fought numerous prisoners the previous day, particularly striking metal tables and benches, it was easy for others to gauge his strength, which did not surprise Luo Feng. "I would like to inquire who exactly wishes to harm me?" Luo Feng frowned. The officer hesitated briefly. "There will undoubtedly be trouble with the high-ranking officials of the detention center." The officer continued with a smile. "Mr. Luo Feng, please remain calm. The situation is as follows. Our investigation revealed that an individual named Zhou Huayang, a local thug, orchestrated the attack on you by these incarcerated prisoners. According to our findings, they intended to break one of your legs and one of your arms." "Oh?" Luo Feng frowned. "To break one of my arms and one of my legs? How ruthless. Do they wish to cripple me?" "This week, I do not recognize Zhou Huayang. Who prompted him to act? Zhang Haobai?" Luo Feng's gaze turned icy. He truly did not know the gravity of his actions. Indeed, he was oblivious to the peril he faced. The officer smiled and said, "Luo Feng, you could certainly choose to apply to the Jiangnan City Security Bureau for the apprehension of Zhang Haobai. His instigation of harm against a quasi-martial artist constitutes a serious crime. A sentence of 20 years in prison would not be unusual. Do not blame me for my unsolicited advice. Zhang Haobai's uncle is also a martial artist." The officer continued, "Luo Feng, you need not consider his uncle's influence. The Security Bureau is the governing body for martial artists and wields considerable authority. Zhang Haobai's uncle could not possibly sway the Bureau's actions. You can choose to disregard offending him and still pursue action against Zhang Haobai. Alternatively, allow for private mediation, seeking compensation from the Zhang family. The decision lies entirely with you." The officer smiled again, adding, "I have conveyed my message. Here are your belongings, Mr. Luo Feng." Luo Feng nodded. Should he opt for private mediation and seek a substantial monetary settlement, or should he confront Zhang Haobai directly? "Hello, Dad," Luo Feng said as he picked up his phone and dialed. "I have just been released from the detention center. I will be home shortly for breakfast. Rest assured, Dad, your son has grown quite formidable. How could anything possibly go wrong?" Luo Feng was on the brink of entering the realm of martial artists, ready to stir up a storm. On the very morning of Luo Feng's release from the detention center, in a quaint and elegantly adorned tea house located in the Ian district, a private room contained only Zhou Huayang and Zhang Haobai, their teacups steaming and fragrant aromas wafting through the air. "Zhou, what matter could possibly necessitate summoning me here at such an ungodly hour?" Zhang Haobai inquired, his voice hushed with anticipation. "Does this pertain to the matter we discussed? If you've truly managed to resolve it, rest assured, financial remuneration will be of no concern." Zhang Haobai harbored a fervent hope that Luo Feng had indeed suffered a broken limb or two. Zhou Huayang remained seated, his countenance gradually darkening, offering no response. "Zhou?" Zhang Haobai sensed the ominous atmosphere and implored, "Zhou, please, say something." Zhou Huayang fixed Zhang Haobai with a frigid gaze, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Zhang Haobai, your audacity knows no bounds. In your quest for self-destruction, you sought to drag me down with you." Zhou Huayang inhaled deeply, his voice grave as he stated, Zhang Haobai, you tasked me with arranging for Luo Feng to have a limb or two forcibly broken. Did you not? Indeed. Zhang Haobai affirmed with a nod. What of it? What of it? Zhou Huayang echoed, his voice laced with icy contempt. The Luo Feng you sought to harm is a prospective martial artist. The revelation left Zhang Haobai utterly dumbfounded. Silence descended upon the private room, thick and heavy. Zhang Haobai sat motionless, his face ashen, beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead. Zhou Huayang, with a mirthless smile, sat beside him, sipping his tea in protracted silence. How could this be? How could such a thing occur? Zhang Haobai was now devoid of envy, replaced solely by terror. Hailing from a wealthy family, he was acutely aware of the privileges afforded to prospective martial artists. He had dispatched individuals to inflict grievous bodily harm upon a prospective martial artist, a transgression for which the Jiangnan City Security Bureau could apprehend him. Once ensnared within the clutches of the Security Bureau, his life would be irrevocably ruined. No. Zhang Haobai's face turned ashen. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he appeared utterly bewildered. Zhou Huayang, furious, slammed his cup down onto the table and shouted, "Damn it! You imbecile! If you truly wish for death, do not drag me into it. A prospective martial artist. You want me to arrange for someone to break a leg and an arm of a prospective martial artist? If they report this to the Security Bureau, I will be in deep trouble." Zhou Huayang gritted his teeth in anger. "Brother Zhou, what should I do? What can I do?" Zhang Haobai pleaded repeatedly, "I don't want to be captured by the Security Bureau. Please tell me what I should do now." The Security Bureau. To an ordinary citizen, it represented a realm of mystery and terror. The involvement of the Security Bureau in apprehending someone could almost signify the end of one's life. "By the way, Brother Zhou, have you betrayed me?" Zhang Haobai's eyes brightened as he continued, "Only you know that I asked you for help. If you haven't exposed me, then there might still be hope." "What the hell are you thinking?" Zhou Huayang exclaimed, rising abruptly and pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Haobai. "The government officials have already come here to interrogate me. Do you think I would dare to remain silent? If I don't speak, it would mean your death." Zhang Haobai was taken aback. Indeed, if Zhou Huayang did not divulge his involvement, he would face dire consequences himself. After saying that, Zhou Huayang stormed out, leaving Zhang Haobai alone in the private room. How could this happen? Sitting on the chair, Zhang Haobai shook his head in disbelief, still struggling to comprehend the situation. How could he possibly be a prospective martial artist? Just days before the college entrance examination, his punching power was merely 800 kilograms. How could he have transformed into a prospective martial artist in such a short span? No, I do not wish to be apprehended by the Security Bureau. Father. I must seek my father. At home. Zhang Haobai sat on the living room sofa, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. With a creak, the door opened. "Father, I have caused trouble." Zhang Haobai lifted his gaze to meet his father's. The mere utterance of those simple words, "I have caused trouble," sent a chill through Zhang Zilong's heart. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Haobai explained, "It happened like this. The last time at my family's courtyard, the furniture company delivered some items. From start to finish, Zhang Haobai dared not conceal a single detail, laying everything bare. You actually dared to hire someone to incapacitate a prospective martial artist?" Zhang Zilong's eyes widened in disbelief. I was unaware." Zhang Haobai stammered, overwhelmed by his father's fierce gaze. "Had I known, I would never have dared." Zhang Zilong inhaled deeply, remaining silent as he retrieved his phone and began dialing. Beep. A sound resonated from Zhang Zilong's device, causing him to furrow his brow. "What is it, father?" Zhang Haobai inquired anxiously. Outside the urban area of the base, there might be lurking monsters hidden away. Therefore, communication within the city usually occurs only in secure locations. Moments later, a deep voice answered, "Brother, what is it? I am quite busy at the moment." "Ow! This matter is serious. Your nephew has landed himself in deep trouble," Zhang Zilong replied, his eyes reddening. "What trouble has Haobai found himself in?" "Speak, I am listening," came the voice of Zhang Zilong's brother, Zhang Zihu. "It is as follows." Zhang Zilong immediately reiterated what his son had just said. After a brief silence on the phone, Zhang Zihu's voice emerged. That boy Hao Bai actually dares to provoke a martial artist. How incredibly audacious. Henceforth, Hao Bai, you are to remain at home every day and refrain from causing any trouble. Do not visit that Luofeng again. Understood, Uncle Zhang Hao Bai replied, as if clutching at a final straw, nodding in agreement. After hanging up, father and son Zhang breathed a collective sigh of relief. While the Zhang family was fraught with anxiety, the Luo family was in high spirits. After dinner, Luo Feng accompanied his younger brother Luo Hua from their apartment to the community. Pushing the wheelchair, Luo Feng strolled through the neighborhood. Brother, we have lived in this community for over a decade, and our parents have resided here for more than 20 years, Luo Hua remarked, gazing at the densely packed residential buildings with scant greenery. Once we move to Mingyue community, I will be able to explore on my own every day. The daily ordeal of ascending and descending the stairs was a monumental challenge for Luo Hua, confined to a wheelchair. Indeed, Luo Feng replied with a smile, continuing to push the wheelchair. From now on, we won't have to endure the sunless days of all 4 seasons, nor will we be confined to that small room. Our parents won't have to sleep on the sofa any longer. Luo Hua nodded in agreement. This day had been long awaited. Suddenly, someone approached. Luo Hua lifted his gaze and saw a young man wearing glasses smiling as he walked over. He first smiled at Luo Hua in the wheelchair, then turned to Luo Feng. You must be Luo Gu, right? And you are? Ro Feng gazed at the young man in perplexity. The young man smiled slightly and said, Hello, Brother Luo. My name is Zhou Huayang. I wonder if you have a moment. Shall we find a place to converse? Zhou Huayang? A spark of realization ignited within Ro Feng. It was indeed him. The officer at the detention center had mentioned that Zhang Haobai had sought Zhou Huayang's assistance to orchestrate matters against him. So you are Zhou Huayang? Ro Feng replied with a faint smile. A knot of anxiety tightened in Zhou Huayang's heart. Under Ro Feng's scrutiny, he felt a wave of unease. If Ro Feng truly intended to confront him, he would be in considerable trouble. Maintaining his smile, Zhou Huayang responded, Indeed, that is me, Brother Luo. Shall we find a nearby place to discuss? Very well, Ro Feng nodded. I have matters to discuss with you as well. Not far from the Nanan community, there stood a high-end establishment known as the Yangzhou Bathhouse. This venue was known for its elevated prices. Even a small suite required a minimum expenditure of 1,000 yuan. Although Ro Feng had heard of this place, he had never ventured inside until now, accompanied by his brother and Zhou Huayang. The Yangzhou Bathhouse offered a comprehensive experience, including bathing, foot soaks, and leisurely entertainment. All right, you may leave now. I will call for you if needed, Zhou Huayang instructed in one of the suites within the bathhouse. Understood, sir, the attendant replied before departing. This suite comprised 3 rooms. One designated as a bathing area, specifically for soaking. The second served as a lounge for tea and business discussions, and the third was an entertainment room, equipped for internet access, television viewing, and singing. You may play in this room while I discuss matters with Zhou Huayang, Luo Feng said with a smile. Go ahead, brother. Luo Hua swiftly maneuvered his wheelchair to the computer, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Wow! A 46-inch ultra-thin screen and a voice control system. How delightful! Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. His own laptop was of the most basic variety, with a manual operating system that cost merely a few hundred yuan. In stark contrast, the latest luxury laptops boasted voice control capabilities, and the rumored top-tier models even offered 3-dimensional virtual holographic projection. Such devices were exorbitantly priced, truly belonging to the realm of legend. Even affluent families would likely need to exhaust their fortunes to acquire one. Meanwhile, his brother Luo Hua eagerly experimented with the voice control system, while Luo Feng and Zhou Huayang retreated to the lounge. With a soft click, the door closed behind them, and Luo Feng and Zhou Huayang sat across from each other. Brother Luo, would you care for some tea? Zhou Huayang offered, pouring a cup for Luo Feng, his demeanor tinged with remorse. I have come to apologize, Brother Luo, regarding this recent incident. Sigh, I feel truly embarrassed and ashamed. Luo Feng held his teacup, silently listening. Zhou Huayang was the sort of person abundant in social connections, often engaged in the business of receiving payment to facilitate others' affairs. Though he had no prior enmity with Luo Feng, the latter harbored no significant resentment towards him. The true source of Luo Feng's ire lay with Zhang Haobai. Even if Zhang Haobai chooses not to enlist Zhou Huayang to confront me, he would inevitably seek assistance from others. Luo Feng mused that Zhou Huayang was merely an intermediary. However, since he has approached me, I might as well settle matters with him directly. Seeing Luo Feng's silence, Zhou Huayang continued, "This time, I arranged for someone to deal with you, Luo Gu, without any prior knowledge of your situation. It was all based on what Zhang Haobai informed me, which led to this foolish act. I sincerely hope you can forgive me." "Forgive you?" Luo Feng smiled faintly. "This is a small token from me. I hope you will accept it." Zhou Huayang retrieved an envelope from his pocket and placed it on the table before pushing it towards Luo Feng. "This is a named check from the Bank of Communications, made out to you, Luo Gu. Only you can withdraw this sum from any branch of the bank." Luo Feng glanced at it and opened the envelope, confirming the presence of a check within, with a payment deadline of 10 days and payable solely to him, accompanied by his identification number. What caught his attention most was the figure written on it. 1 million yuan. 1 million. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a substantial amount. His family's savings had never exceeded 10,000 over the years, and given the current value of the Huaxia currency, even for seasoned business owners, 1 million was a significant figure. "I hope you can forgive me, and let this matter be behind us," Zhou Huayang said earnestly. 1 million. Luo Feng had never possessed such wealth. Money like this one would be foolish to refuse. "I am aware that you serve as an intermediary, and I shall not make things difficult for you. Very well, I shall accept this payment." Luo Feng nodded, and Zhou Huayang immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, withdrawing money from this check could be troublesome. "Thus, I propose that you transfer the funds directly into my account via the internet," Luo Feng suggested. "Certainly," Zhou Huayang replied with remarkable decisiveness. Luo Feng nodded again, retrieved a pen from the table, and inscribed his bank account number and the name of the bank on a sheet of white paper. "This is my bank card number, and the address of the bank is provided here. I am the account holder." At that moment, Luo Feng felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He took it out and opened it to discover a text message notifying him of a change in his bank card balance, indicating that his balance had increased by 1 million. "Has it arrived?" Zhou Huayang inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Luo Feng confirmed with a nod. Zhou Huayang continued with a grin. "Brother Luo, you are always straightforward in your dealings. If you encounter any difficulties in Yangzhou, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will assist you in any way I can, provided it is within my capabilities. Of course, you are on the verge of becoming a martial artist. Yet the underworld can be more troublesome than the king of hell. When faced with certain predicaments, it is indeed easier for us to intervene." "Understood. I will seek your assistance when necessary," Luo Feng replied as he rose to his feet. Zhou Huayang also stood up immediately, and the two shook hands. "I shall take my leave now," Zhou Huayang said with a smile. "I have settled the payment for this suite, so you may enjoy yourselves until morning." With that, Zhou Huayang bid farewell to Luo Feng's brother, Luo Hua, and exited the suite, leaving only Luo Feng and Luo Hua behind in the entertainment room. "Brother, what did that man want from you?" Luo Hua chuckled, remarking that the individual appeared quite courteous, suggesting that he might be bringing us money. Luo Feng smiled in response. "Money?" Luo Hua was taken aback. He had not shared the incidents encountered in the detention center with his parents or younger brother, as he wished to spare them from worry. In Luo Feng's perspective, embarking on the path of a warrior meant facing numerous trials and pervasive dangers. It was better not to burden his parents with these adversities. "By the way, Ahua," Luo Feng said with a grin, "how has your stock trading been?" His younger brother, Ahua, having spent years at home and harboring a keen interest in finance, particularly the stock market, had already been trading for 3 years despite his youth. Although he did not earn any profits in his first year, he had made substantial gains in the subsequent 2 years, quadrupling his initial investment. "I have over 20,000 yuan now," Luo Hua stated. "So much?" Luo Feng was astounded. The amount itself did not astonish him. Rather, it was the efficiency with which his brother had earned it that left him speechless. Such an impressive return. "It's not too bad," Luo Hua replied. "In stock trading, one must master psychology and mathematics. as long as one manages their positions well and strategically purchases to control the buying price. It can be straightforward, especially if one follows the movements of the market makers. However, fluctuations in the stock market can sometimes affect one's mindset. My first year without profits was often marked by premature selling due to fear. Luo Feng listened, bewildered. What I've made is nothing remarkable. Seasoned experts can achieve tenfold or even 20-fold returns in futures trading. Of course, futures carry greater risks, and a careless move can lead to forced liquidation, resulting in total loss. Luo Hua shook his head. Although Luo Feng did not fully comprehend these matters, he grasped one essential truth. Profiting from stocks is fundamentally a matter of compound interest. For instance, his brother, who had transformed a few thousand yuan into 20,000 over the span of 3 years. Yet, had he started with a capital of 1 million, he might now possess assets worth 4 million. With 4 million, it could very well escalate to 16 million. The exponential growth of wealth is staggering. 50,000? Luo Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Today, the stock market had taken a significant downturn, presenting an opportune moment to buy at the bottom and secure substantial gains. Having shared a room with his brother for many years, Luo Feng had long recognized that his sibling always anticipated a sharp decline in the stock market, while their neighbor, Uncle Wang, consistently hoped for a rise. Luo Hua profited from trading, while Uncle Wang suffered losses. Was it true that seasoned investors yearned for market crashes? Luo Feng pondered. By the way, brother, where did you acquire this money? Luo Hua inquired eagerly. It was from that Zhou Huayang. Luo Feng replied with a smile. Brother, feel free to use this money. Once I become a martial artist, I will earn abundantly. While an ordinary martial artist may not generate significant wealth, Luo Feng was acutely aware of his own capabilities. His ability to manipulate objects was far more formidable than a heavy machine gun. After all, bullets travel in a straight line, whereas Luo Feng's controlled spikes could change direction instantaneously. On August 1st, the practical assessment for martial artists would commence, and upon passing, he would embark on his martial career. As he held his teacup, he inadvertently exerted a bit too much force, and with a sharp crack, the cup shattered.
Spilling tea everywhere.
Luo Hua jumped in alarm. Brother, what happened? It's nothing, Luo Feng replied, shaking his head with a smile. Yet, in the depths of his heart, he mused. During my time in the detention center, I diligently cultivated the essence of my genetic origins, resulting in a significant enhancement of my strength. Subsequently, upon awakening my abilities, my power surged even further. Now, my strength and speed have vastly outstripped my former self. However, such rapid growth in power is not without its drawbacks. My control over this newfound strength has become less refined. In a moment of excitement, I inadvertently crushed a teacup, a clear indication of my inadequate control. Indeed, tomorrow morning, I shall make my way to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. From today until August 1st, over the course of these 20-some days, I will commit myself to rigorous training. I must diligently hone my current speed and strength to maximize my capabilities. Such were the thoughts that occupied Luo Feng's mind. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, when dawn was just breaking, Luo Feng set off towards the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Lacking the official certificate of a qualified martial artist, he still utilized his advanced student ID to gain entry into the academy. Brother, good morning. He greeted as he passed several fellow students engaged in their morning exercises on the grassy path. With a smile and a nod, he made his way directly to the 3rd floor of the Advanced Student Training Building. As he had yet to obtain his martial artist certification, he could only access the Advanced Training Hall, lacking the qualifications to enter the instructor's area on the 4th floor. Ha! Ha! The sounds of exertion echoed from within the training hall. Peering inside, Luo Feng beheld a young man clad in white, skillfully wielding a spear, performing an intricate series of movements. With a smile, Luo Feng called out, "You came here to practice shooting so early? That's quite rare." Madman. The young man in the white robe paused, looking at Luo Feng with surprise and delight. "What brings you here? Aha, by the way, I must congratulate you on passing the preliminary martial artist assessment," he continued. "How did you know?" Luo Feng asked in astonishment, as he believed only a few should be aware of his success in the assessment. "Last night, during our class, the instructor mentioned this." He said that among the advanced students in our martial arts school, both you and Brother Yang have successfully passed the preliminary martial artist assessment. The young man in white helplessly scratched his head. Seeing that you two have succeeded, I couldn't afford to be complacent, so I came here early to practice shooting. Luo Feng nodded. It turned out the information had come from the instructor. Although the Extreme Martial Arts School had over 30,000 students, there were only 6 instructors in total. Moreover, there was but a single head instructor. Most of the teaching took place in a vast lecture hall, accommodating thousands of students at once. However, when it came to advanced students, the numbers were considerably fewer. Madman, now that you've passed the assessment, what brings you here so early? The young man in white asked with a laugh. On August 1st, there will be a practical assessment for martial artists. I need to prepare, Luo Feng replied, smiling as he made his way to the weapon room adjacent to the training hall. The door to the weapon room was ajar. Upon entering, he beheld a plethora of weapons displayed on the racks. Swords, guns, staffs, clubs, axes, hammers, and spears, among many others, each category boasting a variety of types. In the realm of blades, one can discern between single-handed and double-handed swords. The category of single-handed swords itself encompasses a plethora of varieties, among which is the Blood Shadow series. Luo Feng opened one of the weapon cabinets, revealing a multitude of identical combat knives. These blades, however, are mere replicas, models designed to mimic their genuine counterparts in terms of balance and weight, yet they differ vastly in material. A true sword capable of slaying beasts could command a price in the hundreds of thousands, while these replicas are but a few hundred, considerably more affordable. With a swift motion, Luo Feng drew one of the Blood Shadow 2 series blades. The blade measures 78 centimeters in length, with an overall length of 101 centimeters and a width of 5.2 centimeters. Its spine is robust, and its tip is sharp, ideal for thrusting. He casually swung it a couple of times, only to furrow his brow. Having wielded this Blood Shadow sword for quite some time, he now found it surprisingly light. His accustomed heft was absent. His strength had evidently increased, necessitating a heavier blade for it to feel comfortable in his grasp. Luo Feng then retrieved another Blood Shadow 2 sword, slicing through the air to create a sharp whistle. Yet, it too felt inadequate, still too light. He then selected the heaviest replica of the Blood Shadow 2 series, and could not help but chuckle. It was evident that his prowess had indeed escalated significantly. In this advanced student armory, he could not find a single sword that suited his current capabilities. Thus, Luo Feng resolved to depart the 3rd floor and made his way up the staircase to the 4th floor, a place frequented by instructors and trainers alike. Luo Feng was aware that the 4th floor also housed a martial arts training hall and a weaponry room, and that aspiring martial artists were granted access to this level. However, his certificate as an aspiring martial artist had yet to be issued, leaving him uncertain of his eligibility to enter the 4th floor. Beside the staircase leading to the 4th floor, there was a small room where an elderly man was on duty. What are you doing here? Students are not permitted to enter, the old man said as he stood up. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face, followed by a smile. It's you, Luo Feng. I heard from Director Jiang that you passed your aspiring martial artist assessment.
Please come in.
Thank you, Uncle Li. Luo Feng sighed in relief. Had Uncle Li been strict and demanded his aspiring martial artist credentials, Luo Feng would have found himself unable to proceed, for legally, he was still not recognized as an aspiring martial artist. The 4th floor training hall was adorned with far superior decorations, and the equipment was of a significantly higher caliber. At that moment, Luo Feng found himself alone in the training hall. Such a waste, such a tremendous waste, he thought, shaking his head. This martial arts academy has only 6 instructors. Most of the time, aside from teaching, they are training at the extreme gym. Such a splendid place remains largely unoccupied, with so few visitors. Shaking his head, Luo Feng entered the adjacent weaponry room. The weapons within this room, though also replicas, appeared to be of much finer quality than those on the 3rd floor. The Blood Shadow No. 2 series, indeed, the blades here felt significantly heavier. Luo Feng drew a blade and swung it twice before opting for another. After 5 attempts, he finally settled on one that suited him. Upon closer inspection, he noted the inscription on the blade indicating its weight, 101 kilograms. What?
101 Kilogramm?
Luo Feng was taken aback. How could such a heavy sword feel so comfortable in his grip? It is noteworthy that the Blood Shadow Battle Blade is typically a swift weapon, characterized by its lighter weight. To wield such a blade and only feel at ease with a weight of 101 kilograms, what level of strength had he truly attained? In the martial arts hall, Luo Feng secured his left forearm within a shield, his right hand gripping the Blood Shadow Battle Blade. Ha! With a powerful shout, he stood firm, executing the fundamental sword techniques with impeccable precision. Horizontal cuts, upward thrusts, powerful slashes, and continuous strikes. Each movement was flawlessly executed, and with every swing, his center of gravity remained unaffected. He practiced ceaselessly, constantly refining his technique. My strength is overwhelming, he mused. I lack the finesse to control my strikes. Luo Feng recognized his own shortcomings. While his physical prowess was commendable, it was essential to harness that power effectively. He understood that superior physical attributes do not inherently equate to greater combat prowess. Some individuals can only utilize a mere 30 of their innate abilities, while others might harness 50, 60, 70, or even 100. There are masters of swordsmanship who, despite their seemingly inferior strength, can vanquish foes 10 times stronger than themselves. This highlights the paramount significance of technique and experience. Certainly, when there is a significant disparity in physical prowess, mere technique cannot bridge the gap. Overall, regardless of the circumstances, one must diligently hone their skills to fully harness their physical strength. Director, the duty officer on the 4th floor, Mr. Li, respectfully called out. Who is inside? Instructor Jiang Yan inquired, as he distinctly heard a series of piercing shrieks emanating from the martial arts hall nearby. The sharp sounds were evidently produced by weapons such as swords and knives slicing through the air at remarkable speeds. Just listening to the noise made it clear that it must be a practitioner of martial arts. It's Luo Feng, Mr. Li replied with a smile. Luo Feng? Instructor Jiang Yan chuckled softly as he approached the martial arts hall. Standing at the entrance, he observed Luo Feng executing his techniques with meticulous precision, as if he were a living textbook, continuously demonstrating the fundamental moves of swordplay. At times he struck in place, while at other moments he dashed swiftly, evading and retreating, all the while wielding the Blood Shadow Battle Blade with fluidity and grace. Indeed, the fundamentals are remarkably solid. Instructor Jiang Yan could not help but nod in approval, internally praising the strong foundation that would undoubtedly enhance his future swordsmanship. There were no apparent weaknesses. It was truly impressive. His appreciation only grew as he watched. Ah, instructor! Luo Feng exclaimed upon noticing Jiang Yan, promptly halting his movements. Instructor Jiang Yan entered with a smile. Luo Feng, your swordplay is commendable. You must have started practicing at a young age, correct? Yes, when I was younger, before joining the martial arts school, I would practice alone at home. Luo Feng replied with a smile. Instructor Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Yet suddenly, the smile on his face froze. He stared in astonishment at the Blood Shadow Battle Blade in Luo Feng's hand, his eyes widening in disbelief. Instructor? Instructor? Luo Feng was startled by the expression of the instructor. You. Did you just wield the Blood Shadow Blade weighing 101 kilograms? Instructor Jiang Yan asked in astonishment, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Feng. Yes, Luo Feng stammered, somewhat taken aback. Jiang Yan shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. How could that be? But soon after, a spark ignited in Jiang Yan's eyes, as if he were beholding an unparalleled treasure. Luo Feng, hurry to the punching power testing machine and demonstrate your punch for me. I must see how much your punching power has reached. Previously, during the last assessment for aspiring warriors, Luo Feng's punching power was merely around 1100 kilograms. In just a few short days, he had effortlessly wielded the 101-kilogram Blood Shadow Blade with astonishing speed. Had his strength increased several-fold in such a brief period? Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Since becoming an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy, his contribution value had risen rather slowly. The warriors at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy placed great importance on contribution value, and the quickest way to increase it was by hunting monsters. However, Jiang Yan had not ventured into monster hunting for quite some time. If his guess was correct, Luo Feng's cultivation of genetic primal energy was likely progressing at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary warriors. Jiang Nian mused to himself that perhaps Luo Feng was even worthy of having personnel dispatched from headquarters. If he could elevate Luo Feng's standing, he would not only earn contribution value for the academy but also gain prestige among the other instructors. Jiang Nian could hardly contain his excitement. Luo Feng, give me your utmost strength and deliver that punch, he commanded. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng approached the strength testing machine, inhaling deeply, contemplating that compared to his telekinetic abilities, his martial skills were indeed a tier lower. He harbored no intention of concealing his strength. Rather, he simply adjusted his breathing. In an instant, his entire body surged with power, his spine arched like a magnificent dragon. With a resounding force, his fist struck the target like a missile, causing it to shake violently. Beep! What's the result? Jiang Nian hurried over, peering at the display screen of the strength testing machine. Luo Feng, after delivering his punch, also glanced at the screen, uncertain of his current strength. The display clearly revealed the figure 3,109 kilograms.
3.109 Kilogramm?
Jiang Nian gasped, turning to Luo Feng as if he were a creature of myth. Luo Feng, too, was taken aback by the number. His punching power had evidently surged to such an extent. During the last assessment for aspiring warriors, his strength was around 1,100 kilograms. After his initial training with genetic origin energy, he anticipated an increase to approximately 1,500 or 1,800 kilograms. Yet, following his awakening and body evolution, it had astonishingly reached 3,109 kilograms. Since that awakening, Luo Feng had felt a significant enhancement in his physical strength, though he had lacked a precise figure to quantify it. Luo Feng, you must have successfully cultivated your genetic origin energy, right? Jiang Nian inquired eagerly. Yes, after the assessment for aspiring warriors, I attempted to cultivate genetic origin energy for the first time, and I succeeded that very night, Luo Feng confirmed with a nod. Jiang Nian could not contain his excitement and struck his palms together, exclaiming, "At last! Our Yayan District Extreme Martial Arts Academy has produced a truly extraordinary talent. In his inaugural attempt at cultivating the genetic primal energy, he has increased from 1,100 kilograms to an astounding 3,100 kilograms. Such remarkable advancement in a single endeavor is a rarity. In the entirety of Jiangnan City, there may be only one or two geniuses like him in a year. From birth until the first cultivation of genetic primal energy, there is a span of over a decade, often much longer, during which the body has never absorbed this energy. This prolonged hunger for over 10 or 20 years leads to astonishing progress upon the initial cultivation. However, from the second attempt onwards, the increments become minimal, necessitating years of relentless practice for gradual improvement. Furthermore, the magnitude of this first cultivation advancement reflects one's innate potential. For some, an increase of 300 kilograms in their first attempt is quite common, while an increase of 600 kilograms is regarded as commendable. Those who manage to augment by 1,000 kilograms are considered elite. Yet Luo Feng achieved an increase of 2,000 kilograms. That is the mark of a prodigy. Luo Feng, come, let us test your speed. In a moment we will also assess your neural reaction time. Jiang Nian, as if he had discovered a precious gem, eagerly sought to evaluate the abilities of this remarkable talent. Yes, instructor, replied Luo Feng, feeling a surge of exhilaration. The assessment results soon emerged. Punching power at 3,109 kilograms. Speed at 58 ms. Neural reaction test scored full marks for a junior warrior and rated excellent for an intermediate warrior. Ah! Our Yayan district has indeed birthed a monster. Jiang Nian gazed at the results displayed on the final neural response testing machine, his face flushed with excitement. He patted Luo Feng on the shoulder and exclaimed, Luo Feng, the contributions you make to my future martial arts academy will hinge upon your efforts. Luo Feng merely chuckled in response. Your progress in strength, Luo Feng, is remarkable. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy can certainly grant you early admission without requiring the customary combat assessments. Jiang Nian continued. Early admission to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Luo Feng pondered, somewhat perplexed. Typically, one must first attain the status of a martial artist before being eligible to officially join other factions. Luo Feng, having emerged from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in the Yayan District, I consider myself your guide, Jiang Nian remarked, giving Luo Feng's shoulder an encouraging pat. To be candid, during your initial gene energy training, You enhanced your punching power by over 1,000 kilograms, and your speed and neural response improvements are equally astounding. Your talent can be classified as either genius level or even monstrous. In the entire Jiangnan city, with a population of 200 million, such extraordinary talents emerge only once or twice a year. Luo Feng couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. Monstrous level? Others may be unaware, but he knows well that during his first gene energy training, his punching power likely improved by merely 600 kilograms. It was only through subsequent ability awakenings that his strength surged dramatically to such astonishing levels. However, Jiang Nian remains oblivious to this fact. As for the majority of martial artists, the most significant leap in power typically occurs during their initial gene energy training. Such a prodigious talent as yourself, once the martial artist practical assessment takes place, will undoubtedly attract the attention of esteemed institutions like the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy and various families within the Underground Alliance. At that juncture, they will surely extend invitations for you to join their ranks. Instructor Jiang Nian chuckled, remarking that you may find yourself dazzled by a plethora of generous offers. Luo Feng suddenly comprehended. Indeed, encountering one or two extraordinary individuals amidst the 200 million populace of Jiangnan City each year is a coveted opportunity for all factions. Thus, joining at this moment would be more advantageous, wouldn't it? Instructor Jiang Nian continued with a smile, assuring him that the conditions offered by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy would not be lacking in generosity. Typically, when martial artists join a martial arts academy, they are granted a villa and an initial fund of 1 million huaxia coins. Luo Feng, do not underestimate the significance of money. The battle garments, weapons, martial arts manuals, and even some firearms, as well as the possibility of hiring formidable instructors, all necessitate financial investment. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. For a talent of your caliber, in addition to the villa, we shall provide you with an initial fund of 20 million. This will enable you to procure various weapons and equipment. Furthermore, our Extreme Martial Arts Academy will generously bestow upon you a set of guiding techniques, a martial arts manual, and a body movement manual. Should the combined value of these three items fall below 50 million, you will receive them at no cost. However, any amount exceeding 50 million will require you to cover the additional expenses. Luo Feng felt his breath catch in his throat. Good heavens! While ordinary martial artists receive an initial fund of merely 1 million, he was being granted nearly 70 million. After all, the guiding techniques, martial arts manuals, and body movement manuals are of paramount importance to martial artists. Luo Feng, the combination of the guiding technique, the swordsmanship manual, and the body technique manual does not exceed 50 million. However, should you choose to purchase these elsewhere, the expenditure would likely be approximately double that of acquiring them from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Nian smiled, explaining that practitioners at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall enjoy discounts when purchasing certain manuals. Of course, the level of manuals one can buy necessitates corresponding contributions to the Martial Arts Hall. Without contribution points, even with wealth, one cannot procure the manuals. Nonetheless, for your initial purchase, there is no requirement for contribution points. Luo Feng realized. It seemed that the conditions offered by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall were indeed quite generous. Jiang Nian continued with a smile, stating that for talented martial artists like you, the conditions remain consistent. While at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, when you venture out to hunt monsters, you will receive assistance from companions across various locales. Moreover, the headmaster of our Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the world's foremost expert, Hong, occasionally provides guidance to truly exceptional individuals. Having lived in this era for many years, Luo Feng was well aware of the immense influence of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Joining it would undoubtedly be a commendable decision. Very well, instructor, I agree. Luo Feng nodded. Haha. Jiang Nian laughed, of course. I lack the authority to grant you immediate admission into the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Accepting a prodigious talent such as yourself requires direct approval from the headquarters. As he spoke, Jiang Nian retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket and gently uttered the word headquarters, instantly dialing the number. Moments later, a figure appeared on the phone screen. Jiang Nian, what is it? Inquired an elderly man with white hair, smiling gently from the screen. Master Bai. Jiang Nian exclaimed with great excitement, in the Yayan district, I have discovered a prodigious martial artist. During his initial training with genetic primal energy, He has increased his punching power by an astounding 2,000 kilograms. His speed has reached 58 meters per second, and his neural response tests have achieved excellent results, even surpassing the standards for intermediate warriors. He is truly a monster, a genius. The elderly man with graying hair was taken aback and inquired, "What? An increase of over 2,000 kilograms in punching power during his first training? How old is he?" "The older he is, the lower his potential for cultivation." 18 years old, Zhang Nian replied. 18 years old. The elderly man sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "You must hurry and bring him to the headquarters. I will arrange for an assessment for this young man immediately." "Understood. I will head to the headquarters right away." Zhang Nian hung up the phone and turned to Luo Feng, saying, "Luo Feng, come with me to the headquarters now." "Yes, instructor." "Instructor, I have placed the blood shadow blade and the hexagonal shield in the weapon storage." As Luo Feng began to speak, Zhang Nian interrupted, pulling him along. "Forget the weapon storage. Leave them on the ground. Quickly, we must not waste any time." With that, Zhang Nian hurriedly led Luo Feng towards the stairway, instructing oldly, "It seems I won't have time today. My classes are cancelled for the evening." "Understood, Director." Li Bo nodded in acknowledgement. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Nian and Luo Feng had vanished from his sight. Utilizing his privileges as a martial artist, Zhang Nian boarded the train with Luo Feng without purchasing tickets, making their way to the central district of Jiangnan City, which is divided into the main city area and 8 satellite cities. Between the main urban area and the 8 satellite cities, the primary mode of transportation is the train. Generally, one must purchase tickets 3 days in advance, and the fares are exorbitantly high. As for traveling from one base city to another, the ticket prices soar to astronomical levels, rendering them unaffordable for the average citizen. Consequently, the 200 million inhabitants of Jiangnan City rarely have the opportunity to venture beyond the confines of their base city. In the main urban area of Jiangnan City, on a bustling sidewalk, Luo Feng and Zhang Nian walked side by side. "Luo Feng, do you sense any differences between the main urban area and our Yangzhou city?" Zhang Nian asked with a smile, gesturing to their surroundings. Luo Feng surveyed the area and shook his head. "I don't feel much difference. It just seems more crowded, with more vehicles, and the roads are wider. Everything else seems quite ordinary. There's nothing particularly unique about this small scene." Zhang Nian smiled gently at first glance. "The differences may not be apparent. You will soon understand." Suddenly, he pulled out his phone. "Hey, Zhang Nian, how long until you arrive?" A familiar elderly man's face appeared on the screen. "Uncle Bai, we will arrive in 10 minutes, Zhang Nian replied with a smile. "Well, I have already invited the supervisor, so be sure not to make any mistakes," the elderly gentleman said gravely. "The supervisor?" Zhang Nian was taken aback. In the midst of their conversation, Luo Feng spotted a vast expanse ahead. Beyond the sprawling silver-white walls, a towering deep blue skyscraper loomed, its facade emblazoned with large characters visible from several miles away. Extreme Martial Arts Hall. This is the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Association in Jiangnan City, Zhang Nian announced. "There are indeed many soldiers here." Luo Feng drew in a sharp breath. Outside the walls of the Extreme Martial Arts Association, armed guards stood vigil at every corner, the entire establishment exuding the aura of a beast armed to the teeth. The main entrance of the association spanned a formidable 100 meters, with rows of soldiers surveying their surroundings. These were the internal forces of our extreme martial arts school. Zhang Nian smiled and remarked, "Within our martial arts school, we possess the authority to establish our own security forces. Come, let us enter," Zhang Nian said as he led Luo Feng toward the main gate. "Pass." A one-armed man, bearing scars upon his face, gestured with his hand, prompting all soldiers to take a step back. The synchronized display of discipline left Luo Feng breathless. "Very well," Zhang Nian nodded with a smile, casting a glance at Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, this man is your senior. Greet him as Uncle Lu." "Uncle Lu," Luo Feng respectfully addressed him, sensing that this one-armed man was a formidable warrior. "Not bad, young man," the one-armed man replied with a smile and a nod. As Zhang Nian and Luo Feng walked along, Zhang Nian couldn't help but reminisce. "The one you just called Uncle Lu was a good brother who once faced life and death alongside me. We are bonded by our trials." His severed arm was lost to a single blow from a black-furred iron ape, a monstrous creature. Luo Feng listened quietly. Our warriors at the Extreme Martial Arts Association are exceptionally united. Jiang Nian continued, pointing towards a towering skyscraper. You see that building? It serves as the headquarters of our martial artists in Jiangnan City. The individuals coming in and out of that building are almost exclusively martial artists. Almost exclusively martial artists? Luo Feng gasped in astonishment. Through the glass of the lobby on the ground floor of the towering skyscraper, he could discern the faint silhouettes of what appeared to be over 100 individuals. With a staggering population of 200 million in Jiangnan City, it was hardly surprising that the Extreme Martial Arts Academy boasted a significant number of practitioners. Jiang Nian remarked with a smile that most of those in the lobby were simply enjoying drinks and engaging in conversation. The headquarters building, spanning from the 2nd to the 9th floor, served as a training ground for warrior-level martial artists, while the 10th to 19th floors were designated for general-level martial artists. As for the floors above the 20th, they were reserved for collective meetings. Ro Feng, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Instructor, what distinguishes warrior-level and general-level martial artists?" Jiang Nian softly elucidated, "Martial artists are primarily categorized into warrior-level, general-level, and the exceedingly rare god-level. Among these, warrior-level practitioners are the most numerous. Many martial artists remain at the warrior level throughout their lives, which is further subdivided into junior, intermediate, and senior warrior levels. Typically, those who have just passed their assessments belong to the junior warrior category. Ro Feng, your current prowess places you at the intermediate warrior level," Jiang Nian stated. Ro Feng nodded, realizing that his modest strength positioned him at the grassroots level among martial artists. Generally, warrior-level martial artists could still be dispatched by conventional firearms, whereas general-level martial artists were typically impervious to such weaponry. Jiang Nian reflected, for instance, if you were to unleash a barrage from a heavy machine gun upon a general-level martial artist, they could effortlessly evade it using their reflexes and speed. Thus, general-level martial artists are undoubtedly regarded as remarkable elites within the martial community. Although your talent is commendable, your youth renders you a novice, Jiang Nian chuckled. Luo Feng could only scratch his head in contemplation. As an unparalleled warrior among martial artists, he was acutely aware of the extraordinary prowess of individuals like the one seen in the video, who could effortlessly cleave a black-crowned golden eagle in two with a single stroke. Even if he were to employ his telekinetic abilities, he doubted he could harm a single hair on such a formidable opponent. Above the rank of warrior general lies the realm of the war god. Jiang Nian's eyes glimmered with admiration. That truly was a veritable war god. Each of them could traverse the hail of bullets with ease, their speed akin to lightning, and their reflexes astonishingly swift. A single punch or kick from any of them could obliterate an entire residential building. A war god. This is what a war god embodies. Luo Feng held his breath, listening intently. Warrior level warrior, general level war god level. Currently, his pure combat prowess only reached the intermediate warrior level. Perhaps with the utilization of his psychic abilities, his strength would significantly amplify, potentially allowing him to ascend to the warrior general level. Instructor, is there anything above the war god level? Luo Feng inquired eagerly. Indeed, Jiang Nian replied with a smile. Above the war god level, such beings exist throughout the world, each possessing the capacity to wreak catastrophic destruction. Even nations must approach such titans with utmost caution. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Even within the government of our great nation, Huaxia, there are merely 2 or 3 of these invincible warriors. Luo Feng was taken aback. Above the war god level, the government of one of the 5 major powers, Huaxia, has only 2 or 3. Thus, the martial artists of the world categorize their ranks solely into warrior, warrior general, and war god levels. Jiang Nian elucidated, of course, the global standards for assessing strength do not solely rely on your power, speed, or neural reflexes. Rather, they are determined by your achievements in battle. Record? Luo Feng inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Upon nodding in understanding, he reflected, indeed, despite the vast disparity in physical prowess, those with lesser physical attributes can still vanquish the stronger. Strive diligently to attain the rank of a battle general. You shall become the pride of our Yangzhou city, Jiang Nian remarked with a smile. The last time my brother Yen Luo visited, He had already reached the level of a battle general. Oh, Luo Feng responded with a slight nod. He pondered, if he were to harness his mental prowess, how formidable would he truly be? Could he rival a battle general? Such revelations would likely remain shrouded in mystery until a later time. As Luo Feng and Zhang Yan engaged in dialogue, they soon arrived at a grand three-story villa. The estate sprawled across a substantial area, and from the second-floor balcony, an elderly gentleman with white hair called out, "Zhang Yan, come up quickly. Let us ascend," Zhang Yan urged, leading Luo Feng inside the villa. The second floor was spacious, comparable in size to the extreme martial arts training hall in the Yian district of Yangzhou. "Supervisor," Zhang Yan announced respectfully upon entering the second floor. Luo Feng was taken aback. He had never seen instructor Zhang Yan display such deference, whether meeting the chief instructor Wu Tong of the Yangzhou Association or others. This young man must be Luo Feng, a gentle voice resonated. "Indeed, Supervisor," Zhang Yan replied respectfully. As Luo Feng scrutinized the scene, he observed 5 individuals standing beside the elderly gentleman with graying hair. Among them, 4 donned immaculate white suits, respectfully positioned behind a middle-aged man clad in a black tang suit. This man, slender in build with a prominent hooked nose and gentle eyes radiating warmth, exuded an air of delicate charm. Zhang Yan subtly gestured to Luo Feng, who was then roused from his contemplation, promptly exclaiming, "I have met the supervisor." "Indeed." The middle-aged man in the tang suit replied with a slight nod, addressing the elder, "Old Bai, you may commence. Assess the capabilities of this young man." "Understood." Old Bai responded with deference. Observing this interaction, Luo Feng couldn't help but ponder. Even the instructors showed greater reverence towards the chief instructor, Wu Tong. Old Bai clearly held a significant position within the Extreme Council, yet here he was, displaying utmost respect before the supervisor. What, then, was the true standing of this supervisor? Regardless, it was evident that this individual wielded considerable authority. Beep! The switches for the strength testing machine and speed testing apparatus were activated. The cameras and equipment in the spacious training hall on the second floor sprang to life, clearly intended to capture every moment of Luo Feng's evaluation. The 4 young men and women in white suits swiftly commenced their tasks, some wielding handheld devices, while others personally verified the precision of the various instruments. "Old Bai, the instruments are functioning properly," a young woman in a white suit announced. "Excellent," Old Bai replied, turning his attention to Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, let us proceed with the testing. We shall begin with the strength assessment." Ro Feng took a deep breath and approached the punch power testing machine. At that moment, all eyes were upon him, including those of Zhang Yan, Bai Bo, the 4 young men clad in white suits, and the lofty supervisor. Suddenly, the seemingly relaxed Ro Feng erupted with energy, leaping forth like a cheetah. With a resounding thud, his powerful punch struck the target of the testing machine. He immediately glanced at the display screen, 3110 kg. "Well done, young man," remarked the usually composed supervisor, who smiled and nodded approvingly before moving on to the next test. The results of the speed test and the nerve reaction test soon followed. The speed test recorded a remarkable 58 ms, while the nerve reaction test yielded a perfect score for a junior soldier and an excellent rating for a mid-level soldier. Exhaling deeply, Ro Feng stepped out of the red circle of the nerve reaction testing machine, feeling relieved that he had performed adequately under pressure. Fortunately, he had not faltered at such a critical moment. Zhang Yan, the instructor beside him, also relaxed, knowing that some individuals struggle to showcase their true abilities when faced with significant psychological pressure. Among the 3 physical fitness tests, the nerve reaction result was notably superior. The middle-aged man in traditional attire smiled and nodded, acknowledging that Ro Feng was indeed within the age limit of 18 years. He turned to Zhang Yan and remarked, "Your district of Yian has produced such a prodigy. You deserve much credit, Zhang Yan." Zhang Yan could not help but display a hint of joy, responding, "Ultimately, it is Ro Feng's own diligence that has led to this achievement." The middle-aged man in traditional attire fixed his gaze upon Luo Feng and solemnly inquired, "Luo Feng, are you willing to join my extreme martial arts school at this very moment?" "I trust that Zhang Yan has already conveyed the terms to you." "I am willing to join," Luo Feng replied without hesitation. "Excellent," the man in traditional attire exclaimed with a smile, clapping his hands. As per our customary practice, you may choose a villa to reside in, either in Yangzhou City or at our headquarters in the main urban area. You will possess the right to reside there but will not have the authority to sell it. Our Extreme Martial Arts School S Villa community is exclusively for the dwellers who are practitioners of our school. Furthermore, there is a startup fund of 20 million. Additionally, you will receive 3 secret manuals of martial arts techniques, guidance methods, and offensive strategies, each priced no more than 50 million. The man continued with a smile. Am I correct in what I say? Yes, Luo Feng nodded in affirmation. The man then turned to a woman clad in a white suit standing nearby. Please draft a contract following our standard procedure. However, do modify one clause. Luo Feng shall have the liberty to select any of the manuals on martial arts techniques, guidance methods, or offensive strategies. As long as the total does not exceed 100 million, it will be complimentary, and I shall cover the expenses. Understood, Supervisor, the woman in the white suit responded, casting a surprised glance at Luo Feng before promptly heading off to print the contract. Supervisor. Luo Feng was taken aback. The previous offer had stated that the 3 manuals would not exceed 50 million, yet now it had escalated to 100 million, with this esteemed supervisor footing the bill. Luo Feng, you are quite impressive, the man in traditional attire remarked with a slight smile. I have high hopes for you. Do not concern yourself with such trifles. Trifles? Luo Feng was inwardly astonished. 50 million rising to 100 million. This implies that the supervisor intends to expend tens of millions for himself, which seems rather trivial, does it not? I dare say even a battle-hardened warrior would not indulge in such extravagance. Thank you, Supervisor. Luo Feng expressed his gratitude. The middle-aged man in the tang suit smiled subtly, and soon after, he brought over the printed contract. With a swift motion, he took the contract and pen, signing without hesitation. The young woman in the white suit then handed the contract and pen to Luo Feng, saying, "Here, just sign here, here, and here." Luo Feng cast a cursory glance at the contract. Its terms were exceedingly clear and straightforward, devoid of any convoluted jargon that might induce a headache. He promptly affixed his signature. Welcome, Luo Feng, to the family of the Extreme Martial Arts School. The middle-aged man in the tang suit said with a smile, extending his hand. Luo Feng reciprocated the gesture, shaking hands with the supervisor. From this day forth, you may directly relocate to the martial artist villa community. The middle-aged man continued with a grin. As for your initial funding and the selection of manuals, you will gain access to the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts School to choose your manuals once you officially become a martial artist. Your startup capital will also be directly credited to your martial artist account. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. Oh, by the way, my name is Zhuge Tao. Don't forget it, young man, the middle-aged man remarked with a smile, before departing the villa with 4 young individuals clad in white suits. The second floor of the villa was now empty, leaving only Bai Bo, Zhang Yan, and Luo Feng. Phew, I felt a bit anxious while the supervisor was here. Zhang Yan chuckled. I too did not expect the supervisor's presence. Bai Bo reflected. Luo Feng inquired, Instructor, who exactly is this supervisor? Haha, young man, you are quite fortunate. The supervisor sees potential in you and has casually increased your secret techniques limit by 50 million, bringing it to a total of 100 million. Bai Bo remarked, looking at Luo Feng with a sense of awe. What surprises me the most is that the supervisor actually revealed his name to you. It seems he truly holds you in high regard. A name? Luo Feng was oblivious to the significance of a supervisor voluntarily disclosing his name. Upon hearing the name Zhuge Tao, he felt no immediate shock, merely reflecting inwardly on the rarity of the surname Zhuge. Luo Feng, in our terms, the supervisor is one of the 4 paramount figures of the Jiangnan Extreme Martial Arts Institute. Zhang Yan smiled. The 4 paramount figures? Luo Feng was taken aback. Bai Bo shot Zhang Yan a disapproving glance and whispered, these are just informal terms. The highest authority at the Jiangnan Extreme Headquarters is the president, followed by 3 major supervisors. The president and the 3 supervisors are collectively known as the 4 great figures by many martial artists in secret. Each possesses immense power. To become a supervisor, one must first attain the level of senior battle general and contribute significantly to the Martial Arts Institute, all while garnering sufficient support from a considerable number of God of War level experts. Oh, Luo Feng was astonished. There are 3 conditions to become a supervisor: strength, contribution, and sufficient backing from God of War level experts. Indeed, for the supervisor, 50 million is hardly a substantial amount, Zhang Nian remarked softly. In my view, the supervisor values you because of your youth. You are merely 18 years old. He is convinced that you possess the potential to one day ascend to the level of a war god. Thus, today, he has invested 50 million to lend you a hand. Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Beside him, Bai Bo chuckled. However, Luo Feng, do not be complacent. Your talent is commendable. Yet the path to becoming a war god is exceedingly arduous. The supervisor merely perceives a glimmer of hope. Perhaps. Is it merely a glimmer of hope that warrants an investment of 50 million to assist me? Luo Feng silently mused. The regulations of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy are stringent. The internal stipulations dictate that the maximum limit for the 3 secret manuals is 50 million. Even the supervisor cannot alter this rule. He can only supplement from his own finances to support others. In the nascent stages of a martial artist's development, however, quality manuals indeed hold immense significance. Do not dwell on it, Luo Feng. The supervisor's favorable regard for you is advantageous, bringing no detriment whatsoever. His connections are vast, spanning the military, the circles of war god-level experts, the government, and prominent families. The supervisor possesses his own network. Those are the paramount figures and titans of Jiangnan City. Zhang Nian remarked with a hint of admiration. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Luo Feng, when do you plan to relocate? Will you move to the martial artist community in Yangzhou City? Or perhaps to the main city area? Zhang Nian inquired. Luo Feng hesitated momentarily. Most of his parents' friends reside in Yangzhou City, and nearly all of his familiar acquaintances are also there. As evening descended, the streetlights in the South Bank community had already illuminated, casting a warm glow over the surroundings. 3 middle-aged men, drenched in sweat, strolled through the community, their laughter echoing in the air. As one drew nearer, the scent of timber and paint wafted forth from them. My back aches terribly. Tonight, I fear I shall have to sleep on my stomach, lamented one burly man, grimacing as he supported his waist with one hand. The discomfort from my prostate is also quite unbearable. Perhaps it is time to visit the hospital. That wretched place certainly charges exorbitantly. Old Tian, why not take a couple of days off? Just inform the boss. Rest until you feel better before returning to work, suggested Luo Feng's father, Luo Honghua. Indeed, Old Tian, it's not worth it to wear yourself out, chimed in another slightly plump man. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, Luo Honghua slowly made his way home. Standing at the foot of the 32nd floor, he looked up at the staircase. For most people today, ascending 32 flights is a trivial task. However, after a long day's labor, even walking feels exhausting to him. My neck and back are also beginning to ache. I should find some time to rest. With each step, he climbed steadily to the 32nd floor. Ding dong, ding dong. Standing at his doorstep, he pressed the doorbell, too weary even to retrieve his keys. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a lavish banquet spread across the table, with an array of dishes so abundant that even during the new year, his family would not indulge to such excess. What is this? Why prepare so much delectable food? Though a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him, he smiled as he entered the house. Father. Standing beside, Luo Feng obediently held a cup of tea and presented it to his father, saying, from today onward, Dad, you need not wear that work shirt any longer. Luo Honghua was taken aback. What? Linglan, what did you say? Dad, look. Luo Feng handed the signed contract to Luo Honghua. Luo Honghua carefully examined it, scrutinizing every line from the first to the last, unwilling to overlook a single word, much like he had meticulously reviewed their marriage certificate in the past, now perusing his son's contract with equal diligence. The terms outlined in the contract were exceedingly clear. This. Isn't the contract with the martial arts school supposed to be signed after the martial artist passes the practical assessment? Luo Honghua could hardly believe it. Moreover, how could there be a startup fund of 20 million? Previously, after Luo Feng had passed the martial artist assessment, Luo Honghua had thoroughly inquired. The startup capital for a martial artist joining the school was only 1 million. Dad, it's because brother is a talent, Luo Hua chuckled mischievously. In this day and age, what is most precious? Talents among martial artists are the most valuable. Can we move into this standalone villa now? Luo Hongwa looked at his son, Luo Feng. His wife, Gong Xinlan, smiled and said, "If you wish to live there, you can go right now. Ha ha ha." Luo Hongwa could hardly contain himself, tears welling in his eyes. After so many years of hard work for this family, relying solely on that grueling job, he had thought he would never have a chance to turn his fortunes around. Yet now he could finally rise above, and soon, he would be able to reside in the legendary standalone villa. Indeed, a standalone villa is a legendary existence for the average person. After the great upheaval, a single urban area must sustain 200 million inhabitants, rendering land an invaluable commodity. Standalone villas, due to their extravagant space requirements, are unattainable even for the wealthy. Even the rare few who manage to inhabit such villas must pay exorbitant luxury taxes. One day, I, Luo Hongwa, shall reside in a standalone villa. Luo Hongwa could not help but chuckle. Haha, our boss, that scoundrel, lives no better than I do. Yes, yes. Luo Hua, confined to a wheelchair, excitedly chimed in. In the future, our home will have large floor-to-ceiling windows, a grand bathtub, and an exceptionally spacious living room. Our home's television and laptop will be voice-activated, and the living room television screen will be at least 200 inches. The bed will be large enough for rolling about. I have longed for a bed where I can roll around, Luo Hua exclaimed. Observing the joyful expressions of his father and brother, Luo Feng felt a profound happiness. What is the purpose of his hard work if not for this day? Mom and Dad, please sit down. It is time to eat, Luo Feng smiled. That night, the Luo family was enveloped in an unprecedented excitement and joy. This modest 36-square-meter abode had housed the four of them for many years. Although they held numerous grievances about this dwelling, such as his parents sleeping on the sofa, receiving scant sunlight throughout the year, and the painfully cramped bathroom for bathing, there was an abundance of bitterness. Nevertheless, one must strive for greater heights. Early the next morning, a large truck arrived downstairs, and the Luo family began to load their belongings onto it. Ah, Sister Lan, what are you up to so early in the morning? As I strolled through the neighborhood, many familiar friends and neighbors expressed their curiosity about Luo Hongwa and Gong Xinlan. After all, who among those residing in affordable housing for so many years does not yearn for a day when they can rise above their circumstances? Luo Hongwa has made that ascent, thanks to his son. The son of the Luo family is truly remarkable, having joined an extreme martial arts academy. Indeed, how impressive. I hope my son can achieve such greatness one day. Even if it exhausts me, I would embrace the struggle with a smile. Now Luo Hong is thriving, enjoying a turn of fortune. One neighbor shared the news, which quickly spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Soon, the entire Nanan community, as well as other nearby affordable housing complexes, were aware of the extraordinary achievement of Luo Hongwa's son joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and that their family had relocated to Mingyue community. This is indeed a momentous occasion, igniting aspirations in many young people from ordinary families who long to uplift their own households. Whenever you wish to visit, just head straight to Mingyue community. But do give me a call beforehand, so I can inform the security at the entrance, said Luo Feng to his friend Wei Wen. Absolutely, Wei Wen exclaimed, striking Luo Feng's chest playfully. I knew it. Your day of triumph is at hand. What does it matter if you didn't excel in the college entrance examination? Even among university graduates and military academy alumni, how many can boast of residing in a standalone villa? I swear, in a few days, I must visit your home. I've never set foot in a standalone villa in my life. Before long, under the watchful eyes of numerous neighbors, women, children, and men alike, the Luo family set off in their sedan, while a large truck trailed behind, laden with cherished possessions they could not bear to part with. The Luo family departed from the Nanhai community and entered the Wuzhe community, specifically the Mingyue community. In the morning, at the entrance of Mingyue community, 6 armed soldiers stood rigidly at either side of the gate, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. Halt! One soldier swiftly raised his assault rifle, aiming it at an approaching taxi. With a screech, the taxi came to an abrupt stop. The Luo family exited the vehicle, and from the guardhouse of Mingyue community emerged an elderly gentleman with graying hair, who smiled warmly and said, Luo Feng, is that you? I recognized your potential during the last martial artist assessment. I never imagined you would settle in our community so quickly. I received the notification just yesterday. Come. Let us assist you with your belongings. Rest assured, we have help with the moving. These moving companies are not permitted inside. The elderly man chuckled. We understand. Luo Feng's father, Luo Hongua, replied with a smile. Shortly thereafter, 7 or 8 soldiers swiftly emerged from the community to assist with the move. Under the envious gazes of the moving company personnel, the Luo family stepped into the Mingyue community. Luo Feng gazed at the central extreme pavilion, then surveyed the picturesque surroundings adorned with small bridges and flowing water, rockeries, and the independent villas nestled within this serene landscape. From today onwards, this shall be my home, he thought, turning to his parents and his brother in the wheelchair. At that moment, his parents and brother looked on with excitement at the community. Mr. Luo Feng, your home is the one right in front. A group of soldiers was moving belongings, among whom a young woman smiled while holding a document, exclaiming, "This is your residence. Mr. Luo Feng, number 199 ahead." This villa consists of 3 stories and includes a basement, with a substantial terrace on the 3rd floor. Its total area measures 512 square meters. When accounting for the basement, courtyard, and expansive terrace, the area approaches 800 square meters. The Luo family exchanged glances, then gazed intently at the luxurious villa, adorned in a striking red and white fade. This would be their future home. 36 square meters? Nearly 800 square meters? Murmured Luo Hua, the brother in a wheelchair, unable to contain his astonishment. On the night of July 31st, at villa number 199 in the Mingyue community, the 2nd floor comprises 4 spacious rooms, a bedroom, a media room, a reception area, and an expansive martial arts hall. The martial arts hall alone spans a remarkable 120 square meters, nearly half of the total area of the 2nd floor. As night deepened, the glow of the streetlights in the community filtered through the media room's glass, casting reflections into the martial arts hall. After a moment, 2 shimmering blades slowed and hovered before Luo Feng, revealing his ability to control objects from a distance. Currently, my power allows me to multitask with 2 objects. If I were to control 4 or 5 blades, however, speed and force would diminish significantly. Over the past month, Luo Feng had devoted himself to honing his physical strength for precise control, while primarily focusing on his mental prowess. During this time, living in the Mingyue community, he had met numerous martial artists, and through their conversations, he had confirmed one significant truth. His mental energy was indeed a manifestation of spiritual force. Tomorrow marks the day of the martial artist practical assessment. Thus, it is imperative to rest well tonight. Luo Feng rose and drew open the glass door, retreating to his bedroom to sleep. On the morning of August 1st, under the guidance of a martial artist from the Extreme Limit Club, more than 30 aspiring martial artists, including Luo Feng and Yang Wu, made their way to the train station. Within the carriage, a multitude of aspiring martial artists were seated. Esteemed aspiring martial artists, future warriors, I hail from the HR Alliance, echoed a middle-aged man's speech broadcasted on the large screen in the carriage. You must have all heard of the HR Alliance, the most powerful organization in the world, the wealthiest entity, and the one with the greatest number of martial artists. You may also be familiar with our other name, the Underground Alliance. The aspiring martial artists gradually quieted down. Luo Feng and Yang Wu sat side by side, gazing up at the large screen. Crazy. The Underground Alliance is well known, right? Yang Wu chuckled. They are the financial tycoons, the wealthiest organization in the world, richer than any national government. I am aware, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Having lived in the Mingyue community for nearly a month, he had gleaned much basic information from fellow martial artists in the neighborhood. Prior to the Great Cataclysm, powerful families controlled various political parties behind nations such as the United States and European countries. Families like the Morgans, the Rockefellers, and the Onassis, among others, wielded control over more than half of the world's immense wealth. However, with the advent of the Great Cataclysm and the ensuing monster attacks, many small nations fell, and the great powers found themselves overwhelmed, with the governmental control of those possessing armies reaching unprecedented levels of strength. At this moment, some ancient and powerful families around the globe, apprehensive of being suppressed by government forces, have united to form the HR Alliance, known as the Human Rights Alliance. While the name may sound appealing, in truth, it serves to consolidate the power of these elite families. The martial artists refer to it as the Underground Alliance. Our union represents the largest platform for martial artists exchange worldwide. Here, one can undertake lucrative missions. Our alliance wields immense influence across the globe. By joining us, you will become part of an esteemed network, ensuring you receive top-tier services whether in America, the European Union, or other regions. Our alliance possesses formidable military and political power. Join us. On the carriage screen, the middle-aged man spoke for a full 15 minutes. Dear future martial artists. The screen then transitioned to a serious-looking man who introduced himself. I am Liu, the Deputy Director of the Security Bureau of Jiangnan Bay City. In my homeland, the might of the government forces is undoubtedly supreme. By joining the government and military, you will receive unparalleled support throughout our nation. Moments later, the screen displayed another individual. I am Wang, the supervisor of the Thunderbolt Academy in Jiangnan Bay City. Our Thunderbolt Martial Arts School was established by the world's fastest and invincible warrior, Thor, and we have branches across the globe. Future martial artists. The first three have already introduced themselves. Without further ado, it is well known that I am a disciple of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The screen in the carriage has now shifted to another individual. My surname is Zhuge, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. This is the largest martial arts institution in the world, established by the foremost master of all. Our academy possesses the strongest power on the globe. The promotional video featuring 4 individuals has sparked a lively discussion among the aspiring martial artists within the carriage. Brother, once you become a martial artist, which faction do you intend to join? I feel that the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is quite remarkable. Joining the Underground Alliance would yield the highest profits, haha. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy offers even better benefits for martial artists than the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Joining the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy is also a good option. The excited chatter of the aspiring martial artists resonates throughout the carriage. Luo Feng and Yang Wu engage in a hushed conversation. Madman, my instructor, and my former senior brothers all joined the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Now even you have joined. Naturally, I am the same. Regardless of joining the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, I can still undertake missions for the Underground Alliance. As for trading goods, that can be done within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy or through the Underground Alliance. Luo Feng is well aware of the dynamics among the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy, Underground Alliance, and the governmental military forces. Within the borders of our nation, the governmental military is the most formidable. Following closely is the Underground Alliance, an assembly of superfamilies from around the world, which even the governments dare not offend lightly, as this alliance nearly controls the entire economic arteries of the globe. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy and the Extreme Martial Arts Academy rank lower in strength. However, joining these two prestigious academies also signifies a degree of freedom. There are many people around. Yang Wu curled his lips in disdain as he recounted overhearing a discussion regarding the biannual martial arts assessments. Each assessment attracts over 1,000 aspiring warriors from across the Jiangnan Bay City. Over 1,000 participants? Luo Feng was taken aback. Yet it made sense. With a population of 200 million in Jiangnan City and 10 million in Yangzhou, the average representation would indeed be only a handful. Moments later, an announcement resonated through the train carriage. Attention, aspiring warriors, the train is about to arrive at the station. Please prepare to disembark. As the train gradually slowed to a halt, a throng of eager aspirants surged into the expansive military camp. The camp sprawled over a vast area, with a plethora of formidable heavy weaponry stationed prominently along its periphery, their barrels aimed outward. Numerous soldiers brandished an array of sophisticated arms, while Luo Feng and his companions surveyed their surroundings, their gaze drawn to the camp's exterior. Yang Wu, brimming with excitement, pointed into the distance. As Luo Feng focused intently, he noticed that beyond the camp's perimeter, famished beasts emitted guttural roars, yet they dared not approach the military stronghold. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the air, prompting the aspiring warriors to simultaneously glance upwards. In the azure sky, a multitude of avian monstrosities soared past in a swift, chaotic formation. The texts had indeed spoken the truth. Upon leaving the confines of the base city, one would encounter an array of creatures. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. Humanity could only thrive within the safety of the base cities or congregate within military camps. To venture into those wild territories and engage in combat with such formidable beasts, only a true warrior could dare to do so. A resounding voice echoed in the ears of every aspiring warrior, welcoming them to the northern military district of Jiangnan City. This time, the practical assessment for the 1680 candidates would unfold within our military district. I hope that most of you will pass this evaluation, and I wish for all of you to emerge alive from this rigorous practical examination. The military district buzzed with excitement, having prepared a sumptuous lunch for the aspiring warriors participating in the assessment. By afternoon, all 1680 candidates stood in a spacious square, where high-ranking officials from the northern military district of Jiangnan City, along with leaders from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School and the Extreme Martial Arts School, gathered at the forefront. Below them, the names of the candidates were announced one by one as they approached to receive their combat uniforms and weapons. As the names were called Yanzhua Hifeng, Wang Bingjiang, 10 officers on stage shouted the names of the aspiring warriors. Upon hearing his name, Luo Feng immediately rushed to the front. Here is your combat uniform and boots. This is the Blood Shadow Battle Blade Series 2 that you requested, weighing an impressive 98 kilograms. We have not prepared anything heavier than this. The officer handed Luo Feng a set of items, including a communication watch equipped with positioning and communication functions, as well as a hexagonal shield. The officer spoke, yet there was a hint of perplexity in his gaze. How curious it was for an aspiring warrior to request such a heavy Blood Shadow Battle Blade. A faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips as he swiftly departed with a hefty load of nearly 200 kilograms. The expansive square resonated with laughter. At this moment, Luo Feng donned alloy combat boots and military cargo pants, complemented by a tactical vest crafted from specialized materials, including Clo alloy. He bore a hexagonal shield and the Blood Shadow Warblade, engaging in cheerful conversation with other aspiring warriors nearby. The entire ensemble, if acquired, would cost no less than 700,000 or 800,000. An exuberant young man with a buzz cut excitedly gestured towards his combat attire, exclaiming that although the pants and vest were not of the highest caliber, they were merely loaned to them for a practical examination in martial prowess. Nonetheless, they could withstand the claws of the weakest H-grade monsters, far superior to any so-called bulletproof vests found in the city. Ordinary bullets would struggle to penetrate, and H-grade beasts could not rend the fabric of this combat suit. Simply could not be torn. A girl beside him, with a stern countenance, scoffed, remarking that while the monsters may not be able to tear the combat suit, the sheer force of their strikes could still shatter bones and inflict severe internal injuries. Less talk, Luo Feng interjected, frowning. Yes, brother Luo, we shall heed your words, the young man replied with a grin. The news of Luo Feng's early recruitment by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy spread like wildfire among the circles of aspiring warriors, quickly becoming a topic of discussion. Out of this year's cohort of 680 individuals, only 3 had been recruited in advance by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. The aspiring warriors recognized that the futures of these 3 individuals were bound to be extraordinary. Luo Feng, came a voice from afar, belonging to Wu Tong, the chief instructor of the Yangzhou Extreme Association. Uncle Wu, Luo Feng, accompanied by Yang Wu and a few others, exchanged cheerful words before hastily making their way over. For nearly a month, Luo Feng had resided in the Mingyue community, naturally growing close to the chief instructor, Wu Tong, who also lived there and whom he affectionately referred to as Uncle Wu. Luo Feng, follow me, Wu Tong instructed, leading the way. Luo Feng, filled with curiosity, said little and soon arrived at a serene small building. On the second floor, several individuals were gathered in the living room. Among them, Luo Feng recognized only one person, Zhuge Tao, one of the 4 titans of the Extreme Sports Association in Jiangnan City. Supervisor Luo Feng called out, Luo Feng, please sit over there with Wu Tong. Zhuge Tao replied with a faint smile, dressed in a dark combat suit that subtly shimmered with silver. The robust man glanced at the 2 young men beside him, who promptly stood up. I am Wan Dong, announced a brooding young man with a purple birthmark on his face, exuding an air of gloom. I am Ma Xiao, said the other young man, beaming with a radiant smile, his strikingly handsome features almost ethereal. Indeed, the term beautiful could aptly describe him. Had he been a woman, his allure might have wrought havoc. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. I am Luo Feng. I assume you are already aware of me. The somber young man spoke up. Do you have the courage to compete? Tonight's martial arts practical assessment will determine whose score takes the lead. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if envisioning the most delectable of feasts. Not interested, Luo Feng replied curtly. Luo Feng shook his head. The brooding youth was taken aback for a moment, then let out a cold chuckle without saying much more. Beside him, Zhuge Tao and a burly man from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall burst into laughter. Zhuge, you little rascal, you possess quite the charm. At least you remain composed and don't lose your cool at the slightest provocation. I must say, I have developed a fondness for this young man, remarked Zhuge Tao. Luo Feng, are you considering joining our Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall? Go away, go away. Zhuge Tao shot him a glare. Just joking, you really have no sense of humor. The burly man laughed heartily. Zhuge Tao glanced downstairs and said, Let us move. The martial artist practical assessment is about to commence. Luo Feng and the grand procession of 680 aspiring martial artists, under the guidance of military personnel, journeyed for a full half-hour before arriving at the outskirts of a small town. By this time, dusk had settled, and the sun had vanished beyond the horizon. Eerie, spine-chilling howls echoed from within the town. The perimeter of this small town was encircled by barbed wire, with numerous soldiers patrolling the area, armed to the teeth. Hurry, we need more beasts inside. Transport 200 iron-haired wild boars, 300 shadow cats, and 500 tiger mastiffs. As the orders resonated from within the town, Luo Feng and his companions did not have to wait long before heavy-duty trucks arrived, each echoing with the furious roars of the creatures contained within. Luo Feng and numerous martial artists observed intently. Each large truck was a cage, and within each cage was a monstrous beast, their furious roars sending tremors through the hearts of some novice warriors who had never faced such creatures. Luo Feng, remarked the chief instructor Wu Tong, standing beside him with a faint smile. Having good physical fitness and excellent swordsmanship does not guarantee one's ability to slay monsters. After all, some individuals falter at the sight of blood or when confronted with life-and-death situations, often failing to unleash even a fraction of their potential. Thus, this practical examination for martial artists primarily serves to temper one's character. You must adapt to the brutal struggle against these beasts and refrain from showing mercy. I understand. Luo Feng nodded. These monsters are all of the weakest H-class, equivalent to the beginner warrior level among martial artists, Wu Tong continued. Their weakness lies in their low intelligence. However, their strengths are their bloodthirsty frenzy and aggressive, murderous instincts. Consequently, during each practical examination, it is not uncommon for novice warriors to face death or maiming. Luo Feng acknowledged that truly engaging in combat with monsters could never guarantee complete safety. After the weakest H-class monsters were transported into the town, the number of beasts present had reached an astonishing figure. Tension. A commanding voice resonated in the ears of every novice warrior. Luo Feng and the others looked up to see an officer standing atop a dilapidated three-story building within the town, addressing all the aspiring martial artists. This practical examination will proceed as per the established rules, commencing promptly at 6:30 p.m. tonight and concluding at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow. The more monsters you slay, the greater your score. Each time you vanquish a beast, you shall sever its left ear as proof of your triumph. Remember, it is strictly forbidden for the aspirants to turn against one another. All your actions are under constant surveillance, and any violators shall face immediate execution. Among the 680 aspirants, those who rank in the top 60 will earn the title of warrior. The remaining 40 shall be deemed failures and must await the next practical assessment for warriors. The officer's tone grew increasingly stern, indicating that out of these 681, 008 would pass. Consequently, 672 would face elimination. The aspirants present murmured amongst themselves, astonished by the high rate of elimination. Let me remind you, typically slaying 3 monsters guarantees success in the evaluation. If you manage to kill only 2, it will be left to chance. The officer's voice resonated in every ear, stating that when performance is equal, Rankings will be determined based on the time taken to slay the monsters and the extent of injuries sustained. Therefore, once you have dispatched a certain number of beasts, make haste to exit the town. Should you find yourself gravely injured, you may press the distress button on your communication wristwatch. Assistance will arrive promptly. But that moment will also signify the conclusion of your practical assessment. The officer leaped, soaring from the rooftop of a modest building within the town, reaching heights of over 10 meters, then executing 2 successive jumps to exit the town. All aspirants, commence your mission and enter the monster town. With a wave of his hand, the officer commanded, and the 680 aspirants surged forward like a tumultuous tide, swiftly infiltrating the monster town. Close the gates. The officer issued the command. The heavy door thunderously slammed shut, marking the official commencement of the martial artist practical assessment. In this secluded town, 680 aspiring warriors swiftly dispersed to commence their hunt for prey. Brother Yang, are you truly venturing into this monster-infested town alone? Luo Feng inquired, standing beside Yang Wu against the crumbling wall of a small, dilapidated supermarket. Yang Wu solemnly nodded, stating, "You madman, this martial artist practical assessment is not merely an evaluation. It is, more importantly, a test of courage. When you eventually find yourself alone in perilous territories, the dangers you will face will be magnitudes greater than this. If you require assistance even in this monster town, what will become of you in the future?" Luo Feng acknowledged with a nod. "Indeed, Brother Yang, take care." "Yes, madman. Seize this opportunity," Yang Wu cautioned. "This town is inhabited solely by the weakest H-level monsters. Such a chance to hone our skills against the weakest foes is rare." "I understand. It is a precious opportunity for practice," Luo Feng replied with a smile. "Very well, let us meet outside the town at dawn," Yang Wu concluded, casting a cautious glance around before swiftly darting away. Luo Feng also hastened to conceal himself in the shadows. As night descends, the edges of this secluded town are illuminated by a series of powerful searchlights, casting brightness over certain areas, while leaving many others shrouded in shadow. According to the martial artists within the community, monsters are categorized into Beast Soldier, Beast General, and Lord levels, corresponding respectively to the ranks of human warriors, war generals, and demigods. Luo Feng stands quietly in a dilapidated alley, his left forearm encased in a hexagonal shield, while he wields a blood shadow battle knife in his right hand. The weakest among the monsters is the initial level Beast Soldier, classified as H-grade, comparable in strength to a novice human warrior. Though the town is teeming with monsters, they primarily consist of 3 types: the Shadow Cat, a feline creature that excels in speed; the iron-haired wild boar, known for its formidable strength and defense; and the Tiger Mastiff, a canine beast that possesses both remarkable speed and power. Luo Feng's gaze sweeps across the surroundings. Suddenly, from the ruins of a collapsed 2-story building in the distance, a shadow emerges, advancing slowly. With his keen sight, Luo Feng quickly discerns that it is a beast, standing at an imposing height of 1.5 meters, his fur resembling sharp spikes. The creature's gaping maw reveals 2 enormous tusks, glimmering ominously in the light cast by the searchlights. In comparison, an ordinary domestic pig stands at a mere 60 to 70 centimeters tall, indicating that this beast towers over its domesticated counterpart, akin to the size of a small automobile. "Iron-haired wild boar? You shall be my first quarry," Luo Feng declares as he steps out of the alley, fully revealing himself to the beast's line of sight. The formidable iron-haired wild boar fixed its gaze upon the human warrior before it, who wielded a shield and a battle blade. A series of peculiar low growls emanated from the creature as its robust hooves thunderously pounded the concrete ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and unleashing a foul, tempestuous wind that surged towards Luo Feng, akin to a heavy hummer barreling forward. The beast's elongated, sharp tusks resembled 2 colossal curved blades, thrusting menacingly toward him. In a swift maneuver, as the iron-haired wild boar charged, Luo Feng evaded to its side, the rushing beast unable to halt its momentum. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he summoned his strength, channeling it into his arms. The blood shadow battle blade struck with unrelenting ferocity, executing a rapid upward slash. The blade sliced through the boar's neck with precision. With a sickening sound, the boar's head was severed from its body, soaring through the air as blood gushed from the severed neck. The creature's body continued to sprint forward for several meters due to inertia before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, convulsing for a brief moment before succumbing to death. Luo Feng inhaled deeply. The vivid imagery of the beast's severed neck and the blood spraying forth sent shivers down his spine. Killing a monster for the first time indeed left an indelible mark on his heart. It was no wonder Uncle Wu mentioned that many aspiring warriors are unable to unleash even for a typical quasi-martial artist. Severing the head of an iron boar with a single strike would be an impossibility. The iron boar possesses formidable defenses, but this is only in relation to ordinary quasi-martial artists. Luo Feng's current capabilities rival even those of a seasoned intermediate warrior, making the confrontation with the iron boar an uneven match. As the martial artists in the Bright Moon residential area advise, one must not rely on brute force when facing monstrous adversaries, but rather identify and exploit their vulnerabilities. Furthermore, the sight of the iron boar's severed neck spurting blood induced a tremor within me. This is an aspect that demands acclimation. In the future, I shall frequently engage in mortal combat with monstrous entities, treading the precipice between life and death. A deficiency in psychological fortitude during pivotal confrontations can prove fatal. Luo Feng understands that maintaining composure is paramount, especially in critical moments. In truth, Luo Feng's mental state is already commendable, considering that it is his inaugural monster slaying. Many would have exhibited far more discomposure than he. Approaching the severed head, Luo Feng swiftly excised the iron boar's left ear and deposited it into the backpack he carried. The first one, he declared. On to the next. With a fleeting motion, Luo Feng vanished into the streets, leaving behind the headless carcass of the iron boar, its blood staining the dust-laden concrete. As time ebbed away, the sequestered town became the stage for numerous sanguinary encounters. Although the strength of these Class H monsters is comparable to that of quasi-martial artists, humans possess a distinct advantage: intellect. The most rudimentary Class H monsters lack significant intelligence. Driven solely by primal instincts, around 8 p.m., upon the rooftop of a 6-story residential edifice, two shadowy figures clashed with swiftness. With a resounding flourish, a cold luminescence erupted as Luo Feng, kneeling upon the platform, brandished his blood shadow blade, its edge faintly stained with crimson. Conversely, the other silhouette was flung through the air, collapsing onto the rooftop, leaving behind a trail of sanguine fluid. Verily, this shadow cat is indeed the swiftest of its kind. For an H-grade monster, its velocity approximates 40 meters per second, Luo Feng mused, rising to his feet and approaching the fallen creature. Its fur was of a somber gray, its physique diminutive, scarcely exceeding half a meter in length. A ghastly laceration marred its abdomen, its internal organs exposed by Luo Feng's earlier strike. To ordinary quasi-warriors, this shadow cat poses a formidable threat. Alas, it encountered me, and such is its fate, Luo Feng lamented, shaking his head as he severed the shadow cat's left ear. His celerity far surpassed that of the feline fiend. Alas, Luo Feng already possesses the strength of an intermediate warrior, and among intermediate warriors, he ranks among the elite. The fifth, Luo Feng declared, securing his spoils. Ordinarily, the slaying of 3 monsters virtually guarantees qualification. Having vanquished 5, my advancement is assured. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to honing my swordsmanship and agility. Heretofore, my slaying of monsters was merely to accrue points, which I now possess in abundance. I shall now employ a striking force of 1,000 kilograms and a velocity of 30 meters per second. I shall engage these monsters in genuine combat. Previously, Luo Feng had merely been toying with the monsters, as the two were not on the same level. Now, however, Luo Feng would suppress his own strength to create a semblance of parity, thereby facilitating true refinement. After all, when venturing into perilous territories in the future, one cannot possibly slay monsters that are merely 1 tier weaker each time. Commencing, Luo Feng stood at the edge of the rooftop of a residential building, gazing slowly downwards and around. The first target. Luo Feng's keen eyes spotted a sleek, spotted tiger mastiff on the roof of a dilapidated 3-story villa below. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, leaping from the rooftop's edge and soaring over 10 meters, landing heavily atop the crumbling structure, causing the floorboards to tremble violently. Rolling on the ground to dissipate the impact, He then charged towards the tiger mastiff. The beast, with a ferocious roar, lunged at him in response. A cold, blood-stained youth strode arrogantly down the street, wielding a ghostly blade. It was uncertain how many monsters Luo Feng had dispatched. The cold youth, silently contemplating, was none other than Wan Dong, the only genius among the 680 aspiring martial artists whose prowess was akin to Luo Feng's, and who had been recruited early by the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. Although 3 individuals were admitted prematurely, one of them was a firearms prodigy, whose physical attributes were not particularly remarkable. Only Luo Feng and Wan Dong stood as equals in terms of physical prowess. Wan Dong's gaze fell upon a figure engaged in a fierce battle with 2 shadow cats. The shadow cats emitted piercing cries, their speed astonishing, as their sharp claws relentlessly struck out. Meanwhile, that figure adeptly evaded and countered the relentless assault of the 2 shadow cats. Luo Feng, is it truly taking you this long to dispatch 2 shadow cats? You are profoundly disappointing me. With a resounding voice, Wan Dong derisively shouted. Thwack! Thwack! With almost lightning speed, Luo Feng's blood shadow blade executed 2 thrusts, and 2 shadow cats immediately collapsed onto the ground, twitching momentarily before becoming still. So swift. Wan Dong was startled, a shiver running down his spine. The strikes were decisive and clean, directly hitting the shadow cat's vital points. From those 2 thrusts, Wan Dong realized that Luo Feng's strength was not to be underestimated. I had intended to dally with you a while longer, to further hone my footwork, Luo Feng murmured, glancing at the corpses of the 2 shadow cats. However, that person is too odious. I have no desire for him to witness my practice. Luo Feng severed the left ears of the 2 shadow cats, placed them in the backpack behind him, and without so much as a glance at Wan Dong, swiftly vanished. Within the confines of the isolated town, the carnage continued unabated. Some aspiring martial artists were injured during their first encounter with the beasts, and helplessly pressed the rescue button on their communication watches, resigning themselves to failure. Others, having slain a monster, were left pale with fright. Yet there were also some formidable martial artists who, upon killing a beast, became frenzied with excitement. In a large building not far from the enclosed town, numerous surveillance screens displayed everything that transpired in each sector of the town. Indeed, they are mostly in their 20s, the prime of their youth, yet also at their most inexperienced. The officer sighed, reflecting on the passage of time. Old Wang, in the blink of an eye we have both aged. We were once the rising stars of Jiangnan City, and now you are the head of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, a figure of considerable influence, haha. The burly man chuckled heartily. Iron Monkey, haven't you also ascended to the rank of Major General? The officer, surprised, turned his gaze to the screen. Old Wang, you must take a look at this. The display showcased footage from various cameras monitoring the town, with images rapidly shifting due to the multitude of surveillance devices. Has it switched? The officer promptly grabbed the nearby landline, commanding lock onto the footage from camera 21, focusing on that aspiring martial artist. Understood, came the resolute voice on the line. The burly man, Wang Heng, gazed curiously at his companion. Iron Monkey, what exactly did you see? Just wait and you will find out, the officer replied with a mysterious smile. Soon, the screen displayed the previous footage once more, revealing 5 shadowy figures relentlessly attacking an aspiring martial artist. Those 5 shadows were none other than H-level shadow cats, and the one under siege wielded a hexagonal shield and a blood shadow battle blade. He appeared youthful. It was Luo Feng. Ah! The burly man's eyes sparkled with excitement. What about that? This young man is impressive, isn't he? The officer marveled. This lad has turned the martial arts practical assessment into a free opportunity for honing his agility. Moreover, look at his movements. They are extraordinary. At the micro level. Indeed, at the micro level. The burly man's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixated on Luo Feng, who was under attack from 5 shadow cats. Each of Luo Feng's evasive maneuvers was subtle yet remarkably effective, allowing him to effortlessly dodge every assault from the beasts, exuding an air of leisurely grace that utterly captivated these 2 formidable beings. His agility had reached an extraordinary level, one that even many battle generals could scarcely achieve. Incredible, simply incredible. The burly man inhaled sharply. He was merely 18 years old. Mastery of such agility is not merely a product of physical prowess. It demands the accumulation of experience through relentless combat and a solid foundation before one can ascend to the subtle level of skill. How do you know he is only 18? The officer exclaimed in surprise. Do you know him? His name is Luo Feng, the burly man replied with disdain. Damn it. He was recruited early by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The burly man continued, his voice laced with frustration. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy must truly be fortunate. At such a tender age, not only does Luo Feng possess exceptional physical attributes, but his agility is astonishing. To reach the subtle level at such a young age, what a formidable future he has. It is essential to understand that among battle generals, many have yet to attain such refined agility. One can only fathom the terror of achieving this level of skill. In genuine combat, physical prowess is merely one aspect. Agility, swordsmanship, and awareness are equally paramount. No, this prodigy must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The burly man slammed the table with determination. I am fortunate to have come here with Iron Monkey to witness this footage. What do you intend to do? The officer inquired with a smile. What? Steal people? The burly man retorted, glaring fiercely. Steal his corner. It seems that the Extreme Martial Arts School has yet to realize the remarkable agility of this young man. I will bring him over. SNT it just about money? Humph, what a stroke of luck. This year has unexpectedly produced such a formidable talent. In comparison, that Wandong is leagues behind. The officer chuckled. All right, a trivial matter. He nodded with a grin. As dawn broke over the secluded monster town, within a dilapidated residential complex, Luo Feng found himself besieged by 3 ferocious tiger mastiffs, 2 shadow cats, and 2 iron-haired wild boars. It required considerable effort for Luo Feng to draw these 7 beasts to him. Excellent. Bring it on. Just like that, Luo Feng remained calm, as if leisurely strolling. He occasionally took a step to the left or right, sometimes retreating, sometimes advancing. His body would subtly twist or bend at times. Such minute movements rendered him nearly untouchable by the 7 beasts. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Luo Feng noticed a tiger mastiff lunging towards him, while 4 other beasts attacked simultaneously. Assessing the situation, he swiftly pivoted, his form gliding effortlessly. That was close. Luo Feng thought to himself in dismay. Just as the shadow cat's claws were about to strike him, miraculously, his body shifted horizontally by 5 centimeters, narrowly evading the attack. The legendary micro-level agility is indeed challenging to master. It appears that Luo Feng just evaded all the attacks, yet in reality, he is acutely aware of his failure. At the very last moment, he exerted a mental force upon the hexagonal shield on his left arm, generating a thrust that allowed him to shift 5 centimeters sideways. In combat, agility is of paramount importance, which is why Luo Feng dedicated nearly an entire night to honing his movements. According to common understanding, training in agility necessitates a solid foundational skill set, typically requiring a decade of rigorous practice. Following this, one must engage in numerous battles with monstrous foes over several years to develop a variety of evasive instincts, gradually attaining proficiency. Mastery at its zenith demands that these skills become reflexive, executed with effortless precision. A robust foundation, proficiency, and instinctive execution represent the initial 3 tiers of agility. Beyond these tiers lies the realm of subtlety. This level signifies an extraordinary degree of control over one's power and body, facilitating the most exquisite evasion with minimal expenditure of effort. Movements and evasions appear as though calculated by a computer. The challenge of achieving subtlety lies in the fact that even slight miscalculations during evasive maneuvers can easily result in being struck by a beast. When hit, one typically faces either death or serious injury. Training in subtlety, particularly against beasts that are significantly weaker, yields little benefit. Currently, Luo Feng is besieged by 7 monstrous adversaries. Indeed, he has unleashed his full strength and speed. Yet, evading all 7 simultaneously poses an insurmountable challenge. Am I not also at a subtlety level? I too employ minimal movement to execute exquisite evasions, though occasional errors do occur. Luo Feng felt a certain mental fatigue as he swiftly wielded the blood shadow battle blade in his hand, unleashing a flurry of strikes that elicited furious, agonized roars from the monstrous beasts. 5 jets of crimson spurted forth, resulting in the immediate demise of 5 out of the 7 beasts he had been engaged with, while the remaining 2, sensing their impending doom, fled in haste. Nevertheless, after enduring the trials of this night, his agility had at least doubled compared to the past. A faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips. No amount of prior practice could possibly match the experience of close-quarters combat with such formidable foes. Furthermore, the typical skirmishes with beasts could never rival the extreme training he undertook, characterized by minimal movements. Only by genuinely challenging the limits of his body could he discern the extent of his evasive capabilities. This night of training proved immensely beneficial for Luo Feng. It is important to note that in a one-on-one confrontation, he surpassed the H-level tiger mastiff, shadow cat, and iron fur wild boar. In isolated encounters, Luo Feng was indeed formidable. However, facing 7 beasts simultaneously posed a lethal threat to any human. After all, a single punch could deliver over 3,000 kilograms of force, while the beasts, with their impact exceeding 2,000 kilograms, could still leave Luo Feng bloodied. Even the equally gifted Wan Dong would not dare to engage in such reckless training. One misstep could result in being torn apart by 7 ferocious beasts. Yet Luo Feng was undeterred. Armed with his mental powers, he could instantly channel his psychic energy into his shield or blood shadow battle blade should he find himself in peril due to a lapse in evasion, thereby augmenting his strength and enabling him to sidestep danger once more. Alas, this mental energy could only influence inanimate objects. Once it approached a living being, it would directly penetrate into the body. Luo Feng shook his head. Mental power could not exert control over the human or animal body, but only over metals, wood, and the like. Nevertheless, mental power had already provided Luo Feng with considerable astonishment. At the very least, he could achieve a subtle level of evasion, albeit a mutated version of it. Should he err, he would have to rely on his mental power for a nudge. However, his evasion ability was no less effective than that of a normal subtle level, and it possessed an even more enigmatic quality. Suddenly, the entire town was filled with a cacophony of piercing sounds, as a resonant voice echoed through the loudspeakers, commanding all prospective martial artists to gather at the town's exit. Was the martial artist practical assessment over? Luo Feng smiled, contemplating that he would continue to practice this subtle level of movement technique until the day arrived when he would no longer require mental power assistance to achieve such finesse. Luo Feng's slice a sharp, piercing sound echoed as a convoy of heavy trucks emerged from the small town, laden with the lifeless bodies of monsters. Ah, these are the corpses of aspiring warriors. Someone come and collect them. One of the trucks came to a halt nearby, revealing a grim sight. Numerous bodies lay sprawled within, some grotesquely mutilated, evidently devoured by the beasts. The truck unceremoniously dumped the remains onto the ground. Ah, Agon! Shouing! A chorus of anguished cries erupted from the gathered aspiring warriors, with some collapsing onto the bodies, weeping uncontrollably. What are you crying for? A commanding officer's harsh voice rang out, drawing the ire of many. However, as his icy gaze swept across the scene, he continued, in battles against monsters, how can one expect to emerge unscathed? If you have chosen the path of the warrior, then brace yourselves for the inevitability of death. Human society grants privileges to warriors for what reason? It is not to indulge you, but rather because you have slain countless monsters, thus serving humanity. Your status, your power. Everything must be earned through your relentless struggle. This trial has presented you with the weakest of monsters, and they are not even a part of a swarm. If you cannot even pass this trial, how do you expect to survive in the wilderness beyond? The officer's words silenced the crowd, as the aspiring warriors reflected on their understanding of the monstrous adversaries they faced. Among the myriad of creatures, the most troublesome are those with group activity types. Take, for instance, the mastiff, a canine monster that often appears in packs of dozens. Even intermediate-level martial artists dare not provoke them. 2 monsters' left ears are collected, followed by the next. 3 ears from another monster, excellent, on to the next. At the entrance of the small town, every aspiring martial artist presents the left ears of slain monsters as proof of their kills. Look, here comes Luo Feng. He is among the elite recruits of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. One wonders how many monsters he has vanquished. A strong physique does not necessarily equate to prowess in hunting monsters. In a fleeting moment, The gaze of numerous already emerged aspiring martial artists converges upon Luo Feng, who has just stepped out from the entrance. Luo Feng, Wan Dong, and Ma Xiao are the trio that has been pre-approved for entry among this batch of martial artists. Word spreads rapidly, and nearly every individual within this group recognizes the three. Upon emerging, Luo Feng is taken aback by the multitude of aspiring martial artists fixating their attention on him. Luo Feng, is it? Hand over the left ears of the monsters you have slain. 3 officers sit before him, 2 of whom are engrossed in their laptops while one officer regards Luo Feng intently. Yes, Luo Feng replies, nodding as he unbuckles his backpack. In that instant, the eyes of the surrounding aspiring martial artists are entirely riveted on Luo Feng's backpack. Their curiosity piqued. Just how many monsters has he dispatched? Luo Feng directly appended the package, and a multitude of monster left ears tumbled into the adjacent metallic pot, forming a small mound that filled it more than halfway. How many had this fellow hunted? The nearby aspiring warriors gazed in astonishment. At that moment, the assessment officer was meticulously counting the monster ears, and after a brief interval, he turned to Luo Feng with a smile. Luo Feng, splendid. There are a total of 36 monster left ears. Thus far, you have temporarily claimed the highest number of monster kills in this batch. Remarkably, you are unscathed. Next, the officer then directed his gaze towards the individuals below, while Luo Feng approached with a smile. Having successfully passed the practical assessment, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He was now a true warrior. Subsequently, Luo Feng stood among the crowd, observing the individuals who emerged one by one to surrender their monster left ears. Some returned without a scratch, yet the majority bore minor injuries, easily recoverable within 10 days to half a month. Among them were also those severely wounded, and some even left incapacitated.
Yang Wu, splendid.
3 monster left ears with a minor injury to your left arm. Next, Yang Wu returned safely as well.
Brother Yang.
Luo Feng called out amidst the throng. Madman. Yang Wu laughed heartily, rushing over. How did you fare? How many monsters did you slay? 36, replied Luo Feng as they retreated to a secluded corner. 36? Damn. You are utterly insane. Those monsters are exceedingly difficult to kill. Yang Wu exclaimed, his eyes widening. Especially that tiger hound. It was faster than I am, and don't even get me started on its strength. Generally, monsters of the same rank possess considerably greater power than human warriors. I exerted myself to the utmost and managed to slay 3. Luo Feng chuckled, acknowledging that H-level monsters should not be underestimated. Even for a mid-level warrior, confronting 7 or 8 H-level monsters would pose a considerable threat. Luo Feng had honed his agility, relying on his mental prowess to dare undertake such feats. Wang Dong. It is indeed Wang Dong, the prodigious martial artist recruited early by the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy. One wonders how many monsters he has dispatched. In comparison to Luo Feng, it remains uncertain who is superior. Among those capable of standing against Luo Feng, it appears that only Wang Dong fits the bill. A wave of chatter arose ahead, prompting Luo Feng and Yang Wu, who were concealed behind, to lift their gazes in astonishment. Yang Wu exclaimed in disbelief, so Wang Dong has only now emerged? A madman. It is said that his physical capabilities are on par with yours. I wonder how many monsters he has truly vanquished this time. At that moment, the aspiring warriors in front were fixated on Wang Dong's backpack, while those at the rear strained their ears to listen. There seemed to be quite a number of monster left ears. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the front, followed by the voice of the assessment officer announcing, Wang Dong, a total of 51 monster left ears. Laughter ensued. You have now surpassed Luo Feng, momentarily claiming the title for the most monsters slain among this batch of aspiring warriors. 51? He has bested Luo Feng by such a margin? Wang Dong's prowess was indeed formidable. 51 monsters, a truly daunting feat. The aspiring warriors, having previously experienced the terror of these monsters, marveled in awe. A madman. Wang Dong has slain even more than you, Yang Wu expressed, astonished. But does the quantity of kills truly hold significance? With a nonchalant smile, Luo Feng had devoted the entirety of the previous night to honing his agility. If he truly wished to slay the weakest of the H-level beasts, with his prowess, It would be no surprise for him to ambush solitary creatures and hunt down over 100 of the feeblest beasts in a single night. Luo Feng. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning his gaze, he beheld a bearded officer, who smiled and said, "Come with me. A friend wishes to meet you, just ahead in the lounge." "Oh?" Luo Feng replied, somewhat puzzled. "A meeting?" Without hesitation, he followed the bearded officer. Before entering the lounge, however, he shed his blood-stained combat attire, rinsed himself off, and donned a fresh and clean outfit. Inside the lounge, a burly man sat with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened them, and his gaze struck Luo Feng like a flash of lightning. "Is it him?" Luo Feng was taken aback. He recognized this man as the one who had previously conversed with Supervisor Zhuge, one of the 4 giants of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in the Jiangnan base city. "I am Wang Heng, the supervisor of the Thunder headquarters," the robust man said with a smile. "Luo Feng, please take a seat." Sitting across from the supervisor, Luo Feng was inwardly astonished. He was acutely aware of the high status this supervisor held. Indeed, a supervisor of the headquarters could rival a god of war in terms of standing. They wielded remarkable power, and in the Jiangnan base city, this imposing figure could be said to have eyes and ears everywhere. "Why not take a seat? Afraid I might devour you?" The burly man laughed heartily. With a smile, Luo Feng sat before the imposing figure and inquired, "Mr. Wang, may I ask what brings you here?" "It is quite simple," the robust man replied with a grin. "I have investigated your family background. You hail from an ordinary household. Your father is merely a decorative worker, and your mother works as a sales assistant in a supermarket. You possess no exceptional advantages, yet you have remarkably arrived at this juncture by the age of 18. That is indeed commendable." Luo Feng displayed a complex smile, for he had toiled long and hard for all that he had achieved today. "I hold you in high regard, and I firmly believe you possess immense potential. I formally extend an invitation for you to join my Thunderbolt Martial Arts School." The burly man fixed his gaze upon Luo Feng. "I have already signed a contract with the Extreme Martial Arts School," Luo Feng replied, shaking his head with a smile. The sturdy man dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. "A contract? If it is merely a contract, it can be breached. You would only need to pay a penalty fee. According to the martial artist regulations, the maximum penalty cannot exceed 300 million. I believe your worth far exceeds that sum. We at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School will cover that penalty for you. Moreover, upon your acceptance, I shall arrange for you an elite training contract at our global headquarters. Each year, no more than 10 martial artists worldwide are granted this prestigious training contract, each an absolute prodigy. Thus far this year, we have issued only 3 such contracts, one to a 20-year-old advanced warrior from a European nation, and another to a genius from South America, a mentalist. The third individual is a 16-year-old intermediate warrior from the capital of our great nation, Jinghua Base City. You are the fourth." Luo Feng was taken aback. Each of these 3 figures exhibited extraordinary abilities. It was evident that although Wan Dong and Ma Xiao had been recruited ahead of time, they were still unqualified for this special training contract. How could he be eligible? In truth, Luo Feng's physical prowess alone did not warrant such a contract. However, if one considered his mastery of the subtle body techniques, it was sufficient for him to qualify for the special training contract. After all, achieving an understanding of the subtle techniques at the age of 18 was remarkable. "Should you join my Thunder Martial Arts Academy, I will present you with this contract, sending you to our global headquarters for training, where you might even receive guidance from the legendary Thunder God himself," the burly man said with a smile. "Luo Feng, my Thunder Martial Arts Academy sincerely invites you to join us. Recommendation votes. Recommendation votes. Tomato's favorite recommendation votes." Wang Heng's proposition had reached its utmost limit, and he gazed at Luo Feng with eager anticipation. "Apologies," Luo Feng slightly inclined his body, expressing gratitude to the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. "However, I have already joined the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and have no intention of switching. I am truly sorry." Wang Heng was taken aback. "A refusal? Would you not reconsider?" the burly man asked, frowning and narrowing his eyes. "No need," Luo Feng stood up, slightly bowing. "Mr. Wang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Luo Feng understood that having already turned down the offer, remaining in the same space would only heighten the awkwardness. Wang Heng scrutinized Luo Feng, and in the face of temptation, the young man remained steadfast and unwavering. Wang Heng could not help but sigh inwardly, waving his hand with a smile. Very well, I shall not persuade you further. Should you ever reconsider, the doors of my Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy shall always be open to you. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Luo Feng replied with a smile as he took his leave. Once Luo Feng departed, Wang Heng's expression darkened, and he called out to the outside, "Summon Wan Dong." "Yes, supervisor," came the prompt response from his subordinate, who immediately went to notify Wan Dong. To his dismay, yet another talent had been lured away by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Wang Heng stroked his chin, his fierce eyes narrowing slightly. Ever since the Phantom War God sustained grave injuries and withdrew, in the Jiangnan base city, my Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy has consistently been at a disadvantage compared to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Alas, Wang Heng felt a sense of urgency. Globally, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy are the two largest martial arts institutions. Their founders are respectively the world's strongest and second strongest fighters. Naturally, on the surface, the upper echelons of both academies exchange pleasantries. Yet in reality, they are locked in a fierce rivalry, each striving to surpass the other. Among the numerous base cities worldwide, there are a few where the influence of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Academy surpasses that of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. However, in Jiangnan Base City, the latter holds a slight edge in power. Supervisor, a cold and confident young man, Wan Dong, entered. As he surveyed the room, an air of self-assurance emanated from him. Clearly, in this recent martial artist practical assessment, he had outperformed Luo Feng in monster kills, securing the top rank, which only bolstered Wan Dong's confidence. "Ah, Wan Dong." Wang Heng revealed a faint smile. "You are among the most exceptional new warriors of our Thunder Martial Arts School. However, in terms of strength, you still fall short compared to Luo Feng." The supervisor, Wan Dong, felt a surge of urgency. "Are you suggesting that I am inferior to Luo Feng?" Wang Heng furrowed his brows. Wan Dong shook his head, fully aware that this supervisor was once a high-ranking martial warrior, possessing the supervisor title that conferred various unique powers. In terms of status, he was no less than a warrior of divine caliber. Such a person would not utter falsehoods. "I can assure you, your physical capabilities are not inferior to his. Yet, in actual combat, even three of you would not match a single Luo Feng," Wang Heng stated solemnly. "Currently, the gap between you two is significant, but that does not imply you will always be weaker than him. What you must do now is to work diligently and strive to surpass him. I have encountered many prodigies, yet I have also witnessed numerous talents fade into obscurity. A warrior treads the line between life and death. Your innate talent merely signifies an earlier start. You have just embarked on your journey as a martial artist. This path is only beginning for you. Do not let your guard down. Luo Feng is merely the first adversary you must surpass. In the future, you will need to surpass many more opponents." Wang Heng encouraged, "I hope to witness the emergence of a new warrior of divine caliber one day." Wan Dong felt his blood surge with excitement. Indeed, Luo Feng was merely the initial opponent. He would strive to surpass many individuals until he became a warrior of divine stature. "Very well, you should take your leave. After a night of battle, you must rest well." Wang Heng smiled. "Yes, supervisor." Wan Dong respectfully withdrew. The more formidable individuals he nurtures, the more solidified Wang Heng's position becomes. Perhaps Wan Dong will surprise me in the future. Wang Heng chuckled at himself, yet he did not aspire for anything extraordinary. Merely matching Luo Feng would suffice. Ah, an 18-year-old who has reached the micro-level, possessing excellent physical qualities. What a promising prospect. Shaking his head, he sipped his tea and chose not to dwell further. After all, Luo Feng and Wan Dong are simply good prospects. In the northern military district of the Jiangnan base city, Luo Feng and Yang Wu, now dressed in their own attire, strolled while engaging in light-hearted banter. "Crazy, that Wan Dong's gaze towards you earlier was rather unsettling. He even mentioned wanting to compete with you to see who becomes a battle general first," Yang Wu remarked, puzzled. Little did he know, after his conversation with Wang Heng, Wan Dong had already regarded Luo Feng as his primary rival. "I passed the practical assessment. I should inform my family," Luo Feng said with a smile, pulling out his phone. Yang Gu, you should notify your family as well. Sure, Yang Wu nodded cheerfully. Both Luo Feng and Yang Wu proceeded to call their families. In one of the 8 major satellite cities of Jiangnan Bay City, Yangzhou City, at the Mingyue community, Hongguo commented, "Your son Luo Feng will undoubtedly pass the practical assessment." He and his wife, Gong Xinlan, pushed their youngest son Luo Hua's wheelchair while conversing with an elderly man with white hair. "Is this practical assessment dangerous?" Gong Xinlan could not help but inquire. "My son said it isn't dangerous, yet what we read online suggests otherwise." "Indeed, there is a slight element of danger," the elderly man replied. The elderly man with white hair nodded, recalling what my son had said. "During the practical assessments for martial artists, there is typically a mortality rate of 3 to 5, with a disability rate hovering around 5 to 8. This implies that a single assessment could incapacitate over 100 aspiring martial artists." Luo Hongguo and Gong Xinlan exchanged anxious glances, their hearts heavy with trepidation. "Your little Feng will be just fine, so do not worry," the elder reassured with a gentle smile. "Yes, yes," both Luo Hongguo and Gong Xinlan replied. Yet beneath their composed exteriors, the couple remained deeply unsettled. Luo Hua, seated in a wheelchair, remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, a cheerful ringtone pierced the air. Gong Xinlan pulled out her phone, her face lighting up with joy as she glanced at it and exclaimed, "It's a call from Xiao Feng. Quickly answer it," Luo Hongguo urged eagerly. Luo Hua fixated on the phone, while the elderly man watched with an amused expression. "Hello?" Gong Xinlan answered, activating the speakerphone. "Mom, I passed the martial artist assessment. I'll be home tonight, so make sure to prepare plenty of food." The voice from the phone resonated, and the others nearby listened intently. Father Luo Hongguo beamed with delight, and Luo Hua, who had been gripping his fists tightly, finally relaxed and smiled. All right, Mom will definitely prepare a feast," Gong Xinlan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. On the evening of August 2nd, in the Mingyue community of Yangzhou City, as they strolled along the pathway, Luo Feng greeted some martial artists he encountered with a smile. What a farce to celebrate, he thought to himself. The martial artist assessments posed no challenge for Luo Feng whatsoever, especially given the stark contrast between the number of martial artists and the general populace in human society. Within the confines of the Mingyue community, only families of martial artists reside, all of whom are members of the Extreme Martial Arts School, fostering a naturally harmonious atmosphere among them. "Mom, Dad." Luo Feng's gaze fell upon his doorstep, where his parents and the family's caretaker were already waiting. "Dinner is ready," his father, Luo Hongguo, exclaimed with a smile. That evening, the Feng family reveled in joy, for from this moment onward, Luo Feng had officially become a martial artist in the eyes of the law. As the clock struck 11, within the audiovisual room on the second floor of the Luo residence, it was said that upon officially becoming a martial artist, one could gain access to the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement. This special internal network could only be accessed by individuals with specific identities. Only those who trained at the Extreme Martial Arts School were deemed worthy of entering the Extreme Home, the internal network of the school. Conversely, the HR Alliance platform allowed any martial artist to log in. With anticipation, Luo Feng typed in the website address for Extreme Home. Instantly, a colossal screen measuring 200 inches illuminated one wall of the audiovisual room, displaying the site Extreme Home. With a click, Luo Feng verified his fingerprint. The melodious strains of music flowed gently through the audiovisual room, reminiscent of a babbling brook. Simultaneously, a personal page materialized on the vast screen, showcasing a photograph of Luo Feng, accompanied by a series of informational tables. Name: Luo Feng. Gender: male. Address: Jiangnan Bay City, Huaxia. Warrior ID number: 4261232056080100002. Rank: Warrior level: Beginner. Contribution points: 0. Currency balance: 20,000,000 Huaxia coins. In the tranquil confines of the audiovisual room, Luo Feng sipped from a cup of freshly brewed tea, his gaze drawn to the immense screen upon the wall. 20 million Huaxia coins? Indeed, the promised startup funds from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy have been credited. At the top of the web page, a row of buttons was visible, one of which was incessantly flashing, indicating you have 2 new emails. Luo Feng lightly tapped the touch screen of the wireless keyboard to open the mailbox. A moment later, a greeting appeared. "Hello, Mr. Luo Feng." A middle-aged man dressed in a black suit smiled from the enormous screen. "I am the assistant to Supervisor Zhuge. I trust you have seen the promised startup funds of 20 million. As for acquiring techniques in movement, swordsmanship, and guiding arts, you may purchase directly through the internal network, provided the cost does not exceed 100 million. The internal network will reimburse the costs without deducting a single coin. Should the price exceed 100 million, the excess will be your responsibility, Mr. Luo Feng. Additionally, on behalf of the supervisor, I extend my congratulations to you for successfully passing the martial artist practical assessment." Upon finishing her words, the video abruptly concluded. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy was quite commendable in my view. Luo Feng clicked open the second email. "Dear esteemed newcomer, Luo Feng, greetings. On behalf of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, I extend a warm welcome to you as you join our family." A sweet-looking young girl smiled as she continued. "This marks your first entry into the internal network of the Extreme Home. Allow me to elucidate the functions of the Extreme Home. Firstly, within the Extreme Home, you may procure an array of weaponry across various tiers, guiding techniques, agility manuals, and offensive arts such as knife techniques, gunplay, swordsmanship, and more. Additionally, one can acquire firearms, transportation means, protective gear, communication systems, specialized explosives, unique medicinal agents, genetic serums, and even rare materials and treasures. Provided you possess sufficient funds, all items are available for purchase. Once payment is rendered, the goods will be delivered within 24 hours. Through the Extreme Home, you can even invite martial artists of the general rank or even those of the God of War rank for one-on-one instructional guidance via the network, although this too requires a considerable financial investment. The girl in the video added with a smile, "If you possess enough contribution points, the prices for the aforementioned items will be halved." Luo Feng was taken aback. Halved? If an item valued at 100 million could be acquired for merely 50 million with sufficient contribution points, their utility was indeed remarkable. However, his current contribution points stood at a mere 0. The applications of contribution points were numerous, extending beyond mere purchasing advantages. For instance, upon reaching a certain level of contribution points, one may summon the elite squads of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The maiden in the video smiled, stating that the higher your contribution points, the greater your status within the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, resulting in enhanced power and superior benefits. The methods to acquire contribution points are primarily twofold. Firstly, by hunting monsters and obtaining vital materials from their bodies, which can subsequently be sold to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, yielding both monetary rewards and contribution points. Secondly, one may donate to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The greater the monetary contribution, the more contribution points one receives. Currently, the ratio stands at a donation of 10,000 Huaxia coins grants you 1 contribution point. The donation system begins at a minimum of 10 million Huaxia coins, with a maximum donation limit of 100 billion. In essence, through the donation system, the utmost contribution points one can attain amounts to 10 million. Luo Feng gasped in astonishment. What the hell? There's a limit to donations? A maximum of 100 billion? If one exceeds that, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall will refuse to accept it. This 100 billion Huaxia coins, it seems, is slightly above the assets of the richest individual in Huaxia, as per the current Forbes rankings. The wealth of the world's richest, according to Forbes, is around 120 billion US dollars, equivalent to approximately 420 billion Huaxia coins. Of course, the Forbes list reflects only those who are publicly acknowledged, while some super families possess total assets that surpass certain ultra-wealthy individuals. Yet, that is the accumulation of an entire family. Mr. Luo Feng, allow me to remind you that hunting monsters remains the optimal method for acquiring contribution points, as it allows you to earn points while also generating income. In the video, the young girl cheerfully remarked, "You now possess the startup capital. Please refrain from making immediate purchases. You may delve into the resource section of the Warrior Forum to thoroughly explore some fundamental knowledge of warriors. This will greatly benefit you in selecting manuals and acquiring weapons. She concluded by wishing Mr. Luo Feng success in reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess within our family at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. After a graceful bow, the video came to an end, leaving Luo Feng in awe. The internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, known as Extreme Home, indeed proved to be immensely useful. What captivated Luo Feng the most was the possibility of directly engaging powerful combatants, even those at the battle general or battle god level, for one-on-one instructional guidance through monetary means. Although he possessed 20 million Huaxia coins, Luo Feng chose not to hastily purchase weapons or other items. Instead, he opted to familiarize himself with the features of the Extreme Home website. The website boasted numerous functionalities, divided into various sections, including task acceptance and publication, private chat capabilities, a training module, and a donation system. However, the two sections that most intrigued Luo Feng were the Warrior Forum and the Online Mall. The Online Mall encompassed a vast array of offerings, featuring various guiding techniques, agility manuals, swordsmanship manuals, firearms, cold weapons, gene potions, and more, an endless treasure trove for the discerning buyer. In essence, the Online Mall was a realm for expenditure. As for the Warrior Forum, it was filled with references to mentalists. Luo Feng eagerly flipped through the pages, searching for information regarding mentalists, until he finally exclaimed, "Aha! This is it." He discovered a post titled "A Brief Overview of Mentalists." Esteemed brothers, it appears that many possess scant knowledge regarding the enigmatic realm of mental practitioners. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. Upon reading the opening sentence, Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle, for it was evident that this so-called martial artist forum had merely compiled various posts from practitioners without any formal documentation. Mental practitioners are indeed the most formidable individuals within the martial arts community. Firstly, one does not become a mental practitioner merely through cultivation. Each practitioner is an exceptionally gifted individual who awakens their abilities independently. The posts describe their experiences in a colloquial manner, noting that before their awakening, they were perhaps just ordinary martial artists. Yet, upon awakening, they become truly formidable. How so? Mental practitioners can primarily be categorized into two types. The first type possesses the ability to manipulate objects, controlling sharp projectiles such as spikes and flying daggers for ranged attacks. The prowess of a mental practitioner in object manipulation far surpasses that of conventional heavy sniper rifle bullets. While a sniper's bullet follows a nearly linear trajectory, the weapons controlled by a mental practitioner exhibit erratic movement patterns, varying in both direction and lethality. For instance, the destructive capacity of bullets from heavy machine guns and top-tier sniper rifles is limited. Even the most advanced sniper rifles struggle to eliminate elemental beast general-level monsters. In contrast, the power of a mental practitioner wielding spikes or flying daggers escalates in tandem with their mental fortitude, with many capable of vanquishing lord-level monsters. Beyond those who manipulate objects, the second category of mental practitioners engages in direct mental assaults. This particular discipline is shrouded in mystery, directly targeting the souls of monsters. Upon achieving success, the monster's physical form remains unscathed, yet it perishes instantly. However, assaulting the soul proves to be a formidable challenge. It is said that very few among mentalists possess the knowledge of spiritual attacks. Besides distant manipulation and spiritual assault, it is rumored that mentalists are divided into other factions, though I am not particularly well-versed in those. Luo Feng scrutinized each word carefully, not daring to overlook a single line. What incited my envy most was the remarkable speed at which mentalists enhance their abilities. Born with an innate prowess in mental energy, they are, however, unable to harness such formidable power in their youth, leading their mental energy to remain dormant within their consciousness. As their physical capabilities strengthen and reach a certain threshold, their mental energy will be unleashed. The stronger the physique, the greater the capacity for mental energy. Warriors are classified into 9 distinct levels: Warrior level, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Battle Master level, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, and Battle God level, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced. The disparity between physical capabilities and mental energy typically spans 2 levels. For instance, if one's physique is at the beginner warrior level, their mental energy generally corresponds to the advanced warrior level. Conversely, if one is at the intermediate warrior level, Their mental energy aligns with the beginner battle master level. Mentalists experience a rapid surge in power. This is due to their innate strength in mental energy, which has merely been lying dormant within their consciousness. As one's physical prowess strengthens, the latent psychic power becomes increasingly manifest. The stronger the body, the greater the psychic force. Until one day all the dormant psychic energy is fully unearthed. At this juncture, the enhancement of a psychic master's abilities begins to slow considerably. It is revealed that the advancement of a psychic master is fundamentally the extraction of this latent psychic energy. Only with a sufficiently robust physique can one endure a substantial amount of psychic force. Thus, the potential of a psychic master is contingent upon the volume of latent psychic energy residing within their sea of consciousness. This latent psychic energy may exist in various forms, some as liquids, others in a coexistence of liquid and solid states, and yet others entirely in solid form. Legend has it that within the sea of consciousness, when latent psychic energy coalesces into a solid state, it signifies an immense reservoir of psychic power, representing a group with the highest potential among psychic forces. As their physical attributes enhance, the psychic energy contained within this solid form will continuously be released, facilitating their growth in strength. Only when this solid has completely decomposed will their period of rapid advancement conclude. Ruofeng stifled his excitement, diligently perusing until he had absorbed the entirety of the post's content. Subsequently, he scoured the database and discovered 2 additional descriptions of psychic masters that bore a striking resemblance, affirming their authenticity. Nodding in understanding, Ruofeng mused that the dark golden orb within his sea of consciousness must indeed be a substantial aggregation of psychic energy. Fortune smiled upon him, for he had awakened and miraculously survived. Ruofeng couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. According to the 3 posts he observed, when a mental practitioner awakens, a potent surge of mental energy erupts within their consciousness. However, should the awakening fail, the individual risks becoming a fool, a vegetable, or even succumbing to fatal hemorrhage. It is no wonder that throughout my life, I have experienced a persistent, dull ache in my head, and on several occasions, I have even fainted. Luofeng suddenly realized that it was due to my frail constitution coupled with an overwhelming mental prowess, which my body could not endure, resulting in those headaches. As my physical condition improved, the headaches gradually diminished, and now they have entirely subsided. The affliction that plagued me vanished completely after Luofeng's awakening. The dark golden sphere was, in fact, a solid manifestation of condensed mental energy. One cannot help but wonder how much mental power it truly harbors. Luofeng perused numerous threads on the martial artist forum, encountering topics such as 50 questions on slaying beasts, knowledge for wilderness survival, how to avoid provoking beast general level monsters, and 28 methods of evasion. The plethora of posts enlightened Luofeng significantly, providing him with a deeper understanding of the hardships faced by martial artists. Despite their esteemed status within human society, it is a position earned through relentless effort and sacrifice. Indeed, the wisdom articulated in these posts is profoundly insightful. The 3 essential secrets of body techniques, attack methods, and guiding techniques are of paramount importance to martial artists. The guiding technique is crucial for enhancing the martial artist's inherent strength, while the body techniques and attack methods determine their combat efficacy. After reviewing the posts, Luofeng wholeheartedly agreed that these 3 secrets are indispensable to a martial artist. If one possesses wealth, it should be invested in these 3 areas. It is no surprise that the Extreme Martial Arts Academy has promised to allow me to acquire these 3 secrets free of charge. Luofeng was well aware that the Extreme Martial Arts Academy naturally hoped for the strength of its members to be formidable. He decided to explore the online marketplace. As he tapped on the wireless keyboard and touched the screen, the web page of the online marketplace materialized before him. Instantly, the colossal screen on the wall of the audiovisual room illuminated with a myriad of meticulously categorized items. Luofeng selected secret manuals under attack techniques and clicked 3 times, prompting the screen to display a collection of tangible photographs of various manuals, along with their titles and prices. Destruction of Worlds, Category, Gun Techniques. Rating, Supreme. Price, 100 billion Huaxia coins. Full price, 50 billion Huaxia coins. Half price. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. 9-fold Thunder Blade. Category, Blade Techniques. Rating, Supreme. Price, 100 billion Huaxia coins. Full price, 50 billion Huaxia coins. Half price. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. Phantom Blade Technique. Category, Blade Techniques. Rating, SS Class. Price, 10 billion Huaxia coins. Full price, 5 billion Huaxia coins. Half price. Requirement, 3-star contribution points. Mist Sword. Category, Sword Techniques. Rating, S-Class. Price, 3 billion Huaxia coins. Full price, 5 billion Huaxia coins. Half price. Requirement, 3-star contribution points. As Luo Feng gazed at the extensive array of manuals, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Good heavens! The gun technique Destruction of Worlds belonging to the world's foremost warrior, Hong, is available for purchase? And the ninefold Thunderblade is attributed to the second strongest warrior, Thunder God? Luo Feng was instantly captivated by the top listings, rated as supreme in both gun and blade techniques. However, the subsequent price left him utterly astounded. A full price of 100 billion, half price 500 billion. The requirement for half price is to achieve a 4-star contribution point. A 4-star contribution point necessitates a total of 10 million contribution points. Luo Feng is now acutely aware of the grading of contribution points. Achieving 10,000 points corresponds to a 1-star rating. Reaching 100,000 points qualifies for a 2-star rating. Attaining 1 million points denotes a 3-star rating. A contribution point total of 10 million signifies a 4-star rating. A staggering 50 million points corresponds to the legendary 5-star rating. The attainment of a 5-star rating is almost an insurmountable challenge, fraught with immense difficulty. Luo Feng's eyes widened. Within the webpage pertaining to the Destruction of the World Secret Manual, there were numerous quotes. The complete 6 layers of Destruction of the World are priced at 100 billion Huaxia coins, full price, and 50 billion Huaxia coins, half price. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. The first 5 layers are priced at 40 billion Huaxia coins, full price, and 20 billion Huaxia coins, half price. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. The first 4 layers are priced at 15 billion Huaxia coins, full price, and 7.5 billion Huaxia coins, half price. Requirement, 3-star contribution points. The first layer is priced at 2 billion Huaxia coins, full price, and 1 billion Huaxia coins, half price. Requirement, 1-star contribution points. It seems that the vast majority of martial artists may only cultivate the first layer throughout their lives, unable to break through to the second layer. This ultimate secret manual truly lives up to its reputation as the combat technique of the world's foremost power. Luo Feng gazed at the succinct introduction, astonished to discover that this gun technique also encompassed a corresponding body technique. Acquiring this entire manual would mean obtaining both the body technique and the combat technique in one fell swoop. Luo Feng was indeed envious. Regrettably, on one hand, I am a practitioner of swordsmanship. On the other hand, the price is beyond my means. The ninefold Thunderblade is a martial manuscript of the highest caliber, akin to annihilation. Without hesitation, Luo Feng clicked on the webpage for the ninefold Thunderblade. If his curiosity had driven him to explore annihilation, now, as he perused the ninefold Thunderblade, he was imbued with a sense of yearning and anticipation. The ninefold Thunderblade represents the ultimate aspiration of any swordsman. Upon closer inspection of the description, he discovered that this set, known worldwide as the most challenging to master, not only encompasses techniques of blade work but also incorporates complementary body movements and unique guiding techniques. The difficulty in mastering the ninefold Thunderblade lies in its demanding requirements for physical strength and muscle sensitivity, among other factors. A martial technique accompanied by corresponding body movements and guiding techniques? Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement within. If the price were reasonable, it could indeed become his. Luo Feng carefully examined the pricing of the ninefold Thunderblade. The full price for all 9 levels amounted to 100 billion Huaxia coins, while the half-price option, which required 4-star contribution points, was set at 50 billion Huaxia coins. The pricing for the first 8 levels was 50 billion Huaxia coins for full price and 25 billion for half price, also necessitating 4-star contribution points. For the first 5 levels, the cost was 2 billion Huaxia coins at full price and 1 billion at half price, requiring 3-star contribution points. The The first 4 levels were priced at 500 million Huaxia coins for full price and 250 million for half price, with a requirement of 2-star contribution points. The first 3 levels were available for 200 million Huaxia coins at full price and 100 million at half price, again demanding 2-star contribution points. The first 2 levels were priced at 100 million Huaxia coins for full price and 50 million for half price, requiring 2-star contribution points once more. Finally, the first level was priced at 50 million Huaxia coins for full price and 25 million for half price, necessitating 1-star contribution points. As Luo Feng surveyed these prices, it was evident that the 9-fold Thunderblade possessed a total of 9 levels, and its pricing was significantly more affordable in comparison to World Extinction. However, his brow furrowed at the conspicuous red text at the bottom of the web page, which warned, "The 9-fold Thunderblade is an ultimate sword technique, with an extremely high level of difficulty in cultivation and a challenging entry point. Numerous martial artists worldwide have chosen this technique, yet many have failed to even grasp the first level. Please consider your choice with caution." Gazing at this notice, Luo Feng hesitated. Clearly, the technique was arduous to master, but once perfected, its power would be immensely formidable. Should I make the purchase? After all, this is not an insignificant amount. In the dimly lit media room, the large screen showcased an introduction to 9-fold Thunderblade, while Luo Feng sat quietly on the sofa, deep in contemplation. Acquiring 9-fold Thunderblade is indeed a considerable investment. Even for a martial artist, this sum is astronomical. If one is to cultivate, one must strive for the finest. With a determined grit, Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with resolve. "I refuse to believe that I cannot succeed in my cultivation." Throughout his life, Luo Feng has been diligent and hardworking. As a mental cultivator, the latent psychic energy within his mind takes the form of a dark golden sphere. "My strength is poised for a significant leap. I refuse to accept that I cannot master 9-fold Thunderblade." Luo Feng has always held a steadfast belief, which aligns with the ethos of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The pursuit of limits, the transcendence of boundaries. Another common adage states, "A warrior who does not aspire to be the world's greatest is not a worthy warrior." I am certain I can master 9-fold Thunderblade. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng gently tapped the touchscreen. "Please confirm the purchase of the first 3 levels of 9-fold Thunderblade, requiring a payment of 100 million Huaxia coins." A prompt appeared on the screen, as it was Luo Feng's first purchase. Based on his contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the initial acquisition of attack techniques, movement skills, and blade techniques would waive contribution point requirements, allowing him to enjoy the most favorable pricing directly. "Confirm." Luo Feng clicked the button. "Please verify your fingerprint for confirmation." A reminder appeared on the screen. Luo Feng placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner of the wireless keyboard. Beep. Fingerprint verification successful. The purchase was successful. The transaction has been completed. The top 3 secrets of the 9-fold Thunderblade will be delivered to Mr. Luo Feng's residence within 24 hours. Notifications appeared consecutively on the screen. The new district of the mobile game Devouring the Starry Sky is thriving. Thankfully, according to my contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, my initial purchase allows me to bypass the contribution point restrictions and acquire items at the most favorable price. Luo Feng felt his heart racing. It was impossible not to be excited, for this amounted to a staggering 100 million Huaxia coins. Buying a row house from the Zhang family would be a mere trifle. Moreover, having grown up in a family with modest means, the thought of spending such an amount was overwhelming. Fortunately, it wasn't my money. Luo Feng grinned. With the successful acquisition of the secrets, the next step was to procure weapons, combat gear, and so forth. With a startup capital of 20 million, every penny saved counts. Luo Feng clicked on the weapons list page and quickly located the Blood Shadow Battle Blade No. 2 series. The Blood Shadow War Blade series, Model A1, is priced at 100,000 Huaxia coins, full price, and 50,000 Huaxia coins, half price, requiring 1 contribution point. The Blood Shadow War Blade series, Model A2, is priced at 500,000 Huaxia coins, full price, and 250,000 Huaxia coins, half price, requiring 1 contribution point. The series concludes with Model A5, priced at 6,000 Huaxia coins, full price, and 3,000,000 Huaxia coins, half price, requiring a 1-star contribution point. Luo Feng scrutinized the descriptions of the various weapon models, his brow furrowing in contemplation. My strength is advancing rapidly. I believe it will not be long before my physical prowess reaches the threshold of an advanced warrior. Naturally, if I am to purchase a weapon, I must acquire one of superior quality. A typical novice warrior would suffice with models A2 or A3. The contribution point of 1 merely necessitates a donation of 10,000 coins. In essence, this so-called contribution point is a means to distinguish between the internal warriors of the martial hall and those from external factions. After all, the Extreme Martial Hall possesses its own internal network, the online mall of the Extreme family, but they also have a physical martial arts marketplace. Warriors from other factions may also make purchases, yet they are compelled to pay the full price. Given the swift pace of my strength enhancement, I should aim to procure either the A5 or A6 model of the Blood Shadow Warblade. Luo Feng shook his head, pondering the fact that this particular model of the Warblade requires a 1-star contribution point. A 1-star contribution point equates to a staggering 10,000 points. When I initially acquired the secret manual, I was able to disregard the contribution point requirement and purchase it at the optimal price. This promotion is exclusively available for first-time purchasers of the secrets. However, currently there are no such discounts on the acquisition of weapons, combat gear, and the like. The Blood Shadow Battle Blade S6 model is priced at a staggering 20 million, while the A5 model costs 6 million. Luo Feng shook his head. The A5 model is capable of engaging the majority of intermediate beast generals without the concern of the weapon deteriorating. The A6 model, on the other hand, can contend with most advanced beast generals without the fear of damage to the weapon. Given the pace at which his own strength is advancing, it is evident that lower-tier weapons are unsuitable. Purchasing at full price? Far too exorbitant. Luo Feng shook his head again. Next, he turned his attention to the shield. Upon opening the shield's page, he noted that the prices were considerably lower than those of the battle blades. The B5 model, which is equally capable of withstanding intermediate beast generals, is priced at 3 million Huaxia coins, with a half-price option of 1,500,000, yet still requiring a contribution point of 1 star. As for backpacks, they are also a special piece of equipment essential for survival in the wild and for combat against monsters. Firstly, the quality of the backpack itself must be high. Secondly, it should not impede the martial artist's movements during battles. The most affordable option requires just 1 contribution point, while a decent quality one costs merely 100,000. A smile crept across Luo Feng's face. The combat communication watch, equipped with satellite positioning, time, phone capabilities, and various other functions, is reasonably priced at 100,000. In truth, those functionalities are not particularly valuable. Nowadays, a phone costing a few hundred encompasses calling, time, and satellite positioning among its features. The reason the communication watch commands a price of 100,000 is due to its expensive materials. In a fierce battle against the monstrous creatures, it is conceivable that a mere swipe of a beast's claw could strike the communication wristwatch. The watch must possess remarkable durability to withstand such ferocious attacks. Thus, how could its price be anything but exorbitant? Weapons such as battle blades, shields, wristwatches, and backpacks had all been examined. Yet, one crucial item remained: the complete set of combat attire, including battle boots. Luo Feng had heard that a complete combat suit is typically the most expensive equipment a warrior possesses. This is not merely due to its defensive capabilities, but also because it must provide comfort and not impede the warrior's agility or ability to evade swiftly. When Luo Feng clicked to view the price, oh my, it was astoundingly high. He was utterly astounded. Even a combat suit capable of withstanding mid-level beast generals from the D5 series, along with arm guards and battle boots, commanded a staggering full price of 18 million Huaxia coins, and even at half price it was 9 million. The full price for the D6 series reached an astonishing 80 million Huaxia coins. While he was aware that combat suits were costly, he had not anticipated that the D5 combat suit would be a staggering 3 times the price of a weapon of comparable rank. Calculating the total, with the standardized complete set of D5 combat attire costing 18 million, the Blood Shadow Battle Blade at 6 million, and the shield at 3 million, the grand total amounted to 27 million. If he possessed a 1-star contribution point, he would only need 13.5 million. As for the combat wristwatch and backpack, they were but trifling expenses in comparison to the combat suit. He also desired to acquire flying knives, which could be controlled from a distance using mental energy. At the very least, he needed to purchase 6 or even 10. Luo Feng opened the page for the flying knives once more. Being small in size and weight, naturally, their price was significantly lower than that of the Blood Shadow Battle Blade. The full price for the D5 series flying knives was merely 50,000 Huaxia coins. The 6th series flying knife is priced at a mere 300,000 Huaxia coins. However, the 7th series flying knife astonishingly costs 3 million Huaxia coins, with a half price of 1.5 million, requiring 2-star contribution points. This marks a staggering increase of 10-fold. The 7th series flying knife, if wielded by one of sufficient prowess, could indeed inflict damage upon elementary Lord-level monsters. The disparity between Beast General and Lord levels is significant. I never anticipated such a vast difference in weapon pricing. My mental prowess is formidable and is growing at a rapid pace. Initially, I intended to purchase the 7th series flying knife, but at 3 million per piece, and with the half-price requirement demanding 2-star contribution points, I find myself in a quandary. Acquiring 5 or 6 of these would amount to over 10 million. How could I possibly afford that? Such funds are woefully inadequate. Luo Feng once believed that a startup capital of 20 million was substantial, but he now realizes that the costs of martial artists' equipment are exorbitantly high. Unbeknownst to him, these prices are not unreasonable. It is imperative to understand that Lord-level monsters cannot be vanquished even by missiles. The fact that a flying knife can pierce through such formidable foes speaks volumes about the high material standards required for its craftsmanship. A price of 3 million Huaxia coins for a single flying knife falls within a rational range. Indeed, martial artists often expend considerable sums on weapons and other necessities, yet the profits from hunting formidable monsters in the future can be equally impressive. Regrettably, Luo Feng has yet to embark on his journey of earning. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, a stranger arrived at the private garden of Luo Feng's residence in Mingyue Community. Mr. Luo Feng, this is the secret manual you purchased. Can be unlocked using your fingerprint. Luo Feng accepted the sealed alloy box handed to him by the stranger, and as his finger glided over the top of the box, a beep signaled the successful verification of his fingerprint. A synthetic electronic sound resonated, followed by the opening of an alloy box, revealing a book approximately 1 centimeter thick, accompanied by 2 discs. The 9-fold Thunder Blade. Upon seeing those 4 characters, Luo Feng was addressed by the delivery man. Mr. Luo Feng, please take a look and, upon confirmation, kindly sign here. A smile graced the delivery man's face, yet there lingered a hint of envy in his gaze directed at Luo Feng. Ah, the 9-fold Thunder Blade. It is beyond the reach of most martial artists. Mr. Luo Feng, I trust you are aware of the prohibitions that accompany the purchase of such a tome? The delivery man continued with a grin, as per protocol. Allow me to reiterate. The copyright of the manual belongs to its creator, and the copyright holder of the 9-fold Thunder Blade is none other than the Thunder God. The purchaser is granted only the right to study, with no authorization to disseminate. Unauthorized copying, private trading, or teaching of the manual is strictly forbidden. Should anyone transgress these rules, they will face a relentless pursuit by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the Underground Alliance, and the government forces. Luo Feng nodded, fully aware of these regulations. After the acceptance of the package, the delivery man took his leave. The price for this single manual, along with the 2 discs, totaled a staggering 100 million Huaxia coins. Standing in his garden, Luo Feng couldn't help but reflect on the immense profitability of creating such manuals. For instance, the Thunder God, with his 9-fold Thunder Blade, would earn more with each additional purchase. A brief calculation revealed the vast wealth the Thunder God had amassed. However, for the Thunder God, founder of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, monetary gain held little significance. Just as Luo Feng prepared to enter his home with the manual in hand, a voice called out, Luo Feng. Turning to see the speaker, he recognized the chief instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Uncle Wu Tong. Uncle Wu, Luo Feng greeted with a smile. I just saw a delivery person from headquarters. Did you make a purchase? Wu Tong inquired with a smile. Luo Feng nodded. Ninefold Thunderblade? Wu Tong exclaimed in astonishment upon catching sight of the 4 characters on the cover of the manual in Luo Feng's hand. You actually dared to buy this? Manuals are strictly regulated by major powers around the world. Well, it's not my money being spent after all. Luo Feng chuckled, then sighed with resignation. However, I have realized that money is indeed insufficient. The expenses for purchasing the battle blade and combat gear are quite substantial. By the way, Luo Feng, I came primarily to inform you of something. Wu Tong continued with a grin. Recently, was there a young man named Zhang Haobai who offended you? Luo Feng was taken aback. Zhang Haobai? He hadn't even had the chance to seek trouble with him yet. Yes, he once tried to hire someone to break my hands and feet, Luo Feng replied with a nod. Here's the situation, Wu Tong explained. Zhang Haobai's uncle, Zhang Zihu, is a martial artist from the Thunder Martial Arts School. He has sought the help of the head instructor of the Thunder Martial Arts School here in Yangzhou to mediate the situation. They are preparing to settle this matter privately with you. Wu Tong smiled. Luo Feng, aren't you in need of money? This is an opportunity for profit. You could make quite a sum. Luo Feng felt a stir of interest. In the database of the Martial Artist Forum at Extreme Home, there are numerous posts regarding grievances among martial artists. For instance, in the Huaxia Nation, martial artists are under government regulation and bound by law within the 6 major base cities. However, once one departs from the base city and ventures into the realm inhabited by the monsters, the constraints of law cease to exist. This territory is a battleground for warriors and beasts, devoid of legal governance. The warriors themselves tread the fine line between life and death, and it is not uncommon for conflicts to escalate into fatal confrontations. Major martial arts schools and the government are keen to avert such occurrences. Warriors represent humanity's invaluable asset, a formidable weapon against the monsters. They wish to minimize any substantial losses among the warriors due to infighting. Thus, the concepts of internal negotiation and private settlement have emerged. Should there be enmity, let us convene at the negotiation table to resolve our grievances amicably. If negotiations fail, that is an entirely different matter. Luo Feng, you are merely a newcomer, having just entered the martial arts circle. It would be wise to avoid creating too many enemies. Chief Instructor Wu Tong chuckled, noting that you are just beginning and are in need of funds. Indeed, Luo Feng nodded, expressing his intent to settle matters privately. However, Zhang Haobai must not be let off too lightly. Had I been weaker, I could have truly suffered grievous harm. That is certainly the case, Wu Tong replied solemnly. If we do not make them bleed a little, they might think that our extreme martial arts school is afraid of them. Uncle Wu, what do you suggest would be an appropriate amount? Luo Feng inquired, acknowledging his unfamiliarity with the customs and seeking guidance. Wu Tong pondered before responding. If the one who has offended you is merely an ordinary individual, then it would be prudent not to demand more than 50 million Huaxia coins. However, as you are an elite of our martial arts school, you should not undervalue yourself. The minimum should be 10 million Huaxia coins. From 10 million to 50 million, feel free to propose any figure you deem fit. Indeed, Luo Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. If you agree, then I shall inform them to convene tonight, Wu Tong remarked with a smile. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Wu, Luo Feng replied with a grin. Ah, so it is. This compensation is unexpectedly tied to matters of face. After perusing numerous posts, Luo Feng finally felt somewhat prepared for the evening's negotiations. Xiaofeng, dinner is ready, called his mother, Gong Xinlan, from downstairs. Coming, Mom, Luo Feng responded, switching off the power before making his way downstairs. In the hall below, both his father and mother were holding bowls of rice, while one of the maids was busy cooking. Your brother is at the nearby Lotus Pool Park. He just called and will be here shortly, his father, Luo Hongua, said cheerfully. His mother, Gong Xinlan, added with a soft chuckle, Xiaofeng, your brother has started dating a girl. Dating? Luo Feng was taken aback. Although it is true that there are many individuals with disabilities in today's society, such as those soldiers who often encounter disabilities in their battles against monsters, people with disabilities still manage to have romantic relationships, marry and raise families. However, his brother had only moved in a month ago. Was it truly possible to begin dating in such a short time? Don't pay heed to your mother, Luo Hongua laughed. Your brother is indeed seeing a girl, but they have yet to reach that stage. Regardless, it is a positive development for him. Whether successful or not, dating is an experience in life, Luo Feng thought to himself, feeling pleased. This would undoubtedly benefit his brother. In the city of Yangzhou, in the Yian district at the Tiandu Garden community, Uncle Zhang Haobai gazed at his uncle Zhang Zihu. For the past few days, Zhang Haobai had been living in a state of constant fear, dreading the arrival of security personnel who might come to arrest him during the night. Ahu, as long as we can ensure Haobai's safety, enduring a little hardship is inconsequential, Zhang Zilong could not help but remark. Elder brother, rest assured. Zhang Zihu, tall and robust, exuded an aura akin to that of an unparalleled beast. He grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. That little rascal, Luo Feng, is merely a novice martial artist. He has only battled the weakest of the beasts raised in the military district. Once he becomes a martial artist, he will understand the rules. He wouldn't dare to act recklessly, if he truly were to do so. Challenging me, the mountain tiger, would be akin to courting death. Witnessing his uncle's unwavering confidence, Zhang Zilong and his son, Zhang Haobai, breathed a sigh of relief. All right, leave it to me. I shall take care of it. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Zihu strode out. Outside was a heavily modified six-wheeled Hummer, where others were peering out, smiling and saying, "Brother Hu, all set? Yes. Let us go pick up Old Li, and then head to the Extreme Club," Zhang Zihu replied as he entered the vehicle. Understood. The six-wheeled Hummer roared to life, emitting a deep, powerful sound as it swiftly departed from the Tiandu Garden community. In the evening, within the reception room on the second floor of the Extreme Club in Mingyue community, a group including Luo Feng was gathered. Xiao Feng, what a coincidence. Today, both your Uncle Kong and Brother Chun are here. Wu Tong chuckled heartily, and Luo Feng greeted the two individuals beside him. One of them, slender in build, bore a scar that bisected his face, instilling a sense of fear in those who met his gaze. The other, robust and with thick brows and sharp eyes, radiated warmth and enthusiasm. Brother Chun, Uncle Kong, Luo Feng called out. These two were no ordinary individuals. Within the Extreme Club in Yangzhou, there resided 3 martial warriors of the Battle General rank: Chief Instructor Wu Tong, Canonchin Gu, and Eagle Blade Kong Quan. Wu Tong had withdrawn from combat against the beasts, while both Canonchin Gu and Eagle Blade Kong Quan frequently departed from the base city to hunt monsters. They were indeed the leading figures among the warriors of Mingyue community. Xiao Feng, we are well aware of your situation. Do not worry. We will stand up for you. Canonchin Gu laughed heartily. Damn it. No matter how arrogant the Lightning Martial Arts Hall may be, they wouldn't dare to bully us. Indeed, Eagle Blade Kong Quan nodded slightly. A moment later, in the reception hall, the members of the Extreme Club and the Lightning Club settled on opposite sides. The Extreme Club boasted over 20 individuals, while the Lightning Club had merely 8. Wu Tong, indeed, it was Tiger's nephew who was in the wrong. A burly man with a thick beard remarked cheerfully. However, his nephew is just a child, barely old enough to understand anything, and he is an ordinary person, not a warrior. There is no need to quibble with him over such matters. Old Li, spare us the irrelevant chatter, came the retort. Wu Tong shook his head with a smile, for the matter was exceedingly clear. Your presence here is evidently for the purpose of a private resolution, is it not? Kaishan Hu, speak your mind. Zhang Zihu, known as Kaishan Hu within the martial arts community, wields a colossal double-handed mountain-cutting blade, renowned for his fierce and ruthless demeanor. Director Wu, Zhang Zihu offered a slight smile, his gaze settling upon Luo Feng. Perhaps it would be best for young Luo to articulate this matter himself. Young Luo, what resolution would satisfy you? Silence, interjected Kong Quan, known as Eagle Blade, with a piercing glare. Luo Feng is a dear brother of our Extreme Club. You are hardly in a position to address him as young Luo. Zhang Zihu was momentarily taken aback. Kong Quan was a formidable figure in the martial arts realm, and Zhang Zihu dared not provoke him. Mr. Zhang, Luo Feng rose, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It feels somewhat improper for my many older brothers to intervene on my behalf. However, in my view, it is merely a trifling matter that Zhang Haobai wishes to break my legs. But to dare strike my father is tantamount to courting death. Luo Feng's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Zhang Zihu flinched, while the martial artists affiliated with the Extreme Club erupted in laughter. The Kaishan Hu, Zhang Zihu, was a seasoned warrior, currently classified as a senior fighter, merely a step away from the rank of battle general. The audacity of Luo Feng to glare defiantly at him left the members of the Extreme Club impressed by the young man's courage. Humph, Luo Feng, what are your intentions? Speak. Zhang Zihu's displeasure was palpable, his expression darkening. Luo Feng merely smiled, unfazed by Zhang Zihu's ire. He truly did not care, nor did he discuss the future. Presently, Luo Feng's physical prowess was considered exceptional even at the intermediate warrior level, nearing the advanced warrior level. As for his mental fortitude, accounting for the two-level disparity with physical capabilities, he was at least at the beginner battle general level. In brief, 50 million Huaxia coins. I, Luo Feng, am granting you this favor and we shall leave it at that, Luo Feng said with a smile. You're quite the bold one, asking for 50 million. Zhang Zihu exclaimed, his eyes widening. That price is excessive. Director Li of the Thunderbolt Pavilion frowned. Luo Feng merely smiled and remained silent. The price is not high, said Wu Tong, the director of the Extreme Pavilion with a smile. Luo Feng, I shall offer you 5 million. I will give you 5 million, and we will consider this matter settled, which would also be a favor for me. Otherwise, it would be seen as disrespecting Zhang Zihu. Zhang Zihu glared fiercely at Luo Feng. 5 million? The individuals from the Extreme Pavilion frowned as well. Given that Canonchin Gu and Eagle Blade Kong Quan are present today, even considering their status, such a low offer is unacceptable. It is an insult to offer so little. Luo Feng's eyes narrowed in response. Zhang Zihu, let me make myself clear. 50 million, not a penny less. If you dare to shortchange me, be prepared to visit the security bureau to see your nephew. Zhang Zihu laughed in fury, astonished that this newcomer had the audacity to disregard him so openly. 50 million and not a single cent less? Zhang Zihu's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, as if he were ready to devour someone. However, Luo Feng remained entirely unperturbed. Having perused numerous posts on Extreme House, he understood that during negotiations, it is most detrimental for one party to concede. Such an act signifies inferiority. Moreover, Luo Feng was in the right, as it is customary for the party at fault to offer an apology when two individuals of equal standing are involved. Yet, upon Zhang Zihu's arrival, he exhibited a brash demeanor, clearly attempting to intimidate Luo Feng, a newcomer. Unfortunately for him, Luo Feng was not swayed by such tactics. Now, heed my words, began Wu Tong, the director of the Extreme Club. Luo Feng, along with Kaishan Hu, you both should take a step back. 30 million Huaxia coins shall suffice. Zhang Zihu, this sum is not substantial for you. If you produce this amount, we can consider the matter settled. Luo Feng, do you have any objections? Luo Feng nodded in agreement, replying, let us proceed as Uncle Wu suggests. And you, Kaishan Hu? Wu Tong inquired, turning his gaze toward Zhang Zihu. Within the confines of the conference room, all eyes were fixed upon Zhang Zihu, who, in a fit of rage, sprang to his feet, laughing in anger. You expect me to bow to this little brat? Dream on. Lao Li, my brothers, we are leaving. I would rather donate 1 billion to the nation than settle for 30 million privately. Zhang Zihu sneered at Luo Feng, scoffing, Kid, being a martial artist is no easy feat. Once you leave the base city, you will truly comprehend the terror of the beasts. The various perilous situations arise with unexpected swiftness. What you face in the military district's beast town cannot even compare. The beasts there are domesticated, their wildness significantly curtailed. I hope you don't meet an early demise. Otherwise, how will you compete with me in the future? Indeed, allow me to remind you that I am not far from reaching the general rank. Pray tell, how long do you anticipate it will take for you to attain the same? Furthermore, can you sustain such longevity? Luo Feng offered a faint smile, expressing gratitude to Mr. Zhang Zihu for his concern. However, it would be prudent for you to contemplate how to prepare 100 million for the nation, ensuring the welfare of your nephew. Humph. Zhang Zihu's countenance darkened, and he ordered, let us depart. 100 million, indeed a staggering sum. Canonchin Gu deliberately let out a couple of mocking calls from a distance. Zhang Zihu and his entourage said little more and exited promptly. As they departed, A commotion erupted among the members of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall within the conference room. Zhang Zihu's temperament, it seems, is indeed as foul as the legends suggest. It is rather absurd that he refuses to concede, despite his nephew's wrongdoings. Wu Tong chuckled and shook his head, preferring to part with 100 million rather than settle for 30 million. The Martial Arts Hall has its contribution points, just as the nation possesses its own. Those who have rendered service to the country receive contribution points proportional to their deeds. Accumulating 10,000 points earns one a 1-star ranking, while 100,000 points grants a 2-star ranking. This system mirrors that of the Martial Arts Hall. Notably, Dong Nanbiao, who single-handedly vanquished the tiger-headed monster at the banks of the Yangtze River, bravely sacrificing himself to save countless lives, was posthumously awarded the title of 4-star hero. One may contribute to the Martial Arts Hall to earn contribution points, just as one may donate to the nation for the same purpose. A mere 10,000 Huaxia coins yields 1 contribution point, while 100 million Huaxia coins equates to 10,000 contribution points, thus granting a 1-star rank. If Zhang Zihu is unwilling to reach an agreement with Luofeng, the only recourse would be to donate 100 million to the state for his nephew, thereby elevating his nephew's national contribution to achieve a 1-star status. As a 1-star citizen, Zhang Haobai enjoys certain privileges. It is improbable that he would face a lengthy prison sentence merely due to a minor conflict with Luofeng, even if he contributes 100 million to the state. Enabling his nephew to become a 1-star citizen, such a status still poses challenges against martial artists. Even if he avoids imprisonment, he would likely endure detention for 3 to 5 months and suffer some hardships. Canon Chen Gu shook his head, expressing that if one refuses to bow down, who can be blamed? With wealth, one remains unbothered. The martial artists of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall laughed heartily. Luofeng, Director Wu Tong said, "In accordance with Supervisor Zhuge's instructions, I am arranging for you to join a combat-level martial artist team. This will facilitate your training outside the base city, while also ensuring greater safety. I have also discussed it and am preparing to have you join the Fire Hammer team." Fire Hammer team? Luofeng nodded slightly. It was evident that Supervisor Zhuge valued him, as he had been granted entry into a combat-level martial artist team from the outset. The teams that ventured into the wilderness to hunt beasts varied in strength, but typically, a single combat-level martial artist within a team qualified it as a combat-level team. Luofeng, Canon Chungu clapped Luofeng on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "I am the vice-captain of the Fire Hammer team. From now on, as you join our ranks, I shall protect you. However, Luofeng, I must make it clear from the outset that our Fire Hammer squad will provide you with certain opportunities for training, allowing you to acclimate to the fierce battles against those monstrous adversaries. Yet, you must also exert yourself diligently and not rely solely on the assistance of your fellow squad members. If, after your initial mission, you are still unable to adapt, we will have no choice but to expel you from the team." "Brother Chin, I understand," Luofeng replied with a smile and a nod. "The warrior squad operates on the precipice of life and death. Having even one burden within our ranks could significantly hinder our efforts. Knowing you comprehend this brings me great relief. Furthermore, Chun Gu, the artillery expert, inquired, "Have you procured your weaponry yet?" "Not yet. I intend to acquire superior arms. However, only weapons of a certain caliber can be purchased at half price, contingent upon accruing a 1-star contribution point." Luofeng shook his head in resignation. Indeed, the curator Wu Tong interjected, "Generally speaking, it is permissible to have others assist in purchasing conventional weaponry or firearms. Of course, one must not allow others to assist in acquiring various secret manuals." Luofeng nodded in agreement, understanding this principle. For instance, the 9-fold Thunderblade he had purchased would be recorded in the information databases of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, the Underground Alliance, and the Thunder Martial Arts Institute, indicating that Luofeng had acquired the first 3 forms of the 9-fold Thunderblade. Consequently, he would be free to wield it in the future without issue. However, if Yang Wu, who had never purchased such a manual, were to attempt to execute the 9-fold Thunderblade, he would be apprehended upon discovery, as it would be deemed unauthorized replication and dissemination of the 9-fold Thunderblade manual, infringing upon the Thunder Goddess ownership rights. If one has not purchased it, one lacks the qualification to cultivate it. If one were to delegate the purchase to another, The information repository would only contain the purchasing details of that individual, devoid of one's own transactions, and thus one might hesitate to cultivate further. As for weapons, there exists no notion of copyright. Luo Feng nodded and promptly sought pen and paper to jot down the details. The Unified 5 Series equipment, the complete combat suit, is priced at 9 million, while the Blood Shadow Battle Knife No. 2 series costs 3 million at half price. The 5 Series shield is priced at 1.5 million, and the 6 Series flying knives, totaling 10, amount to 1.5 million. The grand total comes to 15 million. Adding in accessories such as a backpack and communication wristwatch, Luo Feng's equipment was thus fully assembled. Within the training hall on the second floor of Luo Feng's residence, the morning sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the spacious room. Dressed in a loose training outfit, Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the floor, barefoot. The expansive training hall, exceeding 100 square meters, was otherwise empty, save for Luo Feng seated at its center, where a tome titled Ninefold Thunderblade lay before him. It was said that Ninefold Thunderblade posed considerable difficulties in its cultivation, though the specifics of such challenges remained unknown to him. Luo Feng opened the tome and began to peruse its contents. Note: today, Tomato must attend to some affairs, and it is anticipated that he will not be available online until quite late this evening. The second update today is expected to be posted around 11 p.m. This is a prior notification. The new district of the mobile game Devouring the Starry Sky is thriving. The most prominent character on the title page struck Luo Feng like a blade of light, causing his heart to shudder. It is worth noting that this is merely a copy of the original manual for the Ninefold Thunderblade. The mere presence of the character for speed could send tremors through Luo Feng's heart. One can only imagine the terrifying prowess of the Thunder God who conceived this technique. Luo Feng continued to read. In the realm of martial arts, there exists nothing impenetrable. Only speed is invincible. When your blade reaches unprecedented swiftness, you become unconquerable. Upon opening the first page, he encountered elegantly flowing characters. Similarly, the pinnacle of the destruction of worlds technique, renowned for its speed, could shake the very heavens with a single strike, rendering all to oblivion. The fundamental essence of my creation, the Ninefold Thunderblade, is encapsulated in the single word, speed. Luo Feng turned to the second page. Why does speed possess such formidable power? Firstly, when your blade moves so swiftly that your opponent cannot react, you can sever their throat before they even have the chance to strike. Even if your strength is merely a fraction 1/10 of theirs, their throat would still falter against your keen edge. Thus, speed enables you to exploit your opponent's vulnerabilities. Secondly, speed bestows tremendous potency upon your blade. According to the principle of energy calculation, the attack power of a blade is equal to 0.5 MV. This implies that, for a blade of fixed mass, the greater its velocity, the more formidable the energy it harbors. When speed reaches a certain threshold, even a column of water can penetrate steel, and a mere piece of paper can slice through iron. Swiftly, it can catch the opponent off guard. Swiftly, it can render your blade indomitable. Whether from the perspective of exploiting weaknesses or sheer strength, making your blade swift is the ultimate approach. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. This principle is well understood by the majority of warriors in contemporary society. Only by reaching the pinnacle of speed can one become invincible in the world. Many martial artists comprehend this truth, yet few manage to apply it successfully in practice. The descriptions of the Thunder God in the manual exude boundless confidence, proclaiming that the Ninefold Thunderblade grants me the world's swiftest blade, along with the fastest speed and the most formidable physique. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Ninefold Thunderblade encompasses a complete set of movement techniques, known as flowing light, an entire system of guiding techniques termed Ninefold Primordial Source, and a comprehensive array of sword techniques called Thunderblade. Among these, the guiding techniques form the foundation. Only through the guiding techniques can one attain a powerful physique. Physical prowess is fundamental. The swordsmanship and movement techniques are merely skills, requiring relentless practice and comprehension. Luo Feng continued to peruse, discovering that the manual contains 3 sections on guiding techniques. According to its records, the Ninefold Primordial Source guiding technique comprises 9 sections. Similarly, the sword techniques outlined in this manual also consist of only the first 3 tiers, and the movement techniques are limited to the initial 3 tiers as well. Luo Feng meticulously absorbed every word. Upon lifting his gaze, the sun had grown fiercely intense. The August sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire training hall with a dazzling brilliance. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Luo Feng was utterly captivated by the 9-fold thunder blade created by the thunder god. Although it comprised merely the first 3 levels, these alone left him astounded. In comparison to this technique, the so-called skills circulating online were nothing more than the disparity between a firefly and the sun. Determined to experiment with this blade technique, Luo Feng solemnly placed the manual in a corner of the training hall. He then retrieved the blood shadow battle blade beside him. With a sharp whoosh, the blade was drawn. The blood shadow battle blade measured 101 centimeters in total length, with a blade length of 78 centimeters and a width of 2 centimeters. This blade had long been sharpened and was primarily composed of second-tier Kroll alloy. Even at half price, this blood shadow battle blade was valued at an impressive 3 million, with a weight of 112 kilograms. Let the practice begin. In the center of the training hall, Luo Feng wielded the blood shadow battle blade, executing successive slashes. An ordinary person, when exerting their full strength, could muster a complete force. However, a practitioner of the 9-fold Thunderblade would utilize only 70% of their power in a single strike. Upon delivering the first level of force, they would strive to unleash a second level of force, also at 70%. Thus, the combined force amounted to an impressive 14% of strength. The 9-fold Thunderblade is divided into 9 levels. The first level allows for an additional burst of hidden energy, yielding a total of 14% strength. The second level permits 2 additional bursts of hidden energy, resulting in 21% strength. The third level enables 3 additional bursts of hidden energy, culminating in 28% strength. By the 9th level, one can unleash 9 additional bursts of hidden energy, achieving a staggering 70% strength. This equates to a full 7-fold increase in one's original physical power. What a profound concept. In essence, if a novice warrior comprehends the 9th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade technique, they can nearly rival an elementary battle general. It is indeed a formidable challenge. The rumors hold true. The practice of 9-fold Thunderblade is exceedingly arduous. The initiation itself is so demanding. Luo Feng relentlessly executed hundreds of strikes, repeatedly attempting to unleash a concealed force layered upon the power of a single cut. Yet he found it utterly impossible. It is exceedingly difficult. One must recognize that the act of wielding the blade concludes in an instant. In that fleeting moment, to simultaneously exert force during the initial strike while generating additional internal power is simply unattainable. It is essential not to be overly ambitious. The first level of the 9-fold Thunderblade encompasses 18 techniques. According to the scripture, practicing these 18 techniques is beneficial for grasping the foundational force of the first level of 9-fold Thunderblade. Luo Feng nodded, recalling the adage, "Reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning." The same principle applies here. With ample practice of these 18 techniques, anyone with a modicum of insight can inevitably uncover their essence. "Xiao Feng, it's time to eat. Hurry up, Xiao Feng." The voices of his parents echoed from downstairs. As for the body movements and techniques of 9-fold Thunderblade, Luo Feng had yet to master even the first level. However, despite this, his agility had significantly improved, and his control over the power of his blade techniques had become much more refined. Though he could not instantaneously unleash a concealed force, at the very least, his muscular control had become far more precise than before. In the martial arts hall, Luo Feng donned his combat trousers in silence. On the outer thigh of his trousers, 5 throwing knives were sheathed, while alloy combat boots adorned his feet. A tactical vest clung to his torso, his arms were bare, and wrist guards encased his hands. On his back, he carried a warrior's backpack, a hexagonal shield, and a blood shadow battle knife. A communication watch was secured to the wrist guard on his right arm. Inside the backpack, he had prepared water and high-energy food. Today, August 28th, marked my first departure from the base city, officially commencing my mission. Luo Feng inhaled deeply. Indeed, today was the day the Fire Hammer Squad set out. "Luo Feng," came the voice of Artilleryman Chin Gu from outside. "I'm coming," Luo Feng responded, immediately descending the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted his father, Luo Hongua, and his mother, Gong Xinlan, standing nearby, while his younger brother, Luo Hua, sat quietly in a wheelchair, gazing at him. They all understood that today marked Luo Feng's departure from the base city into the wild zones. The wild zones refer to the vast expanse of land beyond the human base cities, encompassing dilapidated cities, suburbs, mountains, forests, and lakes. Be careful, Xiao Feng. Gong Xinlan couldn't help but speak up. Don't worry, Mom, Luo Feng replied with a broad smile, nodding at his father before finally turning to his brother, Luo Hua.
Wedding candy?
So soon? You've only known that girl for less than 2 months, right? Luo Feng chuckled. What's wrong with having a good relationship so quickly? Luo Hua retorted with a proud smile. As they watched Luo Feng, clad in his battle attire, depart swiftly alongside another similarly robust and fully equipped man, the Luo family remained silent, observing for a long time. Let us proceed, Luo Feng. Now the three of us shall head to the HR Alliance Mall to rendezvous with the captain and then set forth towards the wilderness zone. Yes, Brother Chen. Luo Feng, along with Chen Gu and another man bearing a heavy iron spear, boarded the exclusive vehicle of the Extreme Club and departed swiftly. I sincerely apologize for the late hour of our departure today. Indeed, Luo Feng's official journey to the wilderness zone commences, while simultaneously calling for recommendations. Let the endorsements rain down. The new district of the mobile game Swallowing the Starry Sky is bustling. In Jiangnan Base City, one of the 6 major cities of Huaxia, an abundance of wealth is evident. Within the main urban area stands a towering skyscraper with a staggering 88 floors, its facade adorned with the striking letters HR. Surrounding the base of the skyscraper is a beautiful plaza, home to the largest fountain in Jiangnan Base City. Patrols of over 1,000 armed soldiers diligently guard the area, preventing any outsiders from stepping within its confines. Passers-by gaze at the magnificent skyscraper with curiosity and envy. The majority of the city's inhabitants have never set foot inside. Beep! An electronic voice resonated. Instantly, the station soldiers stepped aside, allowing a military off-road vehicle emblazoned with HR to enter. It came to a halt at the entrance of the skyscraper's grand lobby. With a flourish, the doors swung open, revealing 3 fully armed warriors, some bearing iron spears, others wielding battle blades and shields, and one carrying 2 large iron boxes. Sir, please proceed. The doorman at the lobby entrance greeted with a respectful bow. The 3 warriors stepped directly into the skyscraper. Come on, Luo Feng. Let us sit at the bar nearby and await the arrival of our captain, Chen Gu suggested with a smile. I have yet to meet the captain, so I am unsure of what to expect. Luo Feng chuckled, while meticulously observing the HR Alliance Mall. This establishment was a collaboration of the world's most powerful families and consortiums, serving as their headquarters in the Jiangnan Base City. The entire building exuded unparalleled opulence. The lobby's floor gleamed like a mirror, and even the simplest decorations were extraordinary. The attendants in the lobby, handsome men and graceful women, all bore smiles that evoked a refreshing spring breeze. Luo Feng, Chen Gu, and another teammate, Zhang Ku, settled on the sofa. Gentlemen, would you care for a drink? The attendant inquired politely, bowing slightly with a smile. Tiguanyan, pu'er tea, with a hint of jasmine, declared the seasoned warriors, Chen Gu and Zhang Ku, without hesitation. Luo Feng was taken aback. Back at the Extreme Club, these two often indulged in alcohol. Zhang Ku, whose robust arms resembled those of a gibbon, smiled and remarked, Luo Feng, one must exercise caution in the wilderness zone. Drinking is prohibited. Luo Feng realized the truth in this. Indeed, one could not afford to be careless in the wilderness zone. Then, I shall have a cup of pu'er as well, he replied with a grin. Luo Feng, the first floor serves as a reception area. The second floor and above are where the merchandise is sold, Chen Gu explained with a smile. In this underground Alliance Mall, the prices are generally lower than the full prices in the Extreme Home Online Mall, though they are still higher than our half-price offerings. Luo Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging that the half-price offer was exclusively available to the internal members of the Extreme Martial Arts School. The greatest advantage of the Underground Alliance Marketplace, Chen Gu explained, was that we could sell certain materials harvested from the monstrous beasts we hunted at a premium price. If we sold these materials to the martial arts school, the price would be relatively low, although we would receive contribution points in return. Conversely, selling to the Underground Alliance marketplace would yield a higher price, yet no contribution points would be awarded. The choice, of course, rests solely with oneself. Luo Feng smiled, as he had already gleaned this information from various posts on the martial artist forum. Selling to the school provided both contribution points and money, while selling to the Underground Alliance offered only monetary gain, albeit at a higher rate. Brother Wang, you've toiled throughout the night. It's time for you to rest. I'll handle things here, a melodious and gentle voice chimed in. Luo Feng, who had been holding a teacup, turned abruptly, as if jolted by an electric shock. He beheld a young woman in a white shirt and black dress pants, currently exchanging shifts with another manager at the bar. The bar employed a total of 12 servers and one manager, operating 24 hours a day with shifts rotating every 8 hours.
Su Xin,
Luo Feng gazed incredulously at the female manager behind the bar, her demeanor exuding an innate elegance befitting a professional. To hold a managerial position in the Underground Alliance's reception hall bar was a privilege reserved for only the most qualified individuals, as this establishment catered specifically to martial artists. What had become of the plain high school girl from the past? How had her aura transformed so dramatically? Brother Qin, Brother Zhang, I will step away for a moment. Ro Feng's backpack, shield, and battle knife were placed on the sofa, while he rose with a smile and made his way towards the bar. Inside the bar, Su Xian was attentively examining the assortment of beverages on the shelves when suddenly, a familiar voice resonated. Su Xian was taken aback. In the lobby of this first floor, those who knew her by her real name generally addressed her as Manager Su, and most martial artists were unaware of her name. How could someone call her Su Xian, especially with such familiarity? As she lifted her gaze, she found Ro Feng peering into the bar. At that moment, their eyes met, and both felt a sudden flutter in their hearts. Ro Feng, what are you doing here? Su Xian exclaimed, regaining her composure and standing up with a smile. If even you can be a manager here, why shouldn't I be? Ro Feng chuckled, his eyes lingering on the young woman before him, which stirred memories of his high school days spent quietly admiring Su Xian from the back of the classroom. He had harbored a secret crush on her for a long time, but never found the opportunity to confess. He had thought it would be difficult to see Su Xian again, yet fate had brought them together in this HR Alliance mall, just before his first venture into the wilderness zone. Ro Feng, you've become a martial artist? Su Xian exclaimed in surprise, noticing his attire. Yes, I'm heading to the wilderness zone soon, Ro Feng replied with a smile. Su Xian's expression shifted slightly at the mention of the wilderness zone. The term referred to all areas of land in the world, excluding the base city, collectively known as the wilderness zone. For the inhabitants of the base city, the wilderness zone is synonymous with a realm of death, teeming with a myriad of monstrous creatures. Some are insidious and eerie, while others are formidable and savage, with many approaching the brink of invincibility. Such a place can only be traversed by the strongest among humanity, the warriors, who dare to engage in combat with these beasts. Su Xian never anticipated that Luo Feng was indeed a warrior, and that he was about to venture into the wilderness zone. However, both parties chose to remain silent about it. Luo Feng, the captain has arrived, Chen Gu called out. I'll be over, Luo Feng responded to Su Xian. All right, Su Xian nodded. Luo Feng, allow me to introduce you to the renowned twin crescent blades, the Wei brothers, Wei Tai and Wei Qing, Chen Gu remarked with a smile. The Wei brothers nodded at Luo Feng, removing their shields and curved blades before taking a seat. Brother Tai, Brother Qing, Luo Feng greeted them with a friendly smile. The other members of the Fire Hammer Squad were all significantly older than Luo Feng, at least a decade his senior, which made him appear quite youthful in comparison to the other 5. This is our Fire Hammer Squad's captain, Twin Wind Hammer Gao Feng, Chen Gu elaborated. Luo Feng couldn't help but scrutinize Captain Gao Feng. He wasn't particularly tall, barely exceeding 1.8 meters, yet his physique was exceptionally robust, resembling a figure forged from steel. Gao Feng grinned, and his facial muscles seemed to coalesce like rock. Luo Feng, since you wield a blade as well, once we enter the wilderness zone, make sure to learn from Wei Tai and Wei Qing. You possess considerable talent, and I believe you will swiftly become an integral part of our squad. Indeed, Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Regardless of the circumstances, my foremost objective at present is to avoid becoming a burden to this elite squad of formidable warriors. After a brief respite, we shall set forth, Gao Feng declared. Understood, Captain. The five, including Luo Feng, nodded in agreement. Merely 20 minutes later, having finished their tea, Gao Feng and the others rose. Let us depart for the wilderness. Luo Feng promptly equipped himself with his blood shadow battle blade and shield. Luo Feng, a voice called out. Luo Feng turned to see Su Xian, her chest slightly heaving. For reasons unknown, the thought of Luo Feng soon entering the perilous wilderness filled her with a sense of unease. Perhaps, deep down, she harbored a special sentiment for this boy from her high school days who had captured her heart. Luo Feng gazed at Su Xian. In a few days, my university classes commence, but during the weekends, I shall be here managing, Su Xian exclaimed, her face tinged with a hint of crimson. You must come then. Of course, I will, Luo Feng replied with a smile. How swiftly you've made a connection. Impressive. Chen Gu teased as he clapped Luo Feng on the shoulder, laughing heartily. The joys of youth. When beauties come seeking you. Gao Feng joined in the laughter, having accepted Luo Feng as one of their own now that he was to join the Firehammer squad. Luo Feng merely smiled in response. Let us be off. To the vehicles. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad boarded the HR Alliance's designated vehicle, heading directly to the train station to embark on their journey from the base city to the wilderness. Thus concludes the second chapter. The third chapter is about to commence, marking the beginning of Luo Feng's true journey through life and death. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly urge you to cast your votes in support and do not forget to bookmark this. In the vicinity of several hundred miles north of the Jiangnan base city, there lies a military district. The thundering train gradually comes to a halt at the military station. One by one, armed warriors disembark from the train, numbering over 20 in total, naturally dividing themselves into 4 small teams. Luo Feng nods in acknowledgement. The warrior supply base, situated within the military district, comprises several tranquil buildings, surrounded by a remarkably pleasant environment. Firehammer team, you shall reside in room E6 for your rest. An officer at the supply base hands a key to Firehammer team's leader, Gao Feng, while cheerfully patting his shoulder. Old Gao, how long do you plan to hunt this time? Should you acquire any valuable treasures, feel free to sell them to my underground alliance. I assure you a handsome price. Within the supply base, while many of the staff are clad in military uniforms, the personnel actually hail from Extreme Martial Arts School, Thunderbolt Martial Arts School, Government Forces, and the Underground Alliance. They serve dual roles, providing assistance while also purchasing precious materials from the beasts encountered by the warriors. Haha, sounds good. Gao Feng chuckles. Let us arrange for some equipment and lunch promptly. The supply base is not overly expansive. Soon, Firehammer team arrives at the 3-story building designated as E6. The key embedded with a chip unlocks the entrance, and as long as Firehammer team remains at the supply base, the rights to this building are theirs to use. I'll take a quick nap. I didn't sleep well last night. Chen Gu placed the 2 hefty iron boxes down and gracefully leaped onto the sofa, stretching his body in a leisurely manner. Now is the time to rest. We officially depart tonight, so everyone should be well rested, instructed Captain Gao Feng. Understood, replied Tietjiang Zhangku and the brothers with the double crescent blades, both smiling in agreement, clearly well acquainted with the routine. Departing tonight? Luo Feng expressed his surprise, a sheepish smile on his face. Despite having perused numerous posts, he had overlooked this detail. Luo Feng's gaze drifted through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spotting a figure in the supply base. Chingu, look, SNT that Zhang Zihu? At that moment, Zhang Zihu was visibly injured, his body wrapped in gauze, and faint traces of blood were evident on the sandbags, indicating he was recuperating in the supply base. Chen Gu turned his head to look. Yes, that's indeed Zhang Zihu. Hey! Chen Gu strode to the door and shouted triumphantly, Mountain Tiger, what happened to you? Weren't you just fine last time? How did you get injured so suddenly? Zhang Zihu, who was conversing with his companions outside, turned around upon hearing the voice and immediately spotted Chen Gu and the others at the entrance of the small building. His teeth clenched in irritation, but he suppressed his anger and retorted loudly, Chun DePeo, your fire hammer team is considered an elite squad. Why are you bringing along a rookie? Haha. Aren't you worried that this burden will drag your whole team down? Typically, elite teams that work well together are reluctant to take in newcomers. For even if a rookie possesses good physical attributes, their lack of experience can easily let down seasoned members during critical moments. After a brief exchange of sarcastic remarks and insults between Zhang Zihu and Chen Gu, the latter fell silent following a reprimand from their captain, Double-Wind Hammer Gao Feng. Though Zhang occasionally dared to challenge Chun, he would never confront Gao, who wielded cold weapons, unlike Chun, who relied on firearms. The latter, even at his peak, could only be considered a primary battle general since firearms typically pose a threat only to primary beast general level monsters. Zhang Zihu was perilously close to achieving the battle general rank himself. To his dismay, he realized that Luo Feng had somehow infiltrated the fire hammer team. As Zhang walked with his comrades, his frustration bubbled over. He had anticipated Luo Feng would align himself with an ordinary martial artist team. In that scenario, he could have taught him a severe lesson, making him aware of the consequences of crossing him. Yet, the unexpected turn of events placed Luo Feng within the ranks of the fire hammer team. Zhang Zihu gritted his teeth in anger. Is the young man next to Chen Gu the one who cost you 100 million, Luo Feng? Inquired a one-eyed middle-aged man nearby. Yes, that is indeed him. The memory of his elder brother's desperation and the fear etched on Zhang Haobai's face when taken by the security bureau intensified Zhang's fury. Earlier, he had assured his brother that everything would be fine for his nephew. Although he ultimately spent 100 million to secure his nephew's safety, Zhang Haobai had endured months of confinement and suffering, which could not be undone. Never mind, don't dwell on it too much. A bit of hardship will ultimately benefit your nephew. The one-eyed middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, Make sure you take the time to rest. Your injury should heal in about 3 days. By then, we can set off and continue our pursuit of that old fellow. Once we eliminate him, our team will prosper. Zhang Zihu nodded emphatically and then cast a glance at the distant E6 building, sneering, I wager that this Rofeng will either perish or suffer grave injuries upon his first venture into the wasteland. Haha, you certainly harbor a grudge against him. Nevertheless, it is only natural to sustain injuries during one's inaugural journey into the wilderness, the one-eyed man replied with a chuckle. As dusk fell, the fully armed hammer squad, consisting of 6 members, departed from the supply base and entered the wasteland. Chun Gu, hand me one of your iron boxes, the captain, Gao Feng, instructed. Aha, I appreciate it, Captain. I can manage to carry these 2 boxes for a short while, but over an extended period it becomes unbearable. With that, Chun Gu passed one of the large iron boxes from his back to Captain Gao Feng, who effortlessly received it with one hand and slung it over his shoulder. For the mightiest member of the hammer squad, Gao Feng, this weight was hardly noteworthy. With a click, Chun Gu opened the other box, revealing a silvery gray machine gun that gleamed with a metallic luster. In addition to the gun, the box was filled to the brim with an abundance of bullet chains, indicating a staggering quantity of ammunition. Brother Chen, what type of gun is this? Ro Feng inquired, puzzled. It's the M81 model with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters. It can fire between 50 to 300 rounds per minute with adjustable speed, Chun Gu explained. Chun Gu smiled, explaining that the entire body of the firearm was even infused with a portion of grade 3 chromium alloy. Even with continuous firing, the degree of heat generated by the barrel would not compromise the accuracy of the bullets. Luo Feng, perplexed, inquired, Brother Chen, why not use the Vulcan cannon? Isn't the firepower of the Vulcan series machine guns widely acknowledged? You novice, Chun Gu retorted with a glare. Beside them, the sturdy Zhang could chimed in with a laugh. Luo Feng, while it is true that the Vulcan series heavy machine guns possess formidable power, they are excessively wasteful in terms of ammunition. 7,000 rounds per minute. Some high-end models are even faster. Do you comprehend what that entails? 7,000 rounds in a minute. And the bullets capable of threatening a primary warrior-level beast weigh at least 50 grams each. That amounts to 500 kilograms for 10,000 rounds. Imagine carrying 500 kilograms of ammunition over hundreds of miles. By the time you confront the beast, the Vulcan cannon would have exhausted its ammo in just over a minute. Zhang Ku regarded Luo Feng with a knowing smile. So, what do you think of the Vulcan series now? Luo Feng suddenly understood. Indeed, the weight of the ammunition was a significant issue. To fire 7,000 rounds per minute, how much ammunition would one need to carry? Aside from the military or those specifically targeting a particular beast equipped with substantial amounts of ammunition and Vulcan machine guns, it was simply impractical for individuals like them to utilize such weaponry. There simply wasn't enough ammunition to sustain such consumption. With a self-deprecating smile, Chun Gu remarked, "I brought a total of 10,000 rounds this time, and I'll need the captain to help carry part of it." Chun Gu was adorned with a chain of bullets and held a machine gun in his hand. Alongside Luo Feng, the two occupied the central position of the formation, shielded by their companions. The twin-bladed brothers took the lead at the forefront, while Captain Gao Feng and Zhang Ku brought up the rear. "We would traverse this highway for approximately 3 days to reach our destination, the county city numbered 0201, as Captain Gao Feng stated. However, Luo Feng was captivated by the highway before him. For those residing in the base city, such roads existed only in legends. The pavement beneath had long fallen into disrepair, riddled with numerous cracks. As far as the eye could see, the endless stretch of highway was littered with dilapidated or shattered vehicles. Sedans, trucks, and even broken tires lay strewn about. Occasionally, dark stains of dried blood marred the ground. Let us proceed. The crimson rays of the setting sun illuminated this long silent, neglected highway as the 6 members of the Fire Hammer team steadily advanced. Roars echoed from the fields flanking the highway, where ruined villages lay, and even Luo Feng could discern the silhouettes of numerous beasts. While the other 5 members of the Fire Hammer team remained relaxed, Luo Feng could not afford to let his guard down. The presence of monsters was palpable all around him. Luo Feng, ahead lies a unicorn wild boar, classified between G and F ranks. "It is your turn," Captain Gao Feng's voice rang out. "This is your first battle in the wilderness." Thus commenced the 3rd chapter, Ninefold Thunderblade. The new district of the mobile game Devouring the Starry Sky is thriving. Luo Feng, this is your inaugural battle. Do not take it lightly. These beasts possess a ferocity and cunning far superior to those of the creatures bred within the military district, Chun Gu solemnly advised. Luo Feng smiled, sensing Chen's concern. Among the members of the Fire Hammer squad, his closest allies were undoubtedly Chen Gu and Zhang Ku, both residing in the Mingyue community. As for the captain, Gao Feng and the Wei brothers, they were strangers to him, and as a newcomer, earning their recognition would not be an easy feat. Keep it up, Luo Feng. Your current speed and neural reaction time have just reached the threshold of advanced warrior physical standards. Your strength is also nearing the advanced warrior level. You should have no trouble dealing with this horned wild boar. Zhang Ku, known for his iron spear, offered rare encouragement. The other 3, Captain Gao Feng and the Wei brothers, watched Luo Feng intently. With a swift motion, Luo Feng drew his blood shadow battle blade. Holding a shield in his left hand and the blade in his right, he smiled slightly. "Captain, Brother Chen, watch as I bring back the horn of this horned wild boar." With that, he advanced rapidly towards the beast. "Captain, is it too much to ask Luo Feng to confront an F-level horned wild boar in his first battle?" Chun Gu couldn't help but voice his concern. "While it is indeed necessary for the Fire Hammer squad to test Luo Feng, we should take it one step at a time. It would be wiser to start with a G-level monster." "Indeed, we cannot rush things," Zhang Ku added in agreement. "The captain's arrangement is satisfactory." Wei Tais, the eldest of the Wei brothers, spoke in a deep voice, asserting that Luo Feng's physical prowess was not inferior to that of the beast. Although the challenge was formidable, he believed that, with some perseverance, Luo Feng could emerge victorious. This marked his inaugural venture into the wilderness zone. Zhang Ku expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning the significance of this being Luo Feng's first time. "I do not wish for him to become a burden to us. Otherwise, how can we dare to hunt formidable beast generals while escorting a novice?" Wei Qing, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in agreement. At that moment, the 5 seasoned members of the Fire Hammer squad, including Chun Gu and Zhang Ku, clearly favored Luo Feng, while the Wei brothers regarded him with skepticism. "Enough bickering," Gao Feng interjected, prompting Chen Gu and the others to fall silent. "Let us observe Luo Feng's battle against the one-horned wild boar before passing judgment," he stated with an impassive expression. Luo Feng, resembling a nimble leopard, swiftly darted behind an overturned car on the highway, glancing toward the one-horned wild boar not far ahead. The creature's fur was as dark as the night, resembling a multitude of black steel spikes, while its deep gray horn resembled a lethal dagger. Under the waning light of the evening sun, the sharp tip of the horn reflected a chilling glimmer. If the iron-haired wild boar encountered during the martial arts practical assessment had evoked the image of a heavy-duty Hummer brutal and ferocious, then this one-horned wild boar exuded an aura of agility and ferocity intertwined. This is my first battle. It must be executed with finesse. I was able to join the Fire Hammer Squad not only due to the endorsement of Supervisor Zhuge but primarily thanks to the support of Brother Chen and Brother Zhang. Luo Feng was acutely aware of one thing. It was exceedingly challenging for a newcomer to join an elite squad of warriors. Captain Gao Feng and the Wei brothers evidently harbored doubts about him. He must prove himself through combat. Luo Feng fixed his gaze intently ahead, searching for prey, the solitary horned wild boar. The ranks H, G, and F corresponded to the levels of primary, intermediate, and advanced beast soldiers, respectively. It was evident that this solitary horned wild boar was nearing an F level of strength. The beast let out a series of ferocious roars, its bloodthirsty eyes scanning the surroundings. It had detected him. Luo Feng's heart raced, a thrill coursing through him. Suddenly, the wild boar charged forward, transforming into a high-speed tank, barreling towards the dilapidated car that served as his cover. Luo Feng, agile as a monkey, swiftly dodged to the side. With a resounding crash, the car was sent flying, tumbling several times across the highway, its weathered body, battered by years of exposure, split apart, wheels rolling away before finally coming to rest. In that fleeting moment of evasion, Luo Feng surged toward the solitary horned wild boar. "Beast, meet your end," he growled, his form akin to a bolt of lightning as he lunged at the creature. The blood shadow battle blade in his hand sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, aimed directly at the wild boar's neck. The beast, having just collided with the small car, seemed unable to change direction in time. Yet, just as Luo Feng closed in, a shadow darted toward his head with startling speed. Startled, Luo Feng instinctively sprang back, narrowly evading the swift strike with a quick twist of his body. The dark shadow was none other than the formidable tail of the unicorn wild boar, resembling an iron whip. With a swift motion, the creature's agility surged as it lunged ferociously towards Luo Feng. Its robust iron hooves and sharp, dagger-like horn thrust menacingly forward. Remarkably swift, the unicorn wild boar caught Luo Feng off guard. He immediately retreated a step, thrusting his shield forward. The impact of the shield colliding with the boar's iron hoof was thunderous, propelling Luo Feng into a rapid backward dive. He rolled on the ground to dissipate the force, while the boar relentlessly pursued him. In a nimble maneuver, Luo Feng leapt onto the body of a dilapidated truck, swiftly evading behind it. The obstruction of the truck rendered the boar's charge ineffective. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer team, observing from a distance, nodded in approval. The captain, Luo Feng's response was commendable, Chun Gu remarked with a smile. Captain Gao Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite impressive. I anticipated he would struggle against the unicorn wild boar in his first encounter. Unexpectedly, his reflexes were remarkably swift, and his fundamental skills are commendable. His technique in using the shield to absorb the impact was particularly deft, his movements flowing like water. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed from this assault. The Wei brothers, who had maintained a stern demeanor, showed a slight softening of their icy expressions. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, Luo Feng is quite adept, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Ku also smiled. This battle is far from over. It is still too early to draw conclusions. Wei Tai replied coldly. The Fire Hammer team continued to watch intently as Luo Feng faced off against the unicorn wild boar. Luo Feng's focus intensified, a silent alarm ringing within him. The one-horned boar was far more insidious than he'd initially gauged, feigning weakness only to unleash a sequence of attacks. A tail strike, a barrage of iron hooves and horn thrusts, culminating in a frenzied charge. Fortunately, his recent training in the ninefold Thunderblade had granted him more refined control over his bodily power. Had it not been for this past month's cultivation of the Thunderblade, Luo Feng would have been compelled to resort to psychic assistance to avoid injury from the boar's onslaught. The one-horned boar bellowed, displaying enough cunning to avoid colliding with the truck, instead leaping over it and charging toward Luofeng. "Beast, this is where you meet your end," Luofeng roared. With a swift kick, Luofeng sent a discarded tire hurtling toward the boar. Undeterred, the boar merely lowered its head, its horn slicing through the tire with ease, rending it asunder. Luofeng, having launched the tire, advanced upon the boar. With a snort, the boar spun, its horn aimed at Luofeng. Perish. In that instant, Luofeng executed a lithe, butterfly-like pirouette, narrowly evading the boar's horn. As he spun, the blood shadow blade in his grasp gained momentum, unleashing a swift, arcing strike. With the swiftness of a lightning strike, the whirling blade cleaved into the neck of the unicorn boar. A distinct thud resonated as Luofeng keenly perceived the robustness of the boar's bristles and the resilience of its hide, truly a pelt impervious to conventional projectiles. Crimson ichor began to seep forth, yet Luofeng's incision penetrated merely 2 inches into the boar's neck before encountering unyielding resistance. The unicorn boar bellowed in vehement agony, pivoting abruptly to ram into Luofeng with unbridled ferocity. The gravely wounded beast was now even more unhinged. Incredible, such nimble agility, the Wei brothers' visages betrayed their astonishment. To evade the tusk of the unicorn boar with such finesse, Wei Tai, the elder of the Wei siblings, exclaimed in disbelief. And to dare pirouette before the boar's tusk, undeterred by the prospect of impalement? Utterly exquisite. Is it mere serendipity or genuine prowess? That pirouette, seemingly unpretentious, unveiled Luofeng's astonishing agility. Bravo! Magnificent! Chen Gu and Zhang Ke could not help but applaud. This lad possesses considerable skill, Gao Feng remarked with a subtle smile. To execute such a maneuver and succeed under such perilous circumstances. His agility is undeniably exceptional. His timing is also impeccable. However, the most formidable attribute of these beasts is their tenacious vitality. To slay this unicorn boar will not be an easy feat. The quintet of the Fire Hammer Squad, including the Wei brothers, wore faint smiles. They continued to observe the frenzied combat between the unicorn boar and Luofeng in the distance. The fetid blood trickled down the thick hide of the unicorn boar's neck, splattering onto the dusty highway. A frenzied glint shone in the unicorn boar's eyes as it emitted a series of guttural roars, charging at Luofeng with lightning speed. Again and again, hooves, horn, and tail unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Its injured neck noticeably impaired its turning agility, but Luofeng nimbly evaded each assault. During his martial arts practical assessment, he had honed his footwork by simultaneously facing 7 H-level monsters. While the density of those 7 monsters' attacks slightly exceeded that of this near F-level unicorn boar, the difference was negligible. Whoosh! Instead of retreating, Luofeng advanced, executing a graceful sidestep that allowed the unicorn boar's horn to miss his body by a mere 3 centimeters. Yet, those 3 centimeters proved insurmountable, preventing the unicorn boar from inflicting any harm upon Luofeng. Blade strike. Luofeng's blood shadow battle blade descended from above in a swift, vertical chop. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, the unicorn boar roared in alarm and fury, its hooves digging into the ground as it attempted to evade Luofeng's attack. However, Luofeng's blade was too swift. The sound of the blade sinking into flesh echoed through the air. Thwack! Once more it struck the neck, though not in the same location as before. This time, however, the blade penetrated roughly 8 centimeters deep. Humph, it was injured last time. Its neck muscles are unable to exert their full force to defend. The next time, its neck's defenses will be even weaker. As Luofeng's blade pierced through, he immediately dodged and retreated, easily avoiding the unicorn boar's frenzied, retaliatory attack. Then Luofeng closed in once more. Rafa! The unicorn boar bellowed in furious rage. With a final surge of agility, Luofeng executed a sequence of 3 swift dodges, each so rapid they coalesced into a fleeting phantom, once more eluding the tusked boar's assault. Complementing this nimble footwork was Luofeng's incisive blade. Thwack! The initial descent of the blade met with considerable resistance, yet as it breached 12 centimeters, the impediment abruptly diminished. Luofeng's blood shadow blade cleaved through nearly 2/3 of the tusked boar's skull in a single, decisive stroke, whereupon he swiftly withdrew the weapon and retreated. Blood erupted from the grievous wound as if from a geyser. The tusked boar emitted a harrowing bellow, its body convulsing violently as its hooves thrashed against the asphalt of the highway, fracturing the surface. In its death throes, the beast careened into the adjacent guardrail, shattering it before tumbling down the embankment. The sounds gradually faded into silence. Luo Feng stood at the precipice of the broken guardrail, gazing down at the carcass of the tusked boar, its head nearly severed. The flow of blood diminished, indicative of its imminent depletion, for it had shed a veritable torrent. Dead, Luo Feng descended in a single bound and, with the blood shadow blade, excised the singular horn from the tusked boar's head. This horn was the creature's most prized possession. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad, who had been observing from afar, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Abnormal. Monster. These were the words uttered by the Wei brothers, respectively. Well, am I not a good judge of character? Chun Gu exclaimed triumphantly, for if his companions had been merely astonished before, they were now utterly astounded. Incredulous, Zhang Ku couldn't help but exclaim. Captain Shuangfeng Chue, known as Gaofeng, fixed his gaze upon Luo Feng, who was deftly maneuvering away from the attacking wild boar. How remarkable is Luofeng's agility! In terms of sheer speed, the wild boar might outpace him slightly. Yet, just moments ago, he evaded its attacks with such grace and ease. Each movement was fluid and effortless. If he can maintain this level of agility consistently, he has reached the realm of finesse. At merely 18 years of age, if he indeed possesses such skill, he ought to be sent to the global headquarters of the Martial Arts Academy for specialized training, remarked Wei Tai, the eldest of the Wei family. Finesse. It indicates that a warrior of the same caliber can execute precise and delicate evasions repeatedly, employing minimal force to achieve the most exquisite dodges. The difficulty of such evasion is immense. An ordinary warrior might achieve it once or twice. However, if one can replicate this 100 or 1,000 times, it signifies true finesse. Wei Tai continued, a smile emerging on his face. We have struck gold. Gaofeng beamed. Wei Qing, the second of the Wei family, nodded in agreement. Indeed, with some nurturing, our Fire Hammer Squad could gain an invaluable asset. I, along with the second, shall take it upon ourselves to train him, Wei Tai declared. Chun Gu and Zhang Ke shared a knowing smile. As seasoned warriors who had danced with death countless times, they understood that many so-called prodigies, despite their impressive physical attributes, often failed to reveal even a fraction of their true strength when faced with the ferocity of monsters. Consequently, they typically regarded these so-called geniuses with skepticism. Genuine masters, on the other hand, are forged through innumerable battles against death, and Luofeng's initial display of prowess is undeniably impressive, indicating his formidable combat capabilities as well. Luo Feng approached from a distance, and Gao Feng remarked, "This unicorn. You have slain it, so it rightfully belongs to you." Luo Feng nodded in agreement, offering no resistance. The materials derived from beast soldier-level monsters typically lack significant value. This is because such creatures can easily be dispatched with conventional firearms. Even a novice warrior, wielding a machine gun with skill, could effortlessly eliminate one beast soldier after another. Hence, beast soldier-level monsters hold little worth. This unicorn's horn, if sold to a martial arts academy, could fetch around 3,000 yuan, yielding a few contribution points. However, selling it to the Underground Alliance might yield as much as 5,000. Chun Gu chuckled. It is only the materials from beast general-level creatures that possess true value, and the vital materials from Lord-level monsters command astronomical prices. Luo Feng, your performance just now can only be deemed barely satisfactory, asserted Wei Tai, the eldest of the Wei brothers, who had maintained a stern demeanor. Brother Tai. Luo Feng looked over, inviting his guidance. Your fundamental agility is commendable, yet your efficiency is woefully inadequate. Wei Tai replied with a grim expression. Watch closely as I demonstrate how to take down an F-level monster. Luo Feng had just vanquished a creature nearing F-level, and shortly thereafter, they encountered an F-level feline beast known as the tiger cat monster. This beast bore spots resembling those of a leopard and was as robust as a calf. In terms of agility and ferocity, it surpassed the unicorn wild boar significantly. Observe closely, Wei Tai commanded coldly. With his shield in his left hand and a curved blade in his right, he charged straight toward the tiger cat with remarkable speed. Brother Tai, being a high-ranking warrior, possessed physical attributes comparable to the F-level tiger cat monster. Luo Feng scrutinized the scene, observing Wei Tai in the distance, who made no attempt to evade, instead meeting the tiger cat head-on. Or rather, in the precise instant the tiger cat lunged, emitting a ferocious roar, Wei Tai executed a swift sidestep, his shield colliding obliquely with the beast. This angled impact destabilized the tiger cat, causing it to veer to one side. With a sickening sound, a sinister arc of cold light grazed the shield, slicing across the exposed throat of the off-balance creature. As blood gushed forth like a torrent, Wei Tai swiftly retreated, his gaze fixed upon the tiger cat as it writhed in agony, its roars gradually diminishing before it collapsed, lifeless. "Did you observe?" Wei Tai queried, his eyes locking onto Luo Feng's. "My agility is not superior to yours, nor did I exert more force. Yet I felled it with a single strike." Luo Feng remained in stunned silence. The preceding battle had been a matter of life and death decided in a fleeting moment. In contrast, his own struggle to slay the one-horned wild boar had involved repeated evasions of its attacks, followed by strikes at its neck, all of which had demanded considerable effort. Furthermore, the boar's strength paled in comparison to that of the tiger cat. Reflect upon this, Wei Tai urged, refraining from further explanation, allowing Luo Feng to ponder in solitude. Luo Feng was utterly astounded. Wei Tai's speed and technique were unremarkable, yet his effectiveness was undeniable. The optimal method for slaying a beast lay in targeting its vulnerabilities. Wei Qing, the second son of the Wei family, approached, stating impassively, "The vulnerabilities of most quadrupedal beasts lie in their eyes, anus, throat, and mouth. A secondary target is the soft underbelly, with the neck and back being the least effective points of attack." Luo Feng nodded, fully aware of the challenges at hand. However, the monsters moved with such swiftness that aiming for their eyes proved to be a daunting task. The unicorn wild boar, with its head held low like a tiger cat, made targeting its throat equally difficult. Striking the abdomen presented its own set of challenges, while cleaving at the nape was relatively simpler. Identifying and exploiting weaknesses required opportune moments. Yet the beasts were not foolish. They instinctively safeguarded their vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, in the absence of opportunities, one must create them. For instance, my brother, through a sudden diagonal collision, caused the tiger cat monster to lose its balance, momentarily exposing its neck. In an instant, the curved blade pierced from beneath the shield, entering the neck and leading to the creature's swift demise. Wei Qing remarked coldly that it was indeed my brother's final strike that emerged from beneath the shield, leaving the monster no time to react. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. "Remember to harness your strengths," Wei Qing advised, emphasizing the importance of efficiency and simplicity. "Your agility is commendable, but there is no need to flaunt it at every turn. The ultimate goal in slaying monsters is to do so in the most effective manner." Luo Feng nodded in agreement. A rare smile graced Wei Qing's face. "Let us proceed." Captain Gao Feng cheerfully waved his hand. The Fire Hammer Squad clearly intended to cultivate Luo Feng as a vital asset for their future. Throughout their journey, Wei Qing and Wei Tai took turns confronting various monsters, occasionally allowing Luo Feng to face them independently. Through both verbal and practical instruction, they imparted valuable combat experience, and Luo Feng's progress was nothing short of remarkable. Even Gao Feng, a formidable warrior of the battle general rank, had intervened on several occasions to mentor Luo Feng. Luo Feng gradually comprehended that slaying monsters necessitated maximizing the efficacy of each attack. Reflecting on his initial encounter with the horned wild boar, he recognized that his elegant evasions had merely been ostentatious, devoid of true effectiveness. His assaults became increasingly fierce, direct, and efficient. 3 days later, at dawn, a worn circular highway bore witness to the advance of the Fire Hammer Squad, consisting of 6 members. "Luo Feng, you take the 2 F-class lion mastiffs ahead," commanded Captain Gao Feng. "Understood, Captain," Luo Feng replied with a grin, sprinting towards the lion mastiffs at a measured pace. The 2 lion mastiffs, howling ferociously, charged at him, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty frenzy, indifferent to the human before them. As the distance between them diminished, a sly smile crept across Luo Feng's face. Suddenly, he surged forward, his speed escalating dramatically. The lion mastiff's fur bristled with anticipation as Luo Feng closed the gap with eerie precision, employing the flowing light maneuver from the ninefold thunderblade technique. Luring the lion mastiffs to pounce, he deftly twisted his body to evade their lethal claws. In the instant their bodies brushed past each other, the blood shadow battle blade struck with treacherous swiftness. With a swift thrust, he pierced the vital artery of one mastiff's neck. Luo Feng darted forward, then turned to face the remaining lion mastiff. Witnessing its calm, however, due to his agility, Luo Feng's lethality is hardly inferior to that of the eldest and second eldest members of the Wei family. Luo Feng, let us hasten towards the county town, Chan Gu said with a cheerful demeanor. The lion mastiffs are pack animals, and the one that fled will soon return with a horde of those monstrous beasts. With a smile, Luo Feng joined his companions, and at long last, the Fire Hammer squad of 6 entered their destination, the county-level city numbered 0201. The Fire Hammer squad quietly ventured into the outskirts of the 0201 county town. Luo Feng, over the course of these 3 days of travel we have traversed desolate highways, Chun Gu remarked in a hushed tone as they walked. The vast majority of monsters reside within urban areas, particularly in densely populated districts. The county town and urban center are the places of true peril. Understood, Brother Chen. Luo Feng nodded. He had already encountered discussions about the habits of these monsters in various posts. Throughout the prolonged conflict between humans and monsters, these creatures discovered that if they inhabited open and desolate areas devoid of cover, human forces and martial artists could easily target them from a distance, employing heavy sniper rifles or even missiles for remote assaults. Conversely, within urban environments, a plethora of structures provides ample concealment. As long as the monsters remain within these densely built areas, snipers face significant challenges, unless they venture into the urban landscape themselves. Furthermore, should human forces engage in urban combat with the monsters, the latter would gain a substantial advantage. In densely populated urban areas, the realm of monsters flourishes. Our Fire Hammer squad has set its sights on formidable beast general-level monsters. However, Chun Gu cautioned in a low voice that these creatures possess a certain level of intelligence, comparable to that of humans. Beast generals command numerous beast soldier-level monsters to gather around them, obeying their directives. Nearly every beast general is surrounded by a multitude of beast soldiers, making the task of eliminating one a formidable challenge. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. The disparity in strength between beast soldiers and beast generals is significant, but more crucially, it lies in their intelligence. To preserve their lives, beast generals will naturally summon a plethora of beast soldiers for protection. Except for a rare few solitary monsters, the vast majority of beast generals are accompanied by numerous beast soldiers. Everyone, be cautious. Ahead lies the lair of an ironhide bull, Captain Gao Feng suddenly interjected. The leader of this lair is likely an advanced beast general, and the number of ironhide bulls it commands is substantial. We should take a detour. Chen Gu, refrain from firing. Should an ironhide bull attack, remember to eliminate it instantly, ensuring it cannot summon its companions. Understood, Captain. The other 5 members nodded in agreement. The suburban and urban areas, in stark contrast to the desolate regions outside, pose significantly greater dangers. Proceeding carefully along a narrow path, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad advanced with utmost caution. Halt! At the forefront, the eldest of the Wei brothers, Wei Tai, raised his hand and fixed his gaze ahead. In the distance, a massive iron-haired wild boar lay on the ground, while 2 monstrous tiger mastiffs voraciously feasted upon its bloodied flesh. Suddenly, the tiger mastiffs lifted their heads to glance towards the distant Fire Hammer team, their demeanor shifting to one of heightened vigilance. Let us circumvent them. We must not engage, Gao Feng whispered. In the desolate expanse of the highway, Luo Feng and his companions moved with ease, slaying beasts at will. However, the urban landscape presented a different challenge. With utmost caution, they deftly avoided numerous encounters, swiftly dispatching 8 ordinary beast soldier-level monsters. At last, Luo Feng and his group reached their primary destination, the Blue Sky community located in the county-level city numbered 0201. The Fire Hammer team had designated this community as their first target due to its 3 towering residential buildings, each soaring to 21 stories. Let us ascend to the rooftop terrace. Everyone, exercise caution. A monster could emerge from anywhere within the building. Keep your voices down, cautioned the fire hammer team of 6 as they steadily climbed the staircase, step by step. Suddenly, Luo Feng spotted a towering creature around 2 meters high, its long fur reminiscent of a large military off-road vehicle, materializing around the corner. The lion mastiff, upon seeing humans, emitted a low growl and charged forth with a gust of foul wind. As the fire hammer team continued their ascent, the lion mastiff swooped down, its massive bulk generating formidable momentum. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wei Tai and Wei Qing executed identical maneuvers. The massive lion mastiff creature stumbled slightly, its 2 front paws unsteadily landing upon the steps. At that moment, among the fire hammer team, Zhang Ku, positioned just behind Wei Tai and Wei Qing, advanced swiftly, thrusting his alloy spear with a sharp whistle toward the faltering beast's head. With a piercing sound, the spear penetrated the creature's eye, driving through its skull. The lion mastiff, in a moment of unconsciousness, instinctively kicked its paws twice before collapsing lifelessly. The coordination among Wei Qing, Wei Tai, and Zhang Ku was indeed remarkable. The first 2 had successfully injured the creature's forelimbs, destabilizing its stance, while Zhang Ku seized the moment to deliver a fatal blow. His marksmanship was chillingly precise, as he managed to pierce directly through the eye. During their ascent, the fire hammer team encountered 3 monsters in total, which could be considered fortunate. Among these creatures, one had charged up the stairs from below. At that time, Luo Feng and Gao Feng were positioned at the rear of the group, and Luo Feng decisively dispatched this G-grade monster with ease. Upon exiting the stairwell, the 6 members of the fire hammer team arrived at the rooftop of the 21-story residential building. Shut the stairwell door securely, Gao Feng commanded, to prevent any monsters from rushing up. Understood. Luo Feng and Zhang Ku approached the iron door, employing a metal rod to secure it firmly. Phew, we can finally take a breather, Zhang Ku remarked, a rare smile gracing his face as he plopped down on the rooftop, retrieving high-energy food and water from his backpack. Everyone brought binoculars, right? Captain Gao Feng spoke, instructing everyone to take out their binoculars and peer over the edge of the rooftop, hoping to spot any beast general-level monsters below. Remember, do not let your body protrude too much over the edge. If the monsters below notice us, it could lead to some minor complications. On the rooftop, safety was assured. Atop a 21-story residential building, it was nearly impossible for ordinary monsters to scale the heights. Even if a beast general commanded monsters to ascend via the stairs, the width of the staircase posed little threat. The fire hammer team had ample time to escape. They commenced their search for beast general-level monsters. Brothers, let us hunt for monsters. Luo Feng retrieved his binoculars and various auxiliary tools, such as wires, from his backpack. Everyone had brought along such items, as their weight was negligible. Crouching at the edge of the rooftop, Luo Feng gazed down at the streets below, where a multitude of monsters were clearly visible. The density of monsters in the urban area was indeed tenfold, if not 100-fold, compared to the wilderness. In fact, on one street alone, he could see at least hundreds of monsters advancing. Even a battle general-level warrior would find it unlikely to escape unscathed from the assault of hundreds of ordinary monsters. Captain, they are merely beast soldier-level monsters. I haven't spotted any beast generals here. 5 team members, including the captain, were observing the area below with their binoculars from different vantage points. The height allowed for a broader view. From the rooftop of the 21-story residential building, they could see far and wide, observing numerous monsters. Suddenly, a metal box opened. Chen Gu, the only member of the fire hammer team who had not utilized binoculars, revealed its contents. Within the iron box, alongside a substantial amount of ammunition, lay a rectangular wooden case. Upon opening the case, a collection of firearm components was revealed, which Chen Gu swiftly began to assemble. In a brief moment, a heavy sniper rifle, nearly 2 meters in length and entirely silver gray, took shape, complete with optical equipment and a scope. Chen Gu meticulously loaded the magazine with 10 specialized bullets. Captain, please inform me once you locate a beast general-level monster, Chen Gu spoke. You should rest for a while and regain your strength. We will handle the search for the beast general-level monster, Gao Feng replied, nodding in agreement while instructing the others. Everyone, stay vigilant and do not overlook anything. This method of hunting beast general-level monsters within the city is the most efficient. From a vantage point, one can see far and wide. It is significantly faster and safer than searching for them on the streets. Luo Feng, Zhang Ku, the Wei brothers, and Gao Feng each held binoculars, meticulously scanning every corner below, while Chen Gu, cradling the heavy sniper rifle, squinted his eyes and began to doze off. Meanwhile, 6 members of the Fire Hammer team were concealed on the rooftop of a 21st-floor residential building in the Blue Sky community, searching for beast general-level monsters. Approximately 30 miles away on a dilapidated highway, an elite 6-member martial artist team was swiftly advancing towards County 0201. This is precisely Jiangnan City, renowned for its formidable Tiger Tooth Squad. The squad comprises 6 members, 2 of whom wield firearms, while the remaining 4 are adept in cold weaponry. Among the 4 utilizing cold weapons, 2 are martial generals and the other 2 are advanced warriors. As for the 2 employing firearms, both are also martial generals. In truth, mastering firearms to attain the rank of martial general is relatively straightforward, provided one possesses sufficient talent, experience, and time, as their prowess relies on the firepower of bullets. "Old Han, have you located that old fellow?" Zhang Zihu inquired softly. He is one of the 6 members of the Tiger Tooth Squad and classified as an advanced warrior. In terms of strength, the Tiger Tooth Squad is exceedingly powerful. Even their 2 weakest members are advanced warriors, and they are merely a hair's breadth away from the martial general rank. Based on the signal from the tracking flare I left on the old fellow, he should be approximately 40 miles away. I surmise he is within the vicinity of County Town 0201 ahead. A man holding a device resembling a compass remarked as he gazed at the instrument in his hand. "We have finally pinpointed his location. If we manage to hunt down this old creature, our group shall reap the rewards." The members of the Tiger Tooth Squad chuckled. Previously, while hunting beasts, they fortuitously encountered a creature among the wolves known as the Hunter. It is worth noting that, in present times, the distribution of beast populations is predominantly comprised of species such as pigs, dogs, cats, cows, sheep, and snakes, owing to the prevalence of these animals in human society prior to the Great Cataclysm. Monsters that have emerged from the mutations of creatures such as foxes, monkeys, scorpions, wolves, tigers, and leopards are exceedingly rare. Wolves, tigers, and leopards, being inherently formidable, become even more terrifying through such mutations. Of course, certain ordinary monster clans, due to their substantial populations, can also give rise to exceptionally fearsome entities. For instance, among the feline monsters, there exists a legendary being known as the 9-lived cat demon. The 9-lived cat demon is the most fearsome of the feline monsters, boasting 9 tails and possessing power that surpasses that of a lord-level being. It ranks among the most formidable monsters on Earth. Wolves, with their strong reproductive capabilities, have been frequently encountered by martial artists over the decades. The hunters represent a particularly fearsome mutated faction within the wolf species, also known as the Silver Moon Wolf Clan. Each Silver Moon Wolf is predominantly a solitary creature, renowned for its cunning and ferocity, preying upon other monsters and human warriors alike, hence earning the moniker Hunters. The weakest of the Silver Moon Wolves discovered to date are classified as intermediate beast generals, each capable of commanding an astronomical price. The hunter we are pursuing should be classified as advanced beast general, possibly nearing the lord level. Fortunately, this hunter was already severely injured prior to our confrontation, allowing us to inflict further damage. The leader of the Tiger Tooth Squad, a wiry, dark-skinned man of short stature, spoke in a deep, somber tone. "Now that we have all recovered from our injuries and restored our strength, we must seize this opportunity to eliminate this weakened hunter." "Understood, Captain." The 6 members of the Huya Squad brimmed with combat fervor. Slaying a single hunter could rival the fruits of their labor amassed over a year or two. On the rooftop of a 21-story residential building within the Blue Sky community, 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad meticulously scanned the area below through their binoculars. Luo Feng held a pair of binoculars in his left hand, while gently sipping water from a bottle with his right. After setting the binoculars down, he tightened the cap on the bottle and stowed it in his backpack before resuming his vigilant observation. "Captain, are we just going to stand here waiting?" Luo Feng inquired. "What do you understand?" Gao Feng replied with a chuckle, lowering his binoculars. "In this vicinity, this 21-story building is quite tall. From our vantage point on the rooftop, we can survey a radius of 4 to 5 miles. How vast is the entire county-level city? Admittedly, our efficiency is somewhat hindered by the buildings obstructing our view, yet this level of observation remains remarkably high. We can rest while simultaneously scouting for monsters. It's the most effective strategy. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Captain, look over here. Zhang Ku suddenly exclaimed, gesturing towards a specific direction below. Whoosh! The other 4 members swiftly moved towards him, each peering intently through their binoculars. Following Zhang Ku's indication, Luo Feng also focused his binoculars in that direction and immediately spotted several scattered unicorn wild boars and iron-haired wild boars in the streets of the northwest corner. In total, there were hundreds of them, and the sighting of these swine-like beasts continued to increase within their field of vision. As Luo Feng's eyes brightened, he beheld a peculiar street where a monstrous creature, entirely crimson and reminiscent of a tank, advanced slowly, flanked by a throng of swine-like beasts. Could this be the bloodthirsty tank? Luo Feng was taken aback. Among the swine-like monsters, the bloodthirsty tank ranked second. Though labeled as a bloodthirsty tank, it was indeed a type of swine-like monster, covered in a plethora of armored scales, boasting astonishing defense. At first glance, it resembled an armored tank, and in terms of defensive and impact power, it was every bit as formidable as a genuine tank. A significant catch indeed. Captain, judging by the color of its scales, it should be of the junior beast general rank, edging closer to intermediate beast general. The members of the Fire Hammer team began to converse. Indeed, the price of a bloodthirsty tank is quite steep. Captain Luo Feng smiled. Although it was merely a junior beast general, its price could rival that of certain intermediate beast general monsters. This was a substantial opportunity. Old Chen Gu. The voice of a team member roused Chen Gu from his reverie. With a grin, Chen Gu stood up. Gentlemen, have we located a beast general level monster? Come take a look, Gao Feng chuckled. Chen Gu swiftly approached, raised his binoculars for a closer inspection, and exclaimed in astonishment, goodness! It's actually the second-ranked bloodthirsty tank among swine-like beasts. Its defensive capabilities are astounding. The armor-piercing rounds I possess might struggle to penetrate its scales. It seems I shall have to employ my prized possessions. Hurry! Bullets are worth a fortune, Gao Feng urged. Chen Gu moved with remarkable swiftness, rushing to the iron box to retrieve 3 crimson bullet shells, promptly replacing the ammunition in his sniper rifle. With a soft sound, Chen Gu positioned himself at the edge of the rooftop, stabilizing the sleek, silvery heavy sniper rifle, its barrel glimmering under the sunlight. He extended his palm to gauge the direction, meticulously conducting calculations and fine-tuning the optical sight. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad stood in hushed silence beside him. Suddenly, a deep and resounding boom echoed. In an instant, the bullet traversed the space, hurtling forward. Although this alloy armor-piercing round possessed astonishing power, its velocity exceeded several times the speed of sound. Consequently, the sonic boom reached the ears of the beast general only after the bullet had already arrived. The bloodthirsty tank advanced slowly down the street, flanked by a throng of monstrous creatures. With a sharp crack, sparks erupted from the armored plating at the back of the tank's neck, as a gaping hole was blasted through. The bullet had penetrated with unyielding force. The bloodthirsty tank let out a furious roar, stumbling sideways as it staggered for balance. Once steadied, the tank released a series of anguished and wrathful howls, drawing a multitude of previously unoccupied pig-like monsters to swarm around it. As blood seeped from the wound at the back of the tank's neck, it continued to bellow in rage, utterly unable to discern the origin of the bullet's trajectory. On the rooftop, Chen Gu slightly raised his head, shifting his gaze away from the sight of his rifle, and confidently remarked, "Fortune favors us. I've struck a vital point. This bloodthirsty tank possesses formidable vitality and has not succumbed immediately. However, it shall certainly fall within 5 minutes. The efficacy of long-range sniping lies predominantly in the first shot, as the beast general-level monster remains entirely unguarded. Yet, should the initial shot fail to hit its mark, complications arise. The defenses of such formidable creatures are robust. Merely penetrating their armor is a significant achievement. Consequently, the ammunition employed is typically armor-piercing rather than high-explosive rounds, as insufficient penetration renders any talk of lethality moot. Excellent marksmanship, Zhang Ku remarked, grinning as he gave a thumbs up. The skull of this bloodthirsty tank is exceptionally tough, and even if one were to pierce its armored scales, the impact would be minimal. Gao Feng smiled and added, Chen Gu, that shot was truly remarkable. Had it not been for your precision, eliminating a bloodthirsty tank guarded by numerous monsters would be an arduous task. Don't flatter me, Chen Gu replied with a chuckle. For now, you should all focus on how to retrieve the carcass of the bloodthirsty tank. There are hundreds of monsters surrounding it, and if we delay, we might just allow another warrior team to snatch the opportunity. Do not speak ill of our luck. There are likely no more than 2 or 3 warrior teams in this county. Gao Feng retorted with a smile. All right, everyone, gather your belongings. Let us descend and secure the body. Zhang Ku, carry Chen Gu's iron box, Gao Feng instructed. Understood, Captain, Zhang Ku replied. Zhang Ku approached Chen Gu, who was in the process of disassembling a heavy sniper rifle and carefully storing it in a wooden box. He then lifted the box, along with a substantial iron case filled with ammunition, towards Zhang Ku. Subsequently, Chen Gu opened another iron case and retrieved a fearsome machine gun. A multitude of ammunition belts were coiled around his body, with one end of the chain directly attached to the machine gun. Lo Feng, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The efficacy of advanced firearms against beast soldier-level monsters was indeed significant. For instance, a single shot had previously taken down a bloodthirsty tank. However, luck played a role in that shot, as it struck a head with the hardest of skulls. Given the massive size of the bloodthirsty tank, even a gunshot would have minimal impact. Therefore, the opportunities for a decisive shot were exceedingly rare, such as the eyes, the area beneath the skull, or behind the ears. Achieving such precision required not only skill but also a stroke of fortune. If the bloodthirsty tank had been even slightly alert and altered its trajectory, that shot would have missed. Let's go, down, commanded Gao Feng, prompting Lo Feng and the other 4 to swiftly descend the stairs and exit the blue sky community. Old Chen, impressive, Gao Feng praised, giving a thumbs up. Chen Gu chuckled in response. However, Captain Wei Tai continued, around the corpse of that bloodthirsty tank, there are approximately hundreds of monsters gathered. Retrieving the body will be quite troublesome. This indeed presented a challenge for long-range assaults against beast general-level monsters. Even if successful, extracting valuable materials from the corpse could be perilous. Nevertheless, it was certainly safer than engaging in close combat with a horde of monsters and a beast general. As per the usual protocol, Wei Tai and Wei Qing, you shall disrupt the beast horde. In the ensuing chaos, we shall strike together. Gao Feng commanded, then turned to Luo Feng. At that moment, Luo Feng held his breath, preparing to charge into the throng of hundreds of monsters. This was indeed the most perilous undertaking he had encountered since joining the Firehammer team. However, according to various posts he had perused, such scenarios were merely the simpler predicaments faced by warrior teams. There existed dangers tenfold, even 100-fold greater than this. Luo Feng, you shall remain close to Chen Gu. Your task is to ensure his safety, preventing any beast from assailing him, Gao Feng stated earnestly. Rest assured, Captain, I shall not allow a single monster to approach Chen Gu, Luo Feng affirmed with a nod. Very well, let us depart. With a commanding voice, Gao Feng initiated the action. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streaks of black light shot forth from the hands of the brothers Wei Tai and Wei Qing, resembling lightning as they soared over 100 meters, landing amidst the distant beast horde. These 2 streaks of black light were, in fact, oval-shaped black orbs adorned with crimson time signals. The monsters that noticed these objects grew cautious and began to evade. Beep, beep, boom. The 2-timed explosives erupted violently. Their tremendous force and the shrapnel produced sent 2 nearby monsters tumbling, their bodies stained with blood. Simultaneously, the detonation generated vast plumes of smoke that swiftly spread in all directions. In terms of potency, the 2 explosives were fortunate to annihilate a single beast while injuring 5 or 6 others. The majority of the monsters were merely affected by the smoke. Charge! Gao Feng commanded once more. Whoosh! 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 Luo Feng, channeling the full force of his being, wielded a shield in one hand and the blood shadow warblade in the other, racing swiftly alongside Chen Gu. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad exhibited astonishing speed, covering a mere 150 meters to the Beast General's corpse in a scant 4 to 5 seconds. This pace diminished as they entered the throng of beasts. Captain Gao Feng surged ahead like a bolt of lightning, brandishing a heavy hammer with a single hand, delivering a series of strikes that resounded with explosive force as the skulls of 2 beast soldier-level monsters shattered under his might. One was an intermediate beast soldier, while the other, though designated as a junior warlord, possessed the strength nearing that of an intermediate warlord among human warriors. The disparity in power was monumental. In one hand, he wielded the heavy hammer, while the other grasped a dagger. In a heartbeat, he lunged towards the corpse of the Beast General, the bloodthirsty tank, swiftly plunging the dagger into the puncture wound behind its ear. As Gao Feng meticulously dissected the corpse for materials, the remaining 5 members of the Firehammer squad faced an imminent crisis. Quickly, Luo Feng, ensure old Chen's safety. Zhang Ke brandished a spear. Wei Tai and Wei Qing shielded Captain Gao Feng, for the formidable defense of the bloodthirsty tank made it clear that if Wei Tai, Luo Feng, and the others were to conduct the dissection, it would take an excessive amount of time. Yet, the immensely powerful Gao Feng required only half a minute. Roars erupted as the surrounding monsters detected Luo Feng and his companions, charging towards them with the ferocity of a heavy Hummer barreling down at over 100 kilometers per hour. Get back! With a masterful 2-step maneuver, Luo Feng deftly sidestepped while his shield, held firmly in his left arm, crashed into the rushing body of a charging unicorn boar. The sudden impact sent the creature reeling, its 4 hoofs twisting uncontrollably, causing its massive form to topple onto the ground, resulting in a jarring tremor that shook the already cracked concrete pavement and sent clouds of dust swirling into the air. Luo Feng sought not to slay his foes but rather aimed to withstand this tumultuous half-minute with utmost efficiency. Meanwhile, Zhang Ke brandished his spear with finesse, vanquishing 2 beastly soldiers and repelling 3 others. However, in an instant, the 3 enraged beasts converged upon him with ferocious roars.
Zhang Ke, lacking a shield,
relied solely on his spear. The situation turned dire as he unleashed a thrust, only to realize the impending threat, the charge of an iron-haired wild boar, whose speed reached an astonishing 50 meters per second, its size comparable to a compact truck yet possessing the velocity of a race car. Zhang Ke found himself unable to defend against the onslaught, surrounded by 3 monstrous adversaries. Just as he braced for the inevitable impact, a shadow surged forth from the side, delivering a powerful kick to the charging iron-haired boar. The sudden strike disrupted the creature's balance, causing its formidable body to tilt and tumble over before it quickly regained its footing. Zhang Gu, lean on me, Luo Feng called out. Thanks, Luo Feng. Zhang Ke shouted in gratitude, realizing that without Luo Feng's timely intervention, he would have sustained severe injuries. In his heart, he acknowledged that bringing Luo Feng into the Firehammer squad was indeed a wise decision. His agility and swift footwork were truly commendable. Under constant protection, Chen Gu praised the situation. This batch of monstrous creatures numbered in the hundreds, and as the initial few dozen engaged in battle with Luo Feng and his companions, they quickly attracted even more beasts to converge upon them. Fortunately, the smoke obscured visibility, preventing the monstrous horde from fully unleashing their formidable collective strength. Captain, we must act swiftly, Wei Tai exclaimed, unable to contain his urgency. With each passing second, the peril faced by the Firehammer squad intensified, the surrounding beasts multiplying rapidly. Chen Gu, fire, commanded Gao Feng, positioned beside the corpse of the bloodthirsty tank, shielded by the Wei brothers. Understood. Chen Gu bit his lip, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Luo Feng and Zhang Ke, standing beside him, instinctively took a step back. As Chen Gu squeezed the trigger, a torrent of radiant projectiles erupted from the barrel of his weapon, each bullet a premium armor-piercing round he had procured. Against the formidable adversaries of the Beast General rank, these rounds posed a significant threat. Roars erupted as numerous beasts shrieked in agony. The frenzied armor-piercing bullets penetrated the bodies of the creatures. Despite their immense size and vitality, a shot to the body was often insufficient to claim their lives. Only a bullet to the head could deliver a fatal blow. While the armor-piercing rounds struggled to breach the skulls of the Az for Luo Feng and Zhang Ke, their role was to prevent monsters from attacking Chen Gu. The continuous gunfire allowed the monsters obscured by smoke to instantly ascertain their target, charging forward with wild abandon. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Chun Gu's proficiency with the machine gun enabled him to match the prowess of 10 warriors single-handedly. However, the moment the machine gun roared to life, it inevitably drew the attention of the beasts. "All right, let us depart." Gao Feng's low growl, signaling the successful acquisition of materials, brought a collective sigh of relief from Luo Feng and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 6 members of the Fire Hammer team sprinted away. They swiftly veered into a narrow alley where the monsters could not advance in pairs, forcing them to enter one by one. Seizing this opportunity, the Fire Hammer team deftly navigated through the densely packed buildings, making sharp turns into successive alleys, soon managing to completely elude the throng of beasts. Half an hour later, on the rooftop of the 18-story Haiho Hotel, Luo Feng and his companions arrived quietly. "Ha ha! Everyone performed admirably this time," their captain Gao Feng remarked with a smile. "Chingu, that shot was brilliant. Luo Feng, you were commendable as well. You saved Zhang Ku. Indeed, this bloodthirsty tank is an entry-level beast general, and it poses a notably high challenge among its kind. We've made a modest profit this time. It's unexpected to achieve such results on the very first day. This is a promising start. By the end of the month, our gains should be substantial." Luo Feng, Chen Gu, and the others all shared in a moment of laughter. Luo Feng glanced at his combat watch, suddenly startled. A call? This combat communication watch would not disturb the warriors, even if someone were attempting to reach them. Only the warrior himself, glancing at his wristwatch, would discern whether someone had called. Beep, beep, beep. The communication watch swiftly dialed the number of Luo Feng's home. "Hello, brother." The voice emanating from the communication device elicited a smile from Luo Feng. "Luo Hua, aren't you quite preoccupied with that young lady? How do you find the time to call me?" Laughter erupted from Chen Gu, Zhang Ku, and others on the rooftop, all looking over with amusement. Even with a wife, one mustn't forget his elder brother. The voice of his younger brother chuckled through the device. "By the way, brother, I called to share some delightful news. Xiao Nan has officially agreed to be my girlfriend." "Ha ha! Aren't I impressive?" The joy in his brother's voice was palpable. It had been a long time since he had sounded so elated. The allure of love is indeed profound. Luo Feng mused silently, reflecting on the psychological burdens his brother had endured due to his disability over the years. The prospect of a romantic relationship bringing such joy was heartwarming. "I'm genuinely happy for you, brother," Luo Feng said with a grin. "Just keep striving, and aim to obtain that marriage certificate soon. Brother, we mustn't rush. It's a gradual process," Luo Hua replied playfully. "By the way, where are our parents?" Luo Feng inquired. He nodded thoughtfully, knowing that their mother could now finally go grocery shopping in the morning, and their father was able to relax and accompany her to the market. "I'm fine now, brother. Just take care while you're outside the base city." Luo Hua expressed his concern. "Rest assured." Upon concluding the call, Luo Feng wore a broad smile. "All right, now that the call is finished, everyone gather around," Gao Feng announced, prompting Luo Feng and the other 4 to approach. "Today, as we have just entered the county town, our performance has been quite commendable. As per our usual practice, the spoils will be distributed according to each person's contributions during the battle." Indeed, Chun Gu, Zhang Ku, and the Wei brothers nodded in agreement, acknowledging Luo Feng's understanding. He was well aware that joining the government forces ensured the highest level of safety, whereas those like himself, who traversed the wilderness, faced a significantly elevated risk of mortality. After the recent skirmish, they had all exerted considerable energy. Having traveled through the night, it was time for everyone to rest. "We shall resume our activities at 4 o'clock this afternoon," Gao Feng decided. "Understood. Let's take a break." The 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad settled on the rooftop, some leaning against the structure while others lay down to recuperate. Meanwhile, as the Fire Hammer squad rested atop the Haohua Hotel, the Tiger Tooth squad had already infiltrated the urban area of County Town number 0201. The 6 members cautiously navigated through a dilapidated alley, where collapsed walls and the remnants of monstrous carcasses littered the ground. "Stop!" The lean, diminutive leader raised a hand, signaling the others to halt. In a low voice, the Tiger Tooth captain instructed, "Listen carefully, everyone. We have but one objective this time, the injured silver moon wolf. Therefore, we must avoid provoking any other beasts within this county town. If we can evade, we shall. If we can escape, we will. It is best to refrain from engaging in combat. Injuries would complicate matters significantly. The other 5 team members nodded solemnly. A silver moon fierce wolf, classified as a high beast general, was significantly more lucrative to hunt than dozens of lower-tier beast generals. Moreover, once we catch up to the silver moon fierce wolf, careful, this beast is already gravely injured. We only need 2 or 3 strikes to bring it down. I remind everyone once more, do not engage it head-on. If we provoke the silver moon fierce wolf into a desperate fight, at least 1 or 2 of us may not survive. Everyone's expressions were serious as they nodded in agreement. A monster of the high beast general level, especially one from the royal lineage of wolves, the silver moon fierce wolf, even if severely wounded, could wreak havoc if it went berserk in retaliation. The Tiger Tooth team could suffer devastating losses. Our strategy is to inflict continuous injuries and bleed it out until it collapses. The captain of Tiger Tooth smiled confidently. In this county-level territory, it was challenging to attract teams of war god caliber. Within a county, there were likely only a few squads, and we, as a small team, should be considered the strongest here. There was no fear of being outmatched. Generally, more formidable teams of war generals predominantly operated in urban areas, where the challenges were greater and the number of independent beast generals was higher. For instance, the Fire Hammer team came to this county partly because Luo Feng was a newcomer. Otherwise, the Fire Hammer team would have ventured into the city rather than this county. Captain, if there truly are warrior teams desperate enough to compete. The one-eyed middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Rest assured. Nearby, Zhang Zihu chuckled. Even we dare not press the hunter too closely. In this county town, the majority of the warrior squads comprise only fighters, and it would be quite remarkable to find even a single general-level warrior among them. Their attempt to seize the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf? It is likely that they would be torn to shreds by the beast. Captain Tiger Tooth nodded, acknowledging their inability to contend with the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Should anyone attempt to seize it, they would be eliminated on the spot. Indeed, the other 5 members concurred. They set forth. With a wave of his hand, Captain Tiger Tooth led the 6 of them to advance stealthily and swiftly. The wilderness area differs vastly from the urban base. The urban base is a human-controlled city, governed by laws and authorities. However, the wilderness is a realm dominated by monsters, where darkness, chaos, and bloodshed abound. Numerous instances of warrior squads turning against one another over the carcass of a prized beast have been recorded. Typically, it is the more powerful warrior squads that prey upon the weaker ones. In the wilderness, many warriors perish at the hands of monsters, yet an equally significant number fall victim to their fellow warriors. As evening approached, having filled their bellies and rejuvenated their spirits, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad took turns peering through their binoculars. Over the course of 2 hours, they had already spotted 2 beast general-level monsters. Wei Tai lamented. Unfortunately, each beast general is surrounded by numerous beast soldier-level monsters. The urban area is preferable. Although beast generals abound there, even lord-level monsters exist. Nonetheless, ordinary beast soldier-level monsters primarily congregate around the lord-level and formidable beast general-level monsters. Many beast general-level creatures tend to roam alone. Previously, Chun Gu had fired 2 shots with his sniper rifle. However, this time luck was not as favorable as before. The 2 shots struck 2 beast generals, one of which was hardly affected, while the other, though gravely injured, did not perish. Most importantly, they were surrounded by a multitude of ordinary monsters for protection. This was the drawback of the county town. Even the ordinary beast generals could command a large horde of monsters, Zhang Ke lamented. Nonetheless, the county town is safe. Gao Feng smiled, noting that there were only a handful of high-level beast generals in the entire county town. Moreover, they were surrounded by numerous ordinary monsters, so we would not encounter them at all. As for the ordinary monster horde, with the strength of our team, we could easily charge through. We have no fear of suddenly being besieged by several beast generals. In urban areas, the number of beast generals is high, making it easy to fall victim to multiple beast generals attacking at once. Luo Feng peered through his binoculars to examine the scene below. What is this? Are these beast generals? He observed over a dozen monsters appearing at the edge of the street. Each of these creatures bore spots, resembling tigers at first glance. They belonged to the feline species known as the tiger cat clan. These tiger cats were all quite large, and among them was one with two tails. A double-tailed creature? A beast general? Luo Feng was elated. Within the tiger cat clan, a double tail signifies a primary beast general, while a three-tailed one indicates a mid-level beast general. A five-tailed creature represents a primary lord level. A seven-tailed one signifies a high lord level. An eight-tailed creature transcends lord level, standing at the pinnacle of the tiger cat clan. Among feline creatures, those with nine tails are known as nine-lived cat demons, the nine-lived cat king. A terrifying existence ranked among the most formidable monsters on Earth. Captain, look, a beast general-level tiger cat, Luo Feng exclaimed. Tiger cat? Instantly, the other five rushed over, peering through their binoculars for a closer look. Indeed, it was a tiger cat. Known for their solitary nature, the reputation held true. Surrounding the beast general-level tiger cat were merely 16 ordinary beast soldier-level monsters. Gao Feng chuckled heartily. Brothers, prepare for action. Just 16 ordinary monsters. I can handle them all by myself. Chen Gu grinned, and the entire team felt a sense of ease. Let us move. With Gao Feng's command, Luo Feng and his companions promptly departed from the rooftop, refraining from firing prematurely, fearing that they might inadvertently scare off the tiger cat. It was indeed a rare sight to encounter a beast general-level monster accompanied by such a small entourage in a modest county town. Following the seasoned members of the Fire Hammer team, Luo Feng stealthily scaled the wall into a dilapidated residential area adjacent to the street. The crumbling walls of this neighborhood had collapsed in numerous places, and the concrete path was long overrun with weeds, with moss growing in the corners of the walls. Fat sheep right ahead, Wei Tai remarked, peering through a breach in the fallen wall to glance at the street outside. We're in luck. That double-tailed tiger cat is leisurely leading its subordinates in search of prey. Luo Feng too glanced through the wall gap. Approximately 50 meters away on the street, a group of tiger cats was being led by the beast general-level tiger cat. Brothers, remember this, Gao Feng whispered. First, your task is to eliminate those ordinary tiger cats. As for the beast general-level tiger cat, keep your distance to avoid collateral damage. Leave that to me. I can handle a low-level beast general tiger cat on my own. Chingu, there's no need to discharge your machine gun just yet. Only fire when an unforeseen situation arises. Once you do, we must immediately flee the combat zone. Understood? Luo Feng and the other four nodded solemnly. Gunfire is apt to attract monsters. From a distant rooftop, monsters cannot ascertain the location of gunfire by ear. However, in ground combat, opening fire readily exposes our position, attracting a multitude of surrounding monsters, with more arriving as time elapses. During the previous acquisition of the bloodthirsty tank corps, the instant Chun Gu fired, everyone made a swift escape. Very well. Let's make this a swift resolution. Move out. Gao Feng gestured. Instantly, 6 figures dashed forth. Chun Gu included, with a machine gun in his left hand and a short, pointed blade in his right. The 6 transformed into fleeting blurs, surging toward the tiger cat pack. Kill. Die, you beast. Luo Feng, witnessing a tiger cat pouncing toward him with lightning speed, sidestepped a meter, while his blood shadow blade, harnessing the momentum of his evasion, transformed into a circular arc of frigid light, directly targeting the tiger cat's throat in an upward slash. The pouncing tiger cat growled, lowering its head slightly to deflect Luo Feng's blade with its chin. Chirp. The blood shadow blade cleaved through the tiger cat's chin fur, even splitting half a centimeter into the chin bone. That tiger cat's reaction is remarkably swift, far quicker than that of the lion mastiff monster. As Luo Feng alighted, a gust of fetid air assailed him. A tiger cat was already lunging, its sanguinary maw agape, intent on tearing into Luo Feng. With a shield in one hand and the blood shadow battle blade in the other, Luo Feng executed a swift retreating step, creating a modicum of space. He then executed a lateral thrust with his shield, while simultaneously impaling the airborne tiger cat's mandible with a direct stab of his blade. The blood shadow battle blade, with exquisite precision, grazed the edge of the shield, instantly piercing the tiger cat's lower jaw midair. With a violent extraction, Luo Feng recoiled. A torrent of blood erupted as the tiger cat, comparable in size to a young bull, crashed to the ground. It staggered thrice, emitting a guttural roar before collapsing onto the fractured concrete. "Beware!" A stentorian cry reverberated. In the periphery, Wei Tai and Wei Qing were instantaneously launched into the air by a forceful impact. Wei Tai was hurled against the perimeter wall of the street, the aged structure collapsing upon impact with a thunderous roar. Wei Tai, prostrate, expectorated a mouthful of blood. The twin-tailed tiger cat, having instantaneously flung aside the Wei brothers, was now upon Luo Feng. Too swift, Luo Feng exclaimed inwardly, startled. He executed a swift lateral movement. A near miss, his evasive maneuver proved marginally insufficient. As the tiger cat's claws threatened to rake his flesh, an imperceptible psychic force surged through the wrist guard on his right arm. The sudden surge of power amplified Luo Feng's lateral displacement, enabling him to evade the tiger cat's claws by a hair's breadth. With a fluid motion, Luo Feng executed an aggressive upward slash. The blade struck the forelimb of the two-tailed tiger cat, the sharp edge of the blood shadow battle knife slicing through its fur with a hissing sound, yet failing to pierce the layer of skin beneath. The speed and formidable defense of the Beast General class monster were astonishing. Luo Feng was taken aback. With a thud, the two-tailed tiger cat landed, its lethal claws rending the dilapidated concrete ground, creating gaping fissures. The beast, the captain, Gao Feng, who had carelessly allowed his companion to be injured, charged in like a bolt of lightning, his expression fierce, wielding two massive war hammers that spun like whirling winds, crashing down with ferocity. The two-tailed tiger cat, having sustained a blow from Luo Feng, appeared unscathed, pivoting and roaring towards Gao Feng like a freight truck on a rampage. The clash of hammers and claws resounded. Both Gao Feng and the two-tailed tiger cat staggered, but Gao Feng, summoning strength in his left foot, lunged forward once more, determined to prevent the tiger cat from attacking his companion again. One of the tiger cat's forelimbs seemed to have been broken by the hammer, leaving it to rely on three legs for support. In this fierce contest, Gao Feng appeared to have the upper hand. The resounding hammers rained down relentlessly. Approximately 500 meters away, on the rooftop of a 6-story residential building, 6 members of the Tiger Tooth Squad were surveying the surroundings through binoculars. "Captain, there are numerous monsters in the vicinity. We must avoid alarming the majority of them to reach the hunter located 10 miles away. It is quite challenging." The one-eyed middle-aged man furrowed his brow, and the short, slender captain of Tiger Tooth also frowned, his gaze suddenly falling upon the distant figures of the Fire Hammer Squad, engaged in battle with the Tiger Cat monsters. "It is the Fire Hammer Squad." As the captain of the Tiger Tooth team raised his eyebrows, he realized that they had indeed arrived in this county. It seemed to be due to the presence of a newcomer, Luo Feng, that the Fire Hammer Squad had come. The one-eyed middle-aged man spoke, noting that the one wielding dual hammers was evidently Gao Feng, whose strength was formidable. He dared to engage in direct combat with a creature at the initial Beast General level. It was already well known that his power could rival that of an average intermediate battle general warrior, albeit with slightly diminished speed. Truly impressive. Zhang Zihu, burdened with a colossal mountain-cleaving blade, brightened with excitement as he picked up his binoculars to scrutinize the scene ahead. With delight, he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the Fire Hammer Squad. That young lad, Luo Feng, is also present and appears to be performing commendably." A glint of ferocity flickered in Zhang Zihu's eyes. "Captain, this little brat has cost me a staggering 1 billion. Let us take the opportunity to eliminate him." To Zhang Zihu, 1 billion was a substantial sum, considering he was merely a high-ranking warrior who had toiled for 2 years to amass such wealth. Kill him? The other members of the team were taken aback. The Tiger Tooth captain frowned slightly before breaking into a grin. "What an excellent plan. A Xiao, a Dong. You two will use sniper rifles to target the key members of the Fire Hammer Squad. Then, immediately open fire on the surrounding groups of monsters. We are at a safe distance, and with a sudden shot, the monster hordes will not discern the origin of the bullets. These ordinary beasts possessed minimal intelligence. Once struck, they would only lash out in anger at the humans they could see." The Tiger Tooth captain smiled coldly, anticipating that the other 2 beast groups surrounding the street would swiftly be drawn in to besiege the Fire Hammer Squad. The extensive carnage will cause a multitude of monsters to converge in that direction, resulting in a scarcity of monsters in other areas. Consequently, we can effortlessly traverse several miles. The rest of the Tiger Fong squad were momentarily silent. They had also harmed other martial artists, but it was generally to seize monster corpses and other such things. However, this time they were acting so ruthlessly. Dongzi, assist me in targeting Luo Feng and eliminate him with a single shot, avenging my humiliation. Zhang Zihu gritted his teeth and said, "Let's commence." The Tiger Fong captain commanded. "Yes, captain." Two members wielding thermal weapons no longer hesitated. Having ventured between life and death, they had ample experience killing both humans and monsters. Luo Feng. Zhang Zihu stood on the edge of the balcony, observing the Fire Hammer squad successfully hunting the twin-tailed lynx, a trace of a sneer appearing on his face. "Dare to pilfer my money, and I shall take your life. Go to hell and repent." Two sniper rifles were already set up. The two thermal weapon members were lying in front of the sniper rifles, both opting to use special high-power armor-piercing rounds, commencing aiming, adjusting angles, and so on. In a mere instant, both slightly nodded to the Tiger Fong captain beside them, indicating their readiness. "Who?" The Tiger Fong captain waved his hand. The two members simultaneously pulled the trigger. Thump, thump. Two muffled sounds suddenly echoed, and two bullets instantly tore through the sky, shooting towards the Fire Hammer squad, who were dissecting the twin-tailed lynx carcass to extract materials. Although the sound was loud, the speed of the bullet was several times that of sound. The Fire Hammer squad had not even heard the gunshot when the bullets arrived. The tendon of the tail of the two-tailed cat monster is indeed quite valuable. Luo Feng swiftly sliced through the monster's tail with his blood shadow battle blade, extracting the transparent tendon. He glanced at Wei Tai beside him and chuckled. "Brother Tai, you truly live up to your name. That collision with the two-tailed cat earlier had you coughing up blood. It startled me, but it seems you're quite all right now. Are you foolish? Not coughing up blood means you were just toughing it out, which is even more detrimental." Wei Tai retorted with a laugh. "All right, everyone, let's gather quickly," Chen Gu added with a smile. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad were in high spirits, while their captain, Gao Feng, squatted beside the corpse of the two-tailed cat, preparing to dissect it. Undoubtedly, the dissection of the two-tailed cat was the most challenging task. "Luo Feng has brought us good fortune. On our very first day, we managed to take down 2 beast general-level monsters," Gao Feng remarked, chuckling as he worked. "Haha, Captain, you must reward me for this. It was I who insisted on bringing Luo Feng into our squad," Chen Gu teased. The group was filled with laughter when suddenly, Luo Feng's eyes widened in alarm, as if his tail had caught fire. His reflexes, honed through the nerve reaction test where he adeptly dodged numerous rubber bullets, instinctively recognized the blurred phantom in front of him as a bullet, causing the air to vibrate. The speed of this projectile surpassed that of the rubber bullets by more than tenfold. Luo Feng barely had time to shout a warning. An overwhelming surge of adrenaline coursed through his body, elevating his heart rate to an astonishing velocity, while the hairs on his skin stood on end. His nerves were taut, pushed to an unprecedented limit. The profound mental force from the depths of the mind spontaneously surged forth, enveloping his entire being. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, the instinct for survival propelled Luo Feng to the pinnacle of both body and spirit. With a whoosh, the armor-piercing round sliced through the air, aimed directly at Luo Feng's head. Reacting almost instinctively, Luo Feng swung the Blood Shadow War blade, originally intended for severing the tail of a tiger cat, unleashing his full strength. The core of his physical power, centered in his waist and hips, managed to summon a second surge of energy almost immediately after the first. As if the water naturally flowed, in the face of imminent peril, Luo Feng's body instinctively released this second wave of force. The first level of the 9-fold Thunder Blade was, astonishingly, achieved. The speed of the Blood Shadow War blade soared instantaneously. Accelerating, Luo Feng's mental force instinctively influenced the blade, causing its velocity to escalate once more. Decelerating, his mental force also unhesitatingly acted upon the rapidly approaching armor-piercing round, diminishing its speed from 4 times the speed of sound to merely the speed of sound in an instant. With a clang, Luo Feng's Blood Shadow War blade struck the armor-piercing round directly, causing its tip to crumple inward, while the entire projectile was deflected away. Bang! However, another armor-piercing round was hurtling towards the head of Captain Gaofeng. According to the plan of the Tiger Tooth Squad, Zhang Zihu had ordered the elimination of Luofeng, while the most formidable member of the Fire Hammer Squad was Gaofeng. Thus, these two bullets were specifically designated for Luofeng and Gaofeng, respectively. Meanwhile, Gaofeng, seated beside the corpse of the double-tailed tiger cat and facing away from the direction of the bullets, remained completely unaware of the impending danger. With a sudden surge of force, Gaofeng's dagger sliced through the hide of the twin-tailed tiger cat. The abrupt exertion caused him to momentarily lose his balance, deflecting the bullet that had been aimed at his head. Just as he was about to marvel at the resilience of the creature's pelt, a high-velocity, armor-piercing round whizzed past, nearly grazing his ear. The intense, swirling airflow caused immediate lacerations on his skin. The projectile slammed into Zhang Ke's shoulder, rupturing muscle and shattering bone. With a thunderous crack, his right arm was severed and sent hurtling through the air, a geyser of blood erupting in its wake. Arg! Zhang Ke cried out in agony. Sniper fire! Gaofeng roared, his eyes bloodshot as Zhang Ke's blood splattered across his face. We're under attack. Who's the bastard? Wei Tai and Wei Qing bellowed in unison. As they unleashed their fury, the members of the Fire Hammer Squad scattered, none daring to remain stationary under the sniper's gaze. Their captain, Gaofeng, had only narrowly escaped a direct hit due to the momentary sway of his body as he cut through the tiger cat's hide. For shots rang out in quick succession. Over there, Gaofeng, Luofeng, and the others fixed their bloodshot eyes on the direction of the gunfire. On a distant rooftop, fleeting shadows vanished from sight. It's the Tiger Feng squad. Gaofeng spat, his voice laced with venom. Tiger Feng. However, Luofeng failed to discern the situation clearly. The distance was considerable, and the Tiger Tooth team vanished in an instant. To perceive them accurately required extraordinary vision. The auditory and visual acuity of a warrior enhances as their physical prowess ascends. Among the 6 members of the Fire Hammer team, only the captain, Gaofeng, possessed physical attributes nearing that of an intermediate battle general and was able to see clearly. The Tiger Tooth team? The team that Zhang Zihu belonged to? A surge of fury welled up within Luofeng. He had previously investigated Zhang Zihu's background and was aware that he was a member of the Tiger Tooth team, yet he dared to attempt to kill me? Cold dread enveloped him. Luofeng truly realized that the relationships among warriors were far from harmonious. Zhang Ke, old Zhang. Several rushed over, and Luofeng hastened to Zhang Ke's side. Zhang Ke lay on the ground, his face ashen, his right shoulder utterly shattered by an armor-piercing round, his right arm having been blown away long ago. Even his combat suit bore numerous tears. The force of that shot was indeed tremendous. Zhang Ke's complexion was pale, while Chun Gu hastily attended to the bleeding. It was me, Zhang Ke. You took this shot for me. Gaofeng covered his ears. Brother Zhang. Luofeng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes aflame with rage. It was Zhang Ke and Chun Gu who had initially brought him into the Fire Hammer team. This is bad. Gaofeng's expression shifted dramatically. We must flee. Just moments ago, the Tiger Tooth team had fired a total of 6 bullets, 2 aimed at Luofeng and Gaofeng, while the remaining 4 targeted the surrounding horde of beasts. The deafening roars of the monsters echoed around them, and the Fire Hammer team members immediately understood the sinister intent behind the Tiger Tooth team's earlier 4 shots. What treachery! They seek to annihilate us all. We must flee at once. Wei Qing swiftly hoisted the severely wounded Zhang Ke onto his back, and the group immediately sprinted away. A thunderous roar erupted as a multitude of iron-haired wild boars appeared on the street ahead, their enormous forms charging forward in a stampede, akin to an earthquake. The members of the Fire Hammer squad were taken aback, just as they were about to change direction, when a violent tremor resounded from behind them. An even more astonishing horde of beasts surged towards them, comprising not only a pack of horned wild boars but also a greater number of lion-dog hybrids. The combined forces of these beasts exceeded 1,000. This was dire trouble. The expressions of the Fire Hammer squad turned grave. Over the wall, commanded Gaofeng. With swift agility, the team leapt over the dilapidated barrier. Meanwhile, the monstrous creatures, incensed by the strikes of 4 sniper bullets, could only comprehend that such insidious and terrifying weapons were the work of humans. As they witnessed several humans scaling the wall, the horned wild boars, in a unified display of fury, charged headlong into the barrier. Decades of weathering rendered the wall almost instantly collapsible, and over 1,000 beasts surged forth. Brothers, we are in a life-or-death situation. Let's escape. Every one of us who survives is a victory, but together we are surely doomed. As they fled, Captain Gao Feng, with reddened eyes, shouted, "Those damn tiger-tooth squad! If I, Gao Feng, survive this, I will make them pay for their blood debts. Scatter and flee." Wei Tai and Wei Qing gritted their teeth in determination. In the face of an onslaught from a horde of over 1,000 monstrous creatures, even the most skilled warriors could only flee in disarray. The tiger-tooth squad, led by Zhang Zihu, Luo Feng felt a nagging suspicion that the adversary's attack was likely provoked by his previous encounter, which had forced Zhang Zihu to expend a staggering 100 million. The tiger-tooth squad would not strike without cause. Could it be because of me? Because of my actions that have led to this situation for Brother Zhang? A surge of guilt and murderous intent welled up within Luo Feng. Zhang Zihu, tiger-tooth squad. Luo Feng's eyes burned with intensity. "Captain, Brother Chen," he bellowed. This fierce cry left Captain Gao Feng, the Wei brothers, Chen Gu, and others astonished, turning to Luo Feng in disbelief. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Follow me. We can all survive this." With a whooshing sound, several flying daggers strapped to Luo Feng's thigh soared into the air, orbiting and hovering around him. Initially resigned to a perilous fate and considering scattering to seize a glimmer of hope, Gao Feng, the Wei brothers, and Chen Gu were utterly taken aback as they beheld 6 daggers suspended around Luo Feng, seemingly defying gravity. Chen Gu even blinked rapidly, confirming that they were not mistaken. The daggers were indeed floating, with nothing supporting them. A mental energy master. He can manipulate objects from a distance. Luo Feng is a mental energy master? A surge of thoughts flooded the minds of Gao Feng and his companions, their faces flushed with excitement. Gao Feng let out a bellowing cry, "Follow Luo Feng. March with Luo Feng." The ground trembled as a tumultuous horde of beasts surged forward, cracking the dilapidated, cement-covered terrain and causing dust to cascade from the crumbling edifices nearby. An ancient saying speaks of 1,000 horses galloping, yet each of these monstrous creatures was 100-fold stronger than any steed of the past. As over 1,000 beasts thundered forward, the spectacle was even more terrifying than an army of horses. "Left," Luo Feng shouted, and immediately the members of the Fire Hammer Squad pivoted in unison, charging to the left. Among them, Wei Qing carried the severely wounded Zhang Ku. The stench of the beasts permeated the air, and rather than fleeing, they ran towards the left, leading Luo Feng and his group to collide directly with the pursuing horde. The foul odor of the beasts assaulted their senses. At that moment, Luo Feng gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. 6 flying daggers hovered within a 10-meter radius around him and suddenly sprung into action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 daggers transformed into fleeting apparitions, piercing through the head of a charging lion dog with a sickening squelch, brain matter splattering forth. Under the command of his mental prowess, one dagger swiftly continued its trajectory, penetrating the skull of another beast with astonishing a thunderous roar resonated through the air, accompanied by the chilling cries of beasts. In that moment, over 30 monstrous creatures, propelled by their frantic sprint, collapsed with a tremendous crash, sliding several meters along the ground due to inertia. Behind the fleeing Firehammer Squad lay a myriad of fallen beast carcasses. Gao Feng, Chen Gu, the Wei brothers, and the pallid Zhang Ku stood in shock. They were well aware of the formidable prowess of the psychic warriors, yet this was utterly beyond comprehension. The 6 flying daggers transformed into mere flashes of light, effortlessly penetrating the skulls of any beast within a 20-meter radius. The precision of this control was nothing short of terrifying. The rate at which psychic energy was being expended was alarmingly swift. Luo Feng felt a silent astonishment. Each dagger that pierced a beast's head consumed a considerable amount of energy. The skulls of these creatures were significantly harder than ordinary stones, and having slain over 50 beasts in rapid succession, had already drained a substantial portion of his psychic strength. Behind Luo Feng, Chen Gu exclaimed, "Goodness, this psychic warrior is utterly monstrous. Even 1,000 beasts could be annihilated." "Stop chatting," The commotion we're causing will attract even more monsters. Right now it's 1,000. Soon it could swell to 5,000. If we delay longer, we might find ourselves besieged by 10,000 beasts, many of which will be of the beast general rank. How do you expect a psychic warrior to handle that? Do you think they can slay beasts without expending psychic energy? Gao Feng admonished with a laugh. Despite the relentless assault from the monsters, the Firehammer squad surprisingly maintained their composure to converse. One can easily envision that Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and their companions now find themselves utterly devoid of pressure, as the swarm of monsters has been entirely vanquished by the whirling flying knives. With a command from Luo Feng, the Firehammer squad, in a fervent rush, has reached the formidable wall ahead. One by one they leap into the air. Although many monsters have been slain, the remaining beasts, driven by bloodlust and madness, charge forward with reckless abandon, roaring ferociously. Any creature that dares to approach Luo Feng's domain of flying knives is promptly pierced through the skull. It is crucial to note that Luo Feng's physical prowess has barely attained the threshold of an advanced warrior, while his mental acuity surpasses his physical capabilities by 2 tiers. Thus, his spiritual energy lies at the baseline of a mid-level battle general. A mental warrior is indeed the most fearsome entity among martial artists, capable of effortlessly annihilating those of equal standing. With the ability to manipulate objects from a distance, Luo Feng can easily maintain a safe distance from the monsters, employing his flying knives to dispatch them with precision. However, at present, in order to maximize the might of his knives, Luo Feng can only wield 2 simultaneously. The more knives he employs, the weaker each becomes. While he could theoretically unleash 100 knives at once, such an action would not only diminish their power but also compromise their accuracy. With 6 flying knives, he can ensure that each is effective against junior beast generals, maintaining a high level of precision. With 2, he guarantees maximum potency, capable of confronting mid-level beast generals. The relentless beasts, undeterred by death, crash against the wall with a resounding roar. As the monstrous horde converged upon the rapidly advancing Firehammer squad, they were instantly decimated, with blood and brains scattering in all directions. The collapse of the monstrous corpses sowed disarray among the remaining creatures. With a swift turn onto a distant street, the Firehammer squad promptly evaded a significant number of pursuers. Meanwhile, the Tiger Fang squad had already made considerable progress. The Firehammer squad's diversion had thinned the monstrous ranks in the surrounding areas, allowing the Tiger Fang squad to advance unimpeded for a considerable distance. However, upon reaching a new area of concentrated monsters, the Tiger Fang squad's progress decelerated once more, as they proceeded with utmost caution. Captain, began the lean figure of a Shao. I targeted Gao Feng, the leader of the Firehammer squad, but he was in the midst of dissecting a monster's corpse. Coincidentally, he exerted force with his dagger at that precise moment, causing his body to sway, and the armor-piercing round grazed his head. It critically wounded another member of the Firehammer squad, causing the unfortunate soldier's arm to be blown off. Their fate remains uncertain. Gao Feng certainly had luck on his side, Zhang Zihu remarked, his brow furrowed. He then turned his gaze to another individual. Dongzi, I tasked you with eliminating Luo Feng. Why did he survive? Given the distance and the projectile's velocity, only the 2 snipers, aided by their telescopic sights, could discern the events of that fleeting moment. Luo Feng. The gunman known as Dongzi hesitated before responding. He, too, was fortunate. As I fired, he was skinning a monster and seized the opportunity to deflect my armor-piercing round with a well-timed swing of his blade. This was the only explanation Dong could offer. He found it implausible that Luo Feng possessed the reaction speed necessary to intercept an armor-piercing round. Thus, he attributed it to sheer luck, as the visual acuity and precision swordsmanship required to cleave an armor-piercing round were extraordinary. Damn, Luo Feng is indeed fortunate. Zhang Zihu cursed under his breath. However, fear not. The sniper, Dongzi, chuckled. Our previous 4 shots at the beast horde have already directed their attention towards the only humans they could perceive, the Hammer squad, leading over 1,000 monsters to encircle them. No matter how formidable the Hammer squad may be, their demise is inevitable. No, Captain Tiger Tooth shook his head. It is not certain. If the Hammer squad disperses and flees, perhaps 1 or 2 of them might survive. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on Captain Tiger Tooth's face. Of course, even if only one or two manage to escape, they pose no threat to our Tiger Tooth squad. Captain, perhaps they might coincidentally encounter a god of war who could come to their aid. The one-eyed middle-aged man chuckled. In a county town, within such a brief period, to come across a god of war. And to have that formidable being willing to assist them is a probability far lower than winning the lottery. Captain Tiger Tooth grinned widely. Well then, let us all set off. That old beast is still on the move. We must pursue it swiftly. Indeed, the Tiger Tooth squad promptly advanced. On the rooftop of an ordinary 6-story residential building, Luo Feng and his companions swiftly ascended. With a click, the door leading to the rooftop was firmly shut. Hurry, let old Zhang lie down, Chen Gu urged. Fetch the medicine, Gao Feng added anxiously. Given Zhang Ke's injuries, even the slightest blood loss could lead to his demise. Fortunately, they had managed to staunch the bleeding just in time. However, with such severe injuries, it is imperative to administer preliminary treatment. After all, County 0201 is a daunting 3-day journey on foot to the nearest military supply base. In Zhang Ke's current condition, enduring such a trek is utterly untenable. Old Zhang, hold this in your mouth to replenish your strength, Chen Gu instructed, placing a pill into Zhang Ke's mouth. Wei Tai, attend to Zhang Ke's wounds with utmost care, Gao Feng commanded promptly. The members of the Fire Hammer squad busily tended to Zhang Ke, whose pallid complexion began to show signs of recovery as he received timely energy replenishment, his furrowed brows gradually relaxing. Fortunately, Luo Feng let out a silent sigh of relief as he observed the waning pallor of Brother Zhang, particularly noting the absence of his right arm, which had vanished along with half of his shoulder. A wave of guilt washed over him. Brother Zhang would no longer wield a spear, marking the end of his martial career. Deep down, Luo Feng believed that the Tiger Tooth Squad's aggression was largely a consequence of his own actions. The thought of the Tiger Tooth Squad, led by Zhang Zihu, ignited a fierce anger within Luo Feng. I, Luo Feng, vow to make you pay in blood for the debts you owe, to make you comprehend the taste of annihilation. That despicable Tiger Tooth Squad seeks to eradicate our entire Fire Hammer Squad. Chen Gu could not contain his ire. Damn the Tiger Tooth Squad. This vendetta must be avenged. Wei Tai growled in agreement. These scoundrels will come to regret crossing me, Gao Feng declared, his fists clenched tightly. He then turned to Luo Feng. Thank goodness for your presence, Luo Feng. By the way, how are you able to manipulate objects from a distance? Instantly, the entire Fire Hammer team, including the severely injured Zhang Ke lying on the ground, turned their gazes towards Luo Feng. He comprehended that, while he was skillfully wielding his flying knives to rescue everyone, he had simultaneously unveiled the secret of his identity as a psychic master. They must have pieced it together, each of them feigning expressions that seemed to scrutinize him. Very well, I concede. Luo Feng offered a faint, resigned smile. I am indeed a psychic master. Ah! Chen Gu chuckled heartily. Luo Feng, I knew I was right about you. Wei Qing and Wei Tai also beamed with smiles. A psychic master, our Fire Hammer team has welcomed one among us. Gao Feng nodded with a grin, believing that the Tiger Tooth team, had they known of Luo Feng's extraordinary abilities beforehand, would never have dared to play tricks on us. If they had realized. Having offended a psychic master, they would undoubtedly be filled with regret. They would regret it immensely. Wei Tai chuckled as well. Nearby, Zhang Ke, who was lying down, couldn't help but interject. The Tiger Tooth team is composed of a bunch of scoundrels. Their strongest warriors are merely 2 intermediate battle generals. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's physical prowess barely qualifies as a high-level warrior. According to the norms, a psychic's abilities surpass that of physical prowess by 2 tiers. Thus, he should have already ascended to the intermediate battle general level. However, an intermediate battle general who is also a psychic master can undoubtedly sweep away others of the same rank, rivaling those of a higher echelon. All warriors are acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of a psychic master. In their own tier, they can effortlessly dominate other warriors. Regardless of your prowess with blades, shields, or agility, the adept mentalists can evade from a considerable distance, controlling their flying daggers for swift assaults. Moreover, these daggers can change direction in an instant, their velocity surpassing the speed of sound. How can warriors of equal rank contend with such a foe? As long as Luo Feng exercises caution, He alone could sweep through the entire Tiger Tooth team. Chingu grinned, acknowledging that the Tiger Tooth team had played a foolish trick on our Fire Hammer team this time. Indeed, fortune favored us. Gao Feng sighed. Though his physical prowess barely qualified him as a mid-level warrior, he found himself ineffectual in the presence of the beast horde. This exemplifies the disparity between ordinary warriors and mentalists. Brother Zhang, Luo Feng crouched before the pallid Zhang Ku. Speaking softly, the Tiger Tooth team likely targeted us in retaliation for my previous slight against Zhang Zihu. I'm sorry for your severed arm. The Fire Hammer team fell silent, their gazes fixed on Luo Feng and Zhang Ku. Luo Feng, Zhang Ku managed a faint smile. Do not shoulder all the blame. This time, you have undoubtedly saved our entire team. As for me, he glanced down at the wound on his right shoulder, where his arm had long since vanished amidst the earlier chaos of beasts. My journey as a free warrior has come to an end. He lamented with a sigh. Gao Feng, Chun Gu, and the Wei brothers remained silent. Yet Zhang Ke wore a hint of a smile, recognizing that this outcome was, in fact, the best scenario he could have anticipated. Do you recall the Great Nirvana era? Back then, I was merely a child. I hail from an era where I witnessed the tragic carnage during the Great Nirvana, as countless souls fell victim to monstrous beings. In that harrowing moment, I vowed to grow up and slay these beasts with my own hands, aspiring to become a hero. I have dedicated myself to this pursuit and, at long last, I emerged as a warrior, a free warrior. I ventured into the wilderness to hunt down numerous monsters, fulfilling the dreams of my childhood. I have earned the admiration of the people and, ultimately, the love of my wife who came to adore me. My daughter takes pride in having a formidable warrior as her father. However, as time passes and the number of slain monsters increases, I find myself growing weary of this relentless battle. Each time I enter the wilderness, my wife and child are consumed with worry for my safety, and I, too, dread the possibility of not returning to them. Yet, I lack the courage to withdraw. Zhang Ke spoke slowly, reflecting on the past decade. I have long since grown accustomed to this life. In that moment, Luo Feng felt a pang of sorrow. Family? He too has a younger brother, parents who harbor concerns for his well-being. This injury might serve as a justifiable reason to step back. Zhang Ke smiled faintly, expressing his own fatigue after these many years. In the future, I could train at a martial arts school, where my accomplishments would easily qualify me as an instructor at a district-level extreme martial arts academy. This would afford me more time to spend with my wife and children. Furthermore, I have the support of all of you. To forge a bond with a mentalist brother before stepping back is, indeed, a worthwhile experience. Luo Feng managed a faint smile. Brother, savor the tranquility of life. Gao Feng encouraged. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. We have shared our lives for nearly 8 years. We are brothers bound by life and death. Please handle your own affairs. Your entry into the Fire Hammer team was solely due to Zhang Ji's encouragement. Now that Zhang Gu is incapacitated, I fear I may bear some responsibility. How can I refrain from offering my assistance? Zhang Gu, your matters are my matters, Luo Feng proclaimed. Zhang Ku nodded in agreement, then inquired with curiosity, by the way, Luo Feng, why have you concealed your identity as a mentalist? I primarily wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Luo Feng replied with a smile, shaking his head. Once my status as a mentalist is revealed, my life shall never be tranquil again. It was only after becoming a martial artist and perusing numerous threads on Extreme House that I realized it is best to keep my secret under wraps. For once it is disclosed, I shall inevitably become a focal point of cultivation at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, swiftly dispatched to their global headquarters, where I would be afforded superior training and resources. Indeed, a mentalist is a trump card. Each mentalist holds significant value, inciting fierce competition among various factions. While such prominence affords privileges, it also strips away the ordinary existence of a martial artist. Captain, I implore you to maintain our confidentiality and refrain from disclosing this secret, Luo Feng urged. Certainly, we shall keep it under wraps. Our martial arts team cherishes your discretion, Luo Feng. Gao Feng responded with a hearty laugh. Beside him, Chun Gu also nodded with enthusiasm. Yes, our Fire Hammer team boasts a mentalist, while other martial teams remain oblivious. This strategy of feigned weakness allows us to lower their guard. Should anyone dare provoke us, they shall find themselves at a considerable disadvantage. Furthermore, our future endeavors in hunting monsters will undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. A trump card, concealed, is truly a hidden advantage. Once revealed, its extraordinary power dissipates. Indeed, henceforth the captain will confront the monsters head-on, while Luo Feng will stealthily launch surprise attacks with his flying daggers, striking true every time. Wei Tai could not help but exclaim. Beside him, Wei Qing echoed, yes, Luo Feng should first engage with his battle knife, leading the monsters to believe he is wielding it. Then, he can secretly employ his flying daggers, catching them off guard. Surely, it will leave the monsters in dismay. The presence of a psychic in the team could be said to enhance their overall strength tenfold. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad were animatedly discussing Luo Feng's future role within the team, each brimming with excitement. Clearly, the inclusion of a psychic brings immense benefits to the Fire Hammer Squad. After a while, the squad members began to rest as the sky gradually darkened, revealing a tapestry of countless stars. Under the starlit sky, Luo Feng sat quietly on the edge of the rooftop, reflecting on the battle from earlier that evening. During the fight, when the armor-piercing projectile was fired, at that moment, I unexpectedly executed the first level of the ninefold Thunder Blade. With this thought, Luo Feng could not resist rising and stepping aside to draw his blood shadow battle knife. With a swift motion, a surge of power erupted from his core, specifically from the hip area, almost instantaneously. Yet, as the muscular force transmitted into his arms, the hip area naturally responded, unleashing a further wave of strength, creating a consecutive flow of power into his arms. With a whoosh, the blood shadow battle knife transformed into a beam of cold light, slicing through the air. Indeed, I have managed to unleash an additional hidden force. The combination of two powers, each at 70%, culminates in an astonishing 14% of strength. Luo Feng sensed that after manifesting this extra hidden force, he was utterly drained, incapable of summoning another. Nevertheless, this was commendable. Mastering the ninefold Thunderblade is notoriously challenging. Yet he had unexpectedly stepped into its first level during a life-and-death moment. This offered hope for further advancement in the future. Suddenly, a furious and resentful wolf howl echoed from below, startling the members of the Fire Hammer team, who were resting beneath the starry sky. It is the howl of a wolf, Gao Feng declared solemnly. The presence of wolf-like beasts was alarming. Chun Gu inhaled sharply. Each wolf-like creature was formidable. Wolf-like? Luo Feng was equally taken aback. Such beasts had been rare even before the Great Nirvana, and they were notoriously vicious. Post-Great Nirvana, the savagery and ferocity of these wolf-like creatures had escalated beyond measure, and their power was equally formidable. Swiftly, Luo Feng seized his binoculars and rushed to the edge of the rooftop, directing his gaze towards the source of the howl. Utilizing the high-magnification binoculars equipped with night vision, he soon spotted a colossal wolf approximately 2 miles away on a street. This giant wolf stood nearly 3 meters tall and measured 5 to 6 meters in length, its coat a shade of gray, with faint white fur adorning its forehead. Even from a distance, Luo Feng could sense the malevolence emanating from this ferocious beast. This is a comparison between Luo Feng and the monstrous data etched in his mind, identifying the creature as the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. A gasp from Chan Gu nearby revealed the creature to be none other than the royal beast of the wolf family, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. As a royal entity among wolf-like monsters, the adult Silver Moon Fierce Wolf possesses a baseline strength classified as Intermediate Beast General. Typically, the fur of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf appears gray, but during combat, it transforms into a striking silver-white. Furthermore, a tuft of silver-white fur on its forehead turns blood-red in the heat of battle. Renowned for its cunning, treachery, and ferocity, its fur commands exorbitant prices in human society, possessing numerous unique properties. The skull of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf is exceptionally robust, equally valued. This particular specimen is an advanced beast general-level Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Luo Feng, discerning its size and fur color, couldn't help but gasp in awe. An advanced beast general. Moreover, it is the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Not all advanced beast generals are created equal. Just as equally ranked mentalists and ordinary martial artists differ vastly, The silver moon fierce wolf is inherently far more formidable. Look, it has sustained injuries to its abdomen, and the wounds appear quite severe. Wei Tai exclaimed softly, causing nearly everyone present to turn and glance at Captain Gaofeng. Captain, this is the Royal Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, an advanced beast general. Chen Gu interjected excitedly. This Silver Moon Fierce Wolf is worth more than 10 advanced beast General Tiger Hound beasts combined. If we capture it, we shall reap immense profits. Captain, please make a decision swiftly. Beside him, Wei Tai could not help but interject. Captain, the Silver Moon Savage Wolf is advancing rapidly and will soon vanish from our line of sight. We cannot afford to hesitate. Even if the Silver Moon Savage Wolf is severely injured, it remains a formidable opponent beyond our capabilities. Gaofeng admonished, stay alert. Do not let the allure of wealth cloud your judgment. It is exceedingly rare to encounter a severely wounded high-level beast general, let alone the injured wolf royalty. The Silver Moon Savage Wolf. Encountering it would be akin to winning the lottery. It is important to recognize that even an uninjured high-level beast General Silver Moon Savage Wolf would pose a significant challenge to any human high-ranking warrior. Captain, I wish to give it a try, Luo Feng declared. Luo Feng. Gaofeng hesitated slightly. Are you certain? Killing the Silver Moon Savage Wolf is not something you can guarantee. After all, you have never slain one before. However, I can assure you of my ability to escape unscathed. Luo Feng smiled, revealing that he was a mentalist, a position that granted him the coveted ability of levitation. The power of mental energy could only be exerted on inanimate objects. Luo Feng could instantaneously channel his mental force into his alloy battle boots, propelling himself to astonishing heights. He could then position his shield beneath him, stabilizing his stance. Through the control of his mental energy over the shield, he could, in essence, take flight himself. Flying. This is the ability that makes mentalists the envy of many. Even the mightiest of war gods could only look on in helpless jealousy. This is also why mentalists are sought after by various factions across the world. Alright, Luo Feng, do take care. If you can seize the opportunity, do so. But do not overexert yourself if it proves too difficult. Your safety is paramount, Gaofeng advised earnestly. Rest assured, Luo Feng replied with a smile. With shield in hand and the Blood Shadow battle blade at the ready, Luo Feng leaped directly from the rooftop of the 6-story residential building. As he plunged downward, the sheer height of the building would typically be bearable for a formidable warrior of advanced caliber. However, Luo Feng did not need to be so reckless. Powerful, invisible force acted upon his alloy combat boots, significantly reducing his velocity. He landed effortlessly on the ground of the community below. Swiftly, Luo Feng darted outward, moving with the agility of a nimble monkey, and in just 2 leaps, he reached the street. Meanwhile, the members of the Fire Hammer team on the rooftop observed closely through binoculars. This was the true extent of Luo Feng's prowess. Wei Tai could not help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, mentalists were among the most formidable of warriors, an awe-inspiring sight. With their mental energy, their speed and agility reached astonishing levels. Moreover, their ability to manipulate objects from a distance was nothing short of extraordinary. Indeed, it is extraordinary, Chen Gu agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. Haha, you should be pleased. A mentalist has just joined our Fire Hammer team, Gaofeng remarked with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, the others burst into laughter. Captain, do you think Luo Feng can defeat that Silver Moon Fierce Wolf? Zhang Ku, lying on the ground, asked with a grin. It's hard to say, Gaofeng replied cautiously. The beast was an advanced beast general, while Luo Feng had only just crossed into the realm of a mid-level battle general mentalist. He might stand a chance against a slightly weaker beast general, but facing a royal wolf. Fortunately, the hunter, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, was already gravely injured. Luo Feng still had a glimmer of hope. There was still hope. A group of individuals, equipped with telescopes, observed the swift pursuit of Luo Feng below. Luo Feng resembled a streak of black lightning, darting forward along the street. The Silver Moon beast fled with remarkable speed. Taking a shortcut, Luo Feng initially believed he could intercept the Silver Moon beast. However, he soon realized it was still approximately a mile away. It turned left. With a sudden pivot and a powerful leap, Luo Feng vaulted over a nearby wall, entering a desolate residential area and directly pursuing the Silver Moon beast along a diagonal path. Roar! The two leisurely reclining tiger mastiffs, upon spotting the human Luofeng, immediately rose and emitted a low growl. With a tremor beneath their feet, the two beasts charged forward with a thunderous rush. Yet Luofeng, undeterred and indifferent, did not evade their advance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two throwing knives shot forth from the legs of Luofeng's trousers, transforming into twin streaks of light. In close proximity, the tiger mastiffs had no time to evade and were pierced through the skulls without delay. The eyes of the two tiger mastiffs filled with terror, quickly dimming as life ebbed away. The thundering forms of the beasts collapsed to the ground, sending tremors through the earth. The two flying knives, unblemished by blood, arced gracefully back into Luofeng's trousers. With a swift motion, Luofeng leaped into a nearby alley, where he spotted the silver moon beast at the far end. App with a glimmer of determination in his eyes and a faint smile adorning his face, Luofeng thought to himself, "Very well, let us see how formidable my current strength truly is through you." As he spoke, he steadily approached the silver moon fierce wolf, which remained motionless. Towering nearly 3 meters, the silver moon fierce wolf's eyes flickered with an ominous crimson light, while its fur transformed from a dull gray to a radiant silver as if infused with an extraordinary energy. In an instant, it became a dazzling spectacle. Even the tuft of white fur on its forehead morphed into a blood-red hue, crowning its silvery form. This was the silver moon fierce wolf. Luofeng advanced cautiously, ever vigilant. As the distance between him and the wolf shrank to 50 meters, the wolf suddenly erupted into a streak of silver light, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. It moved with the speed of sound. Years of reflex training in martial arts had enabled Luofeng to instantly deduce that this silver moon fierce wolf's velocity was near supersonic. His expression shifted dramatically. In a flash, he leaped upward like a bolt of lightning, and the silver moon fierce wolf mirrored his ascent, soaring to a height of 20 to 30 meters. Luofeng caught a fleeting glimpse of the wolf's blurred visage, its cold, blood-tinged eyes glaring back at him. Harnessing his formidable mental strength, he propelled himself even higher, evading the wolf's ferocious claw strike. What did it matter if his body moved at the speed of sound? Could it compare to the swiftness of my flying daggers? In the split second he dodged the wolf's assault. 6 daggers shot forth from his pant leg, transforming into 6 luminous trails that encircled the silver moon fierce wolf, as if weaving a deadly net. The silver moon wolf, a formidable beast that has roamed the desolate wilderness for many years, possesses remarkable intelligence. With its incredible speed, it is nearly impossible for human warriors to evade its aerial assault, as they lack the ability to leverage their surroundings while airborne. Only one type of individual, the psychic warrior, can continuously change direction and accelerate mid-air. Upon realizing that the human warrior before it is a psychic, the silver moon wolf is taken aback. However, at that moment, 6 flying daggers darted toward it like lightning. With a chilling howl, the silver moon wolf found itself unable to maneuver or accelerate in the air. It could only twist its body sharply and strike at the daggers with its razor-sharp claws. At such close range, Luofeng's reflexes were insufficient to allow the daggers to evade. Bang! Bang! 2 of the 6 daggers were swiftly knocked down. Yet Luofeng, suspended in mid-air, revealed a faint smile. Although he had launched 6 daggers, he knew that, at present, he could only ensure that 2 would reach their maximum striking power. Thus, the remaining 4 daggers served merely to mislead the silver moon wolf. "You shall be the first beast general to fall by my hand," Luofeng declared with a grin. Suddenly, the originally agile 4 daggers lost their potency, while the remaining 2 darted toward the silver moon wolf's abdomen with lightning speed. In mid-air, the wolf found no means to leverage its ST. The mobile game Devouring the Starry Sky on Chidian has become immensely popular in its new zone. However, it was ambushed by a squad of formidable warriors, resulting in severe injuries. Fortunately, it managed to escape thanks to its remarkable speed. Yet, during its flight, it encountered another squad of elite warriors. This squad, if at its peak, would have easily annihilated the silver moon ferocious wolf. However, it was gravely injured. Despite this, the elite squad relentlessly pursued it, tracking its every move, no matter where it fled. What a detestable group of human scoundrels! Perishing at the hands of a mentalist would be preferable to dying at the hands of those wretches. The silver moon ferocious wolf possesses extraordinary intelligence. being a high-ranking beast lord of the wolf clan, comparable to the intellect of a typical lord-level monster, whose wisdom is akin to that of an ordinary human. If death is inevitable, let it be at the hands of a true powerhouse. With a resounding thud, the massive body of the Silver Moon ferocious wolf crashed down, causing a precarious wall to collapse, and Luo Feng followed suit. To his astonishment, he had managed to slay a Silver Moon ferocious wolf. Standing beside its lifeless form, he exhaled deeply. At that moment, flying daggers whirled around him, landing in his dagger pouch. However, he noticed 2 more daggers missing. A glance around revealed 2 deep pits in the cement floor, the ground having cracked as a result, and within the depths of these pits lay 2 level 6 flying daggers. This scene involuntarily caused Luo Feng to gasp in astonishment. The speed and clawing power of the Silver Moon fierce wolf were truly astonishing. To prevent detection by other teams, he first proceeded to dissect the carcass. This Silver Moon fierce wolf was worth a fortune. Without further contemplation, Luo Feng, armed with a flying knife, positioned himself beside the wolf's body and commenced the dissection. His current weapon, the Bloodshadow Battle Blade, was merely of the 5th tier, capable of contending with mid-level beast generals. In contrast, the flying knife was of the 6th tier, suitable for engaging with high-level beast generals. Following the pre-existing gash along the wolf's abdomen, Luo Feng exerted force and brought the flying knife down with fervor. To his bewilderment, he found that despite the already torn hide, he could not cut through even a fraction of it. This was utterly inconceivable. It is known that the most challenging aspect of dissection arises when the monster's body is intact, yet once a significant wound is present, the task becomes considerably simpler. Regrettably, even the carcass of a high-level beast general proved too resilient for Luo Feng's strength to penetrate. It seemed that even the dissection of monsters posed a considerable challenge. With a wry smile, Luo Feng immediately summoned a flying knife using his mental power, which was significantly more potent than the strength of his arm. The knife, hovering in midair, swiftly slew. I have indeed been extraordinarily fortunate this time, Luo Feng exclaimed, marveling at its sonic speed and formidable offensive capabilities. Even its exceedingly costly pelt offered astonishingly high defense. Had it been in pristine condition, my chances of prevailing against it would have been a mere 20 to 30. Confronting the Silver Moon dire wolf in its prime, my throwing knives would only find purchase through the eyes, ears, nose, and other thinly protected areas. Given the Silver Moon dire wolf's agility, my odds of success would have been exceedingly low. A 20 to 30 chance would have been quite generous. Thwack! Splash! Luo Feng swiftly dissected the creature, first removing the entirety of its wondrous and valuable pelt, and then severing all of its hardened claws, which serve as materials for manufacturing high-grade crow alloy, commanding equally exorbitant prices. Additionally, he harvested the skullcap, fangs, and 2 peculiar eyeballs, all of which possessed remarkable hardness. Luo Feng meticulously dissected and gathered all of the valuable components, stowing them in his backpack. It should be noted that numerous inventions in human society are predicated on materials derived from various monstrous beasts. All done. Regardless, this is a substantial windfall. This time, I stand to earn a considerable sum of money as well. Luo Feng revealed a slight smile. The monetary distribution within the Fire Hammer Squad is based on the contributions made by each member during combat. Even if you possess exceptional strength, if you did not exert any effort in hunting a particular monster, the warrior squad would naturally not allocate any funds to you. As the hunting of the Silver Moon dire wolf was solely Luo Feng's undertaking, he would indeed receive a significant share of the earnings. To be discovered in possession of this Silver Moon ferocious wolf corpse would spell trouble. Luo Feng chuckled, realizing that even advanced warrior-level martial artists would likely be incapable of inflicting such grievous wounds upon the wolf, suggesting the involvement of a god of war-level combatant. Fortunately, he had removed the tracking signals embedded in its pelt, as he had no desire to antagonize someone capable of such feats. Therefore, a swift departure was in order. Whoosh! Luo Feng promptly and stealthily vanished, leaving behind only a heap of bloodied flesh under the cloak of night. In the darkness, a multitude of monsters infested the county town, with the Tiger Fang squad cautiously advancing. Damn it! A robust, bald man walking alongside Zhang Zihu grumbled. That hunter dares to rampage through the county town because it's a warrior-level monster. The other monsters don't dare provoke it, but we have to tread carefully. Once we've slain that hunter, I'm going to roast and devour that silver moon ferocious wolf's meat. Only then will I be able to quell the fire in my belly. Zhang Zihu grinned beside him. Patience. The hunter carries our signal. Can't escape us no matter where it flees. Where is the hunter? The Tiger Fang captain inquired in a low voice from the front of the formation. Captain, the hunter is approximately 13 li away, but it has ceased its movements. It must be resting in that location. Dongzi, who was operating the thermal weapon, replied with a smile, brandishing the locator. The Tiger Fang squad erupted in elation. Stopped moving? Resting? Haha! They are most terrified of the hunter, the silver moon ferocious wolf, and flee in a frenzy. Zhang Zihu chuckles ominously. That silver moon ferocious wolf probably believes its hiding place is sufficiently secure, resting and recuperating. Little does it know of our prowess. Let us go. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. It is merely 13 miles away, and we shall arrive swiftly. The captain of the Tiger Fang squad's eyes glimmer with excitement as he solemnly urges, everyone, quicken your pace. Perhaps this time we shall slay this hunter. The Tiger Fang squad immediately accelerates their advance. 13 miles is a manageable distance, and despite the presence of monsters, they can reach their destination in less than half an hour. Approximately 40 minutes later, they arrive at the resting place of the silver moon ferocious wolf. Everyone, be cautious. The captain of the Tiger Fang squad gently signals. The 6 members of the squad discreetly split into 2 teams, approaching the location from different directions, inching closer to the source of the signal emitted by the silver moon ferocious wolf. Silence envelopes the 2 teams. None dare to utter a word, for the silver moon ferocious wolf is exceedingly perceptive. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. All move with utmost care. Now, the captain of the Tiger Fang squad commands with a wave of his hand, prompting the other team to act simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2 teams charge into the alley from opposite ends, converging towards the location of the silver moon ferocious wolf, approximately 100 meters away. The 6 members gaze intently towards the center, where the silver moon ferocious wolf should be located, yet they see no sign of their target, only a faint scent of blood. The captain's expression shifts dramatically. This is not good. The entirety of the Tiger Fang squad surged forward with alacrity, converging upon the mass of gore. Adjacent to the sanguinary heap lay a tuft of fur, subtly tinged with argent luminescence. Damn it! Zhang Zihu exclaimed, clutching the fur. We've been robbed. Many martial squads understand the practice of affixing signal beacons to gravely wounded beasts for tracking purposes, a custom well known to Luofeng. Given the silver moon dire wolf's already compromised state, the likelihood of it bearing a tracking signal was high. Hence, his initial mental sweep detected the feather's peculiarity, prompting its immediate severance. Bastards! The Tiger Fang captain spat, his face contorted in rage. All this time wasted, the one-eyed middle-aged man beside him seethed, his countenance darkening with ire. Let's go! The Tiger Fang captain growled, his eyes flashing with cold resolve. To dare snatch from our jaws, to pilfer what is ours, they court death. These martial squads, having just dissected the carcass, will likely hasten to the supply base for safety's sake. Therefore, my Tiger Fang brethren, we shall proceed to the supply base without delay, advancing with utmost haste. We must endeavor to intercept them en route. Yes, Captain, the 5 responded in unison. Move out. With a wave of his hand, the Tiger Fang captain, himself consumed by fury, led his equally incensed squad toward the supply base. Night had fallen, the firmament adorned with a myriad of stars. Beneath this celestial tapestry, a solitary figure moved through the dilapidated county with the swiftness of a dark thunderbolt. At times traversing the streets, at others leaping through residential complexes, it took but a moment for Luofeng to arrive at the 6-story building where the members of the Firehammer team resided. Luofeng had arrived. It appeared he was unscathed. The team members, peering through binoculars, watched as Luofeng ascended the staircase of the building, and moments later, he emerged onto the rooftop. Captain, Brother Chen, Luofeng called out with a smile. Not injured, splendid. So, did you manage to hunt down that silver moon direwolf? The captain, Gao Feng, inquired with an eagerness that belied his usual composure. Chen Gu, the Wei brothers, and Zhang Ku, who lay on the ground, All gazed at Luo Feng with palpable excitement. Chen Gu exclaimed in delight, "Luo Feng, your backpack seems considerably bulkier." Luo Feng chuckled heartily. "Brother Chen, your keen eyes are truly remarkable. Indeed, I took a gamble and successfully killed the silver moon direwolf. I have dissected it, and all the materials are secured within my backpack." "Did you truly slay it?" The members of the Fire Hammer team gasped in astonishment. The silver moon direwolf, the aristocracy among wolves. Such monstrous wolves are already a rarity, let alone the regal silver moon direwolf. This time, luck was indeed on my side. Luo Feng could not help but reflect. The creature's speed of movement was likely supersonic. Its attack power was absurdly formidable, and its fur was distressingly resilient. Had it not been severely injured from the outset, with a large wound in its abdomen, I fear it would have been exceedingly difficult to take down. Supersonic speed? Chen Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. How monstrous! Indeed, it is worthy of being the royalty of the wolf species. Comparable to the primitive lords of the swine, Wei Tai could not suppress his astonishment. "This is troubling." Gao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Luo Feng was startled by the captain's sudden exclamation. "Captain, what is wrong?" he inquired, his concern evident. "The Silver Moon Savage Wolf has sustained severe injuries, indicating it must have been in battle with human warriors." Gao Feng replied anxiously. "The warrior squad that fought it may have left traces on the wolf's fur. If they pursue and find us, we could be in serious trouble." Chen Gu, equally alarmed, added, "Indeed, any warrior capable of injuring the Silver Moon Savage Wolf is not one we can confront. They may very well possess divine warrior-level prowess." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. "Captain, rest assured. Although I lack experience, prior to my first venture into the wilderness, I diligently researched relevant information to familiarize myself with the essentials. After slaying the Silver Moon Savage Wolf, I did investigate and found traces left on its fur, but I had already removed that tuft." Luo Feng explained. Gao Feng and Chen Gu then relaxed, their greatest concern being Luo Feng's inexperience as a newcomer. After all, attempting to claim a severely injured creature could lead to dire consequences if pursued by others. "Yes, Captain," the group responded with a smile. The following morning, the Fire Hammer Squad began their discreet departure from County 0201, proceeding along the dilapidated highway towards the supply base. In the military district at the supply base, Black Brother, "I fully comprehend the situation. I have no desire to court death," Zhang Zihu remarked with a smile. "In the base city and military district, there exists a backdrop of government forces. Despite the animosity among the warriors, they dare not engage in combat within the military district, for the repercussions would be dire. The supply base is merely a small demarcated area within the military district, with safety and security being the responsibility of the military authority." "All right, a minor issue." The burly man nodded with a smile. "What say you, Tiger?" The one-eyed middle-aged man inquired in a hushed tone. The Fire Hammer Squad, blame that Luo Feng. Zhang Zihu replied with a cold smirk, "Daring to make me spend money. By the way, have we discovered who pilfered our hunter?" "None." The one-eyed man frowned and shook his head. "There isn't a shred of information. The captain is currently in the room, infuriated, smashing bottles." There stood Gao Feng, Chen Gu, Wei Chong, Wei Tai, Luo Feng, and even Zhang Ku at the entrance of the base. "A 9-old Gao, it seems you have encountered trouble," the gatekeeper remarked, noticing Zhang Ku's severed arm, now bandaged. "Damn it, don't even get me started. The beast didn't harm us, but that pack of wretched Tiger Tooth Squad ambushed us." Gao Feng cursed vehemently. "Captain, the Tiger Tooth Squad is over there," Chen Gu suddenly shouted. Instantly, all members of the Fire Hammer Squad turned to gaze, spotting 3 individuals beneath the shade of a large tree not far away. Upon seeing them, the faces of the Fire Hammer Squad members darkened with fury, particularly Zhang Ku, who, pale and burdened with a backpack, bellowed, "Halt!" Zhang Zihu and his companions felt a jolt of fear upon seeing the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad, prompting them to hastily turn and flee. They were indeed in the wrong, yet they had not anticipated being spotted by Chen Gu. "Do you still wish to flee?" Gao Feng bellowed. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad rushed forward, and this commanding shout instantly drew the attention of numerous martial artists within the supply base. At that moment, Zhang Zihu and the other 2 dared not retreat. To do so would be to admit their wrongdoing. Although the deed was done, they could not concede. Gao Feng, what do you think you're doing? The one-eyed middle-aged man turned and shouted furiously. Do you take this place for a playground? This is a military zone. The martial artist supply base. This is no place for your reckless behavior. The bald man sneered coldly. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not afford to appear weak. Gao Feng, with a fire in his eyes, grasped a heavy hammer from behind him, brandishing it as he charged forward, intent on a confrontation. The expressions of the one-eyed man, Zhang Zihu, and the other two shifted dramatically. They were uncertain. After all, guilt weighed heavily upon them. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill sound of a siren echoed, and a 12-member squad clad in combat gear rushed over from a short distance. The squad leader barked, "Drop your weapons. Fighting is prohibited within the supply base. Otherwise, our guards have the authority to eliminate you." The commotion and the blaring sirens attracted a number of martial artists, drawing them closer. It was the Fire Hammer Squad, facing off against the Tiger Tooth Squad. What had sparked this conflict? The martial artists murmured among themselves. Both the Fire Hammer Squad and the Tiger Tooth Squad held a modest reputation in the Jiangnan base city. Under the admonishment of the supply base's guards, the Fire Hammer Squad suppressed their anger and regained their composure, for the authority of the military district was not to be trifled with. "Cease," a booming voice commanded, and Luo Feng turned to see a lean, diminutive man accompanied by two members of the Tiger Tooth Squad rushing towards him. Beside Luo Feng, Chen Gu murmured, "Luo Feng, this is the captain of the Tiger Tooth Squad, Panya, known as Tiger Tooth. He wields a three-edged military knife and is quite formidable." Luo Feng was taken aback. This unassuming, slight man was indeed the leader of the Tiger Tooth Squad. Tiger Tooth? Observing the man closely, Luo Feng's gaze drifted to Zhang Zihu, who stood behind the captain, smirking in a manner that suggested arrogance. "Enjoy it while it lasts, Zhang Zihu. It's not just you, but your entire Tiger Tooth Squad will surely regret this." Before entering the wilderness zone, Luo Feng had thought that Zhang Haobai's act of breaking his legs was ruthless. But now, looking at the scene, Captain, Zhang Zihu and two others stood behind their leader, the Tiger Tooth Squad and the Fire Hammer Squad poised in a standoff, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The squad leader of the supply base's patrol guards remarked indifferently, "Gao Feng, Panya, I won't interfere with your negotiations. However, should a fight break out, don't blame me." With a wave of his hand, the squad leader showed no interest in lingering, confident that these men would not dare to act recklessly. "Tiger Tooth," Gao Feng scoffed, "you are quite ruthless. I must admit, I underestimated you, Gao Feng, failing to perceive the extent of your malevolence and ruthlessness. Initially, you launched a distant assault on our Fire Hammer team with a sniper rifle and subsequently lured a horde of beasts to attack us, offering no chance of survival whatsoever. Had it not been for the intervention of a skilled savior, our team would have been annihilated." The onlookers, a gathering of martial artists, erupted in astonishment. The actions of the Tiger Tooth team were indeed merciless. "Do not speak falsely," Gao Feng, the captain of the Tiger Tooth team, sneered. "My team has not engaged in any such deeds. Do not cast your accusations upon us. Such clandestine acts could never be admitted. To do so would invite grave troubles upon the Tiger Tooth team. My brother's arm was shattered by the bullets from your sniper rifle." Gao Feng's expression darkened. "I assert that it did not happen," the Tiger Tooth team replied coldly. "If you possess evidence, feel free to report it to the Security Bureau for judgment. Spare us your incessant prattle. Brothers, let us depart." The captain of the Tiger Tooth team was resolute, refusing to engage further with the Fire Hammer team. Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the others wore grim expressions, while Luo Feng clenched his teeth in anger. Yet Luo Feng understood well that they had no evidence to support their claims. Indeed, in the wilderness, martial teams often turned against one another over grievances or coveted treasures, and most could scarcely produce proof. Without evidence, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy could not offer assistance. "Humph, we are leaving." Gao Feng glared at the departing Tiger Tooth team and commanded. The members of the Fire Hammer team could only suppress their fury as they exited. The supply base, Villa A9, has temporarily become the resting place for the Fire Hammer team. "Captain, there's no need to be angry now," Luo Feng suggested. "Let the Tiger Tooth team revel in their moment of glory for now. We shall deal with them once they enter the wilderness zone. His words brought smiles to the faces of the previously irate members of the Fire Hammer team. Chen Gu gave Luo Feng a pat on the shoulder, saying, "Exactly. With you on our side, vanquishing them will not be a challenge. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade." Gao Feng grinned, adding, "Moreover, we shan't have to wait long. With Luo Feng here, the Tiger Tooth team is as good as doomed." Instantly, smiles spread across the faces of the Fire Hammer team, and even Zhang Ku, who had been tense, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Every mentalist experiences a period of rapid enhancement in strength. Luo Feng is already formidable, and his power is on the rise. Can be said that the Tiger Tooth team stands no chance whatsoever. Let us not dwell on the Tiger Tooth team. We should first address the materials we have harvested from the beasts we hunted, Gao Feng interjected. Although our outing was brief, we managed to slay 4 beast generals: a bloodthirsty tank, a twin-tailed lynx, a tiger mastiff, and a hunter. On their return journey, Luo Feng and Gao Feng encountered a primary beast general, a tiger mastiff monster, which they dispatched with ease. However, the supply base is rather limited in size. Should we attempt to sell the hunter's materials, it would be all too easy for others to take notice, potentially attracting the attention of the martial artist team that had previously wounded the Silver Moon Howling Wolf. Gao Feng cautioned. Indeed, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, a creature of the advanced beast general rank, is not only exceedingly rare but also belongs to the royal lineage of wolves. Its price can rival that of an ordinary initial lord-level beast, fetching astronomical sums. After dinner, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad sought out the representative of the HR Alliance to sell the materials harvested from the monsters they had slain. Aside from the materials from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, they sold everything else. Within the A9 villa, the Fire Hammer squad gathered around a computer to divide their earnings. Luo Feng had collected a considerable number of ordinary beast soldier-level monsters, ranging from G to F grades. On average, each beast soldier-level monster's materials were worth just over 6,000, resulting in Luo Feng receiving more than 120,000 in total. The captain was busy distributing the funds when Wei Tai reported that he had gathered materials from 12 types of ordinary beast soldier-level monsters, all of F grade, with an average price of around 8,000, totaling approximately 100,000. Wei Qing had also collected materials from ordinary beast soldier-level monsters, while Zhang Ku had gathered materials from a total of 11 types. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad swiftly divided the earnings from the ordinary beast soldier-level materials. Now, it was time to allocate the earnings from the beast general-level monster. The materials from the two-tailed tiger cat monster had sold for a total of 12 million. Gao Feng addressed the group, stating that he had played a significant role during the hunt. If all went according to plan, he would claim 60 of the proceeds from the two-tailed tiger cat. However, it was important to remember that during the hunt, they were first attacked by a horde of beasts, and it was Luo Feng who had saved everyone. His contribution was indeed substantial. Zhang Ku suffered a severe injury in the line of duty, rendering him disabled. Thus, for this formidable beast general, he shall receive 60% of the spoils, while I shall take 10%, and Luo Feng shall receive 15%. Wei Tai and Qin Gu shall each take 5%. Is there any dissent? Gao Feng inquired. There were none. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. According to the regulations of the martial arts team, if an individual sustains a disability in a battle, they shall receive 60% of the rewards from that encounter, which serves as a form of compensation. Therefore, out of the 12 million, 7 million shall go to Zhang Ku, while Luo Feng receives 1,800,000. I shall take 120,000, and Chen Gu along with the others shall each receive 60,000. After Gao Feng inputted the data, the tiger mastiff monster they had slain on their return journey was sold for 10 million. Everyone contributed significantly in this battle. Thus, Luo Feng and I shall each claim 30%, while Chen Gu, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Zhang Ku shall each receive 10%. Is there any objection? The group nodded in agreement. Although Zhang Ku did not contribute in the final battle, the team decided to extend their support to him, and he did not voice any complaints. The martial arts team is indeed known for its camaraderie. Luo Feng and I shall each take 300,000, while the others will receive 100,000 each. Gao Feng smiled slightly. The last beast, the bloodthirsty tank, sold for the highest price, reaching 16 million. Chen Gu made the greatest contribution, achieving a kill with a single shot, thus claiming 60%. The contributions of the others Luo Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Zhang Ku were equivalent, each receiving 10%. As for myself, I shall refrain from claiming anything. If one were to ascertain who among the team possesses the most wealth, it would undoubtedly be Gao Feng. He has consistently been the primary force in hunting beast generals, amassing wealth over the years that far surpasses that of the others, by multiples or even tenfold. Consequently, he often shows great humility when his efforts are minimal. In essence, Chen Gu received 9.6 million, while Zhang Ku, Luo Feng, Wei Qing, and Wei Tai each obtained 1.6 million. In total, Chen Gu accumulated 11.26 million, Luo Feng 6.52 million, I garnered 4.2 million, Zhang Ku 9.91 million, Wei Tai 3.3 million, and Wei Qing 3.32 million. Gao Feng announced the final distribution amounts with a smile, exclaiming that we also possess the invaluable body materials of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, which could certainly fetch an astronomical price. Even if one individual undertakes all the tasks, it is customary to share the rewards with others. Typically, when slaying beast-level monsters, the individual with the most significant contributions usually receives no more than 60% of the spoils. For someone like Luo Feng, who accomplished everything single-handedly, he could claim as much as 80%. Luo Feng, it seems you have earned more in this one venture than I have in 10 years, Chen Gu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. You must treat us tonight. Indeed, you must host a feast for us, chimed in Wei Tai and Wei Qing. It is noteworthy that even Zhang Zihu of the Tiger Tooth team has only made $1 billion over the past 2 years, despite these being his most prosperous years. Over the years, Zhang Zihu has likely amassed only 3 to 4 billion. Yet Luo Feng, from this singular endeavor, has struck it rich. However, it must be noted that the hunters are not something everyone can contend with, and Luo Feng possesses the strength to reap such rewards. In the realm of martial artists, those with greater prowess typically accumulate wealth of astonishing proportions. Certainly, I shall treat you all. How could I possibly refrain from doing so? Let us celebrate at the HR Alliance Mall, Luo Feng chuckled. I will distribute the funds and transfer them into each of your accounts. Gao Feng, smiling, proceeded to transfer the previously acquired funds from the Fire Hammer team's communal account to each individual account, as all members were privy to the account's credentials. Typically, once money was earned, it was swiftly divided among the team. Let us go. Gao Feng, Luo Feng, Zhang Ku, Chen Gu, and the Wei brothers stepped out in succession. A throng of people awaited them. As Luo Feng exited the train, he immediately beheld the multitude of travelers surrounding the train station. Through the glass faade of the station, he caught sight of the dense crowd of passengers waiting within. It is noteworthy that the population of the main urban area of the base city exceeds 100 million. One can only imagine the bustling atmosphere of such a train station. This is what one refers to as popularity, a vibrant and lively spirit. Luo Feng felt a similar wave of astonishment. Though their sojourn in the wilderness lasted only 7 or 8 days, the desolation and decay of the wild regions were starkly evident. The cities within those territories had long since lost their former glory, overrun by hordes of monsters, compelling Luo Feng and his companions to tread cautiously, ever wary of being encircled by the beasts. Only in the base city could one find a sanctuary for human existence. This is where civilization thrives. The base city stands as humanity's final bastion. A flicker of realization ignited within Luo Feng. Truly, for the sake of this human stronghold, those with greater power among the warriors must indeed rise and take their stand. I, for instance, can effortlessly hunt ordinary beast soldiers and even easily vanquish low-level beast generals. However, for the ordinary human, even with 1,000 individuals armed, facing a beast of the general level remains perilous. Why does the nation bestow privileges upon warriors? Why does the entire world encourage these warriors to hunt monsters? The more monsters they slay, the greater the safety of human bastions. Hey dear, I estimate I will be home late tonight, Zhang Ku remarked over the phone, his face adorned with a smile. Yes, this time my stay at home will be quite prolonged. I am certain it will please you immensely. It is almost unfathomable to consider that a person with a severed limb could wear such a genuine and carefree expression. for those warriors engaged in life and death battles. Family is the profound tether that binds them to their hearts. Luo Feng also dialed his home number. Xiao Feng. A familiar voice resonated, causing Luo Feng's eyes to glisten with emotion. Mom, I reckon I will arrive home late tonight. You needn't wait for dinner. Late tonight? His mother sounded genuinely surprised. All right. Your father is out with your younger brother. I will call them to the phone. This is home, the sanctuary that Luo Feng vows to protect. Luo Feng, come. Let us board the HR Alliance's designated transport for warriors. Gao Feng called out, as others began to set forth. Upon hanging up, Luo Feng promptly joined his companions, traversing the special passage for warriors, leading to a small arena. Within it lay extreme martial arts halls, a thunder martial arts hall, and the underground alliance marketplace, alongside various family-specific vehicles, all awaiting the arrival of the warriors. Upon seeing Luo Feng and his group emerge, the drivers of the designated vehicles sprang to attention. Let us proceed to the HR Alliance Mall. Gao Feng and his companions swiftly boarded their dedicated vehicle for the HR Alliance Mall. With a resounding agreement, the engine roared to life, the gears shifted, and the spacious, comfortable SUV surged forward. Inside the vehicle, Gao Feng jestingly reprimanded, "You lecherous fellow," before turning his gaze towards Luo Feng. "Allow me to say this, that young lady, Su Xian, has ascended to the role of manager at the bar on the first floor at such a tender age. She is not an ordinary person. She likely possesses some noteworthy connections. You ought to be vigilant." Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement, sharing a similar sentiment. In their previous school days, Su Xian had been quite unremarkable, yet within the confines of the HR Alliance Mall's bar, her demeanor had transformed dramatically. If she had once been completely reserved, now she emanated a subtle radiance. "Are you referring to Miss Su Xian?" The astonished driver inquired from the front. "You know her?" Luo Feng asked, intrigued. "Of course." The driver replied with a smile. "We make daily trips to the mall and often chat with the other guys, so it's impossible not to know of Miss Su Xian. Do not be deceived by her looks. She may not be classically beautiful, but if anyone were to marry her, they would surely have a life of ease." Gao Feng's expression shifted slightly. Could she be from the Su family, one of the 12 prominent families of the HR Alliance in our country? Indeed, she hails from the Su family, and it is said that she holds a significant position within it, the driver confirmed with a nod. Luo Feng was taken aback by this revelation. The HR Alliance is a coalition of superfamilies and conglomerates from America, Europe, and various other nations, essentially an alliance forged by the world's leading familial financial empires. They exert control over the global economy, compelling even various governmental militaries to coexist peacefully with the HR Alliance. Within the HR Alliance, apart from the illustrious 9 families and their conglomerates, there exist dozens of secondary families and corporations. Each of these families and corporations possesses astonishing wealth and immense power. Changgu widened his eyes, realizing that this young girl bore the surname Su, and he was taken aback to discover her association with the Su family. "Brother Luo Feng, I regret to inform you that I can no longer assist you. Pursuing this Su Xian sister poses a formidable challenge," he remarked. "Indeed, it is quite a challenge. Yet we, the Luo Feng, are not to be underestimated," retorted Gao Feng confidently. Changgu, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, Zhang Ku, and the others all shared a laugh. In their eyes, Luo Feng was a mentalist, and his future abilities would be even more formidable. "Old Feng," Gao Feng said as he made a phone call. "Yes, it's me. Of course, I have something of great value to discuss. Otherwise, why would I be calling? It's undoubtedly worth over 100 million. All right, no problem." After concluding the call, Gao Feng exchanged a knowing glance with the others. "I've already informed Old Feng. When we arrive at the mall, we shall proceed directly upstairs." "Understood." Luo Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Moments later, the specialized vehicle breached the military security perimeter, arriving directly at the entrance of the HR Alliance Mall. As the doors swung open, the members of the Fire Hammer Squad disembarked in succession. "Mr. Gao Feng, Manager Feng is already waiting for you upstairs," greeted a poised young woman with a sharp bob, exuding competence. With a brief acknowledgement, Gao Feng and Luo Feng's group made their way into the lobby without further ado. In the opulent lobby on the first floor, numerous martial artists were engaged in conversation near the bar. Luo Feng cast a glance towards the bar counter. No one was present? Suddenly, he realized that it was the beginning of the academic term, a time when even ordinary universities conduct military training. Moreover, today was neither Saturday nor Sunday, so it was not surprising that Su Xian was absent. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and a group from the Fire Hammer team entered. Beep! A woman stood at the elevator entrance, pressed 21, and positioned her pupil against the scanner. Beep! Access granted. Welcome, Miss Lu. Manager Feng is awaiting you on the 21st floor, she said with a smile. Luo Feng and the others nodded in acknowledgement. The elevator ascended rapidly, making no stops along the way, and in a brief moment it dinged, indicating they had arrived at the 21st floor. Exiting the elevator revealed an expansive lounge, nearly 300 to 400 square meters in area. Along the periphery of the lounge were elongated sofas, where several individuals were seated, awaiting an audience with Manager Feng. However, they observed a group of martial artists who, without delay, proceeded directly to Manager Feng's office. Manager Feng is inside. Please. Miss Lu ushered Luo Feng and his companions into the office. Inside the office, Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings, where the decor was crystal clear, and the floor was laid with tempered glass, beneath which flowed a stream teeming with fish and other aquatic life. Standing upon the tempered glass, he observed numerous fish beneath his feet. A true luxury, thought Luo Feng. Gao Feng, it seems you have indeed struck it rich this time. Bald. Round-faced elder rose from his seat, approaching with a cheerful demeanor. Come, have a seat over here. A group of individuals sat opposite one another on the office sofa. What goods do we have this time? Inquired the round-faced elder with a smile. Old Feng, allow me to broaden your horizons. Gao Feng chuckled. Although you, as the esteemed manager, have hosted numerous martial artist teams, this particular item is something you likely seldom encounter. Luo Feng, present it, he urged. Oh? Manager Feng was taken aback, his eyes sparkling with interest. Luo Feng cast a glance at the manager, placed his backpack at his feet, and then retrieved the most valuable item, the pelt of a silver moon fierce wolf. He laid the entire pelt on the ground, unfurling it as if a flattened silver moon fierce wolf itself, its ferocity and dominance subtly discernible. A hunter. Manager Feng could not help but rise in astonishment. Goodness! He exclaimed in his native dialect, Old Gao, this is quite a significant undertaking. A creature of such size must be of the advanced beast general tier. Given the speed of the silver moon fierce wolf, even a newly ascended warrior at the God of War level would find it exceedingly difficult to capture and slay it. Indeed, the speed of the silver moon fierce wolf is astonishing. Capable of reaching supersonic speeds even when gravely injured, one can only imagine its velocity. Wow, this pelt is remarkably intact, Manager Feng observed closely, noting that the incision followed the line of the wound. However, the completeness is indeed remarkable. Manager Feng's eyes sparkled as he regarded the fur of the silver moon fierce wolf, undoubtedly one of the most exquisite materials for garments in the upper echelons of the world. Although this fur has various applications, many prominent figures are willing to pay a handsome price for it when fashioned into clothing. Please wait a moment. Manager Feng swiftly dashed to his desk, retrieving a password-protected case from the bookshelf behind it. Carrying the case, he hurried back. Gao Feng, do not dawdle. Bring forth the other materials from the hunter, Manager Feng urged with a smile, simultaneously opening the case to reveal a meticulously arranged set of precision instruments. Upon activating the device, a beam of crimson light emerged from its apex. Luo Feng methodically extracted items from his backpack. Peculiar eyeballs, sharp claws, formidable fangs, and leg bones. It was a comprehensive collection. Manager Feng's eyes gleamed as the crimson beam illuminated the fur, then shifted to the eyeballs, claws, fangs, and so forth. Data cascaded across the instrument's small screen, while Manager Feng's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the information, inputting commands via a virtual keyboard. After a brief moment, he remarked, Indeed, these materials originate from the same hunter. This hunter is certainly of the advanced beast general tier. No sooner had Manager Feng's words left his lips than Gao Feng chimed in with a grin. It must be in existence close to the Lord tier within the advanced beast general rank. There is a significant disparity even within the advanced beast general classification. The difference in strength between one just entering this tier and one nearing the Lord tier can be several-fold. Naturally, the price varies significantly. Indeed, this is something you cannot overlook. Manager Fong chuckled, "All right, please make your offer." The members of the Fire Hammer squad exchanged glances, and Gao Feng subtly gestured to Luo Feng. With a smile, Luo Feng inquired, "Manager Fong, what price do you deem appropriate?" Both Extreme House and the HR Alliance Online Mall have numerous quotations for this hunter. Luo Feng had a solid understanding of the matter. Advanced Beast General-level monsters typically command lower prices when sold to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, as they provide a substantial number of contribution points. Conversely, the price for Advanced Beast General-level monsters at the HR Alliance Mall generally ranges from 50 million to 500 million. However, considering the hunter's formidable strength, rarity, and status as a Wolf Royal, its price should exceed the typical upper limit. How about this? The materials are indeed excellent. I propose 600 million Huaxia coins. Manager Fong took a deep breath and stated directly. Even for him, making such a large transaction was rare. The price of some primary Lord-level monster carcass materials typically hovers around this figure. Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others were acquainted. Prior to their arrival, they had discussed the pricing and had a rough idea in mind. Luo Feng recalled seeing on the Warrior Forum that someone in South America had acquired a mid-level Beast General Hunter and sold it for approximately 50 million Earth coins. 50 million Earth coins equate to around 175 million Huaxia coins. If a mid-level Beast General Hunter could fetch such a price, then surely his Advanced Beast General, which was close to Lord level, should command a significantly higher price. Old Fong, your price is rather low. Gao Feng furrowed his brow and remarked that, in South America, a mid-level Beast Masterclass Hunter could fetch a staggering 175 million Huaxia coins. For our specimen, asking for 9 or even 10 billion should pose no problem, he asserted. Come now, Gao Feng, do not jest with me. 9 or 10 billion is simply unattainable, Manager Fong replied with a wry smile. Upon witnessing this, Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In fact, during their discussions, the consensus among the team was that the hunter could be sold for around 700 to 800 million, which would be quite satisfactory. Gao Feng's exaggerated claim was merely an attempt to intimidate Manager Fong. This time, in our quest to eliminate the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, my brother even suffered a severed arm, Gao Feng said, his expression darkening. I shall not linger on this matter. I offer a firm price of 800 million Huaxia coins. If you agree, the deal is settled. Otherwise, I shall have to seek other options. I have not approached anyone else. I came directly to you, Old Fong, out of respect for our friendship. Manager Fong glanced at Zhang Ku, whose arm was indeed broken. It seemed evident that Manager Fong could not meet this price. We shall take our leave, Gao Feng declared, rising to his feet, while Luo Feng promptly gathered the pelt and other items of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. 750 million is my ultimate limit, Manager Fong replied, furrowing his brow. Yet, Gao Feng remained silent, and Luo Feng continued to collect all the items without hesitation. Let us go, Gao Feng stated decisively, striding towards the exit. At the door, Luo Feng, Gao Feng, and Chen Gu exchanged knowing smiles. In the HR Alliance Mall, there were numerous managers responsible for procuring monster materials. The mall operated on a last-in, first-out elimination system. If any manager performed poorly over the course of a year, they would be stripped of their managerial position. Newcomers naturally emerged to fill the void, and under such immense pressure, each manager is compelled to devise strategies, procuring monster materials from the warriors. Inside the office, Manager Fong lamented while processing the transfers, remarking on the aggressiveness of the warriors. Managers from various regions, agents, and even some warriors themselves have begun to acquire the monster materials from the warriors. In this competitive environment, prices have become transparent, and our profits are dwindling. As I observe you effortlessly amassing 800 million, I too yearn to venture into the wilderness to hunt monsters. Alas, my frail body may not withstand even a beast soldier-level creature. While speaking, Manager Fong completed the necessary transfer procedures. Manager Fong, after so many years, your personal assets must rival mine, Gao Feng jested. Luck plays a part. Occasionally, a significant order comes along, yielding a handsome profit, Manager Fong replied with a slight smile. Gao Feng chuckled. This transaction should net you at least 8 digits. Not quite, Manager Fong shook his head, but it is done. 800 million Huaxia coins have been transferred to your warrior team's account. Both Gao Feng and Vice Captain Chen Gu received notifications on their communication watches, indicating an increase of 800 million Huaxia coins in their accounts. Old Feng, you are quite generous, Gao Feng said with a grin. In the future, for such large orders, you must keep me in mind, Manager Feng replied with a smile. Now, we managers are under considerable stress as well. If I could just attain the position of regional supervisor in the base city, life would be much easier. Indeed, Gao Feng nodded, yet he lamented the formidable nature of the monstrous creatures, recalling how his brother had suffered a severed arm. Indeed, a severed limb. Manager Feng shook his head in dismay, reflecting on the fact that in today's world, there exist treasures capable of restoring severed limbs. However, their exorbitant prices render them unattainable for ordinary martial artists. The notion of limb restoration? Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback. When he first embarked on his journey as a martial artist, he had scoured online marketplaces for extraordinary potions, yet he had found no remedies that could regrow severed arms or legs. He had always assumed such concoctions were mere myths. Is there truly such a potion? Gao Feng exclaimed. Manager Feng, what is this marvel? Can a severed leg truly be restored? Luo Feng pressed eagerly, his excitement palpable. My heavens! If my brother could stand again after so many years of disability, I would spare no effort to obtain it. Yes, it is the legendary water of life. It is said that not only can it restore severed limbs, but even half a body could be regenerated. Manager Feng mused, yet lamented that this miraculous substance is derived from the essence of the invincible royal creature known as the Earth Dragon King, which surpasses even the Lord level in strength. How many Earth Dragon Kings exist in the world? Thus, every vial of water of life commands an astronomical price. Moreover, it is exceedingly rare. It is not available in online marketplaces, nor do we have any stock within our alliance. Currently, the price has soared to 30 billion Huaxia coins for a single vial, and even then, it is a case of being priced yet unavailable. 30 billion for a vial? Priced yet unavailable? Luo Feng's heart raced with anticipation. Upon contemplating the image of his younger brother seated in a wheelchair, gazing silently out the window at the world beyond, Luo Feng could not help but clench his fists. No matter the circumstances, he vowed to ensure that his brother would stand once more, without fail. However, Luo Feng was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead in amassing 300 billion. A single low-tier Lord-level monster, relatively weak, could fetch as much as 5 to 10 billion Huaxia coins. Even if he were to embark on a solitary quest to hunt down 10 Lord-level creatures within a year, he could expect to earn a mere 50 to 60 billion. It is worth noting that hunting Lord-level monsters poses a significant challenge even for those among the ranks of divine warriors. Earning 50 to 60 billion annually would classify one as moderately successful within that elite circle, yet it would still require 6 to 7 arduous years of relentless effort. Moreover, it is crucial to recognize that he was far from being a divine warrior. His recent fortuitous encounter with the severely injured hunter was a stroke of luck that could not be relied upon repeatedly. Although the prospect of accumulating 300 billion Huaxia coins is daunting, he believed that, with his potential as a mentalist and relentless perseverance, such a feat was not beyond reach. Nevertheless, the thought of vanquishing the Earth Dragon King elicited a bitter smile from Luo Feng. Lord-level monsters were already a tremendous threat, while those of the king level, transcending the lord level, represented the pinnacle of monstrous existence on the planet. Among humanity, there were indeed beings surpassing the divine warrior tier, such as the world's strongest, Hong, and the second strongest, Thor, both of whom were beyond divine warrior classification. Yet such entities are exceedingly rare. To contemplate slaying the Earth Dragon King? Even the pinnacle of human strength on Earth would hesitate to claim absolute certainty in such an endeavor. The water of life? Captain, when you and your comrades ascend to the ranks of the world's foremost champions, at the level of Hong, then you may casually toss aside some pocket change to procure a portion of that elixir for me. Zhang Ke chuckled, eliciting laughter from the members of the Fire Hammer Squad. To reach the level of Hong, a status where one could stand shoulder to shoulder with a national military force, is indeed a lofty aspiration. For such individuals, 300 billion is but a trifling sum. Yet, how many can truly attain that echelon? Come, Let us dine, Gao Feng exclaimed. In the private dining room of a restaurant located on the third floor of the HR Alliance Mall, a table was laden with an abundance of dishes. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad gathered around a laptop positioned at the edge of the room. Captain Gao Feng swiftly completed a fingerprint verification and entered a triple-layered dynamic password to access the squad's communal account. 800 million Huaxia coins, as previously discussed. This time, the credit for the hunt belongs entirely to Luo Feng, so he shall receive the lion's share of 80%. The remaining 20% will be divided among the other 5 of us. Any objections? Gao Feng inquired, casting a glance at the others. They all nodded in agreement, and Luo Feng smiled in response. The distribution rules among the martial artist squads must strike a balance between fostering competition and promoting unity. Luo Feng's share amounted to 640 million, equating to 32 million for each of the remaining members. Gao Feng promptly initiated the transfer. Ding! The transfer was successful. Notifications began to appear on the computer screen, and Luo Feng glanced down at his communication watch, which indicated that his balance had indeed increased by 640 million. Tonight's feast is on me, Gao Feng declared with a grin. Indeed, we shall make a significant profit at the expense of the wealthy. Chun Gu displayed a countenance of indignation, exclaiming that this time, he had nearly earned as much as he had in all his years, inciting a sense of envy within him. The members of the Fire Hammer team engaged in jovial banter, indulging in hearty feasting and drinking, reveling in their merriment. Each venture out of the wilderness was akin to walking a tightrope of survival. Within those desolate cities, particularly in the dilapidated urban areas, trepidation loomed at every turn. In those cities, no one dared to let their guard down. After all, the hordes of monstrous beasts, especially the beast general-level creatures, were overwhelmingly abundant. Cheers! Come, let us toast, brothers. To camaraderie, old Zhang. We have been brothers for nearly a decade now, and you have saved my life countless times on the battlefield. Without further ado, let us drink. The atmosphere around the table was tinged with melancholy, as Zhang Ku was on the verge of departing, evoking a sense of nostalgia among the group. Simultaneously, the arrival of Luo Feng, the newly inducted psychic master, filled everyone with optimism for the future. The emotions within the group were complex, leading to a lively exchange of toasts and stories, continuing until after 9 in the evening when they finally retired to a nearby tea house to rest in a private room. Within the chamber, each individual was served a cup of fragrant tea. Zhang Ku would henceforth serve as an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy. Gao Feng surveyed the group, declaring, "From this point forward, our Fire Hammer team shall consist of 5 members. Myself, Luo Feng, Chun Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing. With Luo Feng as a psychic master, he already surpasses me in strength, and his future advancements will undoubtedly be astonishing. The presence of a formidable ally like Luo Feng brings joy to all. A strong member within the team enhances our survival rate, facilitates the hunting of beasts, and ultimately leads to greater financial rewards. For instance, this time, had Luo Feng not vanquished the hunter, how could the others in the team have received 32 million? Although Luo Feng indulged in the bounty, they merely savored a sip of the broth, yet that single sip far outweighed the meager earnings they had previously accrued from laboriously hunting beast general-level monsters. Among the 5 of us, Luo Feng stands as the strongest. I believe we must not hinder his progress," Gao Feng remarked. Wei Qing and Wei Tai exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Both being advanced warrior level, they indeed felt the weight of their inadequacies. "Captain, I am but a novice," Luo Feng interjected. "Luo Feng, that is not my intention," Gao Feng responded with a faint smile. "Wei Tai, Wei Qing, do not overthink it. What I mean is, our future targets for hunting monsters must be set higher. Therefore, the primary objective for the Fire Hammer Squad is for all members to attain the warrior general level." "Captain." Wei Tai could not restrain himself, stating that he and his brother still had a considerable distance to bridge before reaching the warrior general level. "I understand that," Gao Feng said confidently. "I have an idea. Do you think it feasible?" Luo Feng nodded, and Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chun Gu listened intently. "Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chen Gu, each of you should procure an A-level gene potion," Gao Feng suggested. "In doing so, in terms of physical prowess alone, Both Wei Tai and Wei Qing would ascend directly to the junior warrior general level, while Chen Gu's strength and speed would also see a significant enhancement, nearing the warrior general level. Luo Feng furrowed his brow slightly. The mainstream gene potions are categorized into A and B levels. B level is intended for the common populace, enabling ordinary individuals to become martial artists. However, those who rely on genetic potions to become martial artists typically possess only mediocre strength thereafter. The class of genetic potion is intended for consumption by martial artists, and upon ingestion, it can generally double one's power. Of course, if an individual already possesses exceptional strength, the potion's efficacy diminishes. Yet, even at half price from the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion, a single class, a genetic potion costs a staggering 360 million huaxia coins. Captain, after years of tireless effort and today's gains, I have accumulated merely 430 million. Wei Tai furrowed his brow, contemplating that, given my rate of progress, reaching the primary combat general level is nearly my limit. In the future, my earning potential is limited. If I invest all my funds at once, how much will remain should I choose to withdraw later? One must consider the future. Money is not easily earned. After over a decade of hard work, I have only amassed 430 million. Moreover, I am no longer young. Spending 360 million on a genetic potion? Wouldn't all those years of struggle be squandered? Captain, I specialize in firearms, and my expenditures are substantial as well. This sum of 360 million is indeed considerable. Chen Gu also expressed some hesitation. Rest assured. Gao Feng smiled gently, stating that purchasing a genetic potion does not necessitate such an exorbitant amount. When I first became a martial artist, I was but a novice. At that time, I joined a martial artist team where I had a brother in arms. Today, this brother has ascended to the rank of senior combat general. He has connections and can procure a potion for merely 200 million. 200 million? Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chen Gu were taken aback. 200 million? Luo Feng was equally astonished. The online marketplace of the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion typically offers what is deemed half price, which is nearly the lowest price available in the market. Even at a half-price offer of 360 million, Gao Feng claims he can procure it for merely 200 million. I shall first commission my dear brother to make the purchase. Once acquired, you may reimburse me in exchange for this genetic potion. Surely you can believe this. With a smile, Gao Feng harbors additional thoughts. Only through the internal organization of his brother can members avail themselves of such a special discount. To prevent internal members from reselling, the price escalates with larger purchases. Nonetheless, Gao Feng would rather expend his own funds than impose additional costs on Chen Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing. After all, in terms of wealth, he far surpasses the rest of his team. In the future, our entire squad will consist of elite warriors. Gao Feng smiled slightly, with Chen Gu responsible for firepower suppression and Wei Tai and Wei Qing tasked with eliminating ordinary beast-class monsters, while he and Luo Feng would focus on confronting beast general-class monsters. With the efficiency of our squad, we could undoubtedly slay a multitude of beast generals, accelerating our earning potential to tenfold or even beyond compared to the past. Luo Feng felt an involuntary surge of joy. According to Gao Feng, the future of the Hammer Squad would be that of absolute elite status, with the entire team at the warrior level and himself as a mentalist. The squad's strength would be extraordinary. After Captain Gao Feng made such remarks, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chen Gu were astonished by the captain's extensive connections, yet they nodded in agreement, recognizing the imminent rapid enhancement of the Hammer Squad's prowess. If they cannot keep up, then, to a certain extent, they can only be cast aside. In the city of Yangzhou, within the Mingyue community, it was already deep into the night when a specialized vehicle, a Volkswagen Touareg SUV belonging to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, entered the premises without hindrance. Beep! The Touareg came to a halt right in front of the Extreme Hall, where the families of Chen Gu, Zhang Ku, and Luo Feng had gathered, alongside several individuals including the hall's director, Wu Tong. Luo Feng opened the car door and alighted, immediately spotting his father, mother, and younger brother in a wheelchair ahead. Brother. Luo Hua was the first to call out. Luo Hua, Dad, Mom. Luo Feng embraced his parents and exchanged hugs with his brother, feeling the warmth of familial joy. Nearby, Chen Gu and Zhang Ku were also with their loved ones, though Zhang Ku's wife and daughter were both in tears. Despite having known about Zhang Ke's severed arm, their grief was palpable. Wife, dear daughter, I will always be with you. Always, Zhang Ke declared, his face revealing no trace of sorrow. Brother Zhang, Luo Feng glanced over, recalling the previous incident where the Tiger Tooth team had ambushed the Hammer team, a likelihood stemming from his feud with Zhang Zihu. In the afternoon, the September sun remained fiercely scorching. Luo Feng, come to the hall, Chen Gu had called, the captain has arrived. Oh, I'll be right over. Luo Feng hastened to the extreme hall. In the quaint bar on the first floor of the Limit Pavilion, the nearby floor-to-ceiling windows were drawn shut to prevent the encroaching sunlight from penetrating. Luo Feng, Chen Gu, and Gao Feng were seated together. Luo Feng, here are the 2-9 series throwing knives you requested, Gao Feng said with a smile, handing them over. That will amount to 45 million. As a wealthy man, you should promptly transfer the funds. If you are inclined to offer a bit more as a service fee, I would not object in the slightest. The mention of the 9 series throwing knives piqued Luo Feng's interest as he eagerly accepted the exquisitely packaged box. Upon opening it, he discovered 2 layers within, each housing a black-bladed knife. Previously, Chen Gu and others had enlisted Gao Feng's assistance in procuring genetic potions, and Luo Feng had also requested his captain to acquire 2 9 series throwing knives. For Luo Feng, a quality throwing knife was of utmost importance. Regardless of whether it was a throwing knife or any other weapon, the prices escalated dramatically with quality. The compact size and minimal material of the throwing knife made it relatively affordable. Even formidable high-ranking Lord-level monsters would find it challenging to destroy a 9 series throwing knife. Captain, I have transferred the 45 million, Luo Feng stated, completing the transaction via his phone. Not a single cent more for the service fee, Gao Feng remarked playfully. Luo Feng, with your newfound wealth, why not invest in a better combat sword or a set of combat gear? Chen Gu chuckled. His spirits lifted after recently acquiring the genetic potion. Luo Feng shook his head in response. The throwing knife is lightweight and requires minimal materials. It is within my means. As for a combat sword or gear, a single 9 series Blood Shadow combat sword costs a staggering 3 billion Huaxia coins, while an entire set of 9 series combat gear is even more exorbitant, priced at 12 billion Huaxia coins. How could I possibly afford such luxuries? The disparity in weaponry among warrior, general, and god-level fighters is indeed significant. I merely possess a flying dagger. It is not surprising that battle armor capable of resisting lord-level monsters comes at a steep price. As for my physical prowess as a high-level warrior, donning battle gear of the 8th or 9th tier, should a lord-level beast strike me, even if the armor remains intact, the sheer force would be sufficient to shatter my internal organs. A beggar clad in dragon robes does not become a prince. A body of merely warrior caliber adorned in god-level battle attire would be a flagrant waste. The cost of battle gear far exceeds that of a flying dagger. With a smile, Gao Feng acknowledged the validity of Luo Feng's words. His current 5th-tier battle suit sufficed for his physical capabilities. Luo Feng, Gao Feng began. Have you noticed that Chen Gu and the 2 brothers from the Wei family require gene serum? For the serum to fully manifest its effects, it will take approximately a month. Moreover, once their strength increases, they will need an additional 1 to 2 months of training to adapt to their newfound power. Thus, we may need to rest for 2 to 3 months before venturing into the wilderness. Chen Gu nodded in agreement. Yes, Gao Feng replied with a smile. When the time comes for us to meet, let us convene in the main district of the base city. It is indeed a more direct route from my home to yours. Agreed, both Luo Feng and Chen Gu concurred. The main district of the base city serves as the heart of the entire establishment, making it convenient to travel from Yangzhou or any other satellite city. That night, in the martial arts hall of Luo Feng's residence, there exists a sizable transparent glass panel, approximately 1 meter in length and width, positioned at the center of the ceiling. The moonlight, resembling water, filters through this glass, illuminating the hall. While seated within the space, Luo Feng can gaze through the glass and behold the infinite stars scattered across the night sky. 2 black flying daggers swirl gracefully around his body, gliding in the air. Within my sea of consciousness resides a dark golden sphere, teeming with an abundance of mental energy. However, my physique is insufficiently robust to sustain a greater volume of this mental power. Luo Feng contemplated slowly. Present, My foremost objective is to enhance the strength of my physical form with utmost expedience. The stronger my body becomes, the more potent my mental energy will inevitably be, until one day, the dark golden sphere is completely depleted and dissipates into nothingness. Consequently, Luo Feng commenced his diligent training, meticulously following the teachings of the Ninefold Thunderblade Manual and its accompanying instructional video. He practiced the body technique Flowing Light, the guidance technique Ninefold Primordial Unity, and the sword technique Thunderblade. Having already mastered the first level of the Thunderblade during his time in the wilderness, he was resolute in his pursuit of perfection. In the dead of night, Luo Feng engaged in relentless practice within the martial arts hall, executing slashes, upward thrusts, and cleaving strikes. Each maneuver embodied the power application methods of the Ninefold Thunderblade, with every strike encapsulating two forms of force. Each time, his muscles instantaneously unleashed a surge of hidden energy. The simultaneous execution of a cleaving strike and the sudden release of this hidden energy placed tremendous strain on his bones, muscle cells, and other physical components. Exhaustion began to set in. After practicing the sword technique for an hour and a half, Luo Feng found himself exhausted, seated cross-legged on the ground, unable to move any further. The exertion required by the Ninefold Thunderblade imposes a tremendous burden on the minute aspects of the body. After a brief respite of 5 minutes post-training, Luo Feng engaged in the guiding technique Ninefold Primordial Source, which transformed his fatigue into a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring, rendering his body pleasantly languid. Following the refinement of both the swordplay and guiding technique, Luo Feng commenced the most fundamental practice of the 5 Hearts to Heaven Primordial Energy Cultivation Method, one revered even by the strongest warriors in the world. As he began to cultivate, he felt as though every cell in his body was insatiably ravenous. The newly generated gene primordial energy was voraciously consumed, and astonishingly, his cultivation speed increased with each passing moment. As time flowed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, Luo Feng found himself increasingly astonished until finally, every cell in his body reached a state of saturation, akin to the sensation of being overfed, unable to absorb any more. The amount of gene primordial energy he had assimilated today was nearly double that of his previous efforts. Luo Feng was utterly astounded. The scripture indicated that the deeper one delves into the Ninefold Thunderblade, the greater the absorption of gene primordial energy, but he had not anticipated such a remarkable extent. The tome elucidated the principle. Regardless of how diligently one practices, reaching a point of utter exhaustion typically results from excessive lactic acid buildup in the muscles, rendering the body as a whole fatigued. Yet, in Luo Feng's case, the Ninefold Thunderblade utilized a method of instantaneous dark energy release, engaging the deeper layers of the body and involving every cell in the process. It is akin to the phenomenon where increased physical activity leads to a considerable augmentation in appetite. As the energy expenditure of the body cells escalates, so too does the capacity for nourishment, allowing for the assimilation of greater quantities of genetic primal energy. The initial stage has already seen such a significant enhancement in my ability to absorb this energy. One can only imagine the pace of advancement by the 9th stage. Not only does the cultivation progress swiftly, but the potency of my techniques is also remarkably amplified. It is no wonder that I could ascend to become an unparalleled powerhouse upon this planet, renowned for my speed and physical prowess. Luo Feng marveled at this rapid physical advancement. It signifies that his capacity to endure mental energy would similarly increase at an astonishing rate. From that day forth, Luo Feng embarked on an almost exhaustive regimen of self-training. He discovered the most effective training method: to simultaneously engage in flowing light footwork while wielding his blade. The speed need not be excessively rapid, yet each movement and technique must be executed with utmost precision and intent. When fatigue from the footwork and blade techniques sets in, he would then practice the guiding technique. Following this practice, his stamina would see considerable recovery, allowing him to resume training in both footwork and blade techniques. This was followed by yet another session of guiding technique practice. Ultimately, he would engage in the cultivation of genetic primal energy, rendering this approach the most efficient. Each complete cycle would require approximately 6 hours. This, too, was a method Luo Feng had devised to expedite the enhancement of his physical capabilities. In truth, as a mental energy practitioner, the abundant assistance from mental energy inherently accelerates physical progress. Luo Feng, practicing the ultimate cultivation method of Earth, the ninefold thunder blade, experiences an astonishing rate of advancement. Remarkably, he finds himself improving almost daily, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a month has passed. Hu! Hu! Each strike from Luo Feng resonated with a piercing sound within the martial arts hall, the gusts of wind dissipating against the carefully constructed walls of the villa, specifically designed for extreme martial arts training. HM? A call from the captain? Luo Feng stepped aside to answer the phone. Luo Feng, it has been nearly a month since Chen Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing utilized the gene elixir to enhance their abilities. I was wondering if we should convene? Gao Feng inquired over the line. Presently, Luo Feng was recognized as the foremost powerhouse of the Fire Hammer Squad, and his status was destined to solidify further in the future. Therefore, Gao Feng sought Luo Feng's opinion in advance. Certainly, it has been quite a while since we last gathered, Luo Feng replied with a smile. During the past month, he had become almost obsessed with his training. Nonetheless, the exhilarating pace of his progress was indeed delightful. How about we meet at the HR Alliance Mall? The service there is exceptional, Gao Feng suggested. Which day works best for you? Luo Feng suddenly recalled a remark made by Su Xian. In a few days I'll be starting university, but on weekends during the day, I'll be here managing. Captain, I propose we meet this Saturday, Luo Feng suggested. This Saturday? Excellent, it's settled then. Thus, October 7th, 2056, a Saturday, was designated as the day for the 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad to convene at the HR Alliance Mall. In the morning, a gracefully curved, elegant sports car slowly glided into the HR Alliance Mall Plaza, coming to a stop right in front of the lobby of the HR skyscraper. Luo Feng and Qin Gu, clad in casual attire, stepped out of the vehicle and entered the lobby, welcomed by the doorman. Please hold on a moment, sir, the doorman said. As Luo Feng stepped into the lobby, his gaze was immediately drawn to the bar in the distance, where Su Xian, dressed in a crisp white blouse reminiscent of a professional woman, was engaged in cheerful conversation with several martial artists. Suddenly, her eyes caught a familiar figure approaching the bar, and a flicker of surprise crossed her features. Luo Feng, Su Xian exclaimed with a smile. Su Xian, Luo Feng responded with a grin. I'd like a cup of pu'er tea, please. By the way, do you have some time? Shall we catch up, old classmates? Su Xian hesitated for a moment, then smiled and spoke to another server nearby before stepping out from behind the bar. Today, we don't have many guests, so it's not busy. Come on, Luo Feng. Let's chat over there. At that moment, Chen Gu, seated on a distant sofa, gave Luo Feng a thumbs up from afar. In a quiet corner of the bar, Luo Feng and Su Xian sat facing each other. Su Xian, which university are you attending now? Luo Feng inquired. The two of them engaged in casual conversation, discussing the circumstances of their current lives. Although Luo Feng harbored feelings for Su Xian, and she was aware of his affections, they both consciously avoided delving into that realm, instead enjoying a tranquil exchange. Despite the seemingly placid dialogue, Luo Feng found a deep sense of contentment in their interaction. At that moment, a young man dressed in a black shirt and black trousers emerged from the elevator. His gaze swiftly landed on Su Xian and Luo Feng, who were seated in a corner of the bar. Who could Su Xian be conversing with? The young man's brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized the scene, and it appeared that the individual was none other than Luo Feng, one of the distinguished senior students from Su Xian's high school. He was well acquainted with that particular institution and had reviewed the profiles of its notable students, including the renowned Luo Feng and Zhang Haobai. A hint of a cold smile graced his lips. Just the other day, during dinner at home, Su Xian had mentioned Luo Feng. It seemed they had rekindled their connection. The young man took a seat quietly on the opposite side of the bar. Luo Feng was thoroughly enjoying his conversation with Su Xian when he noticed someone calling her from the bar. Su Xian stood up, apologizing. Luo Feng, I'm sorry, but I must attend to something. Go ahead, don't mind me, Luo Feng replied with a smile. At that moment, a male voice interjected. Su Xian, is this your friend? Luo Feng turned to see a handsome young man, resembling Su Xian, standing nearby. He smiled at Su Xian and then directed a warm smile at Luo Feng. Su Xian exclaimed in delight, Brother, you're here at the mall today. By the way, this is my old classmate, Luo Feng. Brother, I need to take care of something, but you can chat with Luofeng. All right, you go ahead. The young man replied with a nod, then turned to Luofeng, saying, Hello, I am Su Xian's brother.
Su Gong.
Brother? If he could win Su Xian's heart, wouldn't that make him a brother-in-law? Hello, Luofeng said, standing to shake his hand. Hello, Luofeng. Su Gang sat down with a smile, saying, I have long heard of your esteemed name, Luofeng. My sister attended a high school where, it is said, there were only 3 advanced martial arts students, and you were one of them. Furthermore, I heard from my sister that you are now a formal martial artist? Luofeng nodded with a smile. Ah, truly remarkable. An 18-year-old martial artist? Su Gang exclaimed, then chuckled. Isn't my sister quite low-key at school? Indeed, she is very low-key. No one can tell how affluent her family is. Luofeng chuckled as well, recalling that Su Xian had indeed been a modest and gentle girl. Su Gang's smile blossomed. Haha, in fact, my grandfather was concerned that the young lady of our family might develop a spoiled temperament, so he insisted that my sister attend a regular school rather than an elite institution. He wanted her to experience life among the common people. It seems my sister has performed admirably. Luofeng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the notion of a family's young lady. He was already aware that Su Xian was the daughter of the Su family. Did your sister not mention her family's situation to you? Su Gang inquired, puzzled. She did not, but I am aware of the Su family, Luofeng replied calmly with a smile, recognizing that the Su family is one of the 12 prominent family conglomerates within the HR alliance in the country. Luofeng sensed the deeper implications in Su Gang's words. Su Gang was subtly hinting at a matter through other topics. Su Xian is the young lady of the Su family. Oh, you are aware, Su Gang remarked with a sigh. In truth, even such a prominent family faces its own troubles, especially concerning marital matters, which sometimes do not unfold as one desires. Much like my sister, she is currently pursued by numerous outstanding young men. For instance, there is Wang Xingping from Kyoto, as well as a 21-year-old intermediate warrior named Guahai from our Jiangnan city. Luofeng was taken aback. Others are vying for Su Xian's affection? That Guahai is quite audacious. Su Gang shook his head in disdain, exclaiming, What is he? Just a warrior of the battle general rank. Does he truly believe he holds any significance? My Su family possesses a certain standing in the world. How could we possibly allow our esteemed young lady to wed a warrior whose fate is so uncertain? Who knows, he might perish in the wilderness any day. Luofeng furrowed his brow. Do you not agree with me, Luofeng? Warriors tread the fine line between life and death. Their demise can occur at any moment. How could my family permit our young lady to marry a warrior, right? Su Gang inquired with a smile, and upon noticing Luofeng's expression, he chuckled, Oh, do not overthink it. I did not imply anything about you. Luofeng felt quite disheartened. Not implying anything? Su Gang's insistence on this topic clearly conveyed that the Su family's young lady could never wed a warrior whose life could end at any moment. Thus, it was best for Luofeng to refrain from harboring any illusions. In fact, Su Gang sighed, in comparison, I find myself more inclined towards Wang Xingping. He is the legitimate heir of the Wang family in Kyoto, a family that wields immense wealth. Each day, he merely needs to sign documents at home, issuing commands while numerous warriors serve him without risking their lives. As an elder brother, naturally, I wish for my sister to lead a life of stability. Su Gang sighed, reflecting that, in comparison to martial artists, the affluent young master from a wealthy family and my younger sister were truly a match made in heaven. Martial artists? Families like the Wang clan and my Su family undoubtedly command a legion of formidable warriors, not to mention the countless soldiers at their disposal. Su Gang shook his head with a smile, his tone clearly dismissive of martial artists, particularly of soldier-level warriors, whom he regarded with disdain. He possessed the means to do so. The HR Alliance, one of the 12 major family conglomerates in Huaxia, indeed wielded significant control over numerous warrior-level fighters, as well as a vast multitude of soldier-level warriors. Luofeng. A voice echoed from afar. Luofeng turned to see Captain Gao Feng and the Wei brothers had arrived, seated with Chun Gu. Luofeng called out with a smile, Captain, I'm on my way. Su Xiao. Luofeng greeted Su Gang with a grin. Su Gang revealed a hint of a smile. In truth, after all the words exchanged, Su Gang believed the other party should have comprehended his intentions quite well. His family looked down upon even a 21-year-old intermediate warrior. Thus, he hoped that Luo Feng, a mere novice who had just become a martial artist, would possess enough self-awareness not to trouble his younger sister. Su Xiao, your Su family is truly impressive, able to command a group of warrior-level fighters, Luo Feng remarked with a smile. However, I wonder if your Su family can summon a war god at will? Su Gang was taken aback. A war god? How many such figures existed in Jiangnan City? His Su family did have a war god, but that was solely due to the substantial financial resources and connections they had leveraged to gain favor. Do you think your family, the Su clan, could ever meet with beings that transcend the realm of the divine warriors? Luo Feng inquired. Su Gang's expression darkened. Those who surpass the divine warrior level, such as the world's foremost powerhouse, Hong, are entities that command respect even from national armies. A mere family consortium like his lacks the qualifications to encounter such individuals who stand at the pinnacle of the world. Compared to Hong, Thor, and other peak existences, the Su family is but an ant. Young Master Su, as we are somewhat friends, allow me to offer a word of caution. Do not underestimate martial artists. Luo Feng gazed at Su Gang, who showed him no regard, prompting Luo Feng to feel no obligation to extend courtesy in return. With that, he turned and walked away. Su Gang, is your intent merely to deter me from pursuing your sister? Luo Feng's eyes were icy. Rest assured, I, Luo Feng, shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. I will become a force that compels even government armies to treat me with equality. At that time, I expect the Su family to greet me with open arms. Of course, he intended to pursue Su Xian. Moreover, he envisioned the Su family welcoming him with smiles, lowering their stance to extend a warm reception. The martial artist is the ultimate power in this world. The so-called family consortium pales in comparison to the mightiest of martial artists. At this moment, on the morning of October 7, 2056, the initial encounter between Luo Feng and Su Gang ignited the flames of ambition within Luo Feng. The third chapter concludes. The mobile game Swallowing the Stars on Qidian has become exceedingly popular in the new district. The official website offers daily giveaways of iPad minis and Qidian coins. Su Gang raised his glass and finished his drink with a smile. Xiao Xian, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. He greeted Su Xian at the bar before exiting the hall. In a private room on the third floor of the HR Alliance Mall, Luo Feng and Chen Gu were engaged in conversation. Chen Gu remarked that Su Xian spoke with you for quite some time. It seems to me that she harbors some interest in you. If you wish to win her over, it shouldn't prove too challenging. Moreover, her brother Su Gang conversed with you for an extended duration as well. Could it be that he sees you as a potential brother-in-law? Luo Feng chuckled at the notion. If only you had heard Su Gang's words. Let's not indulge in fanciful thinking. It's primarily because Su Xian and I were old classmates. Gao Feng joined in the laughter, saying, since you are old classmates, that makes it even easier for you to pursue her. Just look at the number of couples who were once old classmates before getting married. Indeed, Luo Feng put in some effort. Wei Tai chimed in mischievously. Su Xian is truly remarkable. Many in the martial artist community praise the bar in the Underground Alliance's hall, especially the female manager on weekends. Every wolfish man wishes to get to know her. However, they are all aware of Su Xian's significant background and dare not make a move. Luo Feng laughed. To toy with the eldest daughter of the Su family? Those who entertain such thoughts are likely oblivious to their own peril. Captain, let us refrain from such discussions. Luo Feng interjected with a smile. Let us return to more pressing matters. Very well. With a graceful smile, Gao Feng addressed the three of them, inquiring about the current state of their physical prowess. Wei Tai, setting down his teacup, was the first to respond. Captain, my punching power is approximately 9,650 kilograms. My speed is 102 meters per second, and my neural reaction test has qualified at the junior warrior level. Gao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, you have stepped into the realm of junior warriors. Wei Qing also chimed in, stating, my punching power is around 9,510 kilograms. My speed is 106 meters per second, and my neural reaction test has also qualified at the junior warrior level. Both Gao Feng and Luo Feng nodded slightly in approval. Haha, it's my turn now. Chan Gu chuckled. My punching power is about 7,100 kilograms. My speed is 81 meters per second, and my neural reaction test has qualified as excellent at the junior warrior level. Brother Chen's neural reaction is impressively swift. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Gao Feng replied with a smile. He is a firearms expert. His neural reaction is inherently rapid. The recent use of gene-enhancing serums has further augmented his reflexes. It seems he can now handle even faster firearms. For a practitioner of firearms, achieving a neural reaction at the junior warrior level is exceedingly rare, let alone Chen Gu's designation of excellent. Well, you three overall, the effects of the gene serums have been quite satisfactory, Gao Feng remarked, turning his gaze towards Wei Tai and Wei Qing. You two brothers must continue to strive for improvement. Although nearly a month has passed, the effects of the gene serum have yet to fully dissipate. With diligent training, you can still unlock further potential. Understood. Both Wei Tai and Wei Qing nodded. Gao Feng then looked at Chen Gu. Old Chen, it seems time to upgrade your machine gun. Indeed, it's time for a change, Chen Gu assented. His armaments consisted of a machine gun and a heavy sniper rifle. The machine gun's maximum firing rate was 300 rounds per minute, averaging 5 bullets per second. Chen Gu's past reflexes allowed him to strike the heads of 4 monsters with 4 of those 5 bullets, and hit the body of a 5th monster with the remaining bullet. In essence, Chen Gu treated the machine gun's sweeping fire as if it were controlled bursts, a feat requiring an astonishingly rapid neural response. His reaction speed far surpassed that of people before the Great Nirvana, making this achievement less surprising. I intend to acquire an RG-112 heavy machine gun with a 12.7mm caliber, possessing immense power, Chen Gu said, his eyes gleaming. This weapon could fire up to 1,500 rounds per minute, making it nearly the fastest machine gun available to martial artists who used firearms. Increasing the rate of fire beyond that would be impractical. Although machine guns with firing rates of 7,000 or 8,000 rounds per minute, or even higher, existed in this era, their utilization was too low. Chen Gu's current reaction speed allowed him to control 10 bullets per second, ensuring that each one struck a monster's head, maximizing efficiency. After acquiring the gun, Old Chin, familiarize yourself with it and carefully study its characteristics, Gao Feng said with a smile. Wei Tai and your brother, you should also hone your skills at home. Although your physical fitness has improved, you must convert it into formidable combat power and make the most of every bit of strength. Rest assured, Captain. Wei Tai and Wei Qing nodded. Upon witnessing this, Luo Feng revealed a faint smile. The mindset of Huaxia warriors is such that even a fraction of strength must be transformed into tenfold combat prowess. Concepts like controlling power to achieve great results are emblematic of Eastern philosophy, distinctly different from Western thought. And now, the world's foremost warrior, Hong, is indeed a Huaxia individual. The second strongest, Thunder God, is a blend of Eastern and Western heritage, with Huaxia ancestry as well. Certain ideologies of Huaxia martial arts are undeniably prevalent among contemporary warriors worldwide. Captain, Brother Chen, Brother Tai, Brother Qing. Luo Feng glanced at the group and remarked, I have diligently practiced at home for a month, significantly enhancing my physical strength. However, I feel that the refinement of my movement techniques and swordsmanship is most effectively achieved through actual combat with beasts. No matter how much I train in swordplay at home, it remains merely a theoretical exercise. There is no comparison to the benefits gained from real encounters with monsters, which truly hones one's skills. Hence, I intend to venture alone into the wilderness to further refine my swordplay and agility. What? Alone? Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the others all changed their expressions. Yes, Luo Feng affirmed with a smile. In truth, he had harbored this thought for some time, but lacked conviction until Su Gang's previous words resonated with him. To ascend to the pinnacle of the world's warriors, one must not harbor even the slightest semblance of complacency. Thus, Luo Feng resolved to maximize his strength. That is far too perilous, Gao Feng insisted. No, Captain. I merely plan to practice my swordplay and agility in County 0231, adjacent to the military district, without entering any larger cities, Luo Feng clarified. In County 0231, adjacent to the military district, Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the Wei brothers exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The monstrous forces surrounding the military district were inherently feeble. Lord-level beasts dared not linger near the county. Consequently, within the neighboring counties, the majority of the creatures were merely beast soldiers, with beast generals being rather scarce, predominantly of the initial rank, while mid-tier beast generals were a rare sight indeed. The scarcity of beast generals meant that each initial beast general could command hundreds, if not over 1,000 beast soldiers. Given the abundance of beast soldiers and the rarity of beast generals, formidable martial teams seldom lingered in such counties, as there was little to gain. County 0231 was devoid of formidable beast generals, yet it was teeming with ordinary beast soldiers. Wei Tai could not restrain himself, exclaiming that once they were surrounded. Tai, does Luo Feng fear being besieged? Chen Gu chuckled. Wei Tai and Wei Qing were momentarily taken aback, then laughed in unison. While beast hordes were indeed formidable, mentalists were the least intimidated by such swarms. Not only could they engage in direct combat, but a mentalist could leap to a nearby building with the aid of their psychic force. The jumping power of beasts was indeed impressive. Yet how could it compare to a mentalist's ability to leverage aerial dynamics? What a splendid idea, Gao Feng remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Luo Feng, your words inspire me to refine my hammer techniques. However, I lack the capacity to safeguard myself amidst a beast horde. When do you plan to depart, Luo Feng? Chun Gu inquired. The path of the strong is one that can only be traversed through relentless cultivation, step by step, until one reaches the pinnacle. The fourth episode, titled Hefty Bounty, commences. The new server of the mobile game Devouring the Starry Sky is thriving. As night descends, starlight filters through the square glass, illuminating the training hall. A figure moves with the swiftness of lightning, the blade glinting ominously, accompanied by the sound of thunder. The classifications are as follows. H, G, and F levels correspond to beast soldiers, E, D, and C levels are beast generals, categorized into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels respectively, while B and S levels denote Lord class. The formidable rock black bear, an entity of intermediate Lord class, possesses immense strength, its skin as hard as rock, surpassing even diamond in durability, impervious to artillery fire. Despite its massive form, it can move at supersonic speeds. Naturally, within the realm of Lord-class monsters, such velocity is not remarkable. However, the speed of the bear's paw strikes far exceeds its movement speed. Boom! After a lengthy battle, accompanied by a sound akin to thunder, the enormous head of the rock black bear was sent soaring. Click! When will I too reach such heights, capable of severing even the rock black bear with a single strike? Luo Feng mused silently, recognizing that this superlative warrior had effortlessly dispatched the rock bear king, and the combat had been recorded on video, clearly demonstrating his ample prowess. He is likely a high-level war god. Numerous videos accompanying the ninefold thunder blade on the disc are prohibited from dissemination on the internet. Among the multitude of videos depicting formidable warriors engaged in combat, many feature practitioners of the ninefold thunder blade. Yet, amidst this vast array, there exists but a solitary video of the thunder god himself. This footage captures the thunder god alone in a martial arts hall, diligently honing his blade skills. The simplicity of this training scene reveals nothing particularly extraordinary to Luo Feng. Clearly, there are still numerous unparalleled masters around the globe who have mastered the ninefold thunderblade. Luo Feng gazed upward, through the skylight, into the boundless expanse of stars. Tomorrow heralds the commencement of his arduous training. With a flicker of resolve, he powered down the projector in the martial arts hall and descended to the first floor. The door to his brother's room was ajar, allowing Luo Feng to glimpse his brother, seated in a wheelchair before a computer desk. Yet his attention was not on the screen. Rather, he was engrossed in his mobile phone. Rohua! Luo Feng gently knocked on the door. His brother, Rohua, lifted his gaze and turned to see Luo Feng standing outside, exclaiming with an air of resignation, "Brother, you didn't even knock? It seems you left the door ajar." Luo Feng replied with a smile as he entered and closed the door behind him. "What are you up to? Texting your girlfriend?" "Yes," Rohua replied, a hint of a smile creeping across his face as he sheepishly nodded. Observing his brother's foolishly enamored demeanor, Luo Feng realized that Rohua genuinely harbored feelings for a girl named Xiaonan. As for Xiaonan herself, Luo Feng could not ascertain her true nature, but he remembered that their parents had accompanied Rohua to the park and had met her, leaving a favorable impression. When it comes to discerning the character of others, their parents, with their wealth of life experience, undoubtedly possess greater insight than he does. Since their parents hold a favorable opinion, it is likely that Xiaonan is indeed remarkable. Has Xiaonan introduced you to her parents? Luo Feng inquired. Not yet, Luo Hua replied with a smile, shaking his head. Xiaonan has just begun her freshman year. She still has 3 to 4 years before graduating from university. She hasn't rushed to inform her parents. Besides, I am a disabled person. Xiaonan must find a tactful way to convey this to her parents, as delivering the news directly could lead to complications. After all, most parents would prefer their daughters not to marry someone with a disability. Observing a hint of bitterness in his brother's expression, Luo Feng felt a pang of sympathy. Disability remains a scar in his brother's heart. No matter how resilient he may appear before Xiaonan, he harbors a trace of insecurity, or perhaps a touch of inferiority. Let it unfold naturally. I believe her parents will be understanding, Luo Feng reassured him. There was no rush. That evening, after an extensive conversation with his brother, Luo Feng rested soundly through the night. The following morning, fully equipped with his backpack, shield, and combat knife, he set forth on another journey to the wilderness, this time alone. At the Jiangnan military base city, in the northern military district, as the train halted at the military station, Luo Feng and a group of martial artists disembarked from the carriage. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng walked along the martial artists' pathway toward the supply base, which soon came into view. Is it just you, Luo Feng? Questioned the guard at the base entrance, glancing at the information displayed on the scanner in astonishment. You were previously with the Fire Hammer Squad, right? Why are you here alone? Venturing alone into the wilderness zone can indeed be perilous. Am I truly seeking my own demise? I have traversed the wilderness zone and am well aware of its dangers. Pray hand me the key. Luo Feng chuckled. Indeed, you have ventured into the wilderness zone and comprehend its perils. The guard smiled as he handed over a key, H322, for your solitary accommodation. Thus, you are assigned a modest townhouse. Previously, a team from the Fire Hammer Squad was allocated a more spacious villa, while a lone occupant naturally receives a more compact dwelling. By the way, my surname is Wang. You may refer to me as Brother Wang. Should you procure any monster materials, I would be delighted to purchase them from you at a most agreeable price. Very well. Luo Feng accepted the key and proceeded towards his residence. Within the supply base, near the second-floor window of one villa, several men observed Luo Feng as he walked below. It's Luo Feng, the captain of the Fire Hammer Squad. Should we not seize an opportunity to eliminate him? The speaker was Zhang Zihu, a member of the Tiger Tooth Squad. The captain of the Tiger Tooth Squad approached the window, casting a silent glance below, where Luo Feng swiftly left his line of sight. The captain remarked coldly, "Why is Luo Feng alone? Where are the other members of the Fire Hammer Squad? Did any of you catch sight of them?" "We did not see them either." The other members shook their heads. "It is solely Luo Feng," Zhang Zihu asserted confidently. "I witnessed him enter through the main gate of the supply base, without sight of anyone else." Suddenly, Zhang Zihu's eyes gleamed as he exclaimed, "Captain, last time we took action against the Fire Hammer Squad, the most critical issue is that they are already aware of our involvement. We have become sworn enemies. You have mentioned that such foes must be eradicated to prevent future threats to us." The others nodded in agreement. In the wilderness, ambushing others is not a concern. The real fear lies in the possibility that the adversary might survive and uncover the true mastermind behind the attack. "Calm down," Captain Huya replied coldly. "We must completely eliminate the enemy. The Fire Hammer Squad must be vanquished at the first opportunity. However, we are currently left with only Luo Feng. He is merely an ordinary warrior-level fighter. If he ventures into the wilderness, he will surely remain in a relatively safe location. Should we kill him, it would bring us little advantage, and rather it would alert the others." The team members nodded slightly, recognizing the validity of the captain's reasoning. The real threat from the Fire Hammer Squad arises from Gao Feng of the Twin Windhammers. Captain Huya spoke gravely. Gao Feng is formidable in his own right, with strength not far inferior to mine. Additionally, he has roamed for over a decade, establishing extensive connections and befriending many powerful individuals. If he truly becomes enraged and confronts us, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, if we choose to strike, we must first eliminate Gao Feng, and then deal with the lesser threats. Captain Huya stated this with an air of indifference, clearly dismissing the other members of the Fire Hammer Squad from his considerations. The supply base H322 features a row of villas, comprising 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, along with an expansive bathroom. Luo Feng removed his combat uniform and took a brief shower before donning a loose-fitting bathrobe. Please prepare a meal for me according to the 12th menu, consisting of 3 dishes and a soup, and substitute the beverage with tea, he instructed over the phone before reclining on the sofa. The mere thought of the adversary plotting against him and his team ignited within him an unquenchable thirst for vengeance, devoid of any hesitation. When the time comes in the wilderness, he would annihilate them without mercy. Peering through the window, he cast his gaze outward, contemplating the tiger-toothed team. He hoped that within the next 2 months, fate would bring them together. He held the tiger-toothed team in little regard. His current prowess was sufficient to sweep them aside effortlessly. After finishing his lunch, Luo Feng donned his combat attire, equipped with 8 6 series throwing knives and 2 9 series knives strapped to the outer sides of his legs. With a hexagonal shield and a combat sword in tow, he departed from the martial artist supply base. The day was overcast, yet the weather was pleasantly cool. Luo Feng chose not to draw his sword, striding confidently through the wilderness. The expanse before him, once fertile land, had succumbed to decades of neglect, now overrun with wild grass. He navigated a path where the grass was relatively low. Traversing the wild terrain, he walked briskly along a dilapidated highway for over half an hour until he reached County 0231. Luo Feng severed the tail of a ferocious dog and carefully extracted a tendon, placing it into his backpack. Though the journey from the supply base to the county town was a mere 100 miles, he had already dispatched over 10 ordinary beast soldiers. With daily opportunities for practice that were not only complimentary but also lucrative, such a scenario was indeed rare. A faint smile graced Luo Feng's lips as he traversed a dilapidated residential area, where numerous monsters lay in hiding. Upon glancing upwards, he spotted the silhouette of a creature on the 3rd floor of an adjacent building. Thus commenced his training. With a sudden push against the ground, a thunderous crack resounded as the concrete floor shattered, propelling him like a cannonball towards the balcony on the 3rd floor. The days of carnage had begun. As time passed, Luo Feng continued to conceal himself within the county town of 0231. The monsters in this area soon found themselves in dire straits. Unlike other warriors who would simply eliminate them, Luo Feng preferred to engage in prolonged skirmishes, making the monsters his practice partners before ultimately striking. Each time he returned to the supply base, he carried with him a hefty bundle of vital materials harvested from the beasts. Wang Wei, the overseer of the supply base, was astonished by Luo Feng's efficiency. On the 3rd day of his training, Wang Wei remarked, "It seems you have slain 198 monsters today, which is a decrease of several from yesterday, and most were high-ranking beast soldiers. I will make up the difference for you, totaling 1.5 million. What do you think?" By the 7th day of his training, Wang Wei exclaimed, "Goodness, Luo Feng, you have once again annihilated 210 monsters today. Well, I will calculate that as 1.6 million. We have been transacting for some time now, my friend, but let me tell you, slaying ordinary beast soldiers is no simple task. The beast soldier-level monsters often travel in packs. It is improbable that one would experience unbroken success. Exercise caution to avoid being encircled by the horde." On the 16th day of Luo Feng's training, he was informed, "Madman, today seems rather unremarkable. You have only slain 182 beasts. Nevertheless, the quality of the materials is commendable, particularly those from the serpentine creatures. Here I shall grant you 1.5 million. On the 21st day of his training, he inquired, "Madman, have you discovered a particular location where solitary beast soldier-level monsters appear? Moreover, after slaying one, another swiftly emerges? The martial artist supply base is not vast enough to conceal such occurrences." Soon, tales of Luo Feng began to circulate throughout the supply base, characterizing him as a lunatic who relentlessly slaughters ordinary beast soldier-level monsters for profit. The adage "quantity compensates for quality" holds true. While a single primary beast general might fetch tens of millions, 1,000 advanced beast soldier-level monsters could yield similar returns. However, The challenge of exterminating 1,000 advanced beast soldier-level monsters surpasses that of vanquishing a single primary beast general. This is due to the extreme rarity of solitary beast soldier-level monsters. They predominantly operate in groups. Luo Feng's fervor for slaying beast soldier-level monsters is indeed astonishing. How does he manage to eliminate such a multitude each day? Who knows? Those privy to the secret would be reluctant to divulge it. Yet, I have heard whispers that he can earn over 1 million in a single day, nearing 2 million. At this rate, he could amass 50 to 60 million in a month. Over the course of a year, that amounts to 5 to 600 million, rivaling even the most formidable battle general experts. 365 days a year, relentlessly hunting beast soldier-level monsters every single day. Surely no one could endure such a pace. Yet it remains a mystery, for that madman has persisted in this endeavor for over a month now. In the supply base, discussions about Luo Feng abound. Among the warrior-level fighters, there exists a palpable envy towards Luo Feng, for their earning potential is rather meager. Even esteemed warriors like Zhang Zihu and Wei Chong manage to earn only 50 to 60 million a year. For those at the junior and intermediate warrior levels, earning 10 million in a year is considered fortunate. In stark contrast, Luo Feng amasses an astonishing 50 to 60 million each month. Such is the madness of his fortune. However, for the general-level warriors, it merely elicits admiration. They would not squander their time in idle chatter. Occasionally, the god-level warriors who visit the supply base would merely remark, "This young man is truly extraordinary, quite fascinating indeed." On November 29, 2056, the sky was shrouded in gloom, and fierce winds howled. Within the first floor of a supermarket, dozens of enormous unicorn wild boars roared, as they relentlessly assailed a lone human youth at the center. The cacophony of their roars reverberated throughout the supermarket, with several shelves already reduced to rubble. The unicorn wild boars seemed utterly deranged, launching in frenzied assault. The young human, wielding a hexagonal shield in one hand and a blood shadow war blade in the other, moved with the grace of a butterfly flitting through flowers, creating faint afterimages in his wake. Swift, the blade strikes. As Luo Feng continued to evade, the blood shadow war blade in his hand suddenly surged into action. In that moment, a sound akin to distant thunder echoed. More precisely, the sound produced by the blade slicing through the air at remarkable speed. Each strike precisely severed the throats of the unicorn wild boars, executed with unparalleled accuracy. Combined with his agile footwork, the impact of his attacks was astonishing. Although numerous unicorn wild boars charged at him, only 2 or 3 could engage him at any given time. Moreover, whenever he dispatched 1 or 2 of them, Luo Feng invariably capitalized on the carcasses of the deceased beasts to discover apertures, thus precluding himself from being buffeted by the stampeding horde. Such an acute perception of spatial dynamics was beyond the reach of most warrior-level martial practitioners. Thwack! The blood of the unicorn boars gushed forth like a veritable fountain. In a mere moment, the majority of the scores of unicorn boars had perished, with a dozen or so, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, opting to flee. These are inadequate. They are not of the advanced beast soldier echelon. They are of little value. Amidst the corpses of the deceased unicorn boars, Luo Feng selected 19 of the advanced beast soldier grade monsters, severing their horns and depositing them into his backpack. The horns of advanced beast soldiers could fetch approximately 8,000 yuan when sold to the Underground Alliance. As for the remaining unicorn boar corpses, Luo Feng did not deign to concern himself with them. In truth, Luo Feng did not particularly relish harvesting the horns of unicorn boars, as they were rather weighty, and their price was merely average. His backpack was, after all, of finite capacity. Hence, Luo Feng was fastidious in his selection of materials. The actual number of monsters he eradicated daily exceeded 300. Alas, the porcine and canine monsters possessed such prodigious reproductive capabilities. Departing the supermarket reeking of gore, Luo Feng repaired to the rooftop of an ordinary 6-story residential building to repose. After more than 50 days of rigorous training, my movement technique has tentatively attained the microscopic level. Luo Feng reflected upon his protracted training regimen. His daily cultivation was not solely predicated upon carnage. Each time he engaged a small cluster of monsters, Luo Feng would first engage in movement technique drills before ultimately dispatching them. Even so, Luo Feng's efficiency remained remarkably high. Certainly, during these 50 days, Luo Feng faced over 20 crises. After all, the roars of monsters during the slaughter would occasionally attract even more beasts. Confronted with the frenzied charge of hundreds, even thousands, of monsters, Luo Feng could only rely on his mental powers to escape in disarray. It can be said that without his mental prowess, he would have perished more than 20 times. However, it is precisely because of this mental strength that Luo Feng could engage in such reckless training of his agility. Each day, he endured over 8 hours of relentless assaults from a multitude of beasts. The efficiency of his agility training was such that, in a single day, his progress surpassed that of an ordinary warrior's entire month of training in the wilderness. And how often does an average warrior venture into the wilderness in a year? After 50 days of rigorous training, bolstered by the ninefold Thunderblade and the flowing light technique, Luo Feng finally managed to barely step into the subtle level of agility. Yet, his swordsmanship remained at the initial level of the Thunderblade. Luo Feng had been attempting to unleash an additional 2 layers of dark energy, but regrettably, he could only manage to emit 1 more layer on top of his basic attacks. Nevertheless, the precision with which he could control his physical strength had undoubtedly increased manifold. It is noteworthy that in these 50 days Luo Feng has slain over 10,000 monsters. 10,000. Such a staggering number is likely beyond what most warriors could achieve in a lifetime. This immense quantity has forged Luo Feng's precise, decisive, and swift swordsmanship. The greatest contribution of these 50 days to Luo Feng has been the experience. Combat experience between life and death, along with an astonishing calmness and judgment. He can now calmly seek opportunities amidst life and death and then strike. This capability is something every practitioner at the subtle level is bound to attain. Luo Feng glanced at his communication watch and, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, leaped directly from the rooftop. Moments later, as he traversed the highway, his spirits were high. Suddenly, he sensed a faint tremor behind him and turned to look. In the distance to the north, 3 figures were sprinting in a state of panic, occasionally leaping several meters into the air. These 3 silhouettes moved with astonishing speed. The one leading the charge was Wan Dong. Luo Feng instantly recognized that among the frantically fleeing trio was Wan Dong, the only one who could match him during the martial arts practical assessment. Behind them loomed a dense mass of creatures, each roughly the size of 30 centimeters, slightly larger than a human hand. Yet, this swarm of diminutive beasts, akin to a tidal wave, compelled Wan Dong and his companions to abandon their weapons, including their swords and shields, as they fled for their lives. A rodent tide? Luo Feng was startled. The rodent tide, often referred to as a rodent disaster, posed an undeniable threat even to a formidable warrior. Once surrounded by an endless swarm of rodents, survival was all but impossible. This ominous mass of rodents, while appearing boundless, spanned the entire highway but extended only about 100 meters in length. With each rodent measuring 30 centimeters, this swarm undoubtedly numbered in the tens of thousands, qualifying it as a small-scale rodent tide. Even a general-level warrior could be overwhelmed and annihilated. Thus, Luo Feng had but one choice: to flee. He immediately dashed down the highway. The trio, Wan Dong and his companions, had long discarded their weapons, swords and shields, and were now sprinting with all their might. Behind them, the horde of rats relentlessly closed in, the distance shrinking from 20 meters to 15, then to 14 and 13. Damn! Where is the army? If they do not arrive soon, we are truly doomed. Cursing inwardly, Wan Dong and his friends gritted their teeth and surged forward, managing to slightly increase the distance between themselves and the rat tide, eventually stretching it to over 30 meters before they dared to decelerate. I can't run anymore. Neither can I. Exchanging glances filled with despair, the 3 were acutely aware of their dire predicament. Their maximum running speed was considerably faster than that of the rat horde. Yet, being at their limit meant they could not sustain it for long. It was akin to the humans before the Great Nirvana era, where completing a 100-meter dash in 10 seconds was considered exceptional. 100 meters took nearly 10 seconds, but what about 1,000? Could it be done in 100 seconds? And for 10,000 meters, would 1,000 seconds suffice? In truth, before the Great Nirvana period, the record for 10,000 meters was approximately 1,580 seconds. These warriors, like Wan Dong, could momentarily reach an astonishing speed of 60 meters per second. However, after nearly half an hour of fleeing, they could barely maintain 40 meters per second. As the rat horde drew nearer, they pushed themselves to their limits, desperately trying to accelerate further. Having covered nearly 300 miles in their escape, their exhaustion was palpable. "Oh, Army, hasten your arrival. We are so close to the military district. Why is reinforcements still not here?" Wan Dong and his companions felt as though their legs had lost all sensation, the extreme fatigue of their muscles rendering them unable to increase their pace. In stark contrast, Luo Feng, burdened with his sword and shield, maintained an astonishing speed of 60 meters per second as he surged ahead. After all, while Wan Dong and his companions were utterly exhausted, Luo Feng was in peak condition. Suddenly, Luo Feng's gaze caught sight of a deep blue silhouette on the horizon. At first glance, he mistook it for some kind of avian beast, but as the object drew nearer, he discerned its true form. It was a flat, disc-shaped flying war machine. In contemporary military aviation, most aircraft are designed in such a flat, circular manner, as this shape offers advantages in both defense and offense against aerial threats. It was a military aircraft. The utterly fatigued Wan Dong and his companions could not contain their excitement, erupting into fervent cries, their speeds unexpectedly surging once more. Luo Feng, in the midst of his run, halted and looked up to witness the aircraft diving toward the swarm of beasts. As it hovered 100 meters above the ground, he observed a massive cannon protruding from the belly of the craft. With a thunderous roar, an endless torrent of searing flames burst forth from the cannon, engulfing the horde of rodents below. The temperature of the flames likely soared into the thousands of degrees, incinerating numerous creatures instantaneously. In an instant, the once orderly tide of rodents disintegrated into chaos, filled with panicked cries as they scattered in all directions. However, under the engulfing flames, the majority of the rodents were incinerated, while some fled into the desolate fields beside the highway, burrowing into the ground and vanishing from sight. Wan Dong and his companions let out a collective sigh of relief. They had narrowly escaped disaster. The trio was utterly exhausted. Wan Dong could not suppress his voice as he called out into the distance. "Is there any food? Please, something to eat. Or a drink." In the distance, Luo Feng approached with a smile. Before him, Wan Dong displayed none of his former coldness or gloom, only weariness and the joy of surviving. Having run nearly 300 miles in a desperate escape, the toll on their physical stamina was immense. Luo Feng retrieved a bag from the side pocket of his backpack, producing 3 high-energy sugar pills. "Here, and there's also a water pouch," he said, extending them. Gratefully, Wan Dong and his companions each swallowed a sugar pill, quickly sharing the water pouch until it was entirely consumed. "Thank you," Wan Dong expressed appreciatively. "Allow me to introduce you to my companions. This is Wang Ku beside me, and the other is Jiang Tuesday. I've heard of your renowned exploits." Luo Feng. Wang Ku, a strikingly handsome young man, remarked with a grin. "These high-energy sugar pills are more delectable than any delicacy. I was starving, but now I feel much better." Jiang Tu, a burly man with a bushy beard, chuckled in agreement. As they walked and conversed, Luo Feng inquired, "How did you encounter the rodent tide? I heard from the aircraft that it was a level 3 rodent wave." Luo Feng's county was situated perilously close to the military district, yet he had not experienced the rodent tide firsthand. "I have certainly witnessed the formidable nature of the rodent wave," he concluded. Wan Dong could not help but exclaim that just before, we had been resting on the rooftop of a residential building in a county town. Suddenly, an overwhelming multitude of rodents erupted from the ground. An unfathomable sight indeed. We were so terrified that we swiftly utilized steel wires to escape from the rooftop of one building to another, utterly afraid to set foot on the ground. Luo Feng was taken aback, easily envisioning the chaos of countless rodents swarming the streets of the county town. Fortunately, our team was situated on the outskirts of the town. Gritting our teeth, we desperately sprinted along a path where the rodent presence was relatively sparse. However, along the way we encountered a tide of rodents. With no other option, our small group had to separate to divert the rodent onslaught. We considered ourselves fortunate to reach the highway, where only a small wave of rodents pursued us. During our flight, Wang Ku and I also encountered Jiang Tu, who had experienced a fate similar to ours. Wan Dong then sighed, uncertain about the current state of our captain and the others. In the streets and alleyways, they had dared to split up, allowing the rodent tide to pursue them in different directions. However, on the highway, they could not afford to do so, as the barren fields adjacent to the road would impede human speed. The geographical conditions of the wilderness had little effect on the rodent's speed. This was the reason everyone chose to run solely on the highway, avoiding the wild terrain. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and the others arrived at the martial artist supply base of the military district, where a large crowd of martial artists had gathered at the entrance. "Madman, I knew you would survive," he called out. "Madman, did you see old Lu and the others in County 0231? Upon entering the supply base, many martial artists familiar with Luo Feng approached to inquire and greet him. After all, the outbreak of the rodent tide is an exceedingly perilous event. Fortunately, this time it is merely a level 3 rodent tide, posing a relatively lesser threat. Were it to be the legendary level 1 rodent tide, it would spell catastrophe for the entire Jiangnan base city. Today is destined to be a rather sorrowful day for the supply base. Numerous martial artists who had ventured outside lost their lives. Among the 3 god-level martial artists who entered the wilderness today, one was unexpectedly besieged by the relentless rodent tide, becoming engulfed in its overwhelming sea. The rodent tide launched a frenzied assault without regard for consequence, resulting in the death of a god-level warrior. Indeed, today witnessed the fall of a human deity. The rodent tide is not merely composed of beast soldier-level rodents. It also includes formidable beast general-level entities. The leaders of the tide possess remarkable intelligence, and once they select a target, they will stop at nothing to achieve their goal. It is said that during the struggle, that human warrior caused the collapse of dozens of high-rise buildings, leading to the demise of over 1 million rodents. Regrettably, for the countless billions in the rodent tide, 1 million casualties are hardly significant. Thus, this god-level warrior met his end. Dark clouds roiled ominously as fierce winds swept across the land, thunder rumbling intermittently, and with a resounding clap of thunder, torrential rain began to pour. On the rooftop of a row villa in the supply base, Luo Feng sat on the terrace. "Captain, I am unharmed. I was fortunate not to be surrounded by the rodent tide. Brother Chen, yes, I am fine. Brother Tai, haha, you can hear my voice. I am, of course, living quite well." Luo Feng received several phone calls, clearly indicating that a level 3 rodent tide was occurring in the surrounding area, and even the numerous warriors within the Jiangnan base city were aware of it. Each occurrence of a rodent tide, or the more terrifying ant tide, results in significant casualties among human warriors. This time, the fall of a human war god has further compounded the losses for the entire Jiangnan city. With so many lives claimed by a mere level 3 rodent tide, one cannot help but ponder the devastation of a legendary level 1 rodent tide. Furthermore, what of the fabled and even more horrifying wars between humans and monsters? The conflict between monsters and humanity represents a war between 2 civilizations, 2 races. Once such a war commences, an overwhelming onslaught of various beastly hordes, swift creatures, those endowed with immense strength, burrowers, poisonous beings, aerial monstrosities, and those that wield soundwave attacks descends upon us. The skies teem with countless avian beasts, while the ground is inundated with monsters, and even beneath the earth lurk burrowing creatures, with aquatic beasts lurking in the waters. Rodent tides and ant tides are but a fraction of this chaos. This is the most terrifying of wars. Monsters are the true nemesis of humanity. Presently, the oceans belong to the beasts, while humanity holds a slight advantage on land. However, the skies are dominated by monsters. Humanity is compelled to defend itself within various base cities, launching counterattacks. Until now, Luo Feng had not fully grasped this reality, having always felt that monsters were merely prey for the warriors. Yet today, he finally recognized the grim truth. The monsters could very well annihilate humanity from the face of the earth. In the face of extinction, what becomes of familial bonds, cultural values, or moral ethics? My strength is still insufficient, far from adequate. Luo Feng's gaze fell upon the boundless expanse of the heavens. Thunder roared, and at times, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky with a deafening crack. Observing the distant flashes of lightning, Luo Feng sensed a vague understanding stirring within him. Suddenly, a series of lightning bolts descended with the might of the heavens, occasionally intertwining like serpents in the sky to form a singular, magnificent flash. Such formidable lightning, imbued with the essence of the heavens, would surely deter even the most formidable of lord-level beasts from experiencing its wrath. The astonishing voltage would likely reduce them to ashes in an instant. Sharp, piercing, annihilating all. Standing on the terrace, Luo Feng silently observed, murmuring to himself. In recent days, he had diligently practiced his agility and sword techniques in the county town. In terms of agility, he had barely stepped into the realm of subtle mastery. However, in swordsmanship, he could only claim to have reached an extraordinary level of control over his strength. Having slain over 10,000 beasts, coupled with the rigorous demands of the ninefold Thunderblade, Luo Feng's mastery of swordplay now surpassed that of Wei Tai and Wei Qing by a considerable margin. Yet, he had yet to cultivate the second level of the ninefold Thunderblade, a goal he ardently yearned to achieve. To comprehend the essence of this tome, one must recognize its unparalleled nature. The first level corresponds to an enhancement of 1's original strength by 140, while the second level amplifies it to 210. This represents an increase of more than double. Thus, a high-ranking warrior could potentially exhibit the prowess of an initial stage general. As for the ninth level of the ninefold Thunderblade, it boasts a staggering enhancement of 700, allowing a high-ranking warrior to nearly unleash the might of an advanced general. This remarkable attribute of the ninefold Thunderblade is truly extraordinary. However, as of now, the sole individual known to have attained the ninth level globally is the creator, the Thunder God. Indeed, that seems to be the case. In the distance, the lightning has begun to diminish. The scripture elucidates that any master of swordsmanship possesses their unique artistic conception. According to the text, the higher the realm of swordsmanship, the greater the heights ninefold Thunderblade can achieve. Amidst the torrential rain, Luo Feng commenced his relentless practice, wielding his blade with fervor. Unlike before, his current pursuit was to grasp the essence of that elusive feeling, a fleeting insight into the thunderous lightning. The instantaneous explosion of concentrated power manifested as brilliant arcs of light, slashes, cuts, upward strokes, and horizontal cleaves, flowing like a comet across the sky. With each strike, a resounding explosion echoed forth. Luo Feng endeavored to connect with that intrinsic essence, striving to unleash successive layers of hidden power. It should be attainable, yet why am I only capable of manifesting a single layer of hidden strength, unable to evoke the second? The rain poured heavily, yet Luo Feng was entirely immersed in the realm of his swordsmanship, indifferent to the falling droplets. That night, he unusually refrained from practicing gene origin energy, choosing instead to repeatedly execute the ninefold Thunderblade. Each successive strike had rendered his body exceedingly fatigued. Nevertheless, Luo Feng was reluctant to cease. He would take a brief respite after each strike before unleashing the next. As dawn broke the following morning, the rain had ceased, and a faint blush of sunrise emerged on the eastern horizon. The autumn chill had settled in, making the early morning air quite frigid. Yet, drenched to the skin, Luo Feng sat upon the corridor, clutching his blood-shadow battle blade, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. What was still lacking? Luo Feng sensed that he should be capable of unleashing the second tier of hidden strength. He had even activated the profound depths of his muscular energy. However, each time he seemed on the verge of success, he ultimately fell short, just a hair's breadth away. A drop of water fell from the eaves of the corridor, striking a puddle on the rooftop, sending ripples across the once tranquil surface. An idea flickered in Luo Feng's mind, conjuring images of the devastating lightning strikes, sharp to the utmost limit. Yet, the gentle ripples caused by a single drop were delicate and soft. Strength must not be unyielding. His physical prowess was already formidable, and the ninth tier demanded an explosive power sevenfold beyond his natural capabilities. If he relentlessly pursued the pinnacle of rigidity, how could his body possibly endure? As Luo Feng, filled with exhilaration, sprang to his feet, he grasped the blood-shadow battle blade and cleaved forward with a single stroke. Initially, the speed of his blade could only be described as relatively swift. However, in an instant the velocity surged exponentially. It escalated once more. The blade sliced through the air, producing a resounding sonic boom. Almost instantaneously, Luo Feng's right arm swelled, clearly more robust than his left. The second level of the ninefold Thunderblade had finally been achieved. With merely his swordsmanship, Luo Feng could now unleash the prowess of a novice battle general, and coupled with his refined agility, he would likely surpass the average novice battle general. Overjoyed, Luo Feng descended the stairs and promptly ordered a breakfast, savoring it with delight before preparing to cultivate his genetic origin energy. Yet, he pondered, while my strike is indeed powerful, it relies solely on brute force. Shaking his head, he grasped the Blood Shadow Battle Blade once more. I can unleash 2 layers of hidden energy in succession, and the timing of these energies is entirely within my control. This will allow my blade's speed to become even more unpredictable. In the training chamber, Luo Feng began to wield his blade. By consecutively releasing 2 layers of hidden energy, his battle blade experienced 2 accelerations, distinguishing him from the average swordsman. The blade danced with an ethereal quality, one stroke after another. Images of lightning crashing from the sky and ripples emanating from falling droplets filled Luo Feng's mind as he sought to capture that feeling, striking again and again. What he yearned for was a sword technique uniquely his own. The ninefold Thunder Blade merely bestowed upon him a technique for exerting force. The essence of the blade technique must be experienced personally by Luo Feng. What suits him best is indeed the finest. Only when one reaches a sufficient realm can the body withstand the force of the ninefold Thunder Blade without incurring damage. Immersed in this creative endeavor, the fatigue of the flesh scarcely affects Luo Feng's exhilaration of spirit. He wields the blade time and again, and his technique grows increasingly enigmatic and swift. In the very act of slicing through the air, the blade itself begins to resonate subtly due to 2 accelerations, generating faint shockwaves. Luo Feng is oblivious to the passage of time. Whoosh! A flash of blade light darts past, as swift as lightning and as ethereal as mist. There is a surreal, almost dreamlike sensation. Yet in that fleeting moment, the thunderous strike has already vanished. This is it. A smile finally graces Luo Feng's face. The effortless elegance of his strike allows his muscles to relax, only to unleash latent power instantaneously, reverting to a state of ease thereafter. This alternating tension and relaxation enables Luo Feng to endure longer in combat. In terms of the hierarchy of blade techniques, I have indeed surpassed the foundational level and grazed the realm of essence, albeit merely at its periphery. Luo Feng feels a profound joy. What shall I name my blade technique? Since it was inspired by the flash of lightning, I shall call it Thunder. At last, Luo Feng has devised his own blade technique. Though my thunder technique is merely a nascent beginning, I shall continuously refine its essence in the days to come. Luo Feng silently mused as he glanced down at his communication watch, only to realize that it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He had been immersed in perfecting his swordsmanship since the previous night, and astonishingly, nearly 20 hours had elapsed. The over 50 days of training and the demise of more than 10,000 beasts had elevated both his agility and sword techniques to unprecedented heights. His self-created sword technique, Thunderbolt, had finally begun to take shape. Although it remained rudimentary and simplistic, its creator was merely 18 years of age.